In this video, I'm going to share with you the financial course I developed with Jack, a finance coach, who will introduce himself shortly. You'll get the videos for the money mindset, personal finance, time value of money, personal saving, managing debt, investing, stock market investing with Gregg, creating your own financial plan, getting to know insurance, and finally, understanding taxes. For all of these sections, you can skip to any part you like by using the timestamps in the description box below.
Hey, my name's Jack. In this video, we're going to be discussing the power of having a positive mindset. We're going to compare it to how it can impact us with a negative mindset and where this can affect us in life as well. So the first thing I want to talk about is what exactly is a money mindset. So we might not know what exactly a money mindset is. So a money mindset describes our attitudes and behaviors when it comes to dealing with money. That can either be two different schools of thought here. You can either be a positive attitude person, where your change of behavior and activity creates opportunities, it creates financial situations, and it also bleeds into other areas of your life where you start creating more confidence and more positive decisions in other areas and choices and decisions in your life. Whereas a negative attitude, equally as powerful, because it can impact our financial future and it'll harm our financial life. And once it harms our financial life, usually this bleeds into other areas of our life as well. So what affects our money mindset? So a lot of you might be thinking, what will impact my money mindset and how can I change this for the future? Well, the first thing, and probably the most influential, is our history and experiences with dealing with money. So if we had a bad experience with money, maybe we lost a lot of money gambling, or maybe we made a poor investment choice, or maybe we just don't know how to make money, and that can affect, our experiences dealing with money. That history can really impact us and our money decisions and our attitude towards money. Also, our history. History plays a big role. Maybe you grew up in a family or an environment somewhere where money was just always, it was never discussed, but it was always an issue for whatever reason. This leads me to my next point: discussion surrounding money. You might be in a friend group that always is negatively talking about money, how they don't have enough, how they don't know how to make any more, how money is evil, whatever that might be. Your family can also talk about this, and some families, for whatever reason, in Western cultures, well, I can't speak for all cultures, but I know for sure in the United States, discussion surrounding money in our families is very taboo. It's very unheard of. You're not supposed to talk about it. You're not supposed to ask your mom and dad how much money they make or how much money we have or whatever it might have been. So discussion surrounding that can really impact us as a child, and it can lead into our adult life. And then finally, how we're educated about money. And again, I can't speak for all Western cultures, but I know for sure in the United States, it's not how we were educated about money. We were not educated about money. We're not educated enough about our personal finances. It's just only been the last maybe 5 years where financial education has taken kind of a rise in an emphasis in high schools and middle schools around our country. But we've gone decades, centuries without talking about personal finance, middle school, high school, college, and beyond. So, how can we characterize and identify negative versus a positive mindset? So, where can we see this? So I'm going to go through the negatives first. So, a negative money mindset, and when I go through this list, think about these characteristics of a negative money mindset and see if they play into your life any. So a negative money mindset, you have constant anxiety around money, or maybe we're very unorganized. We procrastinate a lot. We have a negative outlook on life, so not just on money, but just on everything else. We have a fear of money. We're always negative about money topics, like well, the economy is always going to be bad, or I'm always going to be poor, or I'll never make enough money. Intimidated of taking on some difficult tasks. So pause the video if you have to. See if any of these kind of plays into your life any. Where on the other side, we have a positive money mindset. A positive money mindset is we're building confidence now. We're confident when it comes to making decisions, and not just money decisions either, other decisions in our life too. Difficult tasks are handled confidently. We're okay with taking on difficult tasks now. We're usually optimistic, or at least overly, I wouldn't say overly optimistic, but realistic optimistic as well. We show self control over many areas of our life. We know we're not overly spending. We're investing a healthy amount of money. We're self control in our diets and our nutrition and our other habits in life. When a problem arises, we're always looking for a solution. We're not just blaming people when we develop a positive money mindset. When a problem is going to come up, whether you're negative or positive money mindset in life, and how we approach that problem really determines our mindset. So if a problem does come up, we're not blaming somebody else or just constantly talking about the problem. We're looking for a solution and how we can overcome that obstacle. And of course, I'm going to talk about this more later on in this video. We thirst for knowledge. We want to learn new things. So compare the two. Which one do you line up more? And sometimes it's a little bit of both. Sometimes some days you have positive, some days you have negative, and that's okay. That's going to happen. So negative mindset leads to spiraling. We start spiraling out of control. When this occurs, we feel bad about everything and that we will never be good at money. It's kind of a defeatism attitude. Whereas a positive mindset leads to more momentum. You start creating healthy habits. You continue to build strong confidence towards life and money. So here are some common negative money beliefs, and you've probably seen these before, and I'm just going to post them on here so you can look over them, but you definitely have seen at least a couple of these. Or heard a couple of these. Money is evil. It's the root of all evil. It makes people selfish and evil. Money leads to greed. Money can't buy happiness. Rich people are lucky. I'll always be poor. You got you gotta have or spend money to make money. So all these negative money beliefs are stemmed from a poor or negative money mindset. That doesn't necessarily mean that they're not totally wrong. We have to acknowledge that there are some people who are rich, that maybe they were born rich, or there are some people that have a lot of money that use money to be evil. But that doesn't generalize. You should never generalize the entire concept of money and how we deal with money as, because a margin of people do that thing, a small margin of people do that thing, doesn't mean it's necessarily true for the majority of people. More importantly, money can be used as a tool for positive change. So we need to understand that it's not just because, we hear some negative things about money, it makes it true for for the rest of our lives. Money can be used as a tool for positive change. It helps us build wealth. We are able to build wealth, and then we can spread that wealth out to bless others or to encourage others or whatever it might be. And it helps secure our financial future, and not just for yourself. This is where a lot of people get mixed up with wealth and greed. Building wealth, you're not just building wealth for yourself. Usually you're building it for a business, or you're securing the financial future of your children and of their children's children. You're helping other people out. Of course, it leads to my next point, helping others. So once you build wealth, you can start creating opportunities for others. You can start donating money. You can start funding charities, philanthropy ideas, all that stuff. Starting businesses, investing in businesses, which is huge. It helps our economy. If there are more wealthy people and people are taking charge of their personal finances, they would help out the economy more than a poor person with a bad money mindset just constantly complaining. And of course, you can create opportunities, job opportunities, more business ideas, helping people go to college, whatever it might be, protecting the environment. So many different opportunities once you build wealth, and you're buying yourself time too. You now have secured your financial future and you're free. You don't have to worry about paying debt. So how do we change this mindset? Y'all are probably thinking, well, Jack, this is good and all, but how exactly do we change this mindset? Well, there's several habits that I want you to start trying today, or as soon as you can, and write these down too, so it helps you focus on what you need to do. First of all, know that you are in control of your life and your money choices. Just because you grew up in a poor family or a family that didn't talk about money or whatever, that doesn't matter. That no longer matters to you, because now you are in control of your money, and you need to know that your money choices are your decisions alone. Understand that taking control of your habits takes work and effort. I can't stress this enough. It's not just going to happen. I can't remember who quoted this, but taking control of your personal finance life 80% of it is your behavior and attitude. 20% of it's just the knowledge of knowing, investments and budgeting and all that. So 80% of it, if you can do that, that's the work and effort. That's the positive attitude. So it's going to take work and effort. It's not going to just appear. You have to spend time actually trying to do this and changing your life. Make sure you give yourself praise for the small wins. This is huge. Recognize the incremental changes. You wrote down a budget. Awesome. Give yourself a win. Go out to eat a little bit. Splurge just a little bit here. Um, don't blow all your money on something crazy, but enjoy it. Have a little party. Set goals, and I'm going to talk about this more too in the next couple slides. Set goals that you want to achieve and commit to them. Give yourself some grace during the good times or the bad times. So if something happens, if you slip up, you accidentally impulse buy something, or you make a poor investment, don't just spiral out. Give yourself some grace. Say, okay, I messed up. This is how I'm going to fix it. Eliminate distractions and negativity in your life. This is huge. If you're on social media, I've eliminated all my social media, but if you're on social media, it can be used for good, so I won't get into that debate. It can be used for a positive, but if you're following somebody or something's popping up in your feed that's distracting you, that's bringing negativity in your life and hurting your money mindset, eliminate it. Don't follow that person, ignore them, even cut that person out in your real life too. If you have somebody that's negative in your life, it's saying, "Oh, well, you always will be in debt. You will never make enough money." Then cut that person out. They're not your friend. You need to get people in your corner that will support you. And stay on your path to success. So it kind of goes with that one. Stay on your path. And do not compare. I just mentioned social media. Do not compare. Don't compare yourself to others. Know that you are enough, and everyone's life and situation is different. So just because you see something on Instagram and someone's spending a lot of money or traveling a ton or whatever, you don't really know what's going on behind the screen and behind their keyboard or whatever. So understand that's their life, and that's okay. You just got to do what you got to do. Stay on your path towards success. So creating goals. And creating goals is important. I like going over this because a lot of people get confused with how exactly do I create a goal. You need to make sure you have short-term goals like a month, less than a year, midterm, year to 3 years, and long-term goals, 3, 5, 10 years plus. What are your financial goals? What do you want to achieve? Write these down. They need to be quantifiable and specific goals too. You need to be able to define these goals, write them down. They need to be quantified. What I mean by quantifiable is they need to count towards something. So don't just say, I want to be wealthy, or I want to be debt free, or whatever it might be, or I want to create a budget. When do you want to create that budget? How much money do you think is enough to be wealthy, or whatever it is? When do you want to start that business? How much money do you want to invest? Be specific with your goals. Write them down and define them. And create reminders everywhere. Put post-it notes. Tell somebody. Set reminders on your phone, whatever it is. Build accountability. So get a support group. If you're married, tell your spouse. If you have a family, to get the whole family involved. That's awesome for accountability. Get a mentor, whatever it might need, and that kind of helps gather support too. And then lastly, we want to study, learn, and talk about money. So make sure with those goals, this will help achieve those goals. Study, learning, and talking about money. And then I didn't put these in any particular order. You can do this however you want, but plug into a money mindset support group. Listen to podcasts, watch videos, take a course on money and or a positive mindset. Read books about money, self-help, psychology. There's so much great material out there about reading books. I'm sorry, there is good information about reading books, but about money, there's so much good information about and so many books, thousands of books about money and self-help and positive mindsets. Or five, and it doesn't have to be in any order here, but hire a financial coach or hire a planner or a mentor or talk to your psychologist or whoever, a mentor, somebody that you admire. Grab a cup of coffee with somebody who has seen like they've been a positive mindset for a very long time and discuss that with them. And all of this, I promise you, if you start doing these habits, you will see it won't be a quick overnight change. Well, hopefully it is, that'll be awesome, but you will definitely see a slow positive mindset change in your life, and you'll see that happen and change in other areas of your life as well. Hey, my name is Jack Warner, and today we're going to be discussing some cultural views and beliefs about money And this is part of our money mindset series. So a lot of these things that we're going to cover, a lot of these concepts and ideas we're going to cover in today's video is mostly focused on how to identify cultural beliefs about money and how we can get past that. Because there's a lot of traditional and negative emotional feelings and beliefs surrounding money. And the first one is the most commonly held beliefs about money and building wealth is money is the root of all evil. You've probably heard that before. It's one of my it's one of the most misquoted quotes, I feel like, or misinterpreted quotes about money or really about life that you could find in this world in your life. And it's the money is the root of all evil, and it's actually a biblical misquote. This doesn't have to be a religious thing because you've heard this even in the secular world. The money is the root of all evil. It does not say that in the Bible, and people misinterpret it and misquote it. It does say something very similar. If you want to check that out, you're more than welcome to. 1 Timothy 6:10, it actually says the love of money is the root of all evil. So money itself isn't evil. It's someone's attachment to that money, which makes sense. I mean, that's with anything. You got to do things in moderation and not be obsessed, not be addicted to, not put something's value higher than what it really is, and that's the same with money. And in this quote, and in our cultural belief, you see this in mainstream media, you see this in children's educational videos, ton of things. Money leads to gluttony, greed, selfishness. You've probably seen this before, and it's these beliefs that money can lead to this. It is true. The love of money, the pursuit of money, can for sure lead to these things. So recognizing that in reality, money itself isn't evil. It's just there. It's not evil, but the emotional appeal, the emotional attachment to the money, that love for money, that drive for greed, that is real. And that can be a negative thing in your financial life. So recognizing this, understanding this, and if you have this pattern, even before, there's some people I like to think of the story of stories, multiple plural, of people that have they don't have much money, but they are very selfish with the money they have. If they were to win the lottery, this not going to change their lives all of a sudden. They're still going to be selfish because they were that way before, or they had that greed or gluttony before. They were already overeating or overspending on toys or overspending on drugs or whatever it might have been, are just stashing it for themselves, even when they were broke. And when they won the lottery, they still did the same thing. So really, it's changing that mindset of how can I be more productive with my money? What are some things I can do with my money? And we have to understand that money isn't, it's not this like fake, this emotional thing that has to be um, discussed in emotional settings. It's just a tool. And now it's a source of a lot of emotional feelings for sure. I mean, when you start putting dollar signs in front of numbers, people's minds go crazy. And it can end a lot of relationships. But understanding that it's just a simple tool to use as a medium of exchange for goods and services. So we need to understand that there are two things we can do with money. We can choose to be wasteful. We can choose to be spend money for evil, greedy, and selfish reasons. So we can choose that path. Or we can choose and focus on our mindset like, how can I make more money? How can I spend more money for good, selfless, and productive reasons? And it doesn't all have to be like, oh, I'm going to donate to charity. It can be more for I'm going to start a business. Even if I make profit, so be it, but I'm also helping other people. Or it can be you're investing money in your kids' college fund, or you're investing in your own college fund. Whatever it is, how can I be more productive with my money? So just understanding that money is just a medium of exchange. It's just a tool to help us get to our life goals and help other people out. So that being said, pushing aside those negative cultural thoughts, we need to start focusing on how we can develop a positive wealth building mindset. What can we do to do that? Well, first of all, you can earn more money. And you might think like, well, then we just talk about that. We just talked about how we want to get rid of greed. But finding ways to earning more money, especially if it's something you like doing, that can be that can be a big step to your positive wealth building mindset. So focusing on how I can earn more money and what can I do to spend more money with a purpose? So cutting out wasteful spending would be part of the spending more money with a purpose. I don't need to purchase certain things. I can do, instead of spending $20 on mediocre Taco Bell restaurant food. Some people are going to get mad at me now, but to go out to eat at some fast food chain restaurant, I can instead use that money to invest. I can go take an online course. I can invest it into my investments, into my retirement, whatever it is. Cut out wasteful spending. It doesn't always have to be all doom and gloom, like, oh, I'm going to save and cut out spending. But we do need to focus on how can I spend at least a majority of my money. Of course, you can put some money for fun, but I need to focus most of my money on something with a purpose, with a drive. Of course, stay out of debt. That's part of cutting wasteful spending. Staying out of debt. Invest and grow your money, and then that can help create opportunities for you and others. So if you invest and you're growing your money, you have more money now to help other people, to help you reach your financial goals. Yes. Help your family with their goals. Yes. But also you can create other opportunities for your community. So that's it for the money, for positive wealth building mindsets. So just we need to focus on how we can get away from the negative beliefs, negative cultural beliefs like, oh, money is evil. You don't need to go get it. Why is everybody trying to save? Why is everybody trying to invest? Focus on the positive things here. Try to get the positive wealth building mindset. And if you're around people that have that negative mindset, you should probably reconsider your circle of friends and try to get with people, with groups of people that are more about positive mindsets, because that will help you grow and it'll help them grow and they'll challenge one another so that you can live your best life. Hey, my name's Jack Warner. Today's video, we're going to be focusing on that wealth creation mindset. Now, some other videos we've talked about negative mindsets, what's pulling us down. You might have seen some small tips about how we can start creating a positive mindset around money. So this video, hopefully, you'll take away some tips and some strategies you can use in your own life to how I can start not only change my positive money mindset, but how I can start focusing on wealth creation and what's the importance of this and what are my takeaways. Also, notice I didn't put financial wealth creation or money. There's nothing about money in here, just wealth creation mindset. Wealth can mean different things, and I'm going to cover some of those other types of wealth that we might pursue in our lives to help us create the lifestyle that we want and the family atmosphere that we want for our families. So first of all, we need to understand before you can do anything with any kind of wealth, any kind of mindset, is understanding where you are at right now, identifying the factors that are impacting you currently. So there are many factors that influence the way we think about money, and some of these, as I go through this list, you're going to start thinking, oh yeah, that definitely has impacted me. So when I go through this list, think about some places in your life where this has affected you in some way. And it could be small, it could be huge. Childhood experiences. What are some things that your family did, or some experiences when you were a child that were connected to money or health or time, whatever it was. How your family discussed finances is huge. So there's some people that, for whatever reason, they don't talk about it at all. It's like taboo to speak about family finances. I feel like our culture, or the newer generations, the younger generations, are slowly coming out of that mindset where we don't talk about money. But I think that's so important for children to know what the family's financial status is and how it works, so they can grow up and understand how it all works too. The town or environment you grew up in, some towns are ultra spendy and some towns are super conservative with their money. So that can impact, because you might want to be in the town or around a group of people in the environment that you grew up in, that if you were growing up in a town that spend a lot of money, you might want to spend more. You might be more into spending, and this can impact your wealth. The people you spend time with. So there's always that saying, like, the you are who you're surround yourself. You are who you surround yourself with, especially the top 5 people that you spend the most time with. You are them, basically. So that can be, you should identify that if you feel like you have a negative money mindset, or they're kind of pulling you down, and you identify the 5 people you spend the most time with, you should focus on that. How can I maybe change that? You don't have to be enemies with them, but maybe you can separate from them a little bit more and spend time with more positive people. Education and advertisements. What has impacted you growing through school? How were you educated around money? If you were like me, you probably weren't. A lot of us were not educated when it comes to finances. What are you watching? What media are you consuming too is a big part. So now that we've identified some of these, and there's more too, I just put some of the bigger ones that have impacted me and others that I've talked to as well. So now that we've identified some problem areas in our past experiences, how can I start creating a better mindset? Well, first of all, we need to generate more money, right? We need to find ways to increase our income. And this might be a silly thing, but this is so true. By thinking big is one of the leading factors. Being ambitious. I want to start a business and make $100,000, or I want a better job. By thinking big, it helps us create or achieve that goal. If we think small, this is the adverse of this. If you think small, then most likely you're going to receive small. Believe that creating wealth is possible for you. These go hand in hand. In fact, all these steps I'm going to show you. Believing um, all these steps, if you believe in them and you're able to do them, they all connect. So believing that creating wealth is possible for you. Just because you grew up in a difficult lifestyle or environment or whatever it might have been, nothing's stopping you from achieving your goals. It doesn't mean you have to be super rich. It doesn't mean you have to have the sweetest car or the nicest clothes. But creating that wealth is possible for you. It is. And then surrounding yourself with a positive community too. This will enable you to create more opportunities and meet more people that are like-minded. Networking is everything. You've heard that before probably. Networking and getting yourself out there and meeting new people is a huge way of connecting more, creating more opportunities for yourself, opening more doors that probably were closed before, and being able to and to grow and to challenge yourself. Understanding that failure will occur, but grow from it. So when you're taking this ambitious steps here, you're going to face failure. You're going to face adversity. So being able to overcome that will generate even more wealth for you and more skills for you. And then finding ways to make more money work for you. So make money work for you. So this is just the investment piece, which we'll cover later in some other videos. But doing all these things, finding ways to invest your money and make your money work. And then to end this lesson, the video, I want to cover some types of wealth. So we focus most on money, and that's true, of building wealth and how it can support other lifestyle changes too. So financial wealth being, I won't say the most important, but definitely the most influential. Financial wealth, having enough money to cover your needs, enjoy life, achieve dreams, create opportunities, and help others. So it doesn't necessarily have to be you're going to have the biggest McMansion, the nicest car, the nicest things, but just having enough. That's it. I've read books where some of the most brilliant minds in finance, they always say just having enough will be good for me. Some people just keep chasing money. And we talked about in another video, they chase the love of money instead of just having enough. Knowing when they have enough is the key to financial freedom and financial wealth. But other types of wealth that being financially free can probably help, and you could probably make a good argument that they can assist these. But social wealth, having a strong network of friends, of relationships, a close friend group, being involved in whatever that might look like in your life. This can be different. You might be on a sports team and be really happy with that sports team. You might be in a church. You might be in a network of businesses or whatever it might look like in your life. But having a strong network of friends or relationships that you're able to pull from, to challenge you, but also to use for resources in case you ever need anything. And time wealth. And this, you could probably definitely make a good argument with financial wealth and time wealth being together. But our culture usually trades earning money for time, or vice versa. You either have to put 80 hours in if you want to be rich, or if you're only going to put 20 hours in a week, then you're going to be broke. You're going to be poor and broke. It doesn't have to be that way. Time and financial wealth go hand in hand. So you need to choose an occupation or some kind of career path that you love and can earn money is a good start and a good start. And passive income streams is the best way to go. So once you're able to find that career, and guys, it's not going to be all like, oh, I found my perfect job at 18 and I'm going to start working. Sometimes you got to go through the trenches and you have to work some of those jobs to get to where you need to be. But start working towards those goals. Don't just work a dead end job and not have any, don't have any aspirations other than that. Start using that job to focus on where you can achieve. A good story is Jeff Bezos. I believe I want to say McDonald's, but don't quote me on that. I believe he started at McDonald's or maybe another fast food restaurant, maybe Wendy's. And he worked the job for whatever the minimum wage was when he was young, but he focused on the system, the automated system that restaurant, I want to say it's McDonald's, but that restaurant created. He focused on that and he learned from it. While he was making burgers and french fries, he was focusing on how does this system operate. He was learning how to become a manager. He was using that job to learn more so that he can make an automated Amazon business. It was selling books, but now it sells everything and does a ton more stuff. And of course, physical health. You can't enjoy these other things. I would make the argument that this one is the most important because you can't enjoy these other types of wealth if you're not healthy enough to do any of it. If you can't go out in the community, you can't, work a 16-hour day, even if it's something you love, which is great. I don't, people can work 16-hour days if they are just absolutely all in love with it, with what they're doing, but they can't do that if they're not in good shape. And they can't continue to do that, of course, unless they're taking care of themselves. So focusing on all these types of wealth is huge. It's important, and it's a good way to live that financial free life, and not even financial, just that freedom that the goal of your life is to try to build a strong life around what you want to do, what you want to achieve, but also to help others and to help them. You need to be able to build these styles of wealth so you can reach out to them, help your community, show others how to do it, and that'll give you more sense of purpose and separate that, oh, money is evil, to money is purposeful, and it gives me purpose and it gives me joy to help others and to create more wealth for myself, my family, my community. Welcome back to another money mindset video. Today's video, we're going to be focusing on defining goals. My name is Jack Warner, and I'm hoping through this video that we can cover how identifying and defining goals can help you in building a positive money mindset and help you achieve financial freedom. So the first thing I want to share with you is a goal setting method called SMART. And I'm going to cover each one of these steps a little bit more in detail further into this video, but I like to use this method because it's simple, it's fun, it's easy to remember. Everybody likes to be smart. So there's other methods out there. If you want to go look at some other methods and pick one that's right for you, so be it. Most of them are going to follow kind of this process, but your goals need to be specific, measurable, attainable, relevant, and time bound, or time sensitive, or have some kind of time constraint to it. So what do I mean by specific? Be specific. You want to identify the details and exactly what you want to achieve in this goal. What is it exactly that you want? A lot of people fail to achieve their goals because they're not specific enough. Especially New Year's resolutions. They'll say, "Oh, I want to be rich, or I want to lose weight, or I want to be stronger, and I want to be faster." Those are not specific goals. I want a new car, I want a new house, I want a new job. They're good, they're goals for sure, but they're not specific. And when they're not specific, it's hard to really focus on what steps do I need to take to achieve that. For example, a very simple, easy goal that's specific. I want to be able to do 10 pull-ups in a row. Specific. I want to do 10 pull-ups. That's the goal. And I want to do them in a row. So I don't want no rest in between. I want to be able to do 10 pull-ups. That's my goal. That's what I want to achieve. It's missing a few things following the SMART method. But as far as being specific, we got it nailed down. However, I was missing on that last example, I was missing time limit and measurable. So how long will it take to achieve this goal? How long will it take me to do 10 pull-ups? I want to be able to do it in 5 months or whatever it is. I want to be able to do it at the end of the year. How long will it be able to take to achieve? What would achieving or reaching the goal look like? So how will what are what's the training method I should take to do the 10 pull-ups in a row? Maybe I need to hang from a bar. Maybe I can only do one pull-up right now. So I do that one pull-up and then I put the band around my feet and I do a few more pull-ups. Or maybe I want to save a little bit of extra money. So I want to be able to have $10,000 by the end of the year for my emergency fund. So I only save maybe a couple hundred a month to get there, whatever it is. For example, I want to save $2,000 in 6 months. So there we go. I'm specific. I have my measurable time. So in 6 months, I should have, if I want to achieve my goal, I should have my $2,000, probably for an emergency fund. The way to do this is to create intervals and checkpoints. So every checkpoint, so say for this example, I use 3 months. So by 3 months, I should have $1,000. So if I want to be on track to meet my goal, by 3 months, I should have $1,000. And I also want to make sure that each goal and each goal that I set, whether it's money or health or whatever it is, each goal is not only measured and specific, but it's also attainable and relevant to my lifestyle. So maybe just use the pull-up example. I want to do 50 pull-ups. Not very attainable. Also, doesn't really match my lifestyle. I'm not a gymnast or a rock climber. I'm just trying to think of places where you might need to, some occupations where you might need to do a lot of pull-ups. I don't need to achieve 50 pull-ups. That's kind of I wouldn't say it's a waste. That'd be a really cool accomplishment for sure. But it's not really using my time efficiently. So that goal isn't really achievable. Or maybe another goal financially. I want to have $50,000 in my emergency fund. Awesome. It's a little bit of overkill for my lifestyle. I probably need about 15, 20,000 right now. Instead of having 50,000, that's a little bit of overkill. I could probably be using that 30, 35K for something else. I could probably use it to invest. I could probably use it to help start a business, whatever it is. So make sure that they're actually attainable. So I probably can even do that within a year and they're relevant to you. Don't make them completely unattainable, completely irrelevant. That doesn't mean aim low. That still means aim high, but make sure they're realistic within the compounds of your life, within your family's lifestyle, whatever it is. Also, put the goals in writing. So there's a ton of like goal setting apps you can make and stuff, and those are good and those are awesome. If those are up in your alley and you're all about that, then keep doing it. But there's something about putting it in writing and then sharing it with somebody if you feel comfortable enough. Share the goals with someone. This kind of holds a sense of I wouldn't say accountability, but I like to use that accountability. At least you're sharing it with somebody. You're sharing maybe the burden, if like with your wife or your spouse or whoever it is, or with a friend. But also, it keeps once you say it out loud, you put it in writing, and you say it out loud, you start taking action towards that goal. So there's something about it psychologically in our minds that we start taking steps to achieve that goal. So I want to do 10 pull-ups in 6 months. I go tell my wife that, or I go tell my friends that at the gym, like, hey, I'm gonna do 10 pull-ups. They're gonna keep asking me. If they're good friends, they're gonna keep asking me every other week, like, hey, how many pull-ups did you do? Or are you close to doing the 10 pull-ups? Or have you achieved the 10 pull-ups yet? That will help. And yeah, it is a sense. I didn't want to say accountability, but it does help create that sense of accountability to get there. And there's so many areas other than finances and fitness goals that we can set goals in: spiritual fitness, educational goals, family goals, career, social, financial goals. There's all types of goals. It can be overwhelming when you're sitting down writing these goals out. Start small. If you've never done goal setting before, it gives your money a purpose. So we're talking about the whole money mindset section of this video series is focusing on how we can build a positive money mindset. Goal setting is key to that. It's an integral part of building, taking my money, using it for purposeful things. This is it. These are the purposeful things. Your whatever the goals are that you were trying to achieve, that'll give your money and your time and your resources purpose to meet those goals and to achieve those goals. And once you achieve those smaller goals, then boom, you can start making bigger goals for yourself. You should always have a mix, just to conclude with this lesson, you should always have a mix of short term, mid term, medium term, and long term goals in all of these categories so that you can push yourself and challenge yourself to be more purposeful in your life. In this video, we're going to be covering skills to create wealth. And part of this video is going to be very challenging, probably the most challenging in the money mindset series of videos that we've put out. And not challenging in a way that's going to upset you, but challenge you in a way that you're going to start thinking of how exactly that portion of building wealth, that wealth creation part of my brain and in my lifestyle, how can I go about doing that? And it's going to make you identify some problem areas in your life that you might need to identify and think about and come to resolve so that you can focus on how you can build wealth for you and your family. So the first thing you need to do is challenge or change your mindset about wealth and about money. So what are some ways you can do this? First of all, we've covered this before in a different video, but identifying your current mindset about money and about money growth or wealth generation, whatever it is, identifying your current mindset will help you see some problem areas or some struggling experiences in your life around money and about money, and how you can the steps you can take to overcome that. And a good way to do this is get a mentor and or hire a financial coach. And you can do both of these. You can do multiple ones of these. You can get several mentors and a couple of financial coaches, or just one financial coach and two mentors, or whatever it might be. But get somebody on your team. Get somebody that is willing to challenge you and walk through this path with you to help you get out of that old mindset about money, about your life. Like, oh, I'll never be rich, or I'll never be able to make enough money to get by, or I'm just living paycheck to paycheck. There are ways that you can. There's people out there who specialize in that, and they're able to get you out of that mindset so you can start focusing on your life and how and what you can do to build wealth. And then surround yourself with like-minded people. If you're in a community or in a group or have friends that are negative, this can bring you down. This can bring you down further and further and further. I always like that metaphor. Not it's not a metaphor. If you actually do this, I've done this in real life. If you're crab hunting and you put a bunch of crabs into a bucket, there's always a couple crabs that are wanting to get out of the bucket, but there's always those crabs with their little pinchers that'll grab them and they'll bring them down. Don't let those people bring you down. You've probably heard that story before, but it is true that the crabs will they'll bring the other crabs down as they're trying to get out of the bucket. But you want to surround yourself with like-minded people, with positive people that are willing to nurture you and nurture the growth that you're trying to do instead of trying to bring you down. Like, oh, yeah, you'll never be rich, or those people are too rich for you, or you'll never be able to make enough money. Why do you need to build wealth? Those kind of people you need to cut out. You can still be friendly with them, but you don't need them around in your life if you're wanting to achieve a healthier lifestyle. Study and read about successful people. So the more you do this, is kind of like surrounding yourself with like-minded people. You get a mentor, you surround yourself with like-minded people, study and read about successful people, self-help books, podcasts, whatever it is. Get into that lifestyle, and it's going to slowly start. You're going to start seeing some changes in your life. Doesn't have to be overnight. It can be for some people. It might be, but that lifestyle might take a little while to cultivate. Talk to a therapist if it's something. I wouldn't say if it's serious, but even if it's something small and it's just been nagging you, talk to somebody who can help you work through it. Talk to a professional, to a counselor, or somebody at your church or at your business that you know that's really good about this, about helping walk people through the problems that they're going through in life. Talk to that person. Reach out. See what they can do to help you. Effort and hustle. So again, like I said, this video, we're going to be covering some things that are going to be a little bit more challenging than other videos in the money mindset series. So effort and hustle. Sometimes you just got to work hard, and it sucks. Like it's going to be tough today. Like you just got to push through it though. So there's going to be those days where it's not everything's going to be a bunch of rainbows and sunshine. You're just going to have to put your head down and you're going to have to work. You're going to have to put some effort and hustle, and not just into your whatever work it is you do for income, but this stuff that we're talking about, the money mindset part of it, the wealth creation. You have to keep doing it, working hard, sacrificing some areas, cut wasteful spending, manage properly manage your money, earn higher income, increase your level of savings, and be consistent. It goes with working hard. Being consistent and working hard and continually doing that over and over and over again, year in and year out, is one of the toughest things you'll do. I'm going to save 20% of my income and invest that every year, no matter what. Even if it means I have to sacrifice that family trip or that extra vacation, I'm still going to do this because I know the goals that I've set for myself and I know what I want to achieve, and this is how I'm going to do it. And part of that skill too is investing, of the skills to build wealth. I need to invest. I need to continue to find ways to grow money. I need to create passive income streams. You got to keep working towards that. So not only do I need to focus on, I need to work on my main job and make a steady income, a steady salary so I can pay for things that I need, but I also need to sacrifice some fun in some areas so that I can start generating passive income streams, or maybe use your job to do so, whatever it is, and create investment goals that align with your life's goals. So I want to, you want to get your PhD in something. Well, start aligning your investment goals to do so. Like put some money in a CD that earns a decent percent interest rate percentage, or maybe a treasury bond, and say, I want to do this in 7 years. So you know that bond has a maturity date of 7 years. You can take it out and then you can pay cash for your PhD or whatever it might be. To help, investing will help you achieve these goals, and it's the number one way to grow wealth. Everybody wants to get rich quick and get to that retirement picture that they always had in their head and get to that wealthy point in their life. But hardly anybody wants to do the work unless you are born into that lifestyle or you inherit a bunch of money. You have to work hard to build that wealth. You're going to have to work hard and get on a plan to get you to that wealthy point. My name's Jack, and in this video, I'm going to be covering the very first step, big step to help you get on that wealth journey. So there's a lot of confusion and a debate really about, being rich versus being wealthy. A lot of people, they want to get rich, but understanding just being rich isn't enough. Being rich can be the same as being poor, at least the mindset, maybe not financially in the outlook of life, but the mindset can still be the same. We want to approach money and achieve wealth. We want to be able to get to this point. So I want to show you the differences between being rich and being wealthy. Being rich, this is kind of the mainstream push of go out, work hard, work 60, 70, 80 hours a week, make a ton of money, spend a ton of money. This is kind of the mainstream approach to this. So you're going to have an extravagant lifestyle. You're usually very popular, or everybody knows you at least, or at least the spending style that you are in is well known. Usually spends money to impress, has more liabilities than assets. And I'll discuss more about that later and how that's important to your wealth. Can be living paycheck to paycheck. I've heard of people with incomes $250,000 plus still barely making it month out of month out of month because they have spent so much money and their liabilities heavily outweigh their assets. So all their paycheck is going to support basically this extravagant lifestyle. And they're not in control of their financial health. Versus building wealth and being wealthy, and this is not mainstream. There's a great book. There's so many great books on this too about building wealth versus being rich. Usually boring, not well known. Millionaire mindset is kind of if you Google that and start researching this, you'll find that a lot of millionaires, there's a big study of thousands and thousands of millionaires, they're not well known. They're just living their life, putting money in things that aren't as popular, not having these crazy parties or buying these fancy cars or living in these huge homes. They save and invest money. They have more assets than liabilities. They created multiple streams of income, so they're not totally reliant on their job, on their primary source of income, if that's the case for them. They have achieved financial freedom. So we are going to be focusing on this instead of this. So we don't want the mainstream get rich quick, Instagram lifestyle, because that's usually not how it really is portrayed. If you look at economics and you look at all the different financial studies that have been done, being rich and that spending all that money isn't not it's not going to bring happiness, whereas wealth and building wealth will. So the first thing we need to do to get on our wealth journey is we need to track our spending. And this is also, we'll talk about budgeting in a later video, but this is a very important step, not only to help you with your wealth journey, but also in budgeting and getting control of your finances, which all leads together. I mean, it's all ties in together. So when you're tracking your spending, the first thing you need to do, or the first thing you can do, doesn't necessarily need to be something you need to do, but keep a record and write down everything you spend money on for a whole month. So start doing it. If you don't do anything else and you don't know how to do anything else, you're not good with technology, and you've always been the person to write things down. Start writing things down. Keep the receipts. Start writing everything that you spend money on down. Download or print all the bank statements from last month. So if you don't want to do this, you're like, I can't keep track of all that, and you know you've used your debit or credit card. Download all your bank statements from last month. Everything, all the statements that you have money coming in or out of, but especially out of, print all that off. Start looking it over. Track spending in a spreadsheet. Maybe you have a spreadsheet and you're a spreadsheet just geek nerd and you love it. I can say that because I am. And you can put all your money into different spreadsheets. Use the spending tracker app. This is also nice. There's many. I put a few examples here. It'll automatically do it for you. You just got to connect your bank account, but beware some of these cost a fee, cost some money to use their business, and it'll automatically do it. And then once you do all this, whichever one you choose, or maybe do all of them, who knows? I've heard of people doing 2 or 3 of them. There's more methods out there to track your spending. I've even heard of the glass jar method, or the envelope method is what it's known as. You put money in the envelope or you put money in the jar, and that's your cash for your spending. Also a budgeting tip. But once you do all this, start categorizing all of your spending. Put things in utilities, essentials over here, entertainment, clothing, food, groceries, gas, et cetera, going on down the list there. You want to start categorizing that because you want to see where are you spending money. Because once you do that, once you start tracking your spending, you can start finding areas of spending that you can eliminate today. You'll be surprised. You'll be shocked. Like, oh my gosh, I spent $300 on gas, or I spent $200 on clothes last month, and I really didn't need any clothes. Or maybe we went out to eat too much. Or maybe I can really start cutting down my groceries. Or maybe we can turn the air conditioning up 1 more degree and save on utilities because I get kind of cold. So start looking at things that you can start eliminating, and we'll talk more about this too in a later video when it comes to budgeting. And lastly, why we are tracking our spending is because we want to make sure that we are focusing on our wealth building mindset. So we want to be able to generate a personal balance sheet. And if you've ever done a business balance sheet, this is very similar. The ins and outs, basically. And this is how it looks. On the left column, we have our assets. So this is money. Assets are things of value that brings value to us, and we don't have to pay money to. So assets, any cash you have on hand, money that you have, any bank accounts that you have money deposited in. If you have a cash value life insurance, include that. Current value, all investments, property that you own, cars, real estate, recreation vehicles, etc. And add that into the total column and get your total assets. And then come over here to the liabilities column, and this is all the money that you owe. These are things that you owe money on, and it's money that is going to leave you at some point in your life. So mortgage, rent, car loans, student loans, any kind of loans, outstanding credit cards or balances or other personal loans, any unpaid bills, unpaid taxes, unpaid medical bills, etc. Anything that you owe money on. I'm probably forgetting a few things in these lists, but anything that you owe money on, put into this column and add it up, and you have your total liability. So how we figure out net worth, and this is so fun because this is the net worth definition. Total assets minus total liabilities equals net worth. Now all this is the current value of your total assets or total liability. So all this can change, and we're going to talk about time value of money because of different interest rates and everything that's going on. But when you're doing this is the current value of your total assets, current value of your total liabilities, and that equals your net worth. So now you have a good starting point to start building towards wealth, to start generating more wealth. You're tracking your spending. We over this video we talked about how you can track your spending, and we started focusing on where can we increase our assets and where can we lower our liabilities to find our net worth. Hey, my name's Jack. Today I'm focusing on wealth creation and why it's important not only for just your self-interest, but your family and others around you too. And now I'm also going to talk about some strategies on how we can create and generate wealth. So, first of all, I want to define wealth creation. What exactly is wealth and how can I create it? And it doesn't always have to do with finances either. So, we're going to talk about other things that might mean wealth for us. So, first, I have to go over the financial definition of wealth. Value of assets, so stuff that you own that holds value, like your car, your house, cash on hand, investments, etc., minus your liabilities. If you looked up a financial definition of wealth, that's what you're going to get. Assets minus liabilities, and liabilities are things that you might owe money on, such as loans, student loans, credit cards, mortgages, any taxes you haven't paid that you're behind on, or any bills that you haven't paid that you're behind on, money that you owe. So you take that and you subtract it. A positive number from this means that you're heading in the right direction. A negative number means that you're not heading in the right direction. It doesn't mean it's not the end of the world. There might be some things going on, but you can adjust. So that's the finance definition of wealth. But wealth also has kind of a relative definition, since we're talking about personal finance. For some people, wealth might mean, I want to eventually retire at 45 and go on all these types of different vacations and go eat at the finest restaurants. Some people want to say, well, I want to spend more time with my kids, my grandkids, or I want to be able to take more trips. Or some people's definition of wealth might just be, I just want to relax. I don't want to have to worry about money. So the finance definition is awesome, but sometimes we need to focus on the relative definition. We want to create more time for ourselves. We want to have a sense of security and peace. We want to be able to accomplish a goal. So it might be we want to build wealth to start a business eventually. And maybe we want to have that business give some kind of public service or good. Maybe we want to achieve some dreams. You always wanted to backpack in Switzerland or live abroad for 3 months or whatever. So there's different types of relative definition when it comes to, what does wealth mean in your world, in your own personal finance. So that's why it's important before you even start calculating your financial definition, set goals. What does wealth look like in your life and your long-term goals? So we talked about what is wealth and what it might mean to you. So how do we create more wealth? What are some ways that we can create more wealth for ourselves? Well, of course, we can talk about increasing your income, right? We can talk about, increase your salary, start a business, make more money. That's obvious. But how do we do it outside of being actively approaching that? Well, one thing you can do is investing your saved money so you can grow wealth by choosing investments that align with your financial goals. So that's step one is saving. So saving, budgeting enough money to put in towards savings. And then after you have those savings goals reached or that saving amount reached, then you can start investing. And you want to make sure you're choosing investments that will align with your financial goals. More on that later. And we also have to understand that wealth generation takes time. You're not going to be, most people aren't wealthy overnight. Even Warren Buffett took him years to develop the wealth to where he's at now. I think until he was like 50, he made 99% of his wealth after he turned 50. Incredible. But we do need to understand that we need to invest as early in life as possible. If you're listening to this and you're 17 or 18 years old, start now. Even if you're 25 years old and you haven't done anything with your investments, start now. Even if you're 50 year old, as soon as you can, you want to start. Obviously, people that are younger have more time to develop wealth now if they were to start, but you can still, it's not too late. You need to start right away though. We should increase the rate of our investment return or our investments over time. So if I started at 21, I need to slowly and surely start adding to that as I progress in life, as I get older and older. I want to increase the amount I am putting away. So even if, let's just say I started at 18, I wanted to put $200 away a month in my investments, in my savings accounts, whatever it might have been. that should increase. I shouldn't be still putting in 200 as I go through life. I need to put in 200 this year, 300 next year, 400. And by the time I'm 30, it should be 1,000 or more that I'm be able to put away each month in my investments, in my retirements, and whatever other accounts I have that can grow. And this is important because this anytime we get an increase in income, we should be able to put more away. So remember, and this is an important note that I want you to take away from this lesson, how much and how early you invest or save holds way more value, way more weight than how much return on investment you may receive. So if you're getting caught up like, oh, which stock should I invest in, or should I invest in Bitcoin, or should I put this in the Roth IRA or whatever it might have been, yes, those are important things you should think about, but you should focus more on how much can I put away, how much more money can I invest this month? Can I save, at least 30% this month instead of 20%? Can I put $50 more towards something? Maybe I won't go out to eat this month or the next 2 months, and I'll focus more on how much money can I invest instead. So that's more important, first of all, if it's besides this, what the stock market's doing, focus on how much I can put away and how much I can save. So there are some strategies we'll go over to generate more wealth. And I'm not going to get into some advanced investing strategies. I'm just showing some time proven, historical proven strategies to help generate more wealth. First, I talked about this earlier, you want to align your investments with your financial goals. So if you maybe throw an example out there, if you're wanting to take a cool trip in a few weeks, you're probably not going to put all your money into a CD or into an index fund or into a stock or to a company. You're going to want to put that into a savings account or some kind of money market account. And that will grow with a little bit of interest, nowadays, hardly anything. But that way you can use that money if it's just a few weeks. That way you can use your money to go on that trip quickly without, risking all of it if you wanted to go on that trip. So you have to understand, align your goals with your investments. So, and we want to be able to continue to increase the amount that we are investing into there. Just like I was saying, if you start today and it's only $50 a month, so be it. That's awesome. Start there. Next month, try to increase that. Maybe you can do 55. Maybe you can do 60. Maybe you can do 100. Increase it every stage. It might not be months, it might be every few months or maybe every couple of years that you're able to increase it, but you definitely want to look to increasing the amount we're investing. If your salary or income increases, your investments should also increase. You want to make sure you're balancing growth with conservative sustainability. So you don't want to get out of control and put 100% of your money into aggressive growth stocks, all blue chip stocks. You're investing all in Coca-Cola. You want to be able to focus, and this matters too on the stage of life you're in. If you're younger, you're mostly going to focus on aggressive growth, growth stock or value stocks and index funds and such. And if you're older, and if you're like around 50, 60 retirement age, you might want to go into more bonds, index funds and such to be a little bit more conservative. And we also want to diversify those investments depending on our goals. So if you're close to retirement, as well as just talking about, if you're close to retirement at the age of 50 or 60, you might want to dial back how much you have invested in stocks. You might want to put more in bonds, treasury bonds, municipal bonds, stuff like that, so that when retirement comes, you're not risking it all if the stock market collapses. Whereas on the flip side, if you're 18 to 25, 26, 28, you might want to focus, even in your 30s, you might want to focus on putting more money into index funds, ETFs, and stocks, and even if you want to get a little crazy, start looking into crypto, and be a little bit more aggressive because you have time on your side when you're young. You can be a little bit more aggressive, but don't throw all of your money investments into just one single aggressive fund, because you want to make sure that you have diversified assets, and you want to be smart about this too. If you're wanting to buy a house in 5 years, then you probably don't want to put all your money into Microsoft. You probably want to spread your money out, maybe put a couple of things in the real estate, own a few stocks here and there of different companies, have several into bonds, keep a ton in savings and stuff like that. So you have to make sure that you understand, what your investment goals are, what's your investment horizons, how it's put, and then make sure you categorize those investments that are geared towards your goals and the outcomes that you want to see. So what's the purpose of creating wealth? Why do I need to even generate wealth? And I like Warren Buffett's quote here on wealth. He says, if you don't find a way to make money while you sleep, which means passive income, you will have to work till you die, which means active income, stuff you have to do, put in work every hour. So we need to take Warren Buffett's advice to heart, because the purpose of creating wealth isn't just to be selfish. It's to help you create more time for yourself and your family and loved ones, and your business or organizations you're a part of, whatever it might be. So wealth creation helps achieve various short, medium, and long-term financial goals. And I'm just going to give you some examples of the short, medium, and long-term goals. So short-term goals are about 1 to 2 years or less. So that could mean you're saving up enough for a vacation. Maybe you want to buy a car, and I even just thought about you might want to take a course. So you might want to save up enough money to take a community course, a community college course, or to take some kind of certification course. And that might only be $1,000, $2,000. So that could be a short-term financial goal for yourself too. The short-term goals, you're probably not going to be investing in aggressive stocks or bonds or anything like that. You're probably going to keep that kind of money into money market accounts or savings accounts. Medium-term goals, you might could be a little bit more conservative. You might want to buy a CD and hold it for 3 to 5 years, or you might want to put it into a mutual fund or into an index fund. And these goals could include getting a new car, down payment on a home, starting a business, etc. Long-term goals, we're mostly focusing on retirement. We're focusing on decades worth of wealth generation. This is where we're going to start putting our money into uh, more investment vehicles like stocks, like bonds, treasury bonds, into maybe if you want to buy gold, if you're a person that really likes precious metals, index funds. We're going to put our money into vehicles that's going to help us create more wealth in the long run. It's money that we don't need in the short term, basically. So we're building up for retirement. That's probably the biggest long-term goal, building up for retirement. But I also like that it might be something for you. I put your children's education. It might be just your education. Maybe you want to take a new course in 10 years. Maybe you're wanting to pursue a master's degree or perhaps a PhD eventually. That could also be a long-term goal that you're putting money away, investing in bonds or in stocks or something to help grow that money, so you eventually can use it to reach those goals. And not all goals have to be in your self-interest. So some of these I've mentioned have been more self-interest. Investment goals, they could target starting a business to employ people or create some kind of good or service that could benefit a lot of people in the public. Or it could be some people just like generating wealth, and eventually I've heard someone say before, there's only so many beaches you can sit on, martinis you can drink, and lobsters that you can eat. Eventually you're going to want to do something good with that money. And philanthropy and activism can be a way and can be a method of a purpose, I guess, a driving goal for us to create more wealth. So summary and key takeaways of this video. Building wealth is an ongoing process that requires discipline. You're not going to get rich quick overnight. It's going to take step-by-step processes to focus on money that you need to put away. How can you create more income for yourself? How can you create more passive income for yourself and grow that money? Write down and define your goals. This goes hand in hand with your investments and what type of investment you're going to be putting in. So writing down and defining your goals, listing them, and then aligning those financial investments into those goals is key. Make a plan, stick to it. Whatever your investment strategy is, stick to that plan. Go with what you know, stick with that investment strategy. Whatever your goals are, that strategy should align with those goals. And customize your wealth creation strategy. Make adjustments if you need to. Life is going to happen, and you might have to adjust a little bit. Okay, so you got used to putting $1,000 a month away in your retirement accounts. Something happened in your life where you have to dial that back a bit. That's okay, as long as you can get back to that process eventually. So make sure that you customize your strategy and adjust it according to your lifestyle. And choose investments, and this is an important piece of this good summary of this lesson here. Choose investments that you are comfortable with, that you know. Don't try to get on the new trend of Bitcoin or NFTs and stuff. And that's what you want to do, and you feel comfortable doing that, and you've done all your work. That's fine. but stick with what you know. Don't try to follow the group herd mentality. Get a good plan, stick to it, understand your risk assessment, how much risk you can tolerate, and stick to those investments so you can generate more wealth for yourself, for your family, for your friends, for your business organization, your churches, whatever it is. Generating more wealth not only helps you, but it can help others around you too. In this video, I'm going to show you how to use a budget. And this is an excellent video for anybody that hasn't yet started a budget or maybe is just in the beginning steps of creating a budget and actually following it. So not only am I going to share methods on how to get started, but also actually how to put that into action and how to take steps while using this budget. So the first thing I want to go over is making sure that you find the right method or tool for you. So you're looking at comfort level, your skill level, your experience, all that type of stuff. But most importantly, you want to find a method or tool that fits your needs, that fits what you are doing in your own personal financial journey. So some of the budgets that we're going to cover in this video is the 50-30-20 rule, the zero-based, and the cash system. And I'll discuss these more in detail later. We also need to make sure that when we are budgeting, we're tracking our spending. So that's one of the very first things you should do before you even start to budget is make sure you're spending, you're tracking your spending. And you can do this through automation with budget apps, with your bank, whatever bank tools, keeping receipts, making sure you're recording all of your transactions on checkbooks, using bank statements, Excel sheets, there's worksheets out there, whatever. You just make sure you find the right method, find the right tool, and start doing it. And there's many ways to start budgeting, and my favorite way, my personal favorite way, is automated apps because it does it all for you. You can link your bank account, your credit card, whatever, all that stuff to that budget app, and it'll automatically fill it out. You can set percentages on the different categories that you want to budget, that you can put in different goals that you want to achieve, and it'll do it all for you. And in that way, you don't have to continually put it in each time. But I understand that that might take some time to set up, but also you might not fully appreciate the budgeting process. So some people, you might want to do it, you might want to write it down at first. You might want to write out or type it in on a spreadsheet. You can print off or use an online worksheet template. You can even write these notes into your journal, whatever. But whichever one you do, you just want to make sure you stick to it, keep doing it. Maybe you start off writing and then you transfer over to an automated budget app later. That's fine. So now that we are tracking our spending, so we're keeping note of all of our spending. We're not categorizing anything yet. You can do that. In fact, I recommend doing it at the same time of you tracking your spending. But if you want to do that later, you're more than welcome to. Again, this is personal finance, so do whatever you feel comfortable with. The next thing we need to do is make sure we're calculating our after-tax income, and this is considered our net income or take-home pay. I like take-home pay the best, because it's not just referring to taxes that are taken out. So here's a list of some commonly deducted items. So you'll see healthcare on there. In some companies, you might not have to pay for any healthcare if you're with a good employer who's covering that 100%. 401k, federal state income tax, Medicare, Social Security tax, any other benefits or options that you have set up with your company or with your salary or whatever you're doing that's being deducted. Make sure you are aware of that. Then after that, we can calculate, we can use that after-tax income, that net take-home pay, because this is going to be serving as the foundation and the basis of our budget, where you're using this money to make sure that we can have enough money left over at the end of before each month when we're starting our budget to actually spend money on. We want to make sure that we're not using our gross income or before tax income, because that we're not getting some of that money. So if you have a gross annual income of $60,000, that means you make $5,000 a month, but that's gross income. So usually that's going to be maybe it depends on where you live, but that's going to be broken down to maybe $4,000 or even $3,500 a month instead, after taxes and after all other deductions. So we understand, we take our take-home pay, and we'll plug it into different methods. So this first method I want to show you, and this is an excellent rule, budget rule and method if you just don't know anything about budgeting and you just need a place to get started. I highly recommend you use the 50-30-20 rule because it's a great place to get started. It's very simple, very easy. And the first thing you need to do before you do anything else, before you look even further into that 30 or 20 rule, is make sure you understand that 50% of your income will be going to needs and essentials. It could be less, it might be more, but you just want to make sure that at 50% is a good target. So 50%, and we're talking about these kinds of essentials too: housing, essential utilities, consumer debt payments, childcare, transportation, groceries, insurance. We're focusing on these first. Then, once we have our 50% calculated, then we can start focusing on some of our wants. So this might be a new car we want, maybe a new toy, maybe going out to eat, whatever it might be. And then 20% of your income will go to savings and investing. And that includes your 401k if you're already getting that deducted, or a Roth IRA, whatever, if you're self-employed. If you're already getting that deducted, that's part of your 20%. So don't make sure that you go back through your deductions and consider that a part of your 20% if you're already making those retirement benefit, or making those contributions to whatever retirement account you have. But the biggest thing we're focusing on is our essentials first. So we're going to calculate our income and make sure it's around that 50% before we do anything else. So let me show you an example here. So with this 50-30-20 budget example, we are just focusing on the 50% here. So we have a pretend person. Their net income, or their take-home pay, is $3,000 per month. The person just began budgeting, so they just started listing their expenses. They were tracking their spending for a whole entire month. I don't know what they did here. I wrote this up, but they could have used a budget app. They could have written it out. They could have put it in an Excel sheet, whatever. Now they can list all their expenses from the last month for their essentials 50% category. So let's see what they found. Their housing, they're paying $1,000 for rent, $100 in utilities, and this one could change because of summer months, fall, winter, so on. Consumer debt payments, childcare is $0. So the consumer debt looks like maybe they have some credit card debt that they're paying, or maybe they're paying the minimum on an auto loan. Childcare is $0. Transportation is around $50. That could be anything from public transport, or maybe they're only spending $50 a month on a very fuel efficient car. That's awesome. Groceries, $300. Insurance, $150. And we're just going to assume this person's by themselves. So they don't have a family. They're just an individual person renting an apartment or something. And this is how much you're spending on themselves. Don't have to worry about anybody else for that month. The next thing that we need to do is add up all these categories to get a total. So we know that $1,800 is more than half of $3,000. So we're already kind of in the red here. We're finding an issue with this person. If you take 1,800 and divide it into 3,000, that's going to be 60%. They need to be lower, at least 50% or lower. So they know they're 10% over budget. Now they can start looking into categories and figuring out, where can I start cutting my spending. Groceries, probably a little high, depending on where you live, but maybe a little high in that category for groceries for this one person. So maybe they can cut that down to maybe $200 a month instead of $300. Maybe the consumer debt payments, they're getting close to paying that off, and maybe they get a bonus next month, and boom, they can knock that out in 3 months. That way, once it's paid off, they can start putting $200, because they only need to bring this down $300 more to get to that 50%. Maybe they can choose a different housing place. Maybe they can room with somebody and cut that down to $500, or maybe they can move houses, get a smaller apartment, whatever, and cut that down to $700, $800. Another option this person has is, besides cutting spending, maybe they can. And this might be the first option. It all depends on your own personal financial journey and your lifestyle. Maybe they can increase their income. Maybe they can ask for a raise. They can take another job. They can do a side hustle, start a business, and then get that money. They can get their income higher per month, and that way it'll have more money to work with, so they can keep all this the same, and then boom, they'll be at their 50%. So all this, it just depends on your lifestyle and how you want to proceed with getting that down to 50%. The next thing I want to talk about is, well, what if this was 40%? What if this is 40% of their budget? And that's awesome, first of all. But now they have more money they can work with, because they're saving. They're in a 10% budget surplus, basically, is how we would look at it mathematically. They can use that extra 10%, that extra $300 it would be, to maybe put towards something else. Maybe they can put it more towards paying off that credit card quicker, or maybe they can put it, maybe there's a certain grocery item they wanted to get, so they can increase their budget there, or maybe they can put it towards investing, because we're just focusing on the 50%, so they can start looking at that 30 and 20%. The other method I want to discuss is a zero-based budget. And this is good for beginners too. I would recommend this more for people who have been doing it a while. Maybe they just started the 50, 30, 20 and they did it for a few months and they're looking for a new challenge. Zero-based budget is a great way to go as well. Both these are awesome. There's hardly any negatives really. So income, what you're doing with a zero-based budget is built into the name. You're taking all of your income and you're putting in a place. Everything is an expense. Even investing is considered an expense in a zero-based budget. Because you want to have zero, all of your money is being used, basically. Every dollar has a purpose and is categorized in the budget. Everything every dollar, I've heard someone say it before, every dollar is like an employee. You don't want $1 sitting around doing nothing. You want every dollar to have a purpose, a function, and being used and being employed in a way that can help you with your personal finances. So you're starting every month with $0. The budget starts over each month. And this could be for investing, savings, whatever. Your essentials, of course, should be first. And these expenses can include all essentials, savings, investment, and wants. Zero-based budget, I think, is a lot. It's excellent for people who are in debt because this will make sure that every dollar is being used, every single penny is being used to go towards paying off that debt quicker. And if a budget item goes under, which means that's good, under I know sounds kind of bad, but if a budgeted item goes under, which means you have extra money, then it can be added onto a different item the next month. So say you had our example from last example here, the guy had $300, the person had $300 into their groceries. Let's just say they only spent $200, but they have $100 left over. Awesome. So now they can use that $100, and I would recommend they would use that $100 to pay off their debt quicker, or they can help build an emergency fund, or they can help boost the savings, or they can take a friend out to eat, take their date out to eat, whoever, and they can help build that emergency fund. They can invest with it, whatever it might be. You might see this in utilities. So say you have budgeted out $150 in utilities, and it's late September, and you don't have the AC on, you don't have the heat on. You're saving a ton of money. Saving maybe 40, 50 bucks each month now. Now you have that extra budget item that you can use to then move around wherever you need to move. Just make sure, though, if you're using a zero-based budget, that any money saved needs to have a place. The next system is very similar to the zero-based system. It's called the cash. I call it the cash system, but some people might call it the envelope system or the jar budgeting system or whatever it might be. And they're the same thing. What you would do is you create envelopes. I've seen baskets. I've seen hats, actually. Envelopes or you label jars according to your expense categories. I've seen as little as 3 jars, and I've seen as many as 20 jars or envelopes of people labeling their expense categories. And then you would physically put that cash into the envelope. So I have one here for utilities. I put my cash in, set it over here. I have my one for groceries. I put the cash in, I put it over here. Rent, over here, and so on and so forth. Now, obviously, that's going to require a little bit more work if you're doing it physically. It just depends on your lifestyle too. Some people like that tangible aspect of moving money around and seeing the cash go down, like my jars here in the background picture. They like to see. Well, you don't like to see the money go away, but they learn better. They're able to stick to their budget better if they can see the physical money leaving the jar. And once that jar is empty, boom, that's done for that month. They have to refill it when they get paid the next month. So this is a great one to get started. There's also digital ones too. There's also some digital systems, so you don't have to be physical. I've seen some cool digital ones where they kind of like gamify the whole entire budgeting process, where you can kind of like drag and drop and you earn achievements, and it's really cool. There's like a community built around them. This one works great in conjunction with the 50-30-20 rule. So some people will have 3 jars, 50% essentials, 30% wants, 20% retirement or investing savings, and they can work with the 50-30-20 rule with this system. So once we start budgeting, we pick a system to budget, then we can start assessing our spending categories and really honing in on where can I reduce my spending, or where can I increase spending. So you're going to look at each category and see where you can cut spending. Or maybe you say you have like $100 each month in the utilities jar or the utilities category on your budget sheet. And you're like, dang, I can actually use that money somewhere else. I can use that money to pay off my car loan quicker or my student loan quicker. Then you can assess your spending categories and adjust accordingly. Definitely assess, and I would recommend, regardless of where you are in the financial journey, assess expenses like the most popular ones, or the infamous ones, I guess. Groceries, going out to eat, any kind of subscriptions you have, like Xbox Live or Netflix or the PlayStation Network or Hulu. Yeah, there's so many different. Man, there's so many different subscriptions. I can't even name them all. Paramount Plus, all those different ones. Entertainment section. Hey, my name's Jack. This is part two of how to use a budget. So, in the first part of this video, we covered many different concepts and topics. We went over different budget methods, how to track spending, and different tools and methods we can use to start budgeting. Then we talked about how the importance of using your after-tax income, some different deducted items that you might have, using after-tax income or take-home pay before we are definitely over the use of gross income to start to create the basis of our budget. I use 50-30-20 rule as a budget rule, a good place to get started for beginners, and also focusing on that 50% essentials need. Use this example of somebody who was able to get their budget down to 1800, but we found out that they were 60% over their budget, so they would have to find categories to reduce spending in. And compare the 50-30-20 budget to the zero-based budget where you start with zero every month, which means every dollar has a purpose. And I use the saying goes that every dollar is an employee, and you want each employee, each dollar, having a purpose and being efficient. So you want to make sure that every dollar has its place to go. The budget starts over each month. Expenses includes all essential savings, investments, and wants. So that means that there's a category for each thing. And if a budget item goes under, that's a good thing. That means you have extra money, and you can use that money to build a better emergency fund, to pay off debt quicker, maybe to invest, or even just to splurge a little bit. We discussed the use of a cash envelope or jar system, and this is very similar to the zero-based system, and I think it can also go really well with the 50-30-20 rule. And basically, you can physically use a jar to put cash in for each category, or you can use a digital version of this as well. And then we got to part one. We got to assessing our spending categories. So we want to look over each category and see where you can cut spending. So this is where we got to from part one. In part two, we're going to focus on, now we have that budget created. Now what can we do with that budget? How do we move forward once we've progressed? I created a budget, I've been doing it for 2 months. Now what? That's where we're at now in part two. So we want to assess spending categories. Look over each category and see where we can cut spending. Am I overspending in areas? It might be I put cut spending on this lesson, but it might be something but you can spend more money on. That maybe you're under budget on several areas and you have a little bit extra cash left over. So maybe you can start looking at ways where you can increase spending in certain areas. Usually it's gonna be cut spending though, so don't get too happy. You definitely want to assess expenses and these are probably the most infamous ones that we talked about in part one. Groceries, going out, subscriptions you might have, entertainment, non-essential utilities. All of these you have control over. And non-essential utilities, I'm including like your cell phone bill, or maybe you can get a better internet um, bill if you switch providers or whatever. Same thing with cell phones. That's what I'm kind of using in non-essential utilities. But these are typically, from what I've seen in my experience, areas that we have control over, the most control over out of any other budgeted item, and that we also splurge the most on. So these areas we can usually hone in on and move money around and either sacrifice a certain area entirely if it's that drastic and focus spending in other categories. We also want to make sure while we're assessing our budget and assessing our spending categories, we also want to make sure we're prioritizing budgeting different budget items. So the first thing we want to focus on is high priority items first, and that's our essentials. That's our housing, utilities, food, transportation, insurance. I've heard some people call it your four walls. You're protecting your four walls around you. Everything inside that four walls, if you have a family, all them too are included in this. We're focusing on that housing, utilities, food, transportation, insurance. We're focusing on what we need. The bare minimum is what we're focusing on to get by first. Then once that's taken care of, we can move on to step two, or to priority item number two, focusing on the second highest priorities. And that's going to be our consumer debt payments, like credit cards, student loans, auto loans. we want to make sure that we're budgeting enough so we can pay more than the minimum on these if we can. So remember, we got to get one done first. Then once we move on to priority budget item number 2, we can start knocking out these loans, these debts much quicker and put a lot more money towards them so we can get them removed from our lives, get everything under control, and that way we can start focusing on the next priority item number 3, and that's our savings and investing goals. Then once we get our budget underway, so we've tracked our expenses, we have our budget, we've assessed our categories of where we're spending more money. Then over time, say 3 or 4 months, you should be checking this once a month, if not more. Especially, I think once a week if you're just getting started. But if once you start getting the hang of things, you start getting a little bit more practiced with budgeting, then you only need to check it, once a month. Then we can start reassessing everything we did. Maybe and life changes and we can make adjustments. So you want to make sure you're checking your budget at least once a month, if not every couple of weeks, to track your progress. And life happens. Understand that life happens. Give yourself some mercy. Give yourself some grace if something happens. Make adjustments as needed. Maybe you had a big job change. Maybe you got fired. Maybe you got really sick. Maybe you had to move. Maybe somebody in your family got really sick or something happened to them. Your car got ruined. Whatever it is, life happens. Make adjustments if you need to. Don't make adjustments to fit your own personal wants and desires. The only adjustment should occur, the biggest adjustment should occur when a life essential thing happens, when part of your 50% of your budget has to make a change. And overall, you need to make sure you're sticking to your plan and continue to strive for your goals. So you've made this budget, you're focused on that 50% essentials. Now what you can do is start putting that 20% or increasing that 20% of your take-home pay to your investing goals, so you can start boosting your investing goals. That way you can reach financial goals quicker. Like I can pay off my home quicker, or I can start that business I've always dreamt about, or I can buy that car finally, or I can finally take that really cool vacation that I've always wanted to take. That's the point of budgeting, is to help us achieve financial freedom first, but then also help us achieve financial goals that we've always set out for ourselves. Or it might not even be financial goals. It might just be some life goals that we've always had, that budgeting might help us get there, because a lot of things, it's just the world we live in. A lot of things cost money. So we can use budgeting, we can create this kind of budgeting method to help us achieve these goals and finally get to places where we want to be in our life. So in summary, definitely pick a budget method and tool that works for you, that you feel comfortable with, that you understand and that you can use, and stick to it. That way you can help get yourself into a comfortable financial situation that you can handle and be happy about. Hey, my name's Jack. Today I'm going over personal net worth and how this is important for you, your budgeting process, and your financial journey. So the first thing we need to do is, why should we even calculate our net worths? Why should we even look into that? The first thing we want to do is, when you want to make sure that we are growing over time. Just like anything in life, you want to make sure you're progressing towards something positive. So we want to measure our financial growth over time. It's a great place to start our financial journey, and we can see our whole entire big picture of our financial status and where we're at. So what is net worth? The definition of net worth is assets minus liabilities, like we've gone over in other lessons. So we take our valuables, things that we have money in, minus things that we owe, liabilities, and that gets our net worth. So assets, items you own that hold value; liabilities, items that you owe money on or towards. Of course, net worth can mean, having wealth can mean different things too. But if we want to get the emotions out of it, we want to focus on the financial data, then this is where we need to start. So in order to get our net worth, we need to gather all of our financial documents. This is any kind of financial statement, so bank statements, income statements, if you own a business, all your business financial statements, any appraisals that you have on property documents, titles, receipts. You want everything you can get for your assets as well as your liabilities. So any kind of loan term that you have, any kind of credit card balance that you might have, if you own a mortgage, those bank notes, all of that information. Gather it all. And then we can start creating a personal finance statement. This is how we can figure out our financial assets versus liabilities, or our net worth. We can start calculating for that. So here are some common assets that I put over here to help us kind of get an idea where we can start. So assets, it's going to include any liquid assets or cash and money in any account. So any bank account, property values, value of all of your investments. So your retirement accounts are included in this, as well as any stocks or investments you have outside of your retirement. Some common liabilities, mortgage balance, so what you owe on your home. Any credit card balances, really any loan balances you have, personal loans, owed taxes or bills. So if you're behind on your taxes or bills or whatever it might be, just make sure that we are including all of that information and any bills that we're behind too. So now we have that. Here's a template of assets and liabilities. And you can just take a look at this, pause this video if you need to, and go over. This is a great template just to kind of break down what I was just talking about in the last slide. So you have your cash, the different things that can go in cash or equivalents, your real property, and we're using a market value. I'm going to discuss more of that here in a second. Market value is also known as the current value. So not what you think it's worth, what the market thinks it's worth. Investments, you have a different type of investments here, retirement accounts, other, and then you'll put your total assets here. You can choose, there's thousands of these personal finance statements or personal asset statements online to help you figure out your net worth that you can find. Free templates. Mortgages, different liabilities here, student loans, car loans, credit cards, taxes owed if you owe taxes, contractual obligations like tuition or leases. So if you have you need to include your rent. If you were, just say you started renting this year and you're 2 months in, well, you have to pay that rent for another 10 months. So make sure you include that into your liabilities. And then from there, you have your assets over here, your liabilities over here. You put your total assets, your total liabilities, and that helps get your net worth. So why we're using the current value, or also known as the market value, is because we want to see what it is right now. So we want to get a realistic picture of our financial status. And we want to be able to understand, how much we actually owe. And we need to do this continually too, because current value could change. Your home could change. Your net worth will change with that. So positive net worth, it is ideal, and it means you're heading in the right direction. Doesn't mean it's bad though if you have a negative net worth, because there could be some things going on, like a big mortgage. I put some examples here. Like if you had a huge mortgage and that was the only debt you had, and you just bought your home, and you just started, getting some income, then that could be a big factor. Or if you had a huge student loan debt and you just got out of college, or you just got done with your master's degree and you're just starting your income, or your professional career, whatever it is, that could also cause a negative net worth. So it's just some things that you need to be like, if you just did this and you're like, dang, I got a negative net worth, not a huge deal. But if this is a common trend, and you keep noticing this even after you've paid some of these debts off, then that's where you need to really start thinking, where else can I cut? This is where we start putting our budget together and start narrowing down our spending and tracking our spending and all that. So personal net worth summary. So why do we do this, and why is it coupled with budgeting? First, we need to make sure we're checking our net worth periodically. So we saw in the formula, we're using our current market values. So values can change. We need to check our net worth periodically. A good time to check it is when you are already working on your budget. Awesome. You can do this all at once. You're using basically almost the same information. So it's recommended that you check your net worth only a couple times per year, though. Whereas the budget, you probably need to check it once a month, or if you're just starting out, every couple weeks. You want to focus on debt. So doing a personal net worth calculation will help us see how much liabilities, total debt that we have, and we can pay down and eliminate that debt so we can lower our liabilities and increase our assets. This also helps us boost savings and how much we have for investing. So increase the amount we're putting away for savings and investing so we can boost that personal net worth. This also helps us develop a good routine. So building a personal net worth alongside your budget and recording your spending. This helps us establish healthy financial habits. And then, of course, when we're doing our personal net worth, we're doing our budget together. If the net worth continues to decrease and we see a pattern, we see a trend there, it's going in a negative direction, we can make some changes in our lifestyle adjust the budget so we can get back into a positive net worth and get control of our financial status. So in this lesson, keep better track of your money, we are kind of summarizing and reviewing a lot of things that we should be doing with our budget. If you've already been budgeting, this is an excellent lesson and video that covers some things that we can do to help increase our budgeting capabilities and also to help keep track and accountability with our budget. So the first thing we need to make sure that we're doing before we start tracking our spending even further in detail, we need to make sure we're putting accurate information on our budget, and our budget is up to date. It's accurate information. Our income, all the money that we're earning is on there. All the money that we're spending is on there. And then also we want to make sure that we are automating this. So if you've been doing it on paper and you just want to keep doing that, or you've been doing it, manually through an Excel program or some kind of online budget worksheet, that's great. Keep doing that if that's what it takes for you to budget and to track your spending. Awesome. Keep doing that. But it is, if you want to move, or maybe you just need a different perspective, or you're getting a little burned out on doing your budgeting manually, then consider automating it. Your bank, there's some Excel sheet programs that will autofill the data from your bank, or you can use an app, and you can connect the app and the bank together, and it'll autofill all that information you need. You can set goals, targets, whatever you need, fill in the categories for the expense tracker sheet, and that way it's all automated, and that's just one less thing for you to have to worry about. And here's some top budget apps, and these aren't in any particular order. I've used some of these. Some of these I've heard other people use. Some of these I've had students use, or people that I've worked with on their financial journey they've used, and also they usually end up on my research and my readings and research of financial stuff, financial technology. These apps usually appear on the top, and they're all great. So Mint Mobile's they're part of the TurboTax, I guess, suite of everything. Every Dollar app is very well known from Dave Ramsey. I think the YNAB one, I can't remember who came up with that one, but it's very, very friendly towards young people. Um, so all these are great. I mean, it really depends on your comfort level. You can try out all these for free. I want to say all these are going to be for free. At least a portion of it. I think every one of these has a paid premium version where you can connect multiple bank accounts or other budget apps or whatever. But I believe every one of these has some kind of free version that you can at least try out, and then if you don't like it, switch to another one. And every one of them for sure can connect to your bank. So with that budget, we want to make sure we're keeping records, and you can do this. A lot of the budget apps and bank apps, like keeping receipts, statements, notifications, notes, whatever we have for our spending and for our expenses, you can usually use these along with your budgeting app. Most of those apps will have a category or maybe a folder. You can keep that separate. If not, if you want to do it by hand or keep it in a different statement folder, whatever it might be, then do that. There's different banking tools too to help us track spending. So a lot of banks I've seen, the bank I use especially, they'll have, it's kind of archaic, but they'll have a budgeting tool and then a spending tracking tool too. What's important about this is it helps us keep records, and this is what I'm going to talk about more in a second. There's also online expense tracker worksheets too. And each time we do one, every month we're doing our budgeting, we're also doing our expense worksheets. We want to make sure that we're keeping record of this. So put it somewhere that you can access for a later time. So why do we keep records, and why should we keep records? And you want to make sure you're doing this month in and month out. So we use this to double check our budget. So I want to make sure that our budget is going good. It's accurate. It's up to date. We also want to track our progress. That's awesome. We want to be able to track if we do, say we do 3 months of budgeting all through the summer. So June, July, August. Next year we come around and we're trying to see, dang, what happened all of a sudden? I'm spending way more money. We can see what happened last year and track our spending for this year. Plus, we can analyze spending categories, which is the whole point of budgeting and tracking our spending. And of course, if you have a certain tax situation, this helps maintain key expenses for tax records. So if you're building a house, if you're using your office for a business, if you're paying off a student loan, if you're paying health expenses, whatever it might be, this could be a great opportunity and an excellent time, since the IRS just expanded by 85,000 agents. you could use this information to help if just in case you're ever audited, or if you just want that sense of security. Online expense tracker sheets, or some kind of app that tracks your spending, or if you're keeping all your receipts, then you're safe. You're protected against any kind of tax trouble that you might find yourselves in. And of course, with budgeting, we want to categorize our spending. So we want to find areas, this is just a review here, find areas where we're overspending, organize those categories. We can see and understand fixed versus variable expenses. So fixed expenses are things that are costs that are going to occur each month, no matter what, or basically stay the same. They might change a little bit, but you can almost predict them for the next 6 months. So, for instance, a good example is rent. I know my rent is going to be X amount. I just say it's $1,000. I know my rent is going to be $1,000 this month, next month, and so on and so forth. Where variable expenses, those might change and change drastically too. So I always like to use utilities because I love fall, and I love that it's like the best time because you can turn your AC off and you can turn your heat off. Well, that's a huge variable expense because in the summer I'm blowing that AC all summer long, all season long, and then when fall comes, I turn off the AC, and I usually turn off the heat until about December time here in the South. So that becomes a huge variable expense. It changes. It changes within $50 to $100 every month. And to help see this too, because there's going to be a lot of variable expenses that you might have to predict and estimate. I can also, going back to why we track our spending and why we keep records of our spending, I can go back to last year's or even 2 years ago, and I can look at my spending for utilities or for whatever it was, whatever category. And I can see, okay, this is about how much I spent this time last year. So I can go ahead and start budgeting out months in advance, even on variable expenses, because I have records of those expenses from past times. And in conclusion, we want to make sure we keep checking and keep going over our budget and keep going over our spending expense sheet, whatever it might be, because this is important because we want to stay updated on what's going on in our lives and also what's going on in the economy as a whole. And this helps us create a routine too. As mundane as it might seem, once you get used to it and you develop a good routine, you only need to do it once a month, and it only takes the initial process probably takes a couple hours. So I won't lie about that. But after you've established a good routine and you've been doing it quite a while, and a lot of things are constant in your life, you have a good routine in your life too, not just for your budgeting. Then this becomes more of like a maybe 20 or 30 minute thing per month rather than 20 or 30 minute thing or a couple of hours of thing every couple of weeks. This helps us double check too. Double check anything that seems off. If there's a category that you're overspending on, then you can double check some things. Or if something happens in the economy or in your employment or in your life and you just need to go back and double check something, then you have your expense tracker sheet or your app or whatever it is, your bank tool to help go through that information. And finally, accountability. Keep checking, get somebody in your corner that helps keep you accountable to all this, and that way you can continue to do this and hold yourself accountable too, so that you can assess your financial situation and start achieving more goals and helping you achieve financial freedom. Hey, my name's Jack. In today's lesson, we are going to be covering the time value of money. So, this is going to be focusing on the different concepts of how money can grow for us over time and how we can use time to increase our wealth or how it can hurt our wealth. So, let's get into it. The first part we're going to cover is just the principle of time value itself. So, what exactly is the time value of money? So, the principle, the debate between economists and financial experts is it's better to have money now so you can use it than receive the same amount of money later. And that's a very basic kind of outlook on the time value principle of money. But what happens is this goes for any kind of money that's earned or any money that's spent through loans. So the argument for earning money now or trying to earn as much money at a younger age is kind of the sounding theme of this is our earning potential is much higher today. We can do through investments, we can save money, we can use the money for better things now today with our money. So earning as much money as possible at a younger age or in the now, in the present, helps us to create money and earn money in the future. And there's a whole formula for this. If you're interested, if you want to nerd out like me, you can take a look at it. And you can pause this video if you want to take a look at time value formula, but not too important for us. But just know that there is a bunch of math involved with this argument, with this principle. So how can we use the time value principle in our financial journey? Now, what can we do to leverage this? The first thing is we can find ways to earn as much money as we can now. So find ways to, and that doesn't mean, get a better paying job, though that's part of this. You can get higher income. You can find ways to earn more money, work side jobs, whatever it is, get a side hustle, start a business. This also can mean, though, saving money, investing money. A big part of that saving money is eliminating debt spending. So cut up your credit cards, don't take out any more loans, stick with the debt you have already, but don't add on to that. And of course, pay off that consumer debt as soon as possible. So pay off those credit cards, pay off that personal loan, whatever it is that you need to pay off, get it done. Then start creating multiple passive income streams. So there'll be another video about this topic, but create other ways to generate money, to earn more money. It kind of goes back to that first step. And then, of course, invest as much and as often as we can. And I'm going to talk about this later on. So, part of investing is using compound interest to grow money. So, how can I grow money and make more wealth, generate more wealth, and let my money work for itself? So, if you don't know what compound interest is, two basic interests. There's simple interest, and then there's compound interest. Compound interest is interest earned on top of interest. And the thing that we need to be aware of here is I put money earned, interest earned. This can also work backwards against us. Be aware that you may be paying compound interest on loans that you owe. So if you miss payments, you got to pay a fee, whatever it is. Some bank tools that you can use to earn compound interest. Savings accounts, CDs, certificate of deposits, and money market accounts are all good ways that you can, first of all, save your money, so help your budgeting, but also you can earn money on top of money. So how it works is you put your money in the bank account, they pay you interest rate. You put that interest, whatever it is, say it's usually not much, say it's like $20 for 3 months. You put that $20 back into that account, and then all of a sudden you have your money that you initially put in there plus your $20 on top of that. Then you get to earn interest on that. So you're earning interest on top of the interest. And there's some investing tools that we're going to talk about later too to earn compound interest. Corporate bonds, treasury bonds, high yield funds or stocks. These type of assets pay interest. They usually pay some kind of interest every month, maybe every 3 months, depends on how you set it up. And you can reinvest that interest and all those gains that you make in that investment and earn even more money. So, a thought exercise for you. Pause this video if you need to. I want you to pick one of the two choices. So think about this. Pick one of the two choices. The first choice, you're given $1 million right now, no questions asked, and do whatever you want. You walk away, whatever. You can you can get $1 million, or you are given a penny today, so just 1 cent, but you're guaranteed that it will double in value every day for a month. So pause this video real quick. Which one would you choose? So this is an age-old question that you usually see in in economics or in a personal finance class. If you're just given $1 million today, the argument is, I don't like that I got this from DIYinvesting.org, but it's flat. If you just earn $1 million today, most people would spend it. That's why it's arguing that the time value over a month is not good. Some people say, oh, well, you can invest that $1 million, and you can. But this is showing you compound interest and how it can work. So if you get a penny and you start doubling it, you're going to be flat for a long time. But when you get to that day 25, it starts increasing, and you end up by day 31 with almost $11 million. Penny versus $1 million. Of course, you can go back to that green line like, whoa, on day one, if I had $1 million, I can invest it right now and make even more money. But it's just an argument of, if I doubled my compounding interest versus most people, they earn $1 million right away. They're given to it like the lottery winners. They end up spending it. So how can loans how loans can impact the time value of money. So this is important for us to understand the money that we spend versus saving. Like how much, if we're in a lot of debt, this can impact our potential wealth. So interest charged versus interest earned is a very important point we need to talk about. So interest charged is money that you have to pay when you take out a loan. So when you get a loan, no matter most every loan that you ever get out from a bank or some kind of financial institution, not only do you have to pay the loan amount, you also have to pay the interest. That's part of the charge since they're giving you that money, since it's a service that they're offering you. Versus interest earned is money that you earn, of course, in what we've already discussed. So interest charged, that goes on to consumer debt. And these are the biggest items. I'm not talking about mortgages right now or business loans. Consumer debt's the biggest thing that Americans need to focus on. Consumer debt's personal loans, credit cards, auto loans, student loans, and I've seen just recently credit card loans it's increasing. Credit card loan debt has increased even more this year than last year, and it carries the highest. These type of loans carry the highest interest rates and often the least favorable terms as well. Consumer debt, like credit cards, usually have what's known as a variable interest rate. And that rate changes depending on numerous factors. Is the economy doing well? Is your credit score good? Is your credit score bad? This all depends. This all could change that rate and not for the best. So I think right now a credit card you can get like 17, 18% interest rate, and that can jump up to 28% next month if something happens. So if you don't know how it works, is with variable interest and with consumer debt, a principal is the total amount of the loan. So whenever you go to get a loan, and credit cards are a little bit different, but say you get a personal loan, you get a $10,000 personal loan, that's the principal. On top of that, there probably is a variable interest rate built in. So you have to pay down the principal through what's known as premiums each month. It might be something different, depends on your loan situation, but that's your monthly payments, and that can be principal plus interest. That should be that you'll see it. You'll see how much principal you're paying down versus how much interest you're paying down. And the more and more, the higher the principal or the variable rate of the consumer debt you take out, the more interest you got to pay. So this hurts the time value of our money because this is money that we have to pay. If we get rid of those interest payments, we can get rid of those premiums, that principal, then that can be more money that we put in our own investments and less money we put into our debt obligations. So just know that this interest can increase. It can start compounding against us. So just like we can earn a lot of money through compound interest, we can also lose a lot of money and owe a lot of money. Inflation. Inflation is a big topic right now in the United States and across the world, but especially in the United States since our inflation rate just shot up this year. Inflation's impact on the time value of money. So inflation, if you don't know what that means, it's the general rise in prices. So normally there's always some kind of level inflation. The normal level is 1 to 3%. Just because there's new businesses being developed, more people are being born, there's a growth in the economy in some sectors. So you always want a normal rate of inflation. Usually you want it around 2%. It's kind of like the target. A normal savings account earned interest today goes from anywhere between 0 and 2%. I've never seen it at 2%. So you got to have a lot of money usually to get that kind of interest rate. Not that good though. So usually economists and financial experts will say that we need to find investments that earn us around 4% or greater. That way we're beating inflation and we're earning some money. However, inflation rate today, as of the reports of July 2022, so last month, it's August now, and we'll get the reports at the end of this month. But inflation as of July 2022, it depends on where we get our information. But right now, there's several sources saying somewhere between 8 and 9%. So it's tough. It's tough. It's hard to find. I can't put need to find investments that earn 4+% or 8 to 9+%. That's difficult right now. This is a weird time though. This is not like the normal. It might be the normal for the next few months, but eventually, just like the economy has several times, I mean, our inflation's been higher than this even. I think the last time it was this high, though, was in the 80s. So, inflation rate, it can affect time value of money because we we can't earn this much. So, money now for something is going to cost, if this rate continues, it's going to cost us a lot more money in the next few months or the next year. So hopefully, eventually, it'll start going down. Just know that this is not the norm, and it's going to be difficult for a little bit, but we need to understand if you can find investments such as real estate that can actually beat inflation. So real estate's a great place to be if you're able to find ways to invest in real estate that can combat inflation for us. I like to show this U.S. inflation calculator. So if I click this site, it goes to this calculator here, and you can type in it all the way back to 1913. But I just like to see, since 2019, before the pandemic, how crazy something was. So I'm gonna type in like $30,000 just to keep it simple here. If I wanted a car in 2019 at $30,000, I'm still eyeballing that car, and I haven't done anything with my money. In 2022, as of June, is when oh no, as of July, there we go. The Bureau of Labor Statistics had produced more information there. So that car at $30,000 would now be $34,000. So I've lost the time value of money. I've lost almost $5,000, especially if I was just saving that money and not investing it in any way. So the cumulative rate of inflation is almost 16% in just 3 years. So all this it impacts the way we view money, the long term outlook of our wealth, and how we can get around it. Hey, my name is Jack Warner, and in this video series, we're going to be covering and diving into the time value principle of money. So, in this video, I'm going to be covering some of the basics and some of the math behind the time value of money and how it's important to growing wealth and helping you achieve financial freedom. So, the first thing I want to prompt you with is the ultimate money time value question. And there's hundreds of these scenarios of the question of the ultimate time value money question. I like to use this one, but there's plenty more out there that you can Google and look up and challenge yourself. But I'm posing this question. Think about it. Would you rather receive $100 today, right now, or $300 5 years from now? So think about your answer, how you would respond to this. So, depending on what you chose, just understand that you could use the $100 today, invest it, and make even more money than the $300. I've also seen it flip flop. Some people will ask, would you rather? I mean, I'm sorry, not flip flop. Some people would ask, would you rather receive $1,000 today or $1,000 2 years from now? And this might change depending on your lifestyle. So this is a good question to ask yourself. A lot of us would choose the money now, right? We would choose forget about the 100 or 300. We would choose the money. We would usually choose it right now, most likely because we would spend it because we're not rational. But if we invested it, then yes, time value can work. We can work. We can use money to work and make even more money for ourselves. So the time value principle basically is the present value of money today is more valuable. It's more. It has a higher value than any future value that money might have. So this is only if we invest it and are purposeful with the money. So money in possession now can earn higher returns through investments. And like I said, we are not rational though. If we chose that money now, many of us would choose to spend it. So think about your income. You earn money, you earn salary or wage from a job that you're working every other week or every month, whatever your pay periods are. When that money comes in, we usually spend it. We don't think about saving it. And I'm not saying that some people don't. I'm just saying the majority of people do. They spend it immediately as it enters the bank account. It's already gone. Or they already have it planned, like, oh, I get paid this week. This is what I already planned on spending it on. So we don't act rational. We need to start acting rational, at least for this part, to understand that, yeah, the present value is more valuable to me than any future value, any future earnings of money because I can invest it. We usually spend it on wasteful items before we invest or save. So think about lottery winners. Look up studies on lottery winners. Because a lot of them, they'll win the lottery and they'll have this spike in happiness and then it'll drop to even below happiness before they won the lottery. That's because we're humans and we make mistakes and we like to spend on whatever stuff. So there's also risk involved with the money. The value of money can increase because so we can't deny that. Like, yeah, time value might work if I'm investing it, but it still might future value money still might be higher because there's risk involved. Yeah, so we have to understand and accept that there's risk involved with investing. But money that is not invested, we do know for sure that there's a huge risk because it'll lose value based on because of inflation. And we'll talk about inflation in another time value series video. But understand that if we just hold cash, that's just it's gonna shrink in value because inflation is going up, especially today in September of 2022, where inflation is one of the highest it's been since the 80s. So we need to make sure that we are investing money so we can outpace inflation. And for those math nerds out there, there is actually time value isn't just like some kind of emotional money concept. It actually is a financial money formula, math formula. And you don't need this. You can do time value, you can invest, and you don't ever need to do this kind of formula. But for those interested, I'm a nerd. I like to look at stuff. I like to think that I'm rational, but I'm not. I like to look at the present value and go into how long would it take to let my money work for itself if I keep reinvesting dividends or reinvesting interest earned or whatever it might be. How long would it take to my present value to increase? How long will it take my money to grow, basically? So the purpose of understanding the time value of money principle. So why do I need to know this? Why did I just look at that formula? Well, first of all, you don't need to use that formula, but understanding the principle is essential to your wealth building process and to really building a positive money mindset. So why do I need to know the time value of money principle? Well, first of all, I need to compare investment options. I need to understand what investment options are right for me. What's my investment horizon? You sometimes hear that. Basically, what does that mean? What's my time period I want to be invested in? Am I saving for my retirement? Am I saving for my kids' college fund? Am I saving for my healthcare expenses? Am I saving for a house or a car? I need to compare investment options. I need to assess ROI or return on investment on different opportunities. So if I put my money into a CD, I know I'm only going to get about 3 to 5%, or a treasury bond, maybe 4 to 7%. If I invest in stocks or index funds, I might be upwards of 9%. So on interest? What's my return on interest for different opportunities? And this also means risk too. What's the risks there? If I'm investing in bonds, it's going to be a much safer. Shouldn't say that now though, because bonds are crazy, but a much safer option usually, traditionally, than stocks. Lenders and borrowers will also evaluate details of loans. So if we're ever taking a loan out, they're going to be looking into that time value. So how much interest do I have to pay? So not only investment options for time value, but also understanding time value in the long term of loans. I have a whole video on the time value for loans. And businesses and sometimes consumers, we can use this to estimate future wages and prices. So we understand that time value, inflation's always going to happen, right? It's always the steady target's 2 to 3%. So money is always going to continue to devalue over time. So that way I can understand things are always going to be more and more expensive compared to like great grandma. She said she bought a car for a couple $100 or whatever. Now it's $20,000 plus. So money is always going to inflation is always going to happen, and we need to understand this so we can determine future wages and prices of things and how we can grow our money and make our money work faster than the rate of inflation is growing. And this is why we need to understand the time value of money principle. Hey, my name's Jack Warner. Today, this video, I'm going to be covering the power of compound interest and how this plays into the time value of money principle, especially when it comes to building wealth and generating wealth. So, you've probably heard of the term compound interest before versus simple interest. Simple interest, you're just paying or earning interest. We're going to be focusing on earning interest, not the paying of interest in loans. We'll focus on that later. But simple interest, you just earn interest and that's it. Compound interest, you're earning interest on top of interest, usually because you're reinvesting any earnings that you may receive. So, talking about compounding interest and how it works into the time value of money principle, because this is the time value of money video series, Albert Einstein is quoted allegedly saying the most powerful force in the universe is the principle of compounding. And this is the guy that helped create the atomic bomb and a bunch of other powerful formulas in math and science. So the most powerful force in the universe is the principle of compounding. And I think I like to lead off with this quote because I think this is huge to help us understand exactly how much compound interest, if we're investing and we're sticking to it and we're consistent, how much compound interest can actually earn us and help us build wealth. So, how does this help build wealth? And this is a tough part for me to wrap my mind around, and I almost have to read it every day in a way. Humans usually, we think in linear motions. We think in linear terms, like year after year, instead of exponentially, because not many things happen in our life that's exponential growth versus linear growth. And I know it gets a little wordy with this, but let me break this down a little further. For example, we can understand the steps to 2 plus 2 plus 2 plus 2. We can figure that out in our heads pretty quickly. And a lot of you that are a lot smarter than I am can probably do the next one as well. But to understand the 2 times 2 times 2 times so on and so forth is a little more complex, especially if you start throwing dollar signs in there and decimal points. It's a little bit more difficult to think exponentially rather than this linear motion. We can solve this much quicker than we can this. So when we are investing, we can earn interest. How does this tie into our investing? We are investing, we can earn interest if we reinvest this interest, and not just interest, but any returns we may receive on our investments. We can earn more interest on top of that. This is the concept of compounding interest. We are earning interest on top of interest. I put $10 into a bond and I earn $1. That's awesome. First of all, it's a 10% return. That's great. Stick with it and tell me that bond that you bought. But for example, I earned that $1. Now I have $11, and that $11 is earning that same 10%, and so on and so forth each year or each pay period, whatever it might be. So with that being said, we can multiply our earnings and our investments even faster as long as we are consistent and we are sticking to that investment, whatever it might be. So exactly how is this calculated? How do we calculate compound interest? Well, we need to understand the return and profits on our investments. So anytime it could be stocks, it can be bonds, it can be real estate, whatever it is. We're returning profits on our investments, the time and duration of those investments, and then the capital gains and income tax rates that we need to consider because it'll take away from our income, our earned money. So we need to understand, how much we're earning from these investments, how long it might take to earn that much money from the investments, but also how much do I need to pay in taxes? What's the fee basically? That's the fee for playing the game in a way. How much do I need to pay in capital gains if I fall into that category? And of course, everybody has to pay income tax rates. So how much is qualified for that as well? And that will take away from your total earnings. So you just need to understand. So the formula to build wealth using compound interest, reinvesting my profits, reinvesting any dividends I might receive, and reinvesting any interest I might receive. So you want to keep this up. You want to keep reinvesting. Unless you just absolutely can't, you absolutely need the income, then cash it out. But if you can keep it in there as long as you can and be patient, that's another part of the formula here. Let all this earn compound interest and let your interest earn compound. And it'll keep compounding the 2 times 2 times 2 instead of 2 plus 2 plus 2. And be patient. Patience. And all this, you will start building wealth. And it might take a little while. It's not going to happen overnight. It's not going to happen in 2 years. It might happen in a decade, but probably not. It might be 2 decades. It might be a couple of decades before you really start seeing like, oh my gosh, this. You can see it on paper right now. You can look at other people's lives who have done compound, who have followed this formula to build wealth, and it's amazing to see it on paper. But to actually practice it and be consistent in your own life, a little bit more difficult because life happens. We're emotional creatures and we do stupid things sometimes. and we do irrational things, and sometimes we do things out of emotion and out of love for other people. So, but we need to understand that if we want to build wealth, this is the formula we need to follow, especially patience. To wrap this up, I want to show you an example of how this might work. So I have two different investment returns right here, investment returns. You got your years 10 all the way to 50. Then you have your 4% return versus the 8% return, just to show you the difference. So let's pretend a person invests $10,000 into a 4% return vehicle like a bond or a high yield CD, whatever that might be. So after 10 years, that person has earned $4,802. So they've turned that 10,000 initial investment into 4,802. And in this calculations, I'm assuming that the person's reinvesting any interest. So all this is compounded. So within 50 years, they've made 10,000 turn into 71,000. And that's on the low end too. If we look at returns of stocks and index funds and stuff, it can be upwards of 12%, 8% return. That same 10,000, within 10 years, that person's doubled their money. And then 20 years, they quadruple it, and so on and so forth. And look how it compounds. It's incredible. Compounding interest. And this is without adding any extra money in it, too. So keep that in mind. When you're looking at this example, this is just the initial investment of $10,000. We're not talking that they're not putting in any extra money except for the money that they've already earned off the initial investment. This is the power of, and like I said, it's awesome to see on paper, but to actually do it, it's difficult. It's pretty difficult to do. But this is the amazing, magical world of compounding interest, and this is a way we can utilize this to help us build wealth and create more wealth for us and for our families and for others. Hey everyone, my name is Jack Warner, and this is a video and a lesson about the time value principle, covering inflation, the impact of inflation, and how it affects time value. So, the time value of money, we want to grow our money, right, and use time and compounding interest and reinvesting our dividends and in returns in our investments to grow our money, usually because of inflation. So we want to beat inflation we want to outpace our money and our investments faster than the rate of inflation. So, what exactly is inflation? A little bit of economics and broad personal finance concepts in this video. Inflation is the general rise in prices. And I want to get something cleared before I go into any further detail about this topic. Inflation is natural in any economy, any growing economy, I should say. Inflation is going to happen. And we want it to happen because we want more people, and we want more goods and services, and we want more things, and we want our nation to grow, right? We want our economy to always grow. And so inflation is going to be natural to any growing economy. But it doesn't have to be out of control like it is now. Normal inflation is the government targets around 2 to 3%. And that's usually seen as a healthy economy. It's going to be growing at 2 to 3%. 2022 inflation, though, it depends on who you ask and what news source you might get your news from, but it's anywhere from 9 to 15%. I think the accepted amount right now is like 9.6% as of September 2022. So new data will be coming out soon in October, and we will see the rate of inflation then. But really high, out of control, right? Way higher than normal inflation. And they get the inflation numbers. If you really want to get into the economics of it, it can be fun. You can nerd out on this, but they get it from several different factors and several different BLS surveys and data crunches. But the consumer price index is one of the most popular used one, and what that is a CPI is they'll take bunch of different things that we buy at stores, and they'll see what the prices of those are at the end of the year. They'll take the price at the beginning of the year, and they'll take the price at the basket of goods, basically is what they call it, at the end of the year, and see how that affects. They'll also look at the personal consumption expenditures. They'll look at the PPI, the producer price index, which is the opposite. How much has supplies and materials gone up for producers, for businesses and companies, and a bunch of other different data collection economic factors and calculations I'll look into to see the inflation rate. Inflation, it does inflation will decrease the value of your dollar over time. This is why we need to use time value to invest and grow our money faster than that of inflation. So, for example, let's pretend that you are saving $10,000 at a 1% interest rate. My argument here is you shouldn't save past a certain point. You should only save for emergencies and for short-term goals, but past that, you're kind of shooting yourself in the foot. So, for example, you are saving $10,000 at 1% interest rate. If this is your emergency fund, keep it there. Who cares? You need this money in that emergency to buy you some financial freedom and peace. So make sure you keep that money there. So after 1 year, you'll have $10,100. That's okay. Inflation rate since, and that's if you have a bank that's paying that much. The inflation rate since 2021 averages around 9.3%, which I'm gonna say 9% to make my math easy. So that same $10,000 that you have in that account, it's decreased in value by 900. So anything that had cost $10,000 that year will now cost 10,000, most likely on average. I know different inflation things like eggs are ridiculous, where clothes haven't really inflated that much. So on average, that thing will cost 10,900 now after 1 year. So you're like, well, what about the interest? But you just subtract that. So $900 of lost value minus the $100 you gain value, you're still down negative $800 in value. So saving beyond short-term savings goals, like buying a car or buying a house or something like that, or going on a trip, and your emergency fund savings, you're hurting yourself. You need to invest so that it can outpace inflation. Now, you're not going to find many investments that's going to beat 9.3% or even upwards of 15% if you follow different data sources. But it will get back to normal. It always does. It always has, unless the world's ending. So this is one of the best arguments for only saving for emergencies and investing everything else. You need to invest everything else so we can outpace inflation, beat inflation, and get more value, get more time value out of our money. So what does this mean? What does this principle of inflation and beating time value of our money mean? Goods and services will take more of our dollars in the future than we currently have. So we know, understanding time value, understanding inflation, we know things are going to be more expensive 10 years from now than they are today. This is called a decrease in purchasing power. So our purchasing power will decrease over time. If we're not investing, if we're not being purposeful with our money, then we're going to be it's going to be difficult for us, especially when we get closer to retirement, on how much we can purchase. The Federal Reserve, they'll increase interest rates, and they'll start purchasing Treasury bonds, which is a good idea. When they start purchasing Treasury bonds, if you have any, you might sell them and buy some other valuable or more lucrative investment opportunities. We must find ways to grow money higher than the rate of inflation. So when this is happening, when all this stuff's happening, we got to find, all right, what do I do? What do I do with my money? How can I be more purposeful, and how can I beat inflation? So what can we do to fight inflation, basically? How can I combat inflation? Even in normal times, what's something I can do to fight inflation? This is not the popular choice. A lot of people might be upset about this, but the most effective way is to decrease the level of consumption. Inflation can only happen if you're making purchases. So if you decrease the amount of money you're spending and the amount of stuff you're consuming, especially non-essential stuff, then you can really decrease how much inflation is impacting you. Obviously, you got to purchase some stuff. You got to pay for rent, pay for utilities, you got to pay for food and clothes and stuff. So understand that, yeah, that makes sense that inflation is going to impact me there, but I can make sacrifices in other places. Also, with any saved money I have, I need to start investing in long-term investments and not just bonds. Bonds aren't going to help me beat, especially times of high inflation. They're usually not going to be that helpful. You need to start looking into index funds, mutual funds, and ETFs to help you outpace inflation. Keep a budget. I say this in almost every video. You got to keep a budget. This will help you not only decrease your spending, but track how much you're saving and track how much you're investing, and also getting out of debt. Find ways to increase your income. If inflation's going up, your income needs to go up too. And I know that's difficult. That's like wages and salary are one of the last things that go up when inflation goes up. It's the dumbest thing, but it's part of it. And you need to find ways to increase your income. If you've been earning $40,000 a year for 10 years, it's time to ask for a raise or to find a different job or to find a different hobby or occupation, whatever it is. You got to increase your income. If you own real estate, first of all, congratulations. That's difficult to do nowadays. But if you own real estate, you can increase your rent to outpace inflation. I know that can be an ethical dilemma too to get into, but you can increase your rent and understand that, yeah, you got to pay a mortgage on that. You got to pay utilities on there. So increasing it just a little bit might help you beat inflation, or increase ways to monetize your property. Use Airbnb, parking fees, let people camp out in the yard, let people use your property for whatever reason, as long as you're comfortable with it. That way you can find ways to earn some passive income, and boom, you're beating inflation. So understand, just to wrap up this video, we understand that inflation is going to happen. It's part of the time value principle. Money now, if I can use money now to invest, that is the biggest way. That's the biggest thing we can do to help beat inflation, because we know inflation is going to happen. We know things are going to be more expensive in the future, even during normal times. So what can I do right now? What can I do right now to start beating inflation? That way I can secure my future for me, my family, my community, my friends, whatever it is. For our last video in the time value series, we're going to be covering time value and how loans affect that. So we're going to have a whole video series about loans and debt, but loans do play a role into the time value of money and how it affects long-term and short-term growth for us. So first of all, we need to understand two different terms here because they greatly impact our long-term wealth building process. So loans, you have fixed interest rate loans and variable interest rate loans. Fixed interest, the loan interest stays the same. Usually you're going to find these in mortgages and auto loans. These are the best when it comes to determining our time value of money principle, because we know that in the future, let's just say I have a mortgage of 5% on a house. I know that 5% is going to stay 5% if it's fixed interest. Most likely it is, that it's going to stay the same throughout the duration of my mortgage. So 30-year fixed 5% interest, it's going to stay 5%. So now I can do the math and I can realize, okay, I need to earn more money, or I need to grow money faster than 5%. So I need to make sure I put investments that can beat 5% interest, whatever it might be. And understand too, this goes to the next point, that compounding interest, we talked about this before, but if you don't know what earned compound interest is, it's earning interest on top of interest. You can do this, you can earn compound interest or you can pay compound interest. And when you get into variable interest rate loans, especially if you're carrying a balance, this means loan interest changes over time. Credit cards is the number one culprit here. And if you carry a balance on variable interest loans, it can also compound. So as much as compound interest can work for you, it can work against you as well. You need to make sure you understand that too. It's because we want compound interest to work for us, not us paying more towards debt, such as credit card balances or whatever it might be. So both of these too, and now again, I'm going to cover this more in another video series. We're going to go over this in great detail on how paying more down towards our debt will help. But if we look at the time value of money principle, if we can pay down these, well, first of all, we can eliminate loans entirely. Then we don't have to worry about that, and we can use that money that we would have be paying towards debt to invest and earn money. But the world isn't perfect, and we have to take loans out, especially when it comes to mortgages nowadays, because it's tough. It's difficult to have that much cash laying around. So if we are paying for that house and we can make a few extra payments, or maybe we can add $50 to $100 extra on some of those payments, it will help decrease that time value interest on that loan, because we'll pay it off quicker, we'll pay less interest over time, and we'll free ourselves up to start paying or start investing that money that we would have been paying towards debt. So it works that way as well. So when we talk about loans and inflation, both of those are time value of money factors that we have to think about. But there are some winners of inflation. This seems weird to think about, but there are winners of inflation. And let me show you how. Fixed rate mortgage holders are one of the biggest winners of inflation. So if they get a fixed 4% interest, let's say 5% interest, and inflation's at 9.3% right now, or 9.6%, maybe 15%, depending on who you're looking at and what source you're getting your data from. That person has their mortgage already paid, or they have. I'm sorry, they don't have it paid. They have their mortgage already submitted and already drafted and already finalized. So they're paying that no matter what. Inflation go up 200%. They are by law, they have to pay whatever that fixed interest rate. They're already stuck on that. So in a way, they're winners. They're paying less than they would be paying any other time. Homeowners, because housing prices increase usually during times of inflation. So if people own their home outright or they're one of these people, they are both winners. Sometimes stock investors, they can match or beat inflation. Usually what happens when inflation goes up, so does the stock value price on some stocks. So it varies. It's not doing too good right now. But on some occasions, investors can match or even beat inflation. Commodity investors typically do well during times of inflation. And dare I say, cryptocurrency investor. Um, this is sometimes people with Bitcoin have what I mean by commodity investors in cryptocurrency. People put money in gold. They take their money out of like normal investments, what would be seen as traditional investments like stocks and bonds, and they start putting their money in gold and silver or cryptocurrency because they trust that that will do better during times of high inflation. So and there's data to back this up too. It's not something I like to admit because I usually advise people against investing in Bitcoin, but I cannot deny data and gold too. I can't deny that that doesn't work sometimes during times of, especially times like now in September of 2022 when inflation is really high. These things tend to go up a little bit more. But we live in weird times, so a lot of those are going down. Losers of loans and time inflation. So people that are saving and just saving. It seems weird. A lot of my videos, I'm constantly pushing saving, and that's good. You need to save, but if you're saving beyond short-term goals or you're saving beyond your emergency fund, people that are just putting their money in savings or even putting their money in their underwear drawer, sock drawer, stuffing it under their mattress or burying it in their backyard, they are losing over time because the time value of inflation and loans or whatever it is that they have, it's hurting them. Anybody with a fixed income right now, especially those that are retirees or in retirement and they're earning whatever it is through their retirement fund or through Social Security, that stays the same. That's already locked in, and inflation keeps going up, and their variable rate interest loan keeps increasing if they have one. And it goes on to my next point. Anyone with a variable rate loan is getting hit hard by time value loss because if inflation goes up, usually variable rates will increase as well. So they're getting hit there too. People using a credit card and carrying a balance. This is another loser of loans because that you'll see these people start paying compound interest on top of that. You want to be earning, not paying compound interest. And credit cards are one of the most difficult and touchy subjects out there because it's you want to use the card to build to pay for things also, but to build credit score and carrying that balance is difficult. And when you start carrying a balance, you start getting used to that, and you start taking out other credit cards, and boom, you find yourself in a time value compound interest paying loophole. So understand that as much as the biggest thing I want you to take away from this video is as much as compound interest can help you, it can hurt you. It can put you in a very, very difficult financial situation. And this is why we have to understand the time value of money, both earned and what we have to pay. Some people want to get ahead in their personal finances and start making a financial plan. And the first thing we need to do is start getting in charge of our savings, start building up savings goals, and get on a plan to help us save. My name's Jack, And in today's lesson, I'm going to be covering different savings tips, different bank accounts we should use, and the process it takes to start saving. So the first thing we need to do, the very first step, is build an emergency fund. And this fund will range. I put different amounts here. It's going to range to different numbers, 500 to 2,000 to 5,000. This depends on your lifestyle, where you live, your job situation, if you have a family or not. All that factors in on how much this should be. Just know that this is your starter emergency fund. If you just don't know how much you need to put away, just stick to 1,000 for now, and just use that as your base level emergency fund. Again, start emergency fund. You're going to want to build that once you're financially able to. Build that even more. It should be covering about 3 to 6 months of living expenses or more if you want to, depending on your comfort level. And what I mean by living expenses is essentials only, needs only. So, what you would do to figure this out is you would pick 1 month to cover these things. So, rent or home payment, food, transportation, and utilities. Those four things, I would calculate that out for the whole month, and then I would multiply it by how many months I want covered. So I want at least 3 months, and at most 6 months. If not, you can do as much as you want. It's why it's called personal finance. But I need at least 3 to 6 months of these expenses. The next thing I need to do is start a budget, and there's all different types of tips and strategies to start a budget. But basically, you just need to do one. If you're not doing anything, pick a budget plan and stick to it. You can write it down. You can have an Excel program. There's some online banks already have built-in software to help you with your personal budgeting, and there's even apps that will automate all this for you. I'm going to share with you just one kind of easy budget tip, budget strategy, whatever you want to call it, plan. It's probably one of the easiest plans just so you can just get started and get going. So it's called the 50-30-20 rule. And what this means is you take all of your income, all of your after-tax income, and you divide that up between 50-30-20. 50% of that of your money goes to your needs. 30% of it goes to spending money on your wants. So that's like toys, going out to dinner, maybe entertainment goes in there. And then 20% of that goes into savings and investing. Very simple rules to follow. And again, this is great for anybody who just doesn't know and just needs a plan right now and needs to put some action on their financial savings. This is a great place to get started. A great rule to follow to get started. Now that we know some different tips here, now we can start creating separate bank accounts. So we want to create a savings account. I'm going to talk more about savings account here in a second. We want to create one just for an emergency fund. And then we can create one for each savings goal. So say maybe we want to buy a car, maybe we want to move out of our parents' house, maybe we want to buy a house, maybe we want to start renting, maybe we want to go to college. We create an emergency fund. That's going to be, we put $2,000 or whatever our monthly expenses in one account. We leave it there. We don't touch it. We don't look at it. And then we create different savings accounts for each goal that we might have. We also need to understand the difference between checking accounts and savings accounts. So checking accounts, these are personal spending accounts. You're not going to put much money in these. Money in these accounts, they can be withdrawn as many times as you want. You can go up to the teller and withdraw it. You can swipe it on an ATM card or debit card. You can withdraw it online, whatever you need. So checking accounts, these accounts should be used for our day-to-day expenses, like we're buying groceries, we're filling up our gas tank, whatever. And they can be used for expenses that you have throughout the month. That's budgeted. Make sure I say that. Savings accounts are different. Savings accounts are reserve financial accounts to store money. So we put money there. We're not spending this money until something happens. One or two things need to happen. These are not to be used for any expenses except for emergency fund or the savings goal was achieved. So if I have an emergency, a legit emergency, then I can spend that money. Or if I have a savings goal of, say, I wanted to buy a $5,000 car and I finally have that $5,000, and then I can start using that money. Savings accounts will have restrictions and limits, so that's why they're built that way for a reason. There are many different types of savings accounts, so I'm going to go over these and also with how these accounts are best used. So the first type is a high yield savings account. So it's different from a traditional savings account. And today, some people might argue there is no high yield savings accounts because savings interest rates are so low right now, and you would be right. So high yield savings accounts, these are accounts that you could find. There are some online accounts that have higher than average interest rates, and by average I mean compared to other bank accounts. These are best used for starter savings accounts and short-term goals. Another type is a money market account. So money market account is another type of high yield interest earning account, and they usually will have some kind of a minimum deposit requirement. So that means you need to put at least $1,000 in the start, or I've seen some as low as $100, but they will have some kind of limit, and there's transfer limits. So sometimes I've seen, three, you can only transfer money out. You can transfer as much money as you want in. I need to make sure I disclaim that. You can put as much money as you want in, but to take money out, to transfer the money out, they'll usually have like a 3 transfer limit or maybe 5 time transfer limit. And this is best used for emergency funds or medium term savings goals. Next one's a CD. A CD is kind of a hybrid of investment and a savings account. It's another high interest savings tool that banks can offer, but there's a lot of rules and restrictions on how you can access your money. So it's best used for extra savings and long-term goals. So usually it's one of the highest interest earning savings tools accounts that you can use, but you can't access your money for 3 to 5 or 1 year. There's some even with like a 6 months. So you put your money in a CD and it can grow with interest, but you can't touch it until that maturity date comes. So say you buy a 1 year CD from your bank, you can't access that money for a whole year. Now you can, but you got to pay a huge penalty, and you don't want to do that because then you're losing money. And then we have tax-free savings accounts. I'm going to talk more about this in the later part of this lesson. So tax-free savings accounts are savings and investing accounts that have tax advantages that are built in, and this is usually aimed for things like health, retirement, and education. So let's talk about some of those retirement savings and education savings plans. So retirement savings accounts, you have IRAs and 401ks are the most common one. And there's two different types of individual retirement accounts. That's what IRA means. We'll go over those first. So traditional IRA, this is before tax money. So you're putting money into this before taxes. And you can write this off on your taxes as a tax deduction each year. Both traditional and Roth IRAs, as of 2022, currently have a $6,000 contribution limit. You can put as much as you want, but for tax benefits, you can only put 6,000. And anybody can start an IRA. So anybody, even if you're 18 years old and you don't have a job, you can still start an individual retirement account. No matter what job you have, you can start an individual retirement account. So what's cool about this is before tax money, the money in here grows. You can invest it in whatever you want. It's tax free, but when you retire at 59 and a half or whenever you retire, it's got to be at least 59 and a half. You have to wait until then to withdraw without being penalized. Growth is tax free, but withdrawals are taxable at that time. Opposite of that, Roth IRAs after tax money. So your income has already been taxed. Then you can start putting that money into an IRA. Growth is tax free, and then when you retire, there are no tax withdrawals at all. So that's awesome. Some people prefer Roth IRAs because they don't want to worry about taxes then. There are ways you can use both, and you can open up both accounts if you want to. Some people have both Roth and traditional IRAs. And 401ks are probably going to be one of the first things you run into if you haven't already run into that. These are employer sponsored retirement plans, and usually they're using a 401k setting. So, I'm sorry, a traditional Roth IRA, 401k. They'll be called traditional 401ks. There are some Roth IRA, they'll be named Roth 401k. So just be aware of which one your employer is using. And what's nice about these is you put in some contribution and then your job puts in some contribution too. So they'll usually match you 5% of your income. I've seen some at 10%. I think like the industry norm, or industry meaning all of the labor department in the United States, is about 3 to 5%, and they'll match you on that, which is nice because you'll get free money out of that. The education savings accounts. So if you're starting to plan for your education, or maybe you're planning for a dependent's education future, then there's something called a 529 plan. And with this ESA 529 plan, the money grows tax free, just like a retirement account. And it's not taxed only if the money that you've put in there is used on educational expenses. And this can be a lot of things. the IRS has opened it up on what we can spend our education expenses on. So it's college tuition, books, living quarters, like board and stuff, food, community college, certificate courses, other educational expenses, master's programs, whatever. Just check with the IRS website for that year whenever you plan, because this laws change constantly. But a great way to plan for retirement and to plan for your future education or for dependents' future education. And just know, if you are a minor or if you have a minor and you're wanting to get them started on a retirement plan, you can do that. You just have to open up a custodial account. And we're going to finish off and conclude this video with some money saving tips. I want to leave you just thinking about some saving tips that you can start doing today. All these are very, very easy. It's just sometimes you got to change your behavior a little bit. So track expenses. We talked about this in an earlier video too. We'll keep bringing that up, but track expenses, write them down or keep them on a receipt, or keep all your receipts. Sometimes just doing this action can really open up your eyes on, dang, I'm spending a lot of money in XYZ category. Maybe I can limit that. Start budgeting, of course. Mention that. Pay yourself by budgeting your savings. So the first item that you should put into your budget is how much do you need to save, and start putting that into your savings goals. And set goals for your savings. Set up direct deposit or your income if you own your own business or something to go into your savings first. So don't put it in your checking automatically. Put it into your savings first, and then you can pay yourself by transferring that money to your checking if you need to. Meal prep. I can't say this enough. I'm a huge proponent of this. Meal prep. That means get on a meal plan that you plan on eating for that week. It's usually good for a week. And write down all the ingredients you need. Go to the store, get those ingredients for all those meals you're going to make, breakfast, lunch, dinner, snack, whatever. Go to the store, only buy those items, and then leave the store. Don't buy anything outside. Make sure you eat before you go to the grocery store. It's kind of a guilty pleasure of mine of going to the store and buying a snack that I don't need. Don't impulse buy. Speaking of that, don't impulse buy. If there's something you're like, oh man, I really want that toy. I really want this thing I don't really need. You can do the 7-day wait method. Don't buy it immediately. Think about it. Okay, I'm going to wait 7 days. If you still want it by day 7, the odds are you're not going to. By day 7, if you still really want that thing, then buy it. Use some of your want money or something, or cut spending in another area and buy this thing. But usually by that point, you forget. Cut out restaurant and bars. Usually the two biggest things that somebody can cut out, or that you have ultimate control over, is how many times you go out to eat, or how many times you go out with friends to a bar. Or if you do go, just get water and have a good time. Always ask for cash discounts. Pay for cash up front. You'll be surprised the amount of people, especially nowadays with with cash being so tight in businesses. They don't have cash. They don't have enough to give out change. That you could ask. I mean, the worst they're going to say is no. So go ahead and ask for a cash discount. Try to reduce your power and water usage as much as possible. And I know that's difficult. Raise your AC up 1 more degree, or try to go another few days without heat. Don't get sick and don't do anything crazy. But there are ways you can cut it out, and you can reduce your power and water usage and help your utility bill. I've seen it drop just in my personal use $50 a month, which is huge. And then I can go out to eat with that money. Find a cheaper cell phone service provider. So don't use Verizon or AT&T. There's so many cheaper ones now, with technology expanding, that you can use a little cheaper cell phone service. It might not be as fast and it might not be as widely networked, but there's still options for you to use that are cheaper. And get creative with your staycations. Another word for vacation. Get creative with your staycations and your gifts. Make something at home for somebody. Some people just they'll remember that gift more. It'll be more special to them if you were to make something and find something a little bit more creative than just buying something off Amazon and sending it to them. Go on hikes. Find some cheap dates that you can do that are going to be a little bit more fun and will help save money. So that's it for this video. I'm just covering some savings tips, and these are just important strategies that we need to do in order for us to get in charge of our savings and get on a good savings plan. Hey, my name's Jack Warner. Today I'm going over personal savings video series, and the first video in this series is going over checking and savings accounts. And you're probably wondering, why do I need to know this? Because you probably already know what a checking and what a savings account is. So this video, I'm going to go over what it is, but also a lot of people get confused with how we how we could use checking and savings accounts efficiently in our lives to help us achieve financial freedom. So the basics, first of all, just run through this is most likely is a review to most of you. So checking account, it's best for spending. It's usually you're earning little to no interest, hardly any interest, nothing worthwhile. Just understand that you're not going to make money by putting money into a checking account. Usually requires no minimum balance, so you're not going to, you can start with 25 cents or sometimes you can start with nothing. Unlimited transactions, that's what checking accounts are for. You can make as many transactions as you want. There might be some banks that have limits. Just make sure when you open up an account that you go over how many transaction or withdrawal limits you have. And of course, checking accounts, they're connected to several withdrawal tools, ATMs, all the different banking apps, mobile payments, different mobile apps, PayPal, etc. ATM cards, debit cards, credit cards. Where a savings account, it's best for storing money. So checking accounts can be for spending, savings can be for storing. I feel like most of us know this. So savings is going to earn a little bit more interest. I put quotes around more because you're not earning much interest in today's times because checking or savings interest rates are so low, but it could go up. They do earn more than checking though. So savings are earning more interest than checking. It depends on the account. There's not many banks anymore that do this, but sometimes they'll have minimum balances where you got to keep at least $5 or $25. And those really high interest accounts, those really high interest savings accounts, they might say, oh, if you want to earn this, 1+% interest, 1 to 2% interest, you got to keep $1,000 in there. So make sure you understand like those really high interest accounts that are being advertised, they usually require a pretty high minimum balance in order for you to earn that money. Most savings accounts, they should for certain circumstances, but a lot of them, some of them they'll have limited transactions and limited transfers and withdrawals that you can make throughout the course of a month. And just understand that savings accounts, you're not supposed to be making transactions. The bank, first of all, looking at the bank's perspective, they're counting on that money from you deposited into that savings account so they can use it to offer loans to other people. You, as the customer, you're using that savings account for a reason. You need to put money in there for whatever goal, whatever emergency fund, whatever you're saving for. You're putting that money in there and you want to leave it in there to grow or to use in the future, whatever goal that you achieve. And of course, you got to transfer money to spend it. You'll have to transfer it to checking or transfer it to wherever, credit card, credit account, whatever you need to do to spend money. So using a checking account, this is where we want to dive in more. So like I said, most of us know what checking and savings are, but how we use them, a lot of people get confused. So using a checking account, first, we keep a low balance for what you need to spend money on. So a checking account shouldn't have, in most scenarios, shouldn't have more than $3,000, $4,000, $5,000, I would say, in it per month. Even lower if you can. Your checking account should be directly connected to your budget. So anything that's being spent should be allotted in some kind of category on your budget. And it's recommended to have 2 checking accounts. So you want one for day-to-day expenses, and this one's going to be maybe $500 to $1,000, maybe $2,000, depends on your situation. Obviously, if you're single, no family, a few $100s would be okay per month. Whereas if you're married and you have a family, or if you have many dependents, even if you're not married, if you have several dependents, it might be different. You might need about $2,000 for different things. So day-to-day expenses for one checking account. The other checking account should be used for housing, insurance. It's gonna be a little bit bigger. Utilities, any debt payments you owe, that's gonna be $3,000 to $5,000 depending on your lifestyle. So using a savings account, now we have an idea how a checking account should work. How does a savings account work? You want your income to go into your savings first. So this is the pay yourself method of the budget. You want to pay yourself by transferring the budgeted amount to your checking account. So in your big checking account you're gonna need $3,000. In your little day-to-day checking account you're gonna need at least $1,000. So you're already transferring that money. The rest of it stays in your savings or helps pay off extra debt or whatever goal you have going on. The first thing you should do, if you don't already have this, in a savings account is this is the first savings you should build up. This is the first kind of account you should have is an emergency funds account. This is the most important because this is going to help you weather the storm of life, and it's going to happen. So make this difficult to access, and I'm going to have a whole video breaking down emergency funds later on, but make this difficult to access. Don't touch this money, and this is essential. I can't stress this enough. It's essential for financial freedom. If you want to achieve that piece of financial freedom and you want to be able to move or transition in life, you got to set up an emergency fund account first. You can set up other savings accounts later, but emergency fund comes first. And then after that, create accounts for any short-term savings goals, buying a car, going on a vacation. And don't worry about the interest rates. You're not going to earn a lot of money in a savings account. So go ahead and get that out of your mind. You might make $25 a year. I think that's what I made last year on one of my savings accounts. You're not going to make much. That's for investing. Savings is for emergency funds and short-term goals. So here's a template bank account just to summarize and finish up with this video. This is kind of how a template account, if you want to set yours up like this, just know that this isn't like a standard, like, oh, I have to do this. Everybody's personal lives are different. Everybody's financial situation is different. This is just a good model to model your account after. So setting up a bank account, checking account, daily expense, that small, groceries, gas kind of expenses, $500 to $1,000, checking account. Monthly expenses, $2,000 to $3,000, and then I have a 3 to 6 months of living expenses in my emergency fund. My short-term vacation goal for this person, they're saving $1,000 to $3,000, and that's going to be less than a year. So that's the target we're looking for with short-term goals is anywhere from several months to a year. And then the last one down here, we have a savings account, maybe a money market account for a house down payment, and this might be a medium term goal. Definitely something we don't want to lose on when we are investing money. That risk piece. So a money market account or a savings account is a lot less risk than an investment account might be, and we want to aim for at least 20% of the home price. So this is just the model, a template, and I hope that you've taken away how. We always know what checking and savings are, but how we use them is so important, and how we can utilize bank tools that we already have. They're most likely free. We already have at our disposal so that we can help build our personal savings. Hey, my name's Jack Warner. Welcome to our personal saving video series. And in this video, we're going to be covering some savings accounts. And it's going to be kind of a broad overview outline of tax-advantaged savings accounts, because there are going to be some savings accounts categories that we're going to talk about in later videos, such as retirement and education. So getting into some savings accounts and where we can use them as a tax advantage. So first of all, what is tax advantage? What does that mean? Sometimes it means tax-free, where we don't have to pay any taxes. We don't have to worry about taxes. We don't have to worry about filing it. We might have to worry about putting it on some IRS form, sure, but overall we don't have to worry about paying taxes on it, and we'll cover some of those today. Tax credit, sometimes there'll be savings accounts where you get tax credit, which means you get money back, whereas tax deductible, you won't have to pay taxes on it in the first place, or the better way to say this, it'll deduct against your income, lower your income. So tax advantage accounts, they're mostly used for retirement, health, education, and other medium to long-term savings goals. And anything in between, of course. So tax advantage accounts, they can be used for all sorts of purposes and all sorts of functions. Two main tax situations you will need to be aware of, though, when using a tax advantaged savings account, really any savings account. There's pre-tax savings accounts, which means you will not pay taxes immediately, so you won't pay taxes now, but you'll have to pay taxes later, depending on withdrawals or contribution limits or whatever it might be, unless certain conditions may apply. After-tax accounts, you've already been taxed on your income, so that's money, after-tax money you're putting into these accounts. You've already paid taxes, so any contributions you make for the duration of you holding that account, you'll never have to pay taxes on again. And there's some other ones in the gray areas of both of these, but usually they fall in one of these two categories. It's either pre-tax or post-tax accounts. So the first one we're going to cover is retirement accounts. Now, I'm going to have a whole video specifically focusing on education and retirement accounts, so future long-term savings goals. But just to cover the tax benefits that we can incur when we open up a retirement account, there are some different situations. So pre-tax contribution accounts are our 401ks, 403bs, traditional IRAs, and some SEP IRAs, depending on how we set that up. So this means that money that I have earned that I have not been taxed on is going into these accounts. Now, later on, when I'm 72 or however old, 59 and a half, I think is the earliest you can start withdrawing, but whenever you have to withdraw at 72 years old, whenever I make my withdrawals during my retirement, I will have to pay taxes on those withdrawals. Whereas after tax contribution accounts, Roth IRAs, Roth 401ks, and some SEP IRAs, again, depending on how some people set that up, I'm already being taxed. I'm being taxed on it. Let's just say I get paid once a month. I've already been taxed on that money. So I make $4,000 a month after tax, just for this scenario. I make $4,000 a month. I have to pay $1,000 in taxes, so I have $3,000 left. I use it to cover my expenses, and let's just say I put $300 after expenses into my Roth IRA. That growth too. So that $300 I put in a month towards my Roth IRA, towards my investing in my retirement, I don't have to pay taxes ever again on that, on a Roth 401k or a Roth IRA. So when I'm 72 years old and that money has accumulated to hopefully a couple of $1 million, I don't have to worry about paying taxes on it. So the biggest thing here to know is, yeah, after tax situations seem great because you don't have to deal with it again. But the pre-tax contributions is nice too because yes, you have to pay taxes later on, but you can actually use this as tax deductible. We're going to cover this more in a later video too. So my contribution, which for most of these is going to be about $6,000 or $7,000 if you're 50 or older. So that money that I'm putting in for a traditional 401k or traditional IRA, I get to claim on my taxes. So it lowers my total income $6,000 per year. I can't do that with a Roth IRA. Just make sure you understand that contribution and withdrawal limits apply. This changes every year. So Congress will change the law almost every single year. The IRS website, they'll have the most up-to-date restrictions and different limits and everything and different regulations around these accounts. So just make sure to check these each year that you are contributing. The next thing we want to cover in this video is savings accounts, using a saving accounts for healthcare. So the restrictions here are you have to be on a high deductible insurance plan. So you have to make sure. I think the rule of thumb is, and this might change too, but it's about $1,000 deductible or more. You can qualify for a healthcare savings account. That might change state to state. So each state has a different policy. So just make sure you understand your state's policy when it comes to health savings accounts. But high deductible insurance plans to qualify, and there are contributions limits to this as well. So the first one is a flexible savings account, FSA, and usually it's controlled by your employer. So your employer might be offering this. The biggest downside, I think, to an FSA is that any unused contributions, they do not roll over to the next year. So you have to make sure you spend all that money, which puts a lot of pressure and stress and everything on you, because then you have to spend all that, whatever the FSA account holding is. Withdrawals are not allowed, so you can't withdraw for anything else. You have to spend it directly in that healthcare qualified thing, whatever that might be. The cool thing about FSAs that your employer might have set up is that expenses can be used for a large variety of care, even for child care, I've seen before, or your dependent care expenses. So they can be used for, I've seen people use them for toothpaste. I've seen you use it for, I had a story, depends on the state, so make sure you stay with your, understand your state's regulations and all. I've heard people say they spend it on sunscreen and stuff like that before. So large variety of care for sure. HSAs, health savings account, again, both of these vary state by state, so I can't say it enough. Just make sure you understand your state's regulation when it comes to these types of savings accounts. You get to control almost anybody can start a HSA. Great for self-employed people because we know the self-employed healthcare market is difficult and expensive, so HSAs can be a great tool to have, and you get to control it. Contributions do roll over. You can carry this with you until you retire. and withdrawals are subject to penalties. So if you withdraw for anything else, then you, first of all, you get to withdraw, but it can be a big penalty. HSAs do have a little bit more stricter limit on what you can spend versus FSAs, but it's still pretty flexible in what you want to spend money on for healthcare expenses. And the last thing we're going to cover is ESAs, and I'm going to have a whole video on this too, part of my retirement future savings goals, but education savings accounts. There are several of these that you can start. There's several of these you can start for yourself as an adult learner if you're wanting to go back to college or get a certification, whatever it is. And a lot of these ESA accounts, they have since the cost of college has gone up so much, ESA accounts have, in a good way, they cover more expenses now. They cover tons of different expenses related to education stuff. So look into those options, but most likely ESA is going to be used for your dependents, your kids, and so on. And you can use these accounts, ESA accounts, for many different things. There are all types of ESA accounts you can use and spend money out of that are qualified expenses. So just understand that when you are using you are using a savings account, that you understand the tax implications of it, and just know that whenever you are deciding to make contributions or withdrawals, that you look at that specific year's contribution limit or withdrawal limit or whatever regulations are going on, because this can change. This September 22 right now when I'm doing this video, this might change February of 2023. Hello, my name is Jack Warner, and this is a video part of our personal savings video series. And in this video, I'm going to be covering some high yield savings accounts and how we can start generating some wealth with these accounts, and what kind of funds we can use to put into these accounts. So first of all, what exactly is high yield? That sounds such like a big financial term that financial gurus use, and it's annoying that they use this kind of terminology, but it's something we have to understand. High yield, what that means is what's earning a high interest rate. How can you put money into an account that earns more money than just a traditional savings account? So savings account where interest earned is higher than national average is considered high yield. And this isn't a definition as of 2022. 2% plus or more is considered high yield. That's more of a subjective kind of feel of several surveys and several people, and the national average and all. High yield can be much higher than that, can be lower than that. That's just kind of the average as of right now. And 2%, if you can earn that on a savings account, you're doing pretty good, or you have a right account, because there's not many that are paying that. Slowly they're going up, but for the longest time, for over a decade, savings accounts were paying, 1% was like, oh my gosh, I can't believe you're earning 1% interest rate. I've seen some. My bank was only paying 0.10% interest, so it is going up very, very slowly. I wish it would go up quicker because of the rate of inflation, but you know how that works. So high yield accounts generally require a few things. If you want to access those top tier interest rates, they're going to require a high deposit amount. So I've seen some even 3 or even 5% interest, which is amazing, but a lot of that's kind of out of reach for many of us. Because they require such a high deposit amount, you have to put in $100,000, and then the minimum holding balance, you got to keep that $100,000 for at least 3 months in there, and they'll also limit transfers. So it's great to think about, but some of these you have to make sure you read the fine print that, oh, you might have to put, I've seen some as low as 10,000, with 3% plus interest rate. You have to put 10,000 into that account. You got to hold it in there for X amount of time, and then you can start earning that interest. So just make sure if you see one of these, you see them all the time pop up. You might see this even more advertised online, because the interest rates are slowly climbing on these types of accounts. Just make sure that you read the fine print, you understand the minimum balance, the transfer limit, the withdrawal limit if there is one, the high deposit amount, etc. So here are some banks that might offer some high yield savings. So credit unions are typically going to compete or outcompete banks and in traditional savings banks when it comes to interest rates. And that goes for loans too. They're usually going to be able to offer a little bit higher interest rates on savings accounts, and they'll be opposite of that. They'll be able to offer lower interest rates on loan accounts. or I'm sorry, on loans and like mortgages and credit cards and such. The other type of banks that offer high yield accounts are online banks, corporate banks, or otherwise known as discount banks. Sometimes they're called that because a lot of it's automated. They might offer better interest rates than traditional banks. So some examples, and I just put in for Ally, City banks, Discover, or CIT banks, Discover and First Foundation. Many other banks will offer around 2.5%. And most of these, I just did a quick Google search to find these. Most of these require at least $1,000. Some of them require 10,000 plus. And again, when you get into those top tier interest rate earning accounts, those high yield savings accounts, 3 to 5% earning, then yeah, you got to put in like 100,000 plus. So one type of high yield savings account is known as a money market account, and MMAs are a great tool. And for this particular purpose, I'll show you that in a second. MMAs they earn higher interest usually, but they're not that much higher, and sometimes they're even less. So understand that yeah, most of the time on average in normal economic times, money market accounts, they'll earn higher interest rates than traditional savings accounts, but traditional savings accounts are sometimes fixed interest, whereas MMAs are usually variable interest rates. So they'll change depending on economic factors. So sometimes they could be less than. Right now is a good time. Actually, MMAs are a little bit less or even on par with interest on traditional savings accounts. Money market accounts, they usually have stricter regulations than traditional savings when it comes to withdrawals and transfers and balances. But I think money market accounts are great places to put emergency savings fund because it's everything you want. Decent interest usually, just depends on economic factors. Okay interest that you don't even more emergency fund, you're not worried about making money anyway on that money. So you're putting in a money market account, getting some money back, very restricted access to it. I think some money market accounts will offer you checks, so you can hide those checks, and then you can have access to it. Very limited access though, which that's how you should use your emergency fund. And then you can use that emergency fund whenever you need it. Instead of it shouldn't be every day anyway. Emergencies are pretty rare, so money market account might be a good place for you to put an emergency savings fund. And then we have our boosted up, probably our highest level of savings account interest rate. And it's borderline investing at this point, but CDs, certificate of deposits. This is how it works. And this is how it works for. I always like to show the back end, like what's the bank getting out of this? Because banks are businesses, and this works for any type of savings deposit. So here's us. So I don't know who did this picture. I found it online. I couldn't give him credit because I didn't know who the author was, but I appreciate as a former educator myself, I appreciate the artwork, the very simple design here. But here's our person. They deposit cash into the bank. The bank will then be able to use that deposit, our deposit, and lend it to other people at a pretty high percentage. And then they'll get a decent return off that. So they'll use that money to offer loans like mortgages and car loans and personal loans, etc. They'll get that return, and then they'll give that money back to us because we put that in there, especially when it comes to CDs, because it's going to be in there a long time. They'll give that money back to us, and we can earn money because the bank's earning money off of it. So, how exactly does a CD work? They're similar to investment grade bonds. So if you're into investing in bonds, then you understand how a CD kind of works. They're the highest earning interest rate compared to other savings accounts, not other investing options, but other savings accounts. The money is locked in though, and withdrawals are highly penalized. So CDs you're certifying that you're going to be depositing that amount of money for an X period of time. So you can do it for a couple months. You can do it for a couple years. There's some even 30 or 50 years. You can do it for a decade, whatever it is. The money's locked in until that time. If you try to withdraw that money, you can, but it's a huge penalty, and you'll basically lose all of your returns and even lose some of the initial investment that you put into buying that CD in the first place. So understand that this is the most limited. It's not liquidable at all. It's the most limited access you get to out of any other savings account. So just know that CDs are not a good place to put your emergency fund because you will not be able to get it when an emergency comes. This is more for medium to long term savings goals or just extra money that you want to put away. The more money you put in and the more money you're able to purchase in a CD and the longer you're able to keep it, the more interest you can earn. So, for example, if I can go right now and buy $100 CD for 1 year, probably earn 1-2% interest. Not that great. Or I can go out and buy $100,000 CD and earn 5 or 6% for 10 years, 7% maybe. So understand that the more money I'm able to put in, the more interest I can earn. So for example, here's another example. 1 year CD of $1,000 could earn somewhere between 2 or 3% right now. Whereas that same CD at the same price, but for 5 years, so for longer, because I'm able to commit to the bank, like, hey, I can put this money in there that long, I could earn 3 to 5%, which is pretty good. So again, CDs, excellent savings tool for any extra money you earn. Just know this is money that you do not need. This should not be your emergency fund. This should not be for any short-term savings goal you have. So anything less than the year that you know you need to spend money on, you should consider putting it into a different account, not a CD. And then the last thing I want to cover, and this gets into investing a little bit, but it could still be used as a savings tool. The savings account is your cash and investment accounts. So say you have an investment account set up with whatever, Vanguard, just use them since they're a huge company. You have cash in the Vanguard account. You say you have $10,000. You invest $5,000 of it. The other $5,000 that's not in stocks and bonds and mutual funds, etc., it's just sitting in that account as cash. And some investment accounts will offer you an interest rate. And some of those are going up pretty high right now. So they'll offer you an interest rate to help you put more money in so they can incentivize you to put more money in. And I've seen some 3 to 5% right now. So it can be a decent option for you to put some short-term savings money in there for whatever goal you have in the short run. And you can help build money there too and earn money. Plus it's a limited amount. So the only thing is it takes a few days to withdraw the money from investment accounts. So just know that it might take 3 to 5 business days, 7 business days to withdraw or transfer that money to your regular account. You can't spend money in an investment account, so you got to withdraw it or transfer it to your regular bank account before you can spend it. So these are the different types of high yield savings accounts that you can use in just your everyday life. I would say for some short term goals, but most of them are going to be medium or long term goals to help us kind of build our wealth, understand a little bit more tools that we have at our disposal in our financial journey. Welcome back to another video, part of the personal savings video series. In this video, we're going to be covering the 50-30-20 budget rule, and we're going to focus on that 20% for savings. So we've talked about 50-30-20 budget rule before in other videos, and we're going to discuss it later on too. But today we're just going to focus on that 20 part for the savings. So just as a review, 50-30-20 as a budgeting strategy, what you got to do first to even begin to start on this is you got to make sure you're recording your monthly income. And this is after tax or net or take home pay. So when you're recording your monthly income, then you can start budgeting and tracking your spending. And of course, with tracking spending, you need to make sure you're categorizing your expenses and then prioritize essentials and savings versus desires and wants. Another review part of the 50-30-20, and make sure you understand that 50% goes to the essentials. So that's going to be our housing, food, transportation, utilities. So that means 50% of our take-home pay needs to go to these things. I should also include any mandatory debt that you owe. So minimum payments basically will fall into the 50% category as well. The 30% covers wants, and I like to think that the 50% up here is more mandatory, while the 30 and 20 are more suggestions. So obviously you can change these around if you need to. So 30% wants, and then the 20%, what we're going to be covering today, is savings and investing. So 20% of our take-home pay each month should be going to retirement, healthcare, education, childcare goals, or debt, extra debt. So remember, essentials, mandatory debt, 20%, any extra payments we can make towards debt will fall into that category. So let's break this down further. Focus most of the 20%, if you are in a crazy amount of debt or even just a little bit of debt, if you can, focus most of the 20% on the debt payments. So what do I mean by that? If you have consumer debt, so that means anything of high interest credit card balances, personal loans, auto loans, student loans, whatever, you're going to focus on those payments first. And you're going to put any extra, so you're already paying your minimum payments on everything that you owe money on. You already have your essentials covered. Now you can make extra cash payments towards any kind of consumer debt that you have. And if this is a scenario for you, and a lot of people it is, if you are automatically investing, say in your company's 401k or something, which is the most common culprit. I shouldn't say culprit; it's just something we kind of forget about. When you are in a good amount of debt, then you need to make sure you stop investing or saving in other areas to make sure you put more money towards those big consumer loans. Other 20% savings. So part of that percentage, if you're this is if you're outside of paying off debt, if you have paid off debt or you're already a good chunk of the way there, then part of the percentage can be included into the employer sponsored contributions like 401ks. This is what I was saying, that a lot of people kind of forget this point and they're in a ton of debt, like I don't have any extra money. If you are in a This is only if you are in a pretty difficult debt situation, then stop contributions, call up your HR or finance person, whoever, tell them to stop your contributions to that account, to that 401k or whatever 403b, and start making extra payments towards your debt. And remember, this is just a suggestion. So you can increase 20% if you need to. Remember, if we go back to the 50-30-20 rule, 30% is once. So I would recommend increasing it. In fact, a lot of people flip flop it. They'll put 30% savings and investing, 20% once. Or some people will go hardcore for a season of life, maybe a couple months, and go 50-50, 50% essentials and 50% savings investing, which is very difficult to do. But you can do it, and a lot of people have. So this also includes any other savings goals like short-term savings and emergency savings. So different things that can fall into that 20% category. Just to conclude, here's what a 50-30-20 example might look like. And everybody's personal finance lives are going to be different. Every person's financial situations are going to be different. Just use this as kind of an example, as an illustration to maybe how you can model your finances if this is something similar to you. So let's pretend a person earns $30,000 per month. So if we take out 50% because they have to pay towards essentials, so they got to pay utilities, rent, etc., groceries, then that's going to be $1,500 already gone. So now we have $1,500 to work with. 30% of that, which is $900, will go to their wants. So this can be extra groceries, because this can be going out to eat. This can be buying clothes or shoes, whatever else they might want. Of course, again, we're just going to pretend that this person did not decide to lower that 30%. They just wanted to go all out. That's fine, as long as they stick to that 50% there. And 20% will go to their savings or investing. So that's going to leave them with $600 at the end of the month. This person has an employer-sponsored 401k that they put $150 in per month. So now they have $450. They have debt obligations that take $300 per month. So now that leaves them with $150 in their savings budget. So what can they do with that extra $150? Well, we know they're in debt. They have some debt obligations, so they could make extra payments towards that debt. Well, let's just pretend that debt's not that bad. That's $300 per month. Maybe it's a really, really good promotional 0.5% interest car loan. Well, we know that they could probably make more money if they put it towards investing. So maybe they put $150 into a bond that earns 4%. So they can make more money that way. Or it's a credit card payment and it has upwards of 20-25% interest. So we know they need to put $150 towards that instead, which can help pay it off quicker and help lower their interest payments. So whatever the situation is, just know that if you actually follow the math and do this and follow it to a T and change the 30% and 20% up a little bit, just make sure that whatever plan you choose in the 50-30-20 rule, you stick to it and you try to maximize the savings goal. Don't try to put everything towards the 50% essentials. Like, I got to focus on this. If your 50% essential category is more like 60 or 70%, try to fix some things in your life. Maybe try to get a roommate if your rent's too high, or try to get a smaller house, or whatever it might be. I know that's a tough and emotional and touchy subject, but sometimes we can make some drastic changes to lower that percentage, so then we can increase. This is the one we're looking for here. We're doing all this to increase this, but just know, don't go super hardcore and go 50-50 and cut out your wants. You need to leave a little bit of room for spending money for fun, because you'll go crazy if you don't, and then all this is for naught. Hey guys, my name is Jack Warner, and this is a video money saving tips, a part of the video series of personal savings. And in this video, I'm going to be covering some basic, but also some not so thought of, kind of like hidden in plain sight money saving tips. So hopefully these will help in your own personal savings adventure or journey. And it can be an adventure, because sometimes it can be fun. So first steps we should do is, first thing we need to do, and I say this in almost all my videos, we need to get on a budget. Don't spend outside of it. Once we're on that budget, whether you're using a cash envelope system or 50-30-20 rule or zero-based budget system, make sure you get on that plan, you stick to it, you don't spend outside of it. The next thing we need to do is eliminate debt or begin to pay it off quicker. So we want to make sure that this will help us save money in the long run, but we want to make sure we're getting out of debt now, and then we start paying it off too. And then don't take on new debt. So the first tip I want to share is canceling subscriptions. And I put this in like a three-tiered system on how we should look at subscriptions, because subscriptions they can be emotional, they can be tough, and they can be forgetful. So the first thing we should do is check subscriptions. We need to look over all the subscriptions we have, and there's actually apps that do this for you. If you can't remember what you have linked, maybe you need to print out your credit card statement or your bank statement or whatever it is that you possibly have accounts linked to. You want to look over all your subscriptions and automatically cancel the ones that you do not use, all the unused ones. You're like, hey, what's this gym one that I never use? You should go use it, but if you're not, cancel it. Or what's this software Apple Store subscription? I don't know. There's some crazy ones out there that I'm not using, or this Xbox or PlayStation network system that I'm not using. Cancel it. If you're not using it, cancel it. So that's the first tier. The second tier is review subscriptions. So the ones that you have remaining after you've deleted the other ones and canceled them. So the ones you have remaining, review over them. Review subscriptions that you're not getting much value out of it. So you have a gym pass and you're like, oh, I do use it like twice a month or something. If you're paying $40-$50 a month, it's not worth it. So cancel it. If you're only watching Netflix for one show and that show doesn't air until another year or whatever, cancel it. So you got to look at the value. How much value are you getting? Are you getting that much subscription value out of it? If so, if not, then cancel it. If so, possibly consider keeping it and move it to the last tier here. Assessing your subscriptions. So we've already canceled a bunch. Hopefully at this point, maybe you made a list of ones that you wanted to cancel. We canceled the unused ones. We canceled the ones that we're not getting much value out of. Now we need to see, okay, now what subscriptions do I have that I might use a good bit, at least once a week, but do I actually need it? Is it actually bringing value to my life or bringing me joy in my life? So say I have a Netflix, Hulu, and Amazon Prime subscription. Do I need all three? No. Do I use all three? Yes, I do. Say I don't in real life, but this fictional person does. So I mostly use Amazon. I'm going to pretend that, Amazon Prime comes with other services too, whereas Netflix and Hulu does not. So I'm going to cancel those two and stick to Amazon, because I use a lot of their services through other things too, like Prime Delivery and all that. So I'm going to keep my gym membership. I use it at least twice a week, and I think that's important for my health. So maybe I keep that too. And then I can start canceling other ones. So really, really assess and evaluate throughout this, what subscriptions do I use actually, and which ones can I cancel? As long as it's not a major lifestyle change. Another area we can save on, some tips for saving, is food. Grocery spending is usually one of the most difficult, but also one of the easiest areas to cut spending. When you go to the grocery store, try to buy generic brand, don't buy a name brand. Sometimes there's a taste difference or quality difference. I understand that for sure. But sometimes there's not. And you probably know those times and which ones you can get and which ones you don't need to get. So stick with those generic items that, even if the quality is 10% less, but it's like 90, a huge difference in your budget, then try to go and buy generic. Make sure you're buying only essential foods. Especially if you're in like a very difficult financial situation, only buy essential foods. Don't buy the extra snacks. Don't buy the Lucky Charms or whatever it is. You don't need that. Buy only the essentials that you need. Suck it up for a little while, and then treat yourself once you get back to normal footing in your financial situation. Another part of grocery spending is meal prepping. If you plan out, just like how we plan our finances, we should also plan our meals, our food that we put in our bodies. So plan out a weekly meal plan because this will help you budget for those ingredients, and then you can't spend outside of that budget. So you know you're going to make chicken Alfredo or whatever for a week, and you know what you're going to eat for breakfast. You're going to have eggs and oatmeal, or you're going to have whatever it is that you like to eat for breakfast. You go to the store, you buy just those items. You know what snacks you're going to get. You already buy those items. You don't buy outside of that because that's part of your meal prep and that's part of your budget. Eliminate eating out. And I know this is a tough one because there can be some good restaurants, especially at your local town, and you know that secret barbecue joint or whatever it is, that Chinese food, it can be really good. So make sure that if you are eating out, that you're doing so wisely, and you should. And I feel like everybody should go out to eat because it's fun, it's a good experience. You get good tasting food. You don't have to cook or clean. It's awesome. But if you are in a very difficult financial situation, if you are in a crazy amount of debt, you should not be eating out, and you should be eating in. Don't go out to eat with your friends for lunch. Bring your food. If you do go, just get water. If you feel like that social pressure, just get the smallest thing or whatever it might be. And sometimes you got to be upfront. Like, I just can't afford to go out to eat right now. Or maybe you can tell them, I'm on a certain diet and I can't eat that food right now. Whatever it is, and try to eat in. The same thing with coffee. I've talked to people, they spend $4,000 to $6,000 a year on coffee. Incredible. If they love it, awesome. Good for them. They already have it budgeted into their family's budget. They keep on buying that Starbucks coffee. But if you're not, and it's a difficult choice for you, man, it's one of the most overpriced things we buy as Americans. It's ridiculous. You can buy a month's worth of coffee for like $5 or $6. People spend that in a day at Starbucks. It's incredible. Fun tip. This is what I put this because this is my own personal experience, but eat before you go to the grocery store because you will end up spending less. Studies have proven this too, and just for me, my own review, it's true for my life as well. So eat before you go to the grocery store because you'll end up buying less than what you need because you've already eaten and you don't feel as hungry to buy, or you don't feel as drawn to buy those extra snacks that you might need. Reduce essential spending. So if you're doing that 50-30-20 rule, the essential spending is part of our 50% of our budget. This can be tough because essential spending obviously is essential and we need it, and it's a need. But there are ways to reduce that spending. Still, we still have to spend it, right? We still have to use that money, but there are ways to reduce this essential spending. Insurance is one of those places. Usually, you can shop around and find a cheaper insurance. Same service, same kind of quality that you're getting now, but most likely you can find a different one. Go through all different insurance companies, and there's all these comparison websites you can use. Even call your insurance company and see what they can do for discounts. And that goes for any type of insurance, but I find it best for car insurance, maybe renters or home insurance too, that you can find a better deal on. Utilities. So obviously, I feel silly putting it on there, but try to cut energy costs by using less energy. That's pretty obviously stated, harder in practice, right? But there are ways to do this. Take shorter showers. Install more efficient lighting or energy whatever it is, technology, leaving lights off, making sure lights are off when you leave the room, setting the temperature to a lower temperature, obviously in the summer, higher temperature in the fall. Right now is kind of it's one of my favorite times of the year. That's that summer, fall, going into fall mode, where you can turn the AC off and turn the heat off. Oh man, you could save so much money. Not only do you feel comfortable because the outside temperature is great and the inside temperature is awesome, you're also not having to run your AC or heat. So that depends on where you live, though, of course. Cell phone. I've seen so many of these, and it's awesome. I can't remember all the names of them right now, but there's cell phone companies that aren't part of the big three, like T-Mobile, AT&T, and Verizon, that aren't part of those. There's dozens of them. There's huge, even ones that are subsidiaries of Verizon, AT&T, or T-Mobile. You can eliminate extra costs and services that you don't really need with those companies, or you can switch carriers to some of those minor outlet companies and cut your cell phone bill. I've seen it. I've seen some $80 to $120 a month for those big companies, and some companies are offering now $30 to $40 for the same kind of plan. Now, the biggest con here that you need to be aware of, from what I've looked at, is during high traffic time. So if you live in a city and you really depend on your cell phone service for your work or for your job, whatever, you might need to do a little bit more research before getting into this. But some of these companies, if you live in a high traffic area, they will be second rate when it comes to dialing back how much internet and how much data service you get. So just understand that that's how it works. Using your community. I'm a big proponent of this because we should always use our community as a resource, but also to network and to get out and enjoy it and find out more. Libraries are awesome places, and that depends on your library, of course. But if you're going to go buy a book, most likely your library has it. See if they have it first before you go spend money. I'm all about supporting the authors, but if you're in that tight spot, go to the library. My library offers games too, board games, outdoor games, video games. So if you have a PlayStation or Xbox, I can go rent. I don't have either one, but if I did, I can go rent for free. I can go rent a game for a week. I can go rent movies for a week. I can go rent yard games for a week or so. Um, I've seen some libraries offer even more than that. They'll offer like all types of crazy services and goods, which is awesome. Use it. Staycations. Find some cool places in your community you've never been to. You don't need to go on that fancy vacation. Maybe you can go camp out in the national park or local state park or whatever that's near you. Or use the rec department to work out, or YMCA if that's near you, if you have one near you. Rec department can be an awesome tool. You can get exercise, most likely for free. They might offer some very low rate instructed classes. Use those instead of a premium gym membership. And thrift stores. And my wife is a huge fan of thrift stores. Almost everything, the shirt I'm wearing, for instance, is thrifted. Almost everything I wear has been thrifted from a community thrift store. And it doesn't have to be clothes too. You can find all sorts of stuff, all sorts of gear and equipment from thrift stores. And most likely, if you search hard enough and you get good at it, you can find things that are pretty good quality that someone has used only once or twice. And boom, now you bought a $10 whatever that was several $100 before. Always look for cash discounts. And a lot of people forget this little tip that there are some companies that offer cash discounts. So try to ask for cash discounts for everything. If you have something that's worth $1,000, you're like, hey, I have $1,000 cash right now, or don't tell them that. But if I pay in cash, how much can I get this on a discount? The worst they can say is no. Cashback apps. Use cashback apps like Honey, Ibotta, Gas Buddy, Retail Me Not. There's dozens of others. Some of these are great. Some of these are very annoying to use. So just understand that some of these aren't that great, but you get money for what you're already spending money on. Gas Buddy is pretty good too. I used that one before. And you already have to spend money on gas, especially with high gas prices nowadays. So go ahead and use it. You got to use it anyways. And then, of course, coupons. Find coupons for things that you're going to spend money on already. Now, don't get carried away with these things because I've seen people get carried away with the cash apps and with coupons where they'll spend outside of what they actually need because it says, oh, well, it's 50% off. Oh, it's BOGO. I need it. Only buy what you need. That goes back to budgeting your grocery bill, your grocery list. If it's not in your budget, if it's not in your grocery meal prep, then you don't need the coupon for it. So these are some tips, some helpful tips you can use in your daily life to helpfully get you ahead in your own personal savings adventure, and have fun with it, and try to find some other areas where you can save too. Hey, my name's Jack Warner. A part of our personal savings video series is setting financial goals and understanding how we can set these goals, but also how we can take steps to get to these goals and achieve them as well. So a big part of the why we save is to make sure that we can meet our financial or life's goals, whatever that might be. The first part we need to do is budget. And I say this in every one of my videos, almost every one of my videos. You have to budget. You got to make a plan. You got to be purposeful. You got to write it down. Then, once you have that written down, another part you should write down is categorizing your goals and set target dates for each goal. You should make sure that your goals are attainable, they're achievable, they match your lifestyle, and there's a target date to these. So there's three categories you should split your goals into. The first one's short term, and that's just a few months to less than a year. So anything that's happening within that time frame, and this looks different in everybody's life. Good examples are buying a car, taking a trip, buying a house, paying off debt, and these should be put in very liquidable savings accounts, like traditional savings, online, money market accounts. You shouldn't put them in investments because the value could drop. And like today, this at the end of September of 2022, right now, our stock market's dropping, so your short-term savings goal value could get destroyed basically if you put that money into a risky investment instead of putting it into a more conservative investment. So short term, you should definitely put it into something. You're not going to earn much money on it. That's okay because you're going to be spending it anyway soon. Medium term, 1 to 3 years. So that's going to be anything after a year, but less than 3 years. Maybe you could probably push that out to 5 years depending on what's going on in your life. But some examples here: buying a car, house, making a big move, change in lifestyle, college, etc. Usually medium term you have this better planned and more organized, where short term it could be a month to month basis. Medium term, it's going to be a little bit more structured, I should say. And what I mean by that is you might be able to get away with a little bit more risky investment, like a CD. You can put, say you want to buy a house, or you're going to have to go to college in 2 years, or you're going to have this huge change, this huge move coming up in 1 year. So you can buy a 1 year CD or a 2 year CD, depending on what that date might be. And this is money you don't need for anything else but this particular thing. So make sure you understand that too. Long term. So anything that you can't really foresee past 3 years, 5 years plus. Usually I've seen long term even 10 years plus. So this is where we can start investing. This is where we can take a little bit more risk because the time value of money principle will help us gain money over time and beat inflation and grow our money and have our money work for us so we can make even more money, build wealth. That way we can reach our long-term financial goals. So some examples of this: college, retirement, healthcare, dependents, etc. Now we need to categorize. So once we have a time frame of our goals, we need to categorize and prioritize these goals. So we have them time framed. We have a short term, a medium term, and a long term, and so on and so forth. Now we need to categorize and prioritize them. What's essential? What do I absolutely need to? My car has failed. I need a new car within 2 months. I can get by with this loaner car that someone offered me for 2 months, but I need a car. And this is just an example. In 2 months' time, so that's going to be my priority savings for short-term goals. Or I have to move out of my house. My landlord's kicking me out in 6 months. I have 6 months to find another house, to either buy a house or either to rent or to find some other living situation. I need to put money aside for that. That's going to be essential. So those type of things, almost emergency situations, are going to be my essentials. Then we have our non-immediate needs. So anything past a year, I would say, non-immediate needs. That's kind of a weird, almost an oxymoron, non-immediate needs. But something we know we're going to need in the future. I know I'm going to need to save for my kids' college fund, or I know I'm going to need to save for my health care or my retirement. Those should be second tier in how we prioritize our goals. And then our wants, of course. will be last. So essentials first, so, what we absolutely have to, there's no other option. We have to spend money on this thing. Then we have our non-immediate needs, things that it could be planned out, shifted, adapted a little bit, but something we're going to have to spend money on eventually. And then we have our wants and desires, something we don't really need, but it would be nice and make our life a little bit easier and might make us happier or whatever it might be. So what kind of goals should we set? And some people they just don't know what goals to set. They don't really have any goals. They don't have any aspirations or ambitions, or they just simply have never been taught. They just seen it day by day. If the whole point of saving is to be able to achieve financial freedom, right? So if we go by that principle, then we need to be able to first set up an emergency fund. We have to prioritize that. Once we have an emergency fund set up, then we have to focus on paying off debt. That's the kind of goals we should be setting. Emergency fund, paying off debt. Once we paid off debt, then we can start saving for retirement or saving for college fund or saving anything long term beyond that. And then your goals can kind of be a little bit more fun. Maybe you want to take a cool trip, or maybe you want to buy a car that you've always wanted. Once you've accomplished these three things, then you can start focusing on other personal goals or fun goals that you might have for you and your family that creates a little bit more spark in your life. But you can't do that until you do these things first. And you have to, this helps us setting goals, gives the why part of our budget, gives the plan for our budget an option for us to be flexible, but for us to get financial freedom and enjoy our money in the long run. In a lot of other videos, we've mentioned the emergency fund several times in the personal savings, especially in the personal savings video series. In this video, I'm going to break down what exactly is emergency fund, how we can fund it, where we should even put it, and what should I spend it on, and why I should have it. So, what is emergency fund? First of all, emergency fund is a comfortable amount of savings that can help pay for life emergencies. So, just remember, a good takeaway from this is an emergency will happen in your life. Unfortunately, that's just the way life is. Something's going to happen to you or to a loved one that you're going to spend money on. And it's going to be an emergency spending situation, and you need to be prepared for it. So it's not if, it's when it happens. But why do I need an emergency fund? So we know the what, and we kind of know the why, but what's some other reasons why I need an emergency fund? The first thing is emergency funds can help you become financially free. If you already have an emergency fund set up, then you are ready for anything that life throws at you, or anything that might happen in your life that drastically changes your lifestyle. You can change, or you can help alleviate that change or that situation or that event with an emergency fund. When a crisis happens, you will be prepared. You can also leave. So some people don't understand. Emergency fund can also be used to give yourself some space, give yourself some buffer, a safety net, so to speak, if you are in a very toxic environment. This could be in a job, this could be in a town that you're in, or maybe even a living situation that you're in. If it becomes such a burden on your life, if you have an emergency fund set up, you can use that emergency fund to get yourself out of that situation and find financial peace and a transition out of that situation. Emergency funds enable you to save and invest elsewhere. What do I mean by that? So if you have an emergency fund set up, an emergency happens, you spend that money from that emergency fund. If you don't have it, and many Americans don't have one, if you don't have an emergency fund set up, and all of a sudden an emergency happens, now you have to spend money from another account. You have to either sell some investments, some stocks or whatever. You have to use your children's, God forbid, you got your children's college fund. You got to use something you were saving up for a cool trip or a car or whatever other goal you were saving up. You got to pull from other accounts, is what I'm saying, and that can limit your wealth growth. So with an emergency fund, it enables you to save and invest elsewhere. So where do I put my emergency fund? Where exactly can I put my emergency fund so I have access to it? Well, we know that we're not going to make money off the emergency fund. So this isn't one of those investment gimmicks. This is, where can I put this money so I can store it in a safe location and I can get to it when I need to? We want to put it in some kind of a savings account that has limited access, because I don't need much access to this. Hopefully most likely there's not an emergency coming up every week or whatever. So I want a savings account. I've been there too. So I know some of you might be thinking when I just said that, like, oh, you don't know my life. I've been that situation where there's been emergency like events that occurred almost every week for about 2 months. And it was crazy and hectic. But if it wasn't for a healthy emergency fund that I had set up, my wife and I would have been wiped out financially. So it might happen. That season of life might happen, but it won't continue on. As long as you have an emergency fund set up, then usually it prevents further emergencies, if you know what I'm saying. So limited access because I shouldn't need much access to it. Some good savings account types, traditional savings, online savings, and money market accounts are usually the ones we should put our emergency fund savings into. So how do I create an emergency fund? How do I start? How do I go about it? First things first, you got to budget. You got to budget first because you got to make sure you know where your money. You got to be purposeful with your spending. You got to be purposeful with your saving. You need goals. You need to create a plan with your money. And the first thing you should do is build an emergency fund. Well, budget, but then build an emergency fund. You'll need to calculate for your essentials only. Don't calculate for your wants and desires. Don't put in like, don't just wrap up, oh, I spent 5,000 last month, so this is how much I need my emergency fund. That's not it. You need to make sure you're only planning for your essentials. And I want to stop here before I go to the next step. If you don't have enough money to worry about your monthly expenses, just focus on building a starter emergency fund first. Say $1,000. Just give yourself some space, and then you can start building up afterwards. So $1,000, maybe $2,000 as your starter emergency fund, and then you can build it up to your monthly expenses later on. That being said, once you have that starter emergency fund set up, you do want to eventually expand it. That should be one of your top priorities. Most financial experts will advise creating an emergency fund anywhere between 3 to 6 months. And you can expand this. I wouldn't shorten it unless you're just on that starter emergency fund stage. I would expand this though if you feel more comfortable. So I've heard some people do 12 months. I've heard some people do 24 months. So just pick a time period, interval of time that you feel comfortable with. Do what's comfortable for you. Do what's right for you and your family. Here's an example. A family spends $4,000 per month. They're able to break it down and categorize. Okay, we spend $4,000 per month on only our essentials. So let's say they spend $2,000 outside of that on, say, investing or their wants, etc. So keep in mind that this emergency fund, this 3 to 6 months of living expenses, this is not including investments. This is not including any other savings. This is not including going out to eat or buying a toy or whatever it is. This is only including our essentials to live. So our rent, our groceries, our transportation, our utilities, our minimum debt obligations, whatever that might be. Not including anything outside. So $4,000 per month, and say they want to do 6 months. If the family wants to create a 6-month emergency fund, they would need to save $4,000 times 6, so they would need to have $24,000 saved up. And they're not going to get all. They might not get to that all at once. It might take a year to get to that 6 month. So as long as they're putting some money away each time, but this should be priority for sure. This should be their priority savings. Paying off debt and building an emergency fund should be the top 2 priority savings goals that you have in your financial plan. So when exactly do I use my emergency fund though? So some of you are like, well, that's just money sitting there. It's my money. I want to spend it. That's $24,000 for that one family. They could buy a new car with that. Yes, they could, but they shouldn't because that's going to prevent them from doing other things in their life eventually. When there is no other available option, that is the first thing we should consider is what other options do I have first? How can I get myself out of this situation before I spend any money? If there's no other option, I use my emergency fund. That's what it's there for. Always try to use any extra cash you have. So this has happened to me a few times where I've had an emergency come up. I think our AC went out. I had an emergency fund set up, but I also had a little bit of wiggle room in my checking and my budget and my other savings that I was able to use towards that. So that helped to pay it off. See what sacrifice you can make, and how much first. So maybe instead of pulling for an emergency fund, you know you're spending a little bit outside of your normal budget items or categories on going out to eat or maybe for fun, or maybe you have a trip planned and you know you have that budget item for that and you already have a bank account set aside, but now your car broke down and it's going to be $1,000 to fix. You could probably cancel that trip and use that $1,000 to spend on that. That's just one example. Find areas that you can sacrifice in. It's not going to be fun, but it'll help you out in the long run for sure. Some options are some areas where we might experience emergency fund spending that probably has no negotiation with our own selves and our own personal financial situation. Medical, life, death situations, drastic life changes, housing, transportation. These are going to be the areas of our life that's, remember I said, it's not going to be if, it's when something's going to happen that we're going to have to spend money on in our emergency fund. And the last thing, how much can you handle? If something happens, I like to use a car for a good example here. If something were to happen with your car, most likely that's going to be an emergency expense. Can you go a few weeks without it though? Can you maybe carpool with a friend, or maybe you work at home and you don't really need that car and you can walk around to places that you might need, or you're able to find public transportation that might be inexpensive. How can you sacrifice and adapt your life a little bit so you don't have to spend money from your emergency fund at all, and you're able to kind of work through, maybe use your next paycheck, or you're able to budget out a month or whatever until you're able to fix the car or fix whatever it is in your life, whatever emergency might occur. So really, it's how much you can handle. Use an emergency fund as a backup, backup, backup. If there is no other option, then you're able to use the emergency fund, because that's what it's there for, to pay for emergencies. Hey guys, in this video we're going to be covering planning for education and retirement, part of our personal saving video series. My name is Jack Warner. Let's get into it. We're going to focus on the education piece first. So, education for you, and what I mean by for you is most likely I'm talking to an adult or at least late teenage audience. So when you're seeing this for the first time, think about, you're not saving for a dependent. So this is going to be most likely a short to medium term goal for you. If you're saving for education, you're thinking about going back to college, getting a higher level degree, certification, whatever. So as an adult, your education plans are most likely going to be categorized as such, as short to medium term financial goals. So make sure that you're not investing your money that's going to be used pretty soon for this, because you don't need to worry about growing it. You need to save it and then spend it so you don't have to go into debt. But before we get into how we can save for financial goals, there's some options that I want you to consider before paying for regular college tuition, for just paying for the flat rate, whatever it is. Look at your community college options. Usually these are a little bit cheaper, same degree, same quality, oftentimes even better quality. I've seen some really good, experienced instructors teaching certain things at their certain subjects, certain topics at their local community college, just because these professors just want to. They're retired. They want to give back to the community, and they've done this, whatever that thing is, for 30, 40 years, and they didn't want to be in the politics of a regular college, so they wanted to go to the community college. So you can get the same, oftentimes same kind of quality education for much cheaper at your community college. Consider some online or in-person certification courses if that's the field that you want to be in and the topic and area you want to be in. Consider some of those options. Look for some local workshops, like at the library, rec department, other community events that might be going on that's in the alley of what you are looking for in enhancing your education. Look for any employer-sponsored education. You'd be surprised with the current employer opportunities that are available to you. And I would go talk to your finance department or your manager or your HR department and see what options are available to you. And graduate assistantships, where you can go get a degree as long as you're able to give 10, 12 hours. You might have to teach a course or help a professor plan for courses or research or whatever, and then you can get your master's or PhD, whatever it is. For adult learners seeking further education beyond, if one of those options isn't in what you need and you're looking for even further, then you need to start saving. So consider putting money into a safe but a high interest earning account, like a CD, certificate of deposit, money market account, investment, cash account, or a bond. Bond or CD, these two options, if you can plan this out, months in advance or even years in advance, then that might be a good option for you. So say, like, I want to go to college in 3 years. I know in 3 years I want to obtain this degree. I can go ahead and buy or invest in a Treasury bond, 7% earning Treasury bond, 5%, whatever it is, and earn interest on that, put $10,000 there, I'll have a good bit of money saved up, at least for the first year of that tuition. Hopefully the second year too. You can also put it into an education savings account. I'm going to cover this in the next slide here, but just know that that money invested in the ESA, it runs a risk of decreasing in value over time. So if you're saving for a dependent or another beneficiary, then there's some options available to you. Education savings accounts, or ESAs, these are traditional methods of saving money in a custodial account, which means that as an adult, you operate that account for that dependent, for the minor. This fund can be placed in a traditional savings account, a money market account, or other savings vehicle. There's no limit on contributions, and the expenses are tax-free, but the growth is not very strong. So just know that you get the tax benefit, but it's not going to grow a lot. Another option, and probably the most popular option, is a 529 plan. These plans are the most popular used types of ESAs. And the 529 plan, what that is just a tax code in the IRS tax system. The expenses are tax-free, so any withdrawals you make that are qualified expenses, so they're actually going to something education related, they're tax-free. Contributions are limited at $15,000 as of 2022, and the money in the account grows tax-free. And the types of expenses continue to grow too. It used to be a little more strict. You can only pay for like certain things like tuition and tuition-related items like books, but now you can pay for a lot of different things and items beyond that college experience. You can pay for community college, you can pay for masters, you can pay for housing, you can pay for food related to your or dependents' time in college. So 529 plan, good way to grow money, invest money into college, into education. Prepaid tuition accounts, not as popular. 529 plan's a little bit more popular, but prepaid tuition accounts still have some value. They might change state by state, so understand that your state's policies towards prepaid tuition is going to vary. And some states don't have this, so make sure you look up the state you live in. Parents can prepay tuition. What that means is, say tuition right now is $10,000 a year at the state school. I can go ahead and buy that because by 18 years from now, if I have a child today, 18 years from now, that tuition is going to go up, just like everything else. Inflation is going to happen. Cost of stuff is going to go up. If I go ahead and prepay that tuition, I've already locked in that price. Now, when my child or my dependent goes to college, they're already good. Now, that tuition price, it will go up, of course, but there are limits and more restrictions to that prepaid money that you can use on. So it's not as flexible as other ESAs or other 529 plans might be. That's going to be pretty restricted, and sometimes even so restricted that you can only use that prepaid tuition money just for state schools. So be aware of that. All right, getting into retirement. So outside of education, some of our long-term savings goals are going to include retirement planning. So what does that mean? What kind of individual retirement planning options are available to us? The first one, the most common one, is the traditional IRA or traditional individual retirement account. Anybody can set this up. You can even set one up for your dependents if you want to. Just it'll be a custodial account until they turn 18, and then it'll become one of their own accounts. The account owner controls the investment and has many investment options with the IRA. As of 2022, you can contribute $6,000 in pre-tax income. The contributions are tax deductible, which means you get to write them off on your taxes, so it lowers your overall taxable income. But withdrawals is the biggest con for this. Withdrawals are subject to taxation, so that growth is going to be taxed, or that growth and the withdrawals are going to be taxed whenever you hit retirement age, whatever that might be. The other option we have is the Roth IRA. Same IRS limit of contribution of $6,000 of after-tax income. So I've already been taxed on my income. So $6,000 I'm putting in, it's already been taxed. Great thing about Roth IRAs, never have to pay taxes again. The growth and withdrawals are tax-free. So by the time I'm 59 and a half and I want to start withdrawing, it'll be tax-free. Or if I don't want to withdraw until I'm 72, the mandatory withdrawal date as of 2022, then that'll also be tax free. There is an income threshold though on who can use Roth IRAs. Right now, I think it's around $150,000. This might change every year, so make sure you're always looking up each year you're contributing. Make sure you're looking up the IRS website. They'll have the most up to date information on that. And then we have simplified employment plan IRAs or SEP IRAs. I sometimes call them self-employed pension IRAs. Great for self-employed persons and business owners. There is high contribution limits. So right now you can go up to 25%. You can contribute up to 25% of the income, which is awesome. And there's a cap on that. I think it's like 62,000 right now. Similar to traditional IRAs, but employees can be 100% vested on day one. So say you're a self-employed person, you're the only employee of your business. If you ever add on other employees, just know that they will also be vested into that account, into that retirement account. So be prepared if you ever want to expand. Other options are simple IRAs, solo 401ks, and so on. Employer sponsored retirement options. We have 401k. So these are ones that are connected to our retirement accounts. So 401k employer will match a percentage of income contributions to that retirement account. So what that means is part of your income, a percentage, and different companies will offer different percentages too. So I've seen some as 5%, I've seen some as high as 10 or even 20%, which is great. But most of the time they're around 3 to 5% matching. So you put in 3% of your income, that could be a couple $100. Your company will also match that dollar for dollar. So the 401k is nice because first of all, you get matching. That's awesome. You put $100 in, your company puts $100 in. That's free money. There's also a high contribution limit. It was $20,500 as of 2022. This might change, of course, every year. Growth in the 401k account is tax free. Withdrawals are taxable though, so whenever you hit retirement age, it is taxable. There's limited control though over the 401k because your company is hiring some kind of investment management company, and then you don't really get much say. So limited control over your investment options. There is a possibility of investing in Roth 401k, so ask your company. They might be a little flexible. Ask them if that's an option because I think that would be a little bit more beneficial for you if you have multiple options for yourself. 403bs are the same as a 401k. They're just used for employees working in nonprofits or NPOs. Pensions, there's a huge argument right now between a debate, I should say, 401ks versus pensions. Pensions are retirement. They're like kind of the old school retirement accounts that's completely funded by employers. The only bad thing about pensions is they're stuck to you got to be loyal basically to that company because once you leave that company, most likely you'll lose your pension rights. So it is nice though because the passive income is delivered to you as soon as you retire, and the payout occurs as long as you live, which is awesome. There are some really great pensions out there, like law enforcement pensions or military pensions, so mostly government sponsored pensions. But many privatized pensions aren't that great right now. So just be aware if you do have a pension offered to you, maybe consider a 401k first, or make sure that that pension's right for you. Because if you leave, you could lose the pension rights if you switch jobs. You don't want that company to have that much control over you. You want to be financially free, right? You want freedom. If you love the company, great. Stick to it. Be loyal. But if not, you might want to consider not having a pension with them. You don't have any control, I should say, on most pensions. I haven't seen any really, so I'm not going to say all, but I just haven't seen any where you have any control over the investments that your company's invested in. The company could go bankrupt too. It could fail. It could close down. It could be under so much legal litigation that they cannot pay for any pension. So just understand that if they do fail financially, then they won't be there anymore. So they can't pay for anything in your retirement. So that's it for all of our retirement. These are basically retirement and education are basically our long-term investing goals, and this is what would be our long-term savings goals as well, that we would be aiming for when building our financial plan, our budget plan, and of course writing down our financial goals. Hey, my name's Jack. Today in this video, I'm going to be covering strategies on how we can manage debt. So first of all, I'm going to quickly go over and just review for a lot of people types of debt and how they work. So the first one is the mortgage debt, and that's kind of probably the biggest one that most of us will ever take unless you're getting business. So it's a loan on a property. It's usually going to be a low fixed interest long-term loan. We're talking 15, 20, 30, 40 years, depending on the loan we take out. Credit cards, personal loans, and they'll have variable interest rate. Now notice I put variable and then fixed interest rate here. So fixed interest will stay the same no matter what. Well, variable, think of change. Variable is another word for change. So the interest rate can change depending on a number of factors, economic factors, or your own choices. And usually credit cards are lumped in with the most, considered the most dangerous consumer debt. They have the highest interest rate compared to many other loans. Personal loans are small loan amounts, usually not more than $10,000, and they can be used for various reasons. Typically, these will come with higher interest rates, but not as high as credit cards. And these are also considered installment loans, since you'll get the whole lump sum of how much ever you want, the whole balance, and then you'll pay that installment over time. Auto loans, also an installment loan. Loans used for car buying, usually resulting in short to medium term loans, so no more than 10 years, usually fewer than 10 years. Interest rates are usually fixed, and I put usually because sometimes used car dealerships, I've seen it before, where they'll have variable interest rates. Run away from those if you happen upon them. In that repayment process, interest rates are going to be fixed, and they're usually lower than personal and credit cards. Payday loans, these are probably, you can make an argument that they are equivalent in dangerous level as credit cards. Payday loans, they're also short-term loans. In fact, they're really short-term loans. They're usually only a couple months of repayments with high interest rates. And this is what happens usually when you take a loan from a payday lender. You basically surrender your paycheck until that loan is paid off, plus interest. And these go from, I've seen them at 10, I've seen them at 15% before. And interest that you owe, and they'll hold on to your paycheck. You won't get any of it until the loan has been satisfied. The loan payment has been satisfied. Similar to title bonds when they take something as collateral like your car. Student loans, I'm going to talk more about in a little bit. Student loans have lower interest rates, and they're usually long-term loans, depending on how you have them structured. People can pay for education, so you can pay for your 4-year degree, you can pay for your master's, you can pay for community college, you can pay for anything using that student loan money that's related to your education, like food and books, computers, whatever, any other supplies you might need. Often these loans are heavily regulated by state and federal government, so usually small businesses can't, private loans still can, but it's difficult to take advantage of students. What's nice about student loans is you don't have to pay them until you're done with college or done with whatever activity you got the loan for. Then you start paying them. So loans are important to understand when it comes to credit scores. When you want to understand loans, you have to understand credit scores first. So credit scores will affect our interest rate on our loans. Usually the higher the score, the lower the interest we get. The more favorable terms, basically. The better score, favorable terms. Lower score, not so good terms, which results in higher interest. And credit score is determined by calculating 5 different categories. You can see them there, payment history being the biggest one. Payment history and credit usage are the 2 biggest ones, and then mix of the other categories down here. Credit scores, they can range from, it depends on, there's 3 big credit reporting companies, but it ranges from about 850 being the best to 250 or lower, being the worst. So if you want to know how to quickly improve your credit score, I put some tips here, and there are some more advanced tips that you can read and study about later. So you need to review your credit report and see your total debt picture. You need to see how much you owe. You need to take notice and acknowledge, like, this is how much I owe, this is how much debt I have, so then you can start making plans to get rid of it. Organize all your bills and loans. So I'm going to talk more about snowball versus avalanche method later on, but make sure you have a plan for all these bills and loans and how you're going to pay them off. And also which ones are the most damaging to you right now. You want to aim for using 30% of your credit line. So if you're using way more than that, try to narrow that down. If you're only using like 5%, maybe bump that up, pay that off. But you want to use about 30% of your total overall credit line. Eliminate or greatly limit any credit or any new credit and any credit limits. So If you know something bumped up in limit, bring it down. If you are thinking about applying for new credit, don't do it. You can use thin credit line credit file tactics like Experian Boost and Ultra FICO. What this means basically is even if your credit score is bad and you're using all types of credit, you can still use these methods because those products, and there's other ones out there, they'll they'll think that a thin credit file basically is you don't have much credit history. You haven't used many loans, you haven't taken out many credit cards, and Experian Boost and Ultra FICO and a few others, they'll use other things to help bump your credit score up. Make sure you handle delinquent default accounts first. So this is why it's important to organize your bills and loans because you want to handle your most dangerous loans first and try to settle those debts. Call them up, try to get it resolved as quickly as possible. And then consolidate debt. I'm going to talk about this more later on too, but consolidate your debt into one account or as many as you can at least into one managing account. And then finally, I'm going to talk more about this too, and I'm going to keep bringing it up because I think it's so important. Monitor and budget your process. Make sure you set checkpoints, goals. Celebrate some small wins too, if you can. You paid half of a loan off. Make sure you celebrate it. And make sure you always budget this. Another important factor we need to know is amortization schedule. So what that is a loan repayment schedule that is paid by installments. And how that works is these installments, monthly payments, part of that payment will go to the principal and part of it goes to interest. Now, usually in amortization schedules, usually the first few payments will focus more on the interest and less on the principal. But what's important to know is the principal is the amount of the loan you took. So you get a $50,000 loan out, that becomes the principal. And the interest is whatever the bank or financial institution you got the loan from charges on it. Most of the amortization payments and the installments, most of that's going to go to pay off the interest first, and then it'll pay just a little bit towards the principal. But this changes over time as you start paying more and more. This is why it's so important to understand amortization, because if you can make smaller payments, even if it's only $50 a month or $100 a month, that money, that extra money can go to pay off the principal, which in return lowers the interest. So you're saving a lot of money over time. And one of the most important things, probably the biggest pain point for many Americans, is tackling college debt and knowing how to handle it. So I'm going to give you a few strategies on doing that. And this can also apply to other loans as well. So first, consolidate. Consolidate means there's consolidation loan companies out there. You can lump all your loans into one account and you can negotiate for a lower interest rate. But beware when you do this. Make sure you talk to the person or get some advice on this, because further advice than just my video here, because there's a lot of restrictions here. There might be some fees built into this too. They only allow, some of these companies, they only allow certain people with certain income levels or with certain credit scores before they do this. But it can help because instead of paying like 4 or 5 loans in 4 or 5 different places, they can bring it all together into one loan. Apply for government relief programs or debt forgiveness. And find an employer or opportunity that may offer repayment programs. So there's some jobs that might help pay. And there's some industries that if you work in that industry, like school teachers, or in some states, make sure you check with the state, or some federal federal agencies, departments, they will offer repayment if you work there for 5 or 10 years. They'll help pay and get rid of your college debt. And of course, budget. Can't say it enough. Focus any extra income on the debt. Pick a debt payment strategy. Stick to it. With consolidation, we can also talk about restructuring loans. So these, I would make sure, I'm just showing you some different restructuring types, but all of these you'll need to run by a lawyer or a CPA, your accountant, before you get any further in considering these. So just quickly, consolidations as a way to do that, refinancing, a court restructure, bankruptcy, same thing. These are court cases though. These are, I would say these ones right here are the most dramatic ones. So if you are, in a desperate financial situation, then consider these, because they are a long, costly, and emotionally draining process. Always ask for settlements and reductions. So for these two, just pretend that you have a big medical bill. You can call the hospital. You had something done. It cost $40,000. You only have $20,000. You settle with them like, hey, this is what I got. You either take it or leave it, or you're not going to see any money. And sometimes, and a lot of times, especially credit card companies, I've noticed, they'll accept the settlement so they can just close that account and move on. So paying off debt quickly, we talked about how that we can build our credit score, and these go hand in hand, paying off debt quickly and saving on interest rate. First thing, once again, review, get on a budget, paying a little bit where you can. So pay a little bit extra where you can. This will help pay down that principal, which in turn lowers your interest. That helps save on interest. Try lowering your bills. Find ways to lower your bills. If it's something that you can't afford or you're never going to get out, then see if you can lower that bill. Increase your income. So this is always important. More money will always help, right? Increase your income, get a second job, ask for a raise, start a business. All that extra income can go towards paying off that debt. And then seek debt relief. Again, I mentioned that earlier. Seek debt relief where you can with any government agency or business that you're a part of. And lastly, I'm going to talk about the importance of getting on a personal debt repayment plan. So it's kind of like a budget. In fact, they go together. You have to do one and the other. So you want to list all of your debts and loans. Get them all, get all the account information, get the contact information. Then you want to organize this. And there's two big ways that you can organize this. One's called the snowball method, which means you're organizing and paying your loans from the smallest loan principal, smallest balance to the largest balance. So the good news about this is you get the psychological wins. You start paying those small loans off and knocking them out quick, and then you move on to the next loan, then do it again, do it again. You get those small wins. Whereas the other method, the avalanche method, you're going to list them from highest interest rate to the lowest rates, to the lower rates. Mathematically, the avalanche one makes sense. So if you're a principled person, you're disciplined, avalanche is usually mathematically the best one. But psychologically and emotionally, snowball's the best one. So make sure you understand, which one's the best, and have somebody with you to go through that. Either one's good though. Just choose one and go through it and organize your debts from whichever method you choose. Find areas of your budget to cut to focus on loans. So if you can cut out spending on the weekend, if you can cut out going out with your friends for a weekend, or if you can cut out one extra trip that you take a year, use those areas of your budget to focus on paying off that debt. And then find ways to make extra payments. So once you've done that, then you can make those extra payments. And I can't express this enough, how much, even $50, even $100 can change a month. It can change the course. Not only will you pay less over time if you can do that, but you'll also be paying, you'll knock out that debt quicker, which means you'll be out of debt quicker, saving yourself time and emotional stress. Focus on the most damaging debt first. So if one of these methods just doesn't make sense to you, and you have one that's like such a glaring loan or glaring debt that's just eating away, focus on that one first, and then focus on the next one and move from there. And then finally, to end this lesson, build up. You need to make sure you build up an emergency savings fund. And I kind of put these in order, but you could perhaps consider putting emergency fund first. Build up an emergency savings before you start doing this. And this I put this at the end because kind of an optional / you need to do it, but I put it at the end because everybody's personal finances are different. Just make sure that you have an emergency savings because something can happen on your debt payoff journey. So make sure that you do this so that you can protect you and your family while you're trying to create this personal debt repayment plan. Hey, my name is Jack Warner. Welcome to a video about types of debt. In this video, we're going to be introducing different types of loans we can get into, different types of debt that we might experience in our lives. And this is part of the Managing Debt video series that we're producing. So before we can really understand how can I manage my debt, we need to understand the different types and categories of debt. There are three main types of debt. There's consumer debt, which is probably the biggest. It's going to be the biggest chunk. If not the biggest chunk, it's going to be the most damaging. We'll have a video later on the most damaging kinds of debt and how we can move around that. But consumer debt, it's going to be the one that's going to cause us the most problems if we're not careful. Credit cards, personal loans, auto loans, student loans, and there's some mortgages there that could, mostly second home mortgages. Any extra mortgages outside of your primary loan that you have on your house or property is usually considered consumer debt. Then we have business debt. Business debt, it's going to be any debt taken on for investment purposes or for the profit motive. So anything for loans on properties, if you're starting a business, if you are seeking capital investments for capital ventures and you're looking to hire more people or buy more machines or equipment, that's business debt. That's a little bit different from consumer debt. Where we have the last one is support obligatory debt, usually mandated by law. Some of this can be in consumer debt category, but most of it's going to be in this its own category. This is going to include things like primary mortgages, so your primary loan on your house, and then any kind of child support, legal fees that you have to pay, or alimony, etc. Sometimes you'll hear it called domestic support debt, and that kind of falls into this category. So those are the three main types of debt. Of course, you can break these down further into other categories, into other types. But we're going to move on to debt classification. So we know our types of debt. Now we're going to see different classes of debt and how they function. The first one is secured debt, and these are loans that are linked or secured to a collateral item of value. What is collateral? Collateral can be anything of value that the person, the lending, the bank, or whoever is lending you the money, the bank is going to hold as collateral in case you default on your loan, which means you don't pay it for a set period of time. Usually it's not immediate, so don't freak out if you miss one payment. That's not good. It's not a great thing to do, but it's okay. Usually it's 3 months or more where you've defaulted for a very long time, and that's when we get repossessions happening and court cases and such. So secured debt, it's anytime the loan is linked to an item of value. Most common types are auto loans, RV loans, and I don't mean just like the big RV campers, but any kind of recreational vehicle loan like boats or jet skis or whatever, snowmobiles. So any kind of RV loan, home loans, investment business loans, and those are all directly linked as well. Some personal loans could be into this too. Interest rates are relatively low on secured debts because they already know what that thing is that's going to be held as collateral. So they can offer the bank or whoever's lending you this money, this financial institution, they can lower the interest rates because they have collateral. Opposite of that is unsecured debt. No collateral needed. Sometimes, like I said, they wouldn't be unsecured though. But no collateral needed. Credit score will play a huge role in that lending institution, that financial company that's giving you the money, that line of credit. They're going to be a little stricter on who gets access to the unsecured loan because there's no collateral. So they need to make sure that you have the ability to pay back the money that you owe them. So most common types: credit cards, personal loans, student loans. That's going to be the three most common examples of unsecured debt that we're going to face in our life. There's plenty of others, but these are the most common. These also are going to have the highest interest rates compared to other loan category or classifications because there are no collateral being held for any type of loan you take out from these different examples there. So they got to make sure the interest rates are going to be a little bit higher so that way they can secure their back end. Revolving debt is any person. What that means is you can continue to pull money. They'll continue to extend the line of credit, so you can continue to borrow money forever, really, in theory, forever. There is a limit, so think about your credit card. That's actually the most common example. You have your credit score that's going to secure that credit card, and then you can keep taking loans out. If that credit score increases, then the revolving credit line increases too. So if you want to look at it that way, that's how it works. Now, revolving debt, it can increase. You always have the option to keep it the same. So make sure if they do bump it up, you don't see it as, oh, now I got more money. Make sure you stick to whatever your budget is and stick to that limit. I never like sometimes they'll bump it up and you won't even know. It's amazing. I had my wife; she had $1,000 credit limit. They bumped it up to $7,000 all of a sudden. Ridiculous. And this is in college too. So make sure you understand that it might go up over time. Just if you don't want it to go up, you have the power to say no. And then our last type, mortgages are a type of secured debt, but I like to include them in a separate category because they are so unique. Any loan used to purchase property is considered a mortgage. Mortgages are secured debt because it's secured to whatever that property is, whether it's a house or a condo or just a piece of land. It's going to be secured to that property, and that's going to be natural collateral for it. The most common types of mortgages, you have conventional, Federal Housing Authority, agriculture is a military one, adjusted rate mortgages, ARMs, many others. And most likely, mortgages are going to be the largest loan. I would say the biggest balance a family will incur, or a person, an individual will purchase or use in their lifetime. So before we later on in this video series, the managing debt video series, we're going to be covering some strategies on how to manage debt. But first of all, I want to break down to in this video the pros and cons of using debt. What is it without having a biased approach? Obviously, most debt is bad, but not all debt is bad, and we can use debt and loans to help advance our financial goals. So here's some of the pros. You have the ability to finance certain projects when you take out a loan. You have the ability to finance certain projects that you were not able to with your current financial situation. You can use debt to lower your taxable income, like a mortgage or a business, or you can apply tax deductions, and it can help create more opportunities for you. The cons of using debt, and we're going to be focusing on cons throughout this video series. Cons, you have the risk of defaulting on loans. What defaulting means is you miss a payment or you don't pay. Defaulting on loans and getting into debt. Even if you don't miss a payment and you just pay the minimum, that debt keeps building. So you can be in a serious situation, find a negative, serious financial situation if you don't pay off your loans quick enough. You can lose property, of course, if you have collateral attached and you don't pay off items. So other items of value due to collateral, and too much debt can prevent other opportunities. So now we have a general idea of what type of debt we can use, what type of classifications our debt and our loans are in. And later in this video series, we're going to start covering some tips and strategies to manage these types of debt. Hey, my name is Jack Warner. In this video, we are going to go over some tactics and some strategies we can use to tackle student loans. Now, some of these tips that I'm going to share and some of these methods I'm going to share aren't necessarily only solely focused on student loans. You can apply some of these tips and strategies to other loans too, but I'm just focused on student loans, especially with this whole debt forgiveness thing going on in the government. We need to understand how we can tackle student loans. I think just in 2020 or a little bit, maybe a couple years before, student loans had been one of the biggest loans ever. I think it outpaced credit cards even. So student loans, very serious, very hotly debated topic in the United States. So let's get into it. The first thing and this goes for any loan that you're in, but the first thing as a student coming out of college is you might need to have a wake up call. You might need to have some lifestyle changes. And the first thing I would recommend, and I say this in every video, get on a budget. You must get on a budget, especially if you can do it in college, awesome, especially when you get out of college too. Sacrifice in some areas. You don't need to go out that one night. You don't need to go out a couple times a week. You might need to sacrifice in some areas. Try to live with your parents or live with a friend or get several roommates if that's something you can manage. Try to lower your rent, try to lower your housing expenses. Make extra payments with any extra cash you may have. I'm going to go over this more in detail in a little bit, but try to make any extra payments so you can lower that principal and lower your interest. Increase income or develop a side hustle. So you might have a job coming out of college, that's great, or you're currently in college, you're working an existing job. Try to find other jobs, try to find some other side hustles, deliver some pizza, do some tutoring at your there's different buildings for this, but education support centers, whatever it's called, on your campus. Find ways to develop a little bit extra cash. Use all that extra cash to drive it into your student loan. Stay motivated and set goals and understand that you will pay this off. You must stay motivated. If not, then you're going to kind of lose track of what you're trying to accomplish. Don't let student loans don't let them define who you are. Don't let them define what your life is going to be. So the first thing we should do is when we take out a student loan, we need to identify what kind of loan we have and what are the details involved with that student loan. Is it federal, state, or private? Because this will help determine what exactly are some of the regulations there are involved and some of the procedures involved with paying off this loan. Is it fixed or variable rate? So if I pay this, if it's going to take me 10 years to pay this, will the rate stay the same? Will the rate change? How can I take advantage of it if it changes? How much do I owe on it entirely? What is the current interest rate on this loan? When do I need to start paying it, and what is the term length? And this kind of goes along with the next part. Are there any grace periods? So while you're in college, usually you're not paying anything on the loan. You're just getting the money and you can wait. Some, not all, some student loans will allow you to build a couple of years of income before they'll start hitting you with the payments. So they won't just, hey, here's a $100,000 or $25,000 student loan that you owe us first year out of college. I know you can't afford rent, but here it is. There are some that will do that, but some won't do that. So that way you can help, build some income first and develop a plan. It's not quick. I mean, it's not long though. You got to pay it off. You got to start paying on that loan pretty soon. But just know what that loan's grace period is. And if it's federal, if it is federal, I forgot to mention federal state. Is it subsidized or unsubsidized? Because that will assist you too in paying it off quicker. And can this loan qualify for forgiveness or payback? So there are some degrees that you can get, and if you work in a particular field, say nursing or social work or something like that, or environmental law, I think is another one. If you work in a particular field for an X amount of years, then you can qualify for some kind of payback, some kind of forgiveness. Even if you don't, even if you just say you work for a company, there are some companies that do this, not many, but it'd be awesome if more and more companies, I keep seeing benefits like this pop up. More and more companies are willing to help pay off your student loans for you as part of their benefits package. So if you can get in on those kind of companies, awesome. Weigh the pros and cons of refinancing or consolidating student loans. So this is a marketing scheme sometimes, and sometimes it's great, and sometimes it's most of the time it's not. So understand the pros and cons of refinancing. What that means, or consolidating. You can place all your loans into one debt payment. That company, say you have 3 student loans, that company will put all those loans into one loan that you owe on, which is much easier to pay off. And sometimes you can negotiate a lower interest rate, but sometimes there's a fee involved. So beware that consolidation doesn't resolve you of your debt obligations or make it even easier. Sometimes it can increase the term on the loan. So sometimes it might bump it up a year. So yeah, you might be paying, say you're paying 6% interest, and you consolidate and you get 4% interest, great. But now that consolidation company, this is what they usually do. They tack on 2 extra years to the term. So if you do the math, usually it's going to be about the same, or if not, the consolidation company might get a little bit more out of it. So just understand, read the fine print, look at the math. Does it make sense for you? And plus, if you do consolidate and you have a federal subsidized loan, then you can also lose federal state benefits. You can lose the grace periods. You can lose any payback referral programs or whatever it might be because you've switched companies now. When you are making payments, pay more than the minimum. This will help you knock down the principal, which lowers the total amount that you owe. And when you lower the total amount you owe, the principal, then you lower the interest you got to pay. So don't just stick to the minimum. Don't be like, oh, I can afford those payments. It's only $200 a month. Make the extra payments. Try to make more than the extra payments if you can. Like each time, each month, each pay period, whatever it is, try to put more towards it. You'll pay it off much quicker and save money in the long run. Make multiple payments. This will help you save on interest as well. Try to pay twice a month. This will help. When you pay twice a month, it'll help you, first of all, build a routine, but also lower interest payments because you're not making all one minimum payment at one time. Use autopay. Some companies, or I shouldn't say some companies because it could be a government, some organizations, some lenders will, if you sign up for autopay, they will give you an offer. They'll give you some kind of reduction offer. I've seen some companies offer, I mean, it's not much, but everything counts, right? Especially if you do all these in combination. They'll offer 0.25% off of your interest. So something easy you can do. Literally, you just check a box, and then boom, you check a box and you electronically sign the loan, and you make auto payments. So not only do you get 0.25% off interest, but you also don't have to worry about it. You should set up auto pay for all your loans and all of your bills. That way you don't have to think about it. And the last thing, and some people might be upset about this, but this is just it's a huge topic right now in the United States. Don't rely on debt forgiveness and don't wait on the government. Right now, President Biden, he mentioned 2 months ago, or maybe a month ago now, this is September 2022. Maybe it was this month. I can't remember. He's talked about it for so long, but he's offered, debt forgiveness for a lot of people if they're making under $150,000 a year, and they got like 25,000 of it will be forgiven, or 10. I don't know what the details are, but you can look into this. It's only been said, it's only been stated, and no action has been taken. So if you're waiting on that to occur, it might not. Congress hasn't approved any funding for this, and they have to do that first. And it probably isn't going to pass. So where is this going to be funded? That's the big question. Like, who's going to be paying for all this forgiveness? If you do qualify for this, take it. I don't care. Morals, ethics aside, I mean, it's not really immoral to do this or unethical. If the government's willing to pay it off and you're getting free money, take it. Who cares? Who cares what any generation of people say? Like, oh, well, back in my day, we had to pay for that. I don't care. You're getting this paid for. I know college expenses are super. College tuition is crazy high, outpaced wages and salaries, anything more than other inflation items too, or categories. But if you're in that gray area where you're not sure, just start making payments. Don't let this come back to bite you later on in your life. Make the payments. If anything, if you do make all the payments, even if, say, I have a $25,000 loan and I pay it off today, and then Biden's debt forgiveness plan comes into effect and there's funding for it, I can always go back and get a refund. So there's a pro cons there. There's a benefit of paying it off now. You can always get a refund later on. But the biggest thing is stick to it, make some lifestyle changes. Don't rely on this forgiveness plan. Just stick to your budget and you'll be fine. And know that you will pay this off. Don't let it define you. Hey, my name is Jack Warner. Welcome to this video. In this video, we're going to be walking through how equity works. Now, equity mostly is tied to our home mortgages, but it can be tied to other types of loans as well, especially when you're talking about business or investment loans. But for most people, when you hear the words equity and how it works when it comes to our debt structure and managing debt, it's most likely going to be connected to our home and our primary or secondary mortgages or residences. So, first of all, just to review what a mortgage is, a mortgage is a loan on properties, most likely a primary residence. Of course, you can have multiple mortgages if you have multiple properties. Mortgages are amortized, which means I'm going to cover this whole part, the amortization schedule, in a later video. But mortgages are amortized, which means the loan payback schedule focuses on interest payments first up front and then principal second. And then that slowly switches over time. So say you have a 30-year fixed mortgage, a lot of those payments, and you can look at this too on your own payment schedules, but a lot of those first initial payments are going to be heavily paying interest. Later on, 20 years into that same 30-year fixed mortgage, you'll notice that you start paying down the principal balance a little bit more. Mortgages are secured loans, usually with low interest payments. So getting into the refinancing part and how equity works. Home equity, you can look at the graph there below too. Home equity is the value of your home minus the amount owed on your mortgage, and that's going to be your home equity. So I define it this way: the value of your home you actually owe, what you have paid off, versus what the lender owns. Now, they don't actually own part of the house. You legally own the house. But if you want to look at it like, this is how much I own, this is how much the bank or the financial institution that I lend money from, that I borrowed money from, this is how much they technically own until I pay it off. It kind of lights a fire under your tail, so you're able to pay it off quicker. But what you still owe on it. So home equity can be used for a lot of things. It can be great too, especially if, say, you have your home paid off or almost paid off prior to 2020, and home prices just skyrocketed. Heck, even in 2021 to 2022. the home prices have skyrocketed, which means your equity has increased. So home equity loans means you take a second mortgage out, that the sum of the value, which is the sum of the value that you own, that you actually own. So if you ever want to take a home equity loan out, this can be used for almost anything. Different you don't have to prove much of this. Most likely, it's going to be used to renovate your home, but this can also be used to fund someone's education if you need to. You can buy a car with it. You can put a pool in, whatever. These loans are just the same as the first mortgage. These second mortgage refinance loans, these are also considered secure loans and are usually fixed interest rate loans. There are some other types of home equity loans that are not fixed interest. So understand what you get in. Speaking of that, the first one we run into is a HELOC loan. Now, home equity lines of credit, they do have some advantages over just a conventional home equity loan. And there's a lot of cons to it as well. So you have to find which one's right for you if you ever decide to take one of these out. A homeowner can pull money from a line of credit whenever, similar to a credit card. Whereas the conventional equity loans, you just get a lump sum cash. So say you have $100,000 of equity in your home, so you get a $100,000 home equity lump sum. It just goes right into your bank and you can use it for whatever. A HELOC, you can use it almost as a credit card. You can pull it out depending on, you can't just withdraw whatever you want, depending on the equity you have in your house. You can pull from it whenever you need to. So say you need a new porch, it's going to cost $10,000. You can pull out a HELOC, pay for that porch, and then pay off that loan. Now keep in mind that, and I'm going to cover this later on too, just to make sure I stress this enough that I can't stress this enough, but I make sure that we emphasize this. HELOCs or home equity loans or whatever, you have to pay 2 mortgages. So think about that before you get into one of these. HELOCs are variable interest revolving types of loans. So like I was saying, just like a credit card, the interest can change. Sometimes it can be lower, sometimes it can be higher, depending on economic factors. It is revolving, so I can take out 1,000 this month, 10,000 next month, 3,000 the following month, and so on and so forth. HELOCs usually have lower interest rates than conventional home equity loans, but they are a little bit stricter. They do have some more regulations, some more financial and legal hoops to jump through. You got to have a strong credit score, for instance. Sometimes you have to have like 85% equity in your house. So there are some restrictions before you can apply to this. And the last thing I want to cover is, why would you use a home equity loan and what are the drawbacks to this? So first of all, before I show you like the ins and outs of this, I want to make sure that you understand that you don't have to take a home equity loan out. Try to cash roll your projects. Budget, use any savings you have, build up savings for this. So you don't need that brand new back porch deck immediately. You can wait a few months, save up for that. Try to avoid home equity loans at all costs and put more equity into your house instead of trying to take more loans out. Now, that being said, sometimes home equity loans are great, especially during if you can get a favorable term and favorable interest rate. They can be awesome because you put a new roof on, $20,000 or more. You put a new roof on using a home equity loan, and all of a sudden the value of your property goes up 100,000, and it only cost you 20,000. So you can pay that off if you can handle that kind of finances. It can work to be advantageous for you. Home equity loans can be used to help fix the property or even add more value to the property, just like I mentioned. They are fixed interest and fixed term, so your payments will stay the same no matter what, just like your first mortgage. And generally, you can get favorable terms because mortgage properties are seen as favorable to banks and any other kind of financial institution that's lending money. People want to they want to get involved in these types of loans because there's a strong collateral, the property. Interest payments, they can, depending on the year, depending on your state, depending on what's going on in the economy, it all depends on a lot of stuff, but check with your tax advisors. Interest payments on these types of loans and your primary mortgage can be used as tax deductions. So just make sure you check with your tax professional or whoever you use. But beware when you're using a HELOC or home equity loan. There are some fees you might have to pay, closing costs that you might have to pay. Your home is now doubled up. It has on collateral because you have first and second mortgages. So you're paying two mortgages. Make sure you have income or enough cash to adequately cash flow that over time. You lose equity in your house. So now that you had all this equity built up, you have money that you actually, or the value of your home you actually own that you've paid off. Now you just take another loan out, so you lose all that equity. You have to have a strong credit score usually, and have a lot of equity already in your home to even access these types of loans. So just understand the ins and outs of how this works. Talk to your tax professionals, talk to your bank, lender, and everybody involved. Financial advisor if you have one of those, or financial counselor if you have one of those. Just make sure this is the right move for you and your family. There are some times when this can be more advantageous to use than just cash, and there's some times when cash, for a lot of smaller items maybe, is a little bit better. It's a little bit better strategy to use than a home equity loan. Hey, my name is Jack Warner, and this is a video in our debt management series. And in this video, we're going to be covering how amortization works with loan structuring. So, getting into it, what is amortization? How does it work? First of all, amortization is the accounting process that lenders will use. And you can use this for depreciation on assets if you own a business, or for other properties that you might own. But most likely for us consumers, almost everybody's going to deal with amortization when they deal with mortgages. So what it is, it's an accounting process lenders use to schedule out loan payments over time. And the most often one is mortgages or business funding. And how this is split up in loans, they're split up between interest and principal payments. It's kind of the way you got to look at them. It's not really split up like that, but it's kind of the way that it's categorized. While interest is the money charged to a borrower for the loan. So we go to the bank, we take a loan out, we're charged interest. That's so the bank can profit. That's the service they're offering, basically, for us to use their money. Vice versa, we put money into a bank account, we earn interest. So that's the way banks make money. They're businesses. And the principal is the actual loan amount. So this is what we want to pay down. This is what we don't want to pay. So how does this work? How does the scheduling process work? The first thing is the payments, also known as installments, so you might hear it called that, are scheduled out to ensure the loan balance is paid in full by the loan's maturity date. Loan's maturity date is the date that when they schedule this out, say 30 years, if you have a 30-year fixed mortgage, or 10 years, or whatever it is, that's the end date that the balance should be paid in full. So in the beginning of your loan, the beginning of any amortized loan, more of your money, more of the payments go to the interest rather than the principal. Sucks, but that's just the way it is. Over time, as we make more and more payments, and as time goes on, that money starts switching to pay off more of the principal rather than the interest. And that's the way it should be. So this is why it's important. I'm gonna hit this later on, to make extra payments or more than minimum payments, especially early on, so you can start knocking down that interest, knocking down that principal, thus knocking down the interest. So how do we calculate amortization? This is not too important because most of this is done through some kind of software, some kind of accounting calculator software. But just in case you're interested, just to see the what's going on in the background. Say if your principal payment equals your total monthly payment. This is how we find the principal payment. So your total monthly payment minus this formula over here, which is outstanding loan balance times the interest rate divided by 12 months, or whatever that time period might be. And then that's how we come up with our, what we owe each month. So this is usually done, like I said, through an automated loan accounting calculator system. And what's important about knowing this is when this is done, they'll usually print it out on some big Excel sheet, and they'll show you before you can sign the loan, before you agree to the loan terms. If they don't show you, then run away. But make sure you see that, because you'll see the principal breakdown, the dates, the monthly installments, the interest you pay over time, and so on. So what do you need to know? Why is this important for you to need to know? Well, first of all, this is important because you need to make sure you're able to make more than minimum payments, because how the amortization schedule is set up. If you're only making minimum payments, you're not going to get very far when it comes to paying off the interest. You're going to be paying more interest over time. In some cases, if you're only paying minimum, you'll be paying more interest than just the principal over time. which is ridiculous. So say you got a $350,000 loan for 30 years at current interest rates, you most likely would be paying not just $350,000 that you owe, but also $350,000 of interest if you're only making minimum payments. So we want to be able to pay off the loan quicker, saving money in the long run because less interest. So let me give you an example here. I'll go to my calculator, amortization, and there's plenty of these online. I like to use bank rates because it's pretty similar or pretty simple, pretty similar to the ones I use. So I'm going to put in $450,000. $450,000, the loan term is 30 years, and we're just going to go with the national average of 5.27 interest rate. There we go. So we can see the summary here, monthly payment, total interest paid. Look at that. That's almost the exact amount of the loan payment. Isn't that crazy? Total interest paid. Total cost of the loan is going to be almost $900,000 by the payoff date 30 years from now. And you can see the schedule. This is what they'll print off for you when you get a loan for this much. You can see, what you owe, what you're paying in interest over time, and that is just a crazy number. How much interest you paid versus how much principal you paid. So what's even crazier is if we just make additional payments. Let's see how that affects it. Let's just say that we are able to add $200 to keep it on the low end here. 200. Why is it not working? $200 extra a month, and how this changes. So take a look at the schedule here. So we go from paying it off in 2052 to paying it off in 2047. And we go from total interest paid close to, what was it? It was almost 450,000. So we're almost saving probably about $90,000 in interest over time. We're cutting that down, which is amazing. So we were paying close to like almost $450,000 with no extra payments, and that's just $200 worth. Most people can do a lot more than that. This is just $200, just a little bit each month can go so far when it comes to the math of amortization and how it all works. So this is why it's important to understand how amortization works, how the calculations work, why it's important to pay more than just the minimum, so you can lower your monthly interest and how much you save in the long run. So an important video and lesson about our debt management series is credit scores. This is kind of the fulcrum of our entire debt management life or journey or whatever it is that you are in your own financial situation. Because credit scores determine whether or not we get a favorable term on a loan or an unfavorable term or any terms at all in some cases. So let's get into it. Credit scores. What is a credit score exactly? In case you probably heard this several times, like what numbers are good, what numbers are bad. A credit score is any number. It's a number between 300 and 850, sometimes more, sometimes less, depends on the credit reporting company. And it shows how credit worthy someone is. Credit worthy just shows how likely someone is to pay back the loan. So when you look at when lenders are looking at credit scores, they're seeing, is this person, can this person pay back this loan, and do they have the means to pay it back, or should I even let them? How risky is this person? Basically, is what it's telling lenders like banks. Credit score categories. So how this is categorized, you have your bad, fair, good, and excellent. And a good thing to remember here is there's not much different, even between, I put 800 and 850, but there's not much. Once you're in the excellent category, there's no difference in getting even higher, like trying to stress yourself out to get that 850. Usually, this interest rate's going to be the same on that loan or whatever it is, that favorable term that you might receive if you're in the excellent category. There is, I guess we think about it as school, like there's no difference. There is a difference between A minus and A plus, but in this case, in credit scores, there really isn't much difference. Same thing with the low end too. There isn't any difference between 300 and 400. You can get the same rejection regardless at that rate. No credit. If you don't have any credit, you never use credit, you never taken out a loan, never had any debt. That's a good thing. So don't let that bring you down. And it doesn't necessarily mean bad credit, but since there's no history, it can be difficult for you for some cases, depending on the loan you're trying to obtain. It can be difficult to to apply for a loan and to be granted a loan. There are some protections, especially for first home buyers, because usually that's one of the first big debts that someone incurs in their life. So, how a company looks at this is they use the 5 C's of credit. The first one's character, and this shows kind of like the history, reputation, how you manage your credit. Then capacity is your ability to repay. The capital is what your income basically, what's in your assets that you have. What is my financial strength that I have that I can bring to the table? And then our collateral, we've talked about in a couple other debt management videos. Our collaterals are assets that the companies that we're getting money from, that we're borrowing from, can use to secure the loan, like your house or your car or whatever, business, any property. And conditions also kind of determines credit. How well or poorly is the economy doing? What kind of industry are you getting into? So, like auto loans are usually a little bit higher than mortgage loans, for instance, or certain businesses, if you're trying to take a loan out, certain businesses might be deemed more risky than or riskier than other businesses. So how's your FICO or credit score calculated? When we're looking at our family or consumer economic sciences here, the biggest chunk of it's going to be your payment history. How many loans have you taken out? How long have you had them? When did you start managing your own credit? And then the second one's going to be credit utilization. How much credit are you using? How many credit lines do you have? So if you have like 3 or 4, which is deemed kind of healthy, and you've been paying them off for a long time, 65% of that you're already doing pretty good. If you only have one credit card, that's not going to look so good. And you're using, you got $1,000 limit, but you're only using $50 a month on it. It's not going to look too great. It's not going to look horrible. It won't negatively impact you, but you won't get those extra bonus points. And then we have credit history, new credit, and types of credit. I said this backwards. Payment history is how long you've been paying stuff off, and then credit history is how long you've had that line of credit. And then any new credit that you've opened up recently and different types of credit. So not you just don't have all one credit card. You have multiple. You have auto loan, 2 credit cards, maybe a business loan, personal loan, etc. So to wrap this lesson up and to summarize, how do we improve our credit score? Why is it important? First of all, credit score is important because it helps grant you access to favorable interest rates when you are getting a loan, or in some cases, just getting a loan at all, just a secure loan, just the general aspect of getting a loan approved. Having a favorable credit score enables you to do so. So you're able to get a good loan, good interest rate, good terms, and that will help you stay out of debt or at least manage your debt in more favorable terms. Poor credit scores can hurt that. You have higher interest rates. You might not even get a loan. And sometimes you can't even be granted rental. You can't even get into a rental property if you have poor credit. So having a good credit score is important to having favorable loans and financial freedom. So improve your credit score. One thing you can do is pay off stuff. Pay all your bills, pay your taxes on time, pay them completely and on time. Because remember, that's paying off stuff, paying off your debts and stuff that you owe is one of the biggest chunks. That's payment history at 35% of your score. Start early if you can. So some people might have different opinions on this, and that's okay. But try to start early using credit with a low limit card, with a low limit credit card. So if you have teenagers right now and you're trying to teach them some financial responsibility, open them up a custodial credit card account that you control and set their limit to $100 or $200, whatever it might be. Set it very low, pay it off each month, or have them pay it off each month, and that will help them not only learn good, proper debt management and personal finance skills, but also it'll help build their credit at an early age. Space out applications. Don't open up all these different lines of credit at once. I have friends and I know people they'll apply for an auto loan, open 2 new credit card accounts, have a PayPal credit going, try to fill out a loan application for a home, start a personal loan, whatever. That's not good. That can impact your credit score. You want to try to space these out at least several months apart from each other, if not years. It depends on how big the loan might be. And then lastly, you want to target a healthy utilization rate. So just because you have a credit card and you're only spending $50 on it, you want to make sure you're spending. I think some different economic and financial advisors might advise, only use 10% or use at least 50%. I think the goal is to use around 30% or less than that. Don't try to max it out every month. Aim for 30% or less line of credit utilization rate. So what does that mean? If you're using a credit card, it's the most common. For example, you have a $1,000 credit limit. Try to only spend $300 less, which is kind of a good aim for groceries and gas, etc. That way, you're showing companies, yeah, I'm using it, I'm responsible, and you're also like, oh, I'm not maxing out, just going spending crazy. I can manage my finances. I have the ability to, I have the capacity to, and I'm able to show you how credit worthy I am. And these steps and other steps too, these are some of the major steps, will help you improve your credit score, which is a right step in the right path to building a good credit score, building a solid, healthy financial backing for your family and for yourself, and improving your financial freedom. Hey everyone, my name is Jack Warner, and in this debt management video, I'm going to cover how to pay off debt quickly. Now, some of these strategies and tips we've discussed in other videos, so if you've been following along with the series, then you're going to hear some of this again. Some of this might be review, while I'll start introducing some new methods too. So first of all, again, if you've been following along with this video series, you probably know one of the first things I'm going to say, or you're going to recognize it. Get on a budget. Getting on a budget, one of the most important things, because you need to track your spending, see what areas you can minimize spending, lower expenses. That way you can use those savings to put into paying off debt. Also, you can track your income so you can see how much money you're earning. That way you know what your money is doing, being intentional with your spending, being intentional with the money you're earning. That way you can pay off debt quicker. You also need, with the budget, you need to make a plan. You need to make a plan. How are you going to pay off this debt? How are you going to organize paying off this debt? And what is this going to look like in your life? Do you have to make changes in your life? Do you need to make changes with your spending? Do you make some relationship changes? Maybe all these could happen. Create debt payoff goals and write them down. So you'll have all your goals listed. You have your budget, so you understand kind of your financial picture. Create a debt payoff goal. Write it down, whatever it might be. Stick it somewhere. Put it on your calendar. Put it on the fridge. Put it on your TV. Put it on the door when you leave. Put it on your bathroom sinks, mirror, whatever. You want to make sure that you're writing these down, because it's gonna you'll start thinking about it. You'll start seeing it. You'll see it. You'll visualize it. You'll understand, like, this is my goal. This is what I need to do to achieve it, and this is where I want to be eventually. And don't take on more debt, of course. This kind of goes without saying, but some people kind of forget sometimes. So I got to make sure I put it in there. Well, you're already doing all this to get out of debt. Don't keep piling on more so you get in even more debt. That would be like trying to dig a hole and putting dirt right back into it. So, kind of a bad analogy, actually, because in debt, you're kind of in that hole. But regardless, you want to make sure that you're not taking out more credit cards, you're not taking out more auto loans, or whatever it is. Stop all debt and then start paying it off. So how we should make a plan. Our plan should first start with organizing all debt information. So list all your loans, all the balances on them, how much you owe, the dates of when you got to pay them, when at your current rate, when the maturity date might happen, or when the expected date of complete payment, all the different terms that are important to your budget, the interest rates, etc. Anything else that you think should go in there. You want to list them all out, have them all in one document, either physical or electronic, doesn't matter. Then choose to pay off the more dangerous debt first. Choose which ones you need to pay off first. So I recommend paying off the home first, or I'm sorry, not paying it off first, but which ones you should focus more payments on. So if you're behind more on the mortgage, you need to make sure you have a house. So focus on those payments. Try to catch up or get back even on those. Or if you're about to lose your car, make sure you square up on the auto loan so that you don't lose your car. So focus on the dangerous debts first, the ones that are more critical, and then you can start making a plan that I'll share later on in another video. Get a big idea of how much you owe total and per loan. This will help when you list it all. You'll see, dang, I'm in this much debt, but I'm going to do it. I'll be able to either consolidate this or find some strategy and start knocking this out. And lastly, we want to be intentional with payments. So we want to make sure that we are paying more than the minimum. I've mentioned this in about 2 or 3 other debt management videos, but paying more than the minimum is critical in lowering those principals and lowering the interest rate that we owe. When we do this, it'll help us. It won't be immediate, but you'll see the savings over time. The next thing we should do is take it a step further. So you have your minimum. So say you owe $100 a month on the credit card. Minimum payment is going to be like $25 or something like that. Don't make the minimum because you're just paying interest. The installment premium is $100. Try to make $125 payments instead, or $150 or so on. So try to make even more than just what the installment or what the premium might be. Pay twice a month or more. So besides waiting for the end of the month to or whatever the payment period is, instead of waiting for the pay period to hit, try to pay it twice or more, or once a week if you can, because this will help minimize your impact on the interest, and you'll be able to pay more on the principal, thus lowering the interest on further payments. Still got to pay interest, but you'll be able to lower it some, and also it gets you on a good routine. The next one is put any extra cash towards making additional payments. So anything that you might get in form of a gift or income or money you find on the floor, whatever, or money that you save because you're budgeting, which you should be, put any extra cash towards making those additional payments. So when you make those additional payments, boom, your premiums go down, your interest rate goes down, and you're saving money. And lastly, earn extra cash to throw at these debts. If you can work an extra job or find a side hustle or find some way to make any extra money, whatever it might be, use that cash, throw it at these debts, be intentional, and you'll start lowering your debt. And it'll be gradual at first. It won't be all sexy and shiny in the beginning, but you'll start seeing this over time and how it snowballs and how you're able to knock your debts out very, very quickly, and get ahead of your money management for you and your family. Hey guys, my name is Jack Warner. In this debt management series video, I'm going to be covering dangerous debt. Before I get into this video, I want to make sure that you understand that dangerous debt can mean any debt that's out of control. So any debt that you're just sinking, that sinking feeling, you can't catch up. Sometimes it could be considered upside down loans, or you're upside down in that loan, which means you owe more on the loan than that asset, like a car or house, is actually worth. Any kind of debt where it's just out of control and you feel like you're in that downward spiral, that's considered dangerous debt. So this will be a quick video because I'm just covering some of the dangers of getting out of control, but also some of the drastic, usually very, very, very life-changing things we can do to handle this. So the debt spiral is what leads to dangerous debt. How this works is we get into credit card, consumer loans, basically, consumer debt. According to the Federal Reserve, the most harmful debts as of 2022, it's been this way for a couple decades, so I don't know why I put in as of 2022 in the report I was reading, but credit cards, auto loans, and student loans. Student loans are usually the first. So student loans are dangerous debt. That dangerous debt spiral, it begins when an 17, 18-year-old is taking out a student loan. They're not really sure how it's going to work. And then all of a sudden when they graduate, they have a decent job, or maybe they don't have a job at all, but they're facing this tremendous amount of debt. In order to pay for daily living expenses, they take out a credit card. That's the next step. And then they have to take out an auto loan just to buy a car, and so on and so forth. And this is how the spiral begins. So for some people, it's identifying these mistakes before making them, which is huge. For other people, you've made this mistake. Now, what do you do? So hopefully we can help that. First of all, again, it's going to take some effort. It's going to take some soul-seeking effort. We got to break the cycle. When we're at this location, or we're at this area in our financial management or our financial life or whatever it is, we have to do some soul searching. We got to dig deep. We got to sacrifice, but we have to break the cycle, or this is going to continue. We want to stop all debt spending immediately. No more loans, no more credit cards. Cancel them. Cancel any loan that you can, but we want to stop all spending. Then we want to cancel any other line of credit account. That kind of goes hand in hand there. We want to cancel any line of credit account, personal loan, whatever it is. We want to be done with it. We don't want to use any more credit. No more loans. And then Part three, step three, budget. I've mentioned this several times in all my other videos, but start budgeting. We need to track how much money's coming in versus how much money's coming out. We need to see those expenses so we can see areas. Oh man, I'm spending $400 going out to eat. I could probably cut that back to nothing. Which if you're in this downward debt spiral, you might need to consider. Where, what other areas can you sacrifice? What other areas can you make money? So find other sources of cash. Where can I find money? Maybe I need to sell some things. I have garage sales. Maybe I got too many clothes. I can sell all my clothes. Or we got too many toys. I can sell some toys. I can work another job. I can start delivering pizza. I can start teaching night classes at my community college. Whatever it is, find other sources of cash to throw at this debt. And then get on a debt repayment plan. I'm going to cover this in another video on different repayment plans, but strategize, get on on a debt repayment plan, and start setting goals for yourself to break this cycle. And lastly, to conclude with this video, again, like I said, you're gonna have to make some life-changing changes. So you're gonna make some changes in your life. It might put you in awkward positions socially and in relationships with your family, with your friends, with loved ones. I've heard of some great stories building relationships through the debt payoff process, and I've heard of it breaking some. I mean, you might not be able to go on trips, you might not be able to buy Christmas gifts, you might have to be creative on stuff like that because you're on a mission to get out of this debt cycle, to get out of this debt spiral. So take drastic measures. You got to change your lifestyle. You might have to use some debt consolidation methods. So that's when you take all of your debts. And if this works for you, and I mentioned this in another video, but if this works for you, consolidate it all into one debt payment with another company. It might not work for you. For a lot of people, it doesn't. For a lot of people, it doesn't. Even if it does work for them and they're able to do it, it doesn't make mathematical sense to do it. Seek debt relief assistance. There are some organizations out there, private and public, private and government ran, that will assist you on certain debt relief areas like student loans or even credit card loans, depending on your situation. It doesn't hurt to ask. So see if there are some debt relief assistance, even from a private donor or some kind of gift, some kind of grant that you can get to get out of debt. Any extra cash that you can get, any extra assistance, don't be ashamed. You got to get out of there. Offer settlements. If you owe $10,000 on the credit card company and you just cannot, you have to make payments towards your car and house first. Call the credit card company like, hey, I got $5,000 in cash right now. I saved it up. You can either take this or that's it, basically. Now they can sue you, of course, because you still owe them that much. But there's a lot of times I've heard of success stories of people offering 60% of what they actually owe, and the credit card company just says yeah, because they can just close the book on that and move on to the next account. That way they don't have to worry about it. They don't have to get tied up in court fees and litigation fees, so on and so forth. So sometimes just offering a settlement, it'll destroy your credit score, but you're beyond that at this point. And then the last one's bankruptcy. Last case scenario, very difficult to do, very emotionally draining. All of your information is out there. A lot of it can become public. It can be embarrassing. It can be an emotionally draining experience. It can take time. It can take even more money. But what bankruptcy does, it will forgive some debt. Sometimes it'll put a pause on debt and let you build up some cash so you're able to pay it off. It is the last case scenario, last ditch effort, though. It's not for everybody, but it is an option. It can be an option. So that's why we have to talk about it. So the biggest thing I want you to take away from this video, if you're on that downward debt spiral, you got to put your foot down. You got to make some lifestyle changes. You might have to distance yourself a little bit from what you think you know, from what your lifestyle is. You might have to stop that. You might have to make some disconnects with family members or with friends. They're going to look at you weird. They might call you weird names. That's okay. You're on a journey. You wrote it down. You're on a goal. Get to it and pay this debt and get out of that cycle. The last video of our debt management series is the debt repayment plan. And in this video, I'm going to be covering two different types, two generally accepted debt repayment plan options or methods, strategies, whatever you want to call them, that we have available to us. So, first thing we got to do is we got to pre-plan, right? We got to prepare for the plan, the strategy that we're going to use. no matter which one we choose, we got to make sure we have some things in motion before we get involved in it. So first of all, we talked about this in another video, but mention it again here. Got to break the debt cycle. We got to make sure we're stopping all debt payments, that we're focusing our income or budgeting, we're focusing our income towards paying off debt. We're not taking on more debt. Of course, we got to get on a budget. We have to understand how much money's coming in, got to have how much we're expending on different categories and what categories we can sacrifice in. Then we got to list our goals. Not just your debt payoff goals, but also what are your financial goals? What are your personal goals, your health goals, your religious goals, your educational goals, whatever it is, professional goals. We have to list these goals because that's going to visualize, what is this going to look like when I'm debt free? When I have this debt behind me, what will I be able to accomplish and achieve? Of course, write out your debt payoff goal, when, where, how, what you want to do, how you're going to celebrate, different checkpoints to get there. Make sure you include those too. And then lastly, for pre-planned steps before we get into the two different strategies, the two different repayment plans, you need to list all your debts. So we need to collect all that information. We need their contact information if we've been talking to a representative of that lending company, that lending financial institution that we have that debt in. Make sure you include that information. We want all the debts. We want all that. We want the interest rates, if it changed, variable, fixed, whatever. We want the full balance that we owe, how much the monthly payment is. And then we can start getting into our repayment plan, our personalized repayment plan. So the first one's called the snowball plan, or the snowball method, that snowball effect. This is very, very popular with the Ramsey Solutions team. And it is both of these are solid methods, by the way. You could say there's pros and cons to each one, but both of these plans I'm going to show you, Snowball and the other one's called Avalanche, both of them have advantages only, I say. Now, how you use it and how it ties into your own personal life, that could have pros and cons. So, break down the Snowball plan. The first thing you're going to do is categorize your debts from smallest to largest balances. So that's how much money you owe on it. So you can put your smallest amount first. You're going to prioritize them in a list. Number one, smallest loan. Number two, second largest, I guess, or second smallest. Yeah. You want to rank them from smallest amount that you owe to the largest amount you owe. And then you're going to focus on making extra payments towards the smallest loan balanced first. It doesn't make mathematical sense, actually. It doesn't make any logical sense. But when we're dealing with dollar signs in front of numbers, we have to admit that most of us aren't very rational and we're very emotional and we don't make good decisions when it comes to money. Hence why we're in this debt situation in the first place. So we want to list smallest loan balance first and focus all payments on that. Meanwhile, you need to make sure you're making minimum payments on all other debts. So I have a credit card of $2,000 I need to pay off. Then I have a car loan of $10,000 and a house of $250,000, whatever it is. I'm going to focus on paying off that credit card first, and then the auto loan next. Everything else is going to be minimum. If you can make extra payments, great, but you want to keep them at a minimum because you want to pay off that smallest loan first. Because once that debt is paid off, just think about a snowball. It's what's called the snowball method. When you pay that small debt off and it's completely done, it's clear, free and clear, you're going to start rolling that next payment and other extra payments. So you've been paying, $200 a month, whatever, towards that loan. Now you can put 200 plus the minimum plus any extra cash that you now have free from not having to pay the interest and the principal of the other loan that you already paid off. And you're going to roll that and make any extra payments into the next debt and into the next debt and so on and so forth until you're debt free. I'm saying this like it takes a few months. Sometimes it can take a couple years. Sometimes it can take a few months. So it just depends. Again, this is not the logical approach, but this has a psychological win over the other method. You get small wins, you get inspiration. You start checking off stuff. We love humans. We love checking off things. So when you pay off that loan quick, usually it's pretty quick on the smallest ones, you're able to pay it off. Awesome. You get that sense of purpose. You get that sense of victory, of accomplishment, of progress, and you're able to move forward. Again, it's not very logical, doesn't make mathematical sense, but it makes psychological sense. So you have to know yourself and know your family's situation, whatever it is, and see how you can pay that off. The next one, in contrast to the snowball method, is the debt avalanche plan or debt avalanche method. And here you're going to categorize all your debts from highest charged interest to the lowest. So you're not going to worry about balance. You're going to focus on your highest charged interest loan first, and then focus on the lowest interest ones later on. So just like in the debt snowball method, making extra payments toward the highest interest debt first. All the minimum payments should be made to the other types of loans or debts that you have. Once that debt is paid off, using the extra payments, roll it right into or avalanche it on top of the second highest interest loan. This one makes sense mathematically. It's more logical. You'll save if you do this method. If you compared similar debts to two different families, and say they had similar budgets, similar expenses, et cetera, et cetera. And this one would make sense. The avalanche plan would make the most logical sense. But again, we're not logical creatures. We're emotional creatures. If this is more you, then go with this one. If you don't know which one, just choose one and stick to it. It won't hurt you. But some of us are more logical. We're more scientific approach. We're more reasonable. We can handle not getting a win quick. So this might be it, because the mathematically logical approach isn't necessarily the psychological win that you're going to be receiving on the snowball plan. So it can be a little more difficult to pay this one off because the balances can be large and it can take quite some time to pay off. So you're not going to get that early win that you might need, but you'll see it in the long run that you'll be able to save more money when it comes to math. In conclusion of this video and of this video series, whatever it is, if you just don't know which one, snowball, avalanche, debt payment restructuring, and debt consolidation, there's too much. Just pick a plan, stick to it. Be patient and be persistent. Set goals, stick to it no matter what, because once you falter, you're going to go right back into that debt spiral that we don't want to be in. Stick to it, write it down, stay the course, get accountability if you need it, talk to somebody, get a mentor, get somebody on your team, and just stay patient. You will get through this. Hey everyone, my name is Jack Warner. In this video, I'm going to be covering the basics of using our investments to help grow wealth. And in this video series, the other videos after this video, I'm going to get into more details and strategies and covering different assets that can help us grow wealth. But this is just laying the outline, the basics of why and how we can use investments to grow wealth. So getting started, I have to bring it back to some of our earlier lessons and videos we discussed through budgeting and saving. And we can use extra money from budgeting and saving to help us reach our goals. So a lot of this might be a review, but saving money by cutting out wasteful spending and budgeting, and you have to think about it this way: I can save money instead of going out to eat when I don't need to because I already have food at the house. I can use that money and invest it and make money off that. So that's the way we have to change our mindset: is where can it doesn't have to be like, oh, I could save so much, I can live in my car and not have a house and not have rent and invest that. Now I've heard of some people doing that. That's to each their own at that point, but you want to have a fine balance. There are some ways we can save. We can budget and we can save and we can cut wasteful spending, use that savings to plow right into our investments. And budgeting and making a plan for your money, it'll help you achieve goals. It'll help us get out of debt. It'll help us save money. And of course, our goal for this video, we're going to be focusing on it can help us invest more money. So especially if we get out of debt. If we're getting out of debt, there's no more debt payments. We can use those payments that we're paying off debt to put right into our investments. We also can take advantage of tax advantaged accounts. It's a mouthful there, but we can take advantage of tax advantage accounts. So first of all, where can we find assets and investments to that we don't have to worry about paying taxes in the future? Or where can we lower our tax deductible income? So there's different ones here. Prioritize putting money into investing accounts that have big tax advantages. So there's different ones. There's pre-tax, post-tax. Less money towards taxes, and we can put that money more towards wealth and other goals. So different examples here, like your 401k, tax advantage. Your Roth IRA, which this 401k is your pre-tax income, where Roth IRA, you already been taxed on it, but you never have to get taxed on it again. Traditional IRAs, same as 401ks. Health savings accounts, so you can put money in a health savings account. That money grows. That money is first of all tax deducted. So how much you put towards the HSA is tax deductible. Any expenses, medical expenses that are qualified, are tax free. So any withdrawals you make, any growth in that account is tax free. So that's like triple tax advantage there. And then your educational savings accounts, and there's various ones there. And you can check out our other videos and other investment series to get a breakdown of each one of these. But all of these share a common trait, and that's they less money goes towards taxes, more money goes towards your wealth. Now, there are all these also have qualifications and limits and different regulations that you'll need to understand before you get involved with them. But you need to make sure you're maximizing your investments in these accounts first. And then we can make our money, understand you can make your money work for you. Don't let it take control of you. You control your money. And you use this money to create more opportunities for yourself and for others. So invest in assets that hold value and give a decent return on investment, also known as ROI. So you don't want to spend money on things, right? We do have to spend money on food. We do have to spend money on other stuff. I have a friend who wasn't in the right, wasn't trained in financial, was never educated. Most Americans aren't. We weren't trained in financial basics in high school or college. My friend went out and spent a ton of money on a credit card, jet skis, toys, guns, just a bunch of crap that he didn't need. And now he's facing all this debt. And instead of investing in assets, he bought things that he barely used. And a lot of Americans do this. I mean, they'll buy toys that don't hold value. They'll buy new trucks that don't really hold much value. They'll buy boats that they use 3 times a year. And that's not, you're not going to get a return on investment on those things. Now you can rent them out, you can start a business, there are ways to do it, but you want to make sure you're focusing on assets that hold value and give a decent return on investment. Don't invest things, don't invest in things you do not feel comfortable with or you don't know. Invest if a friend's asking for, hey, give me $10,000 so we can start this business. You probably won't feel comfortable with that. That's probably not a good financial decision for you. So move on from that. Find another opportunity. Understand that wealth takes time too. This is not an overnight thing. Very rare, very, very rare. Like 0.0001% of people that become wealthy in less than a year, let alone a couple of years. This is going to take a long time of letting your money work for you, compounding interest, allowing that to work, and allowing your wealth to build and build and build, and taking advantage of those tax advantage accounts. We also need to diversify. If we want our investments to help us grow wealth, we need to diversify. So this is where you get that saying, don't put all your eggs in one basket. You want to split your investments into different areas. So I don't want to put it all in Tesla, even though Tesla, well, it depends on on how you view stocks. But Tesla might be a successful company and it might do good, but they go through swings. They go through some crazy swings, ups and downs for sure. So you want to make sure you're splitting your investments. Don't put it all in one car, or don't even put it in one. Don't put it all in the auto industry. Split it up. Put some in tech. Put some in agriculture. Put some in pharmaceuticals. So you'll make sure you're splitting your investments up, and then don't focus on the stock market too. Put some money in real estate. Put some money in a business that you're starting or whatever. Have a healthy balance of higher risk investments. So you want to make sure that you understand your risk assessment first, your risk tolerance, and then you want to have a healthy balance. So you need higher risk investments and low risk conservative investments when you are investing. To make sure that high risk investments, they're going to help you grow more money, where low risk investments are going to help you with that conservative piece where you can handle more risk, but also it won't have wide, crazy, volatile swings in value. And make sure to keep a percentage of your investment cash as cash. So if you have an investment account, say you put $50,000 in it, you invest $25,000 of it in a year or two. So you have $25,000 left over in cash. Keep that there for a little bit. Put more money into it, and then you can invest more. but you always want to make sure you have some. It doesn't have to be 50%. That's just an easy math example for me. But make sure you keep a certain percentage of that cash, of your investment cash, as liquid, because you want to make sure that if something were to happen, say the stock market plummets, you're able to slowly build and reinvest into the market. That's the best time to buy, is when the market is down. So that way you can start building into it and helping you get back up in value. And then lastly, in conclusion of this video, we want to make sure we're automating and staying consistent. So we want to set up your budgeting and financial accounts to automatically transfer funds to savings and investments. On top of that, we want to make sure we're automatically setting up your investments to invest a budgeted amount in certain assets each year, each month, each week, however your investments are set up, each time period. So going to step one here, when we set up our budgeting accounts and financial bank accounts, investments, I'm just kind of grouped it all into one. We want to automatically have transferred amounts. So from our savings to our checking, so we can pay off certain expenses, we can pay for rent, pay for food, etc. And then we also want a portion of our savings going to investments. So we have, let's just use $100. You have this audit. You can set this up on most bank accounts, on most financial apps. You can have this automatically set up. Each time your paycheck hits, a certain amount goes to your checking to pay for stuff. A certain amount goes to savings to help build for your emergency savings or whatever your savings goal is. And then a certain amount goes to your investments. Let's just say $100 goes there. You have this set up every time your paycheck hits, or it doesn't have to be a paycheck. It's just, that's the easiest one to follow. It can be once a week. You have $100 going to your investments. And then on top of that, you have your investment account over here where you can say you want to put in $50 into an index fund or into some stock each day or each month, whatever time period you choose. You can have that automatically set up. With that too, with your investments, we can go even deeper. If you can set up investments to reinvest any capital gains, dividends, and interest. So if you're in a fund, if you're in like a broad market index fund, that you'll be earning dividends, you'll be earning some capital gains. Choose that option to reinvest. So you're saving yourself a tax hit on that first, but also you're able to reinvest, and that money is able to reinvest, and it grows through compound interest, through the power of compound interest, and that money is making even more money. So your money that's already working for you is now working for itself, and so on and so forth. You can see how that spirals, which is good. We want that spiral. And then keep doing this for months and years, and increase this if you can over time. So say the first year you start out with $10,000, or the first month you start out with just a couple $100. Try to increase that to 150 or 200 or 300. Try to increase it by 1,000 next year. Try to increase it by 5,000 the following year or more. So you want to try to definitely keep the baseline. Don't drop below the baseline unless something crazy happens in your life and you just need to cut out investments entirely. Keep the money in. Don't sell anything, but make sure that you have at least a bottom line, baseline, stop what you're doing, pay off that debt, whatever it is, and then get right back to where you were. But definitely try to be consistent. This is probably the biggest thing of using your investments to grow wealth is automate this process and stay consistent, and then try to beat that consistency as well. Try to beat that baseline. Hey, my name is Jack Warner. This video, we're going to be covering what affects interest rates and why this is important to your investments. So first of all, just a little economics 101, some indicators that might factor into changing situations in the economy. Inflation, and we're living that. This is October of 2022. We are currently in a time of pretty high inflation historically in the United States. And inflation, all it is, it's normal. A normal level of inflation, I should say. A general rise in the overall price level of most items. So they'll just take a basket full of items, say 200, 300 items. They'll check the prices from 1 month to the next month to the end of the year. And they'll see, okay, there was a general rise in prices. These things cost more money than last time period that we checked it. So there's inflation going on. At what rate of inflation is what they're trying to determine. So usually the economy, government, private regulators, they want a 2 to 3% inflation rate, not a 9 to 15% inflation rate like we're in now. But this plays into different interest rates and different things that can factor into what we or why we invest and how we invest. Government regulations, increase or decrease regulations on businesses, will also impact our investments, and the unemployment rate, which is another important factor that the Department of Labor will check, and that could bring value or decrease value into our investments depending on what we're invested in. And then the most important economic indicator is supply and demand. So supply and demand is an increase in consumer demand of loans. It can cause, what the rule of this is, it can cause an increase in interest. So if there's a ton of people out there wanting to buy something, just forget about interest rates and loans and stuff right now. There's a bunch of people wanting to buy a certain service or a product, that price will slowly increase over time or quickly, depending on the amount of demand. Same thing with loans. Loans is a financial product. So think about a bunch of people rushing to the bank all wanting to get the same loan or a very similar loan. Think mortgage rate right now. So a bunch of people, well, not anymore, but in the last 2 years, people were moving all over the country. And demand for homes is extremely high, and rent for that matter. So over time, those interest rates and those loans started to increase in price. An increase in the amount of money available to offer as loans will lead to a decrease in interest. This is the opposite of that. So the more loans that are out there, which I think is what we're heading to, the time we're heading to, an increase in the amount of money available to offer as loans will decrease in interest because there's so much money available. People are decreasing their interest rates or wanting to get loans out. But a decrease in available money will lead to an increase in rates. So that's kind of where we're at in the United States right now, where not as many people are wanting to take out loans as they were in 2020 and 2021, where it was a huge movement of people in home buying and renting and renovations, etc. And now that interest rates are going up, there's going to be a decrease in available money. So the rates are going to continue to increase. And this level, the supply and demand level, it depends on inflation, consumer spending versus saving. Are people saving money? Are people spending money? Are people investing money? Are tax rates high? Lower the tax rates, more people are spending. Higher the tax rates, more people are saving and less spending, and other economic factors. So, for example, like I mentioned earlier, let's look at mortgages over the last 40 years or so. So we have 1970s over here, and what's crazy is we're complaining about these interest rates right now, and rightfully so. But historically, we were in the lowest, for the longest time, lowest interest rates ever in 2020, 2018 to 2022, I guess, or 2021, and they just now started going up in 2022, mid 2022. I guess it's just late 2022 now, but it's still, even the highest point of this year probably won't get to the highest point in the last 40 years. The increase is dramatic, right? That's a huge spike, but it's still not at that level. So, but something we need to be conscious of, and we need to notice this because this can affect our future investments. So we need to understand what's going on in the economy. So how this works, the Federal Reserve, they'll charge a federal funds rate, what's known as a federal funds rate. This interest rate is what they charge other banks, other financial institutions to borrow money. If they want to borrow money or if they're lending money to one another. So when they charge this rate and it goes up, if the federal fund rate goes up, usually our consumer rates are going to go up too. So the Federal Reserve sets these rates, and they do this. They have this power. Some people debate they shouldn't have this power, but they have this power to manipulate the economy. So if inflation's skyrocketing, they try to increase interest rates to slow the amount of money that's going into the economy. If there's not enough money going into the economy, they want people to take out loans, build homes, start businesses, etc. Then they'll start decreasing interest rates so people can go to the bank and take out loans. More money is available. So this rate will trickle down to other areas. It doesn't happen like that, but it will trickle down to other areas of the economy like consumer and business loans and even savings account rates and other interest rates that we're going to talk about. So this is important to know. So if the federal fund rates move, which it has been, and if it moves one way or the other, it can affect your business. It can affect your investments. It can affect your home loan, whatever you have. So why is this important for investments? So that, just to wrap up, we've learned a little economic 101 class, but why is this important for you, for your investments? So first of all, the table of different investment types over here, increasing interest rates in the middle and decreasing interest rates in different situations that it could occur. So you have all of your random asset, not random, but common asset types here. And what happens if it increases interest rates? And you can pause this video and look over this. All of this is what usually happens. It's not like exactly what happens today, but it's over historic 100 years of data. This is what usually happens when there's an increase in interest rates. So you can see stocks and funds, like mutual funds, index funds, their values will most likely go down. Sometimes they'll go up at first and then they'll start going down slowly. And you got to think about, well, why is that happening? That's because businesses can't take loans out. Or, I'm sorry, they can, but it's more expensive. So there's more money going to paying off debt, and then stocks and funds will eventually go down. The stock market might decrease in value a little bit. Doesn't mean it's a recession. It just means it might be a correction on the market. Corporate bonds prices typically go up. So that's a good thing. If interest rates are going up, and it could be because of inflation, it could be for whatever reason, then bond prices are going to go up too. So what else might go up? Prices will go up on real estate, of course, and this is the time we're at. Less properties will be on the market. We had a ton of properties, we had an influx of properties on the market, and now we have a huge decrease in the market of homes and properties on the market. Gold and silver prices typically increase. This is kind of iffy. I should have put maybe a little bit of both. So sometimes they decrease, sometimes they increase. It just depends. Gold and silver is so wishy-washy that you never know. But usually in times of high inflation, interest rates are going to go up. And when high inflation is going on, gold and silver does pretty well. Historically, that does pretty well against, as people are worried that, oh, the dollar's shrinking, so I'm going to buy gold and silver. So savings and CDs and Treasury securities, they'll all increase in value as interest rates go up because their interest rates will tie right into their earned interest rates. So you'll see people start saving more, start buying more CDs and Treasury bonds and stuff. And then on the other side, we have on the other end of the spectrum of decreasing interest rates. So stocks and funds, prices will fluctuate. They could increase or decrease, but they will most likely increase. Again, we have to think about why. It's because businesses are able to take more loans out. They're able to hire more people. The economy is expanding rather than shrinking over here. Bond rates will decrease, so it might be a good time if you're a stock bond ratio investor. You might want to shift bond into stocks. Some of them, not all of them. Prices will go down. More properties will be on the market. And then on the rest of these, gold and silver all the way to treasury securities, prices will decrease. Again, gold and silver doesn't really follow interest rates. Doesn't matter too much. Gold and silver is more of an emotional investment of how well the economy is doing. It's a good indicator of how well the economy is doing. If it's doing poorly, or if people think, I guess that's a perception of it. If people think the economy is not going to do so good, then they're going to start buying gold and silver and other commodities too. I could group that in there as well. Yeah, and as interest rates decrease, then of course savings CDs and Treasury securities will eventually decrease as well. It won't be automatically, and sometimes you can get a fixed interest, so you're good there. But just know that if you are wanting to get into those kinds of investments, then you might want to consider going to a different investment instead. All this being said, that you should definitely be involved with stocks and funds regardless of interest rates. Don't put all your money in it, but slowly keep reinvesting and putting a little bit aside so that you can gain when the market's going down and then ride the wave as it's going back up. Hey, my name is Jack Warner. This video we're going to be covering how to invest in treasury bonds. So some people, this might not be an investment type that they want to get involved with because it might be too conservative and it might not bring enough return for them. But for some people, treasury bonds can be a great way to diversify your own portfolio. So if you're totally invested in stocks, you might want to consider treasury bonds to kind of balance out the risk versus reward and the risk versus conservative investment type. So treasury bonds are an excellent conservative investment. If you're wanting something that's not as risky as stocks, but earns more than just a savings or a money market or a CD, then treasury bonds is your go-to investment choice. So investment Treasury graded bonds are found at treasurydirect.gov, which is an official U.S. government website. And you'll see it called Treasury securities. And when you see the word security, just think it's a vehicle for investment, like an asset, like stocks and bonds, like gold and silver, like Treasury bills, Treasury notes, anything like that. Treasury securities are considered some of the most conservative and safest investments an individual can make. So not just conservative, and it's not usually we link conservative with you're not earning enough money, but Treasury securities can return a decent amount of money back to the investor. But they're considered the safest because they have the full faith and credit to be paid back by the U.S. government. And through the history of Treasury direct securities, the government has never defaulted, which means they've always paid back bondholders of government securities. So they've never defaulted on bonds at all. So that comes to the conclusion that if one day that they might do that, hopefully not, that means the economy has collapsed. The US government is no longer. An investor could buy them from the direct market from this site up here. You can go to treasurydirect.gov. You can buy them from the direct market, or you can buy them from other bondholders on secondary markets like banks. There's some brokers out there, collectors, stuff like that. So there's different types. There's different types of Treasury securities that you need to be aware of, and some of these might fit into your strategy, some of them might not. Some of them you might just want to know more information about. You can always go to treasury.gov to find the latest information and tax implications and such connected to these types of securities. So the first one's a Treasury bill, and these are short-term assets, so they sell from 4 to 52-week intervals, so not long-term at all, very short-term. Treasury bills, they're auctioned off on the public auction on the government website at a discount rate. So say there's a $100 Treasury bill, that's the face value or the par value. You'll hear par or face value. Sometimes it means the same thing. And let's say it's a $100 face value Treasury bill. They'll auction it off, say at $10. So you can buy it from anywhere from $10 to $20 at the discount rate, and then when you hold it through maturity, they'll get up to that face value. So the difference will be the interest that you earn. So you'll get paid interest during the long term, or it's not long term at all, but during the duration of you holding the T bill, but you will get paid the full amount, the face value, when it does mature. So I buy a Treasury bill for 52-week Treasury bill at $30, and the face value is at $100. If I hold it through maturity, then I get a $70 difference there. So that's a good profit. Treasury notes, it's usually not that high though. Treasury notes, medium term. So this is the difference between all these here. T notes, medium term assets, that they mature from 2 to 10 years. So there's like 2-year ones, 5-year, 10-year T note maturity dates. You'll know what you're buying whenever you're on the market. Interest is paid on notes twice a year or semi-annually. Sometimes it's called that on the treasury.gov website, treasurydirect.gov website. So they'll pay interest twice a year. You can choose a $100 face value, and that will stay the same. So when it does mature, you're getting $100 back plus all the interest payments that you got. So that's how you earn money there. T bonds are long terms, and they can range from 10 to 30 years of maturity dates. So if you don't know what maturity dates means, that just means when that security expires. So it'll no longer pay after that. Similar to T notes, bonds are issued at $100 face value, and they pay at interest semi-annually. And you can buy more of these too. Of course, it's not just you're just buying one $100 one. You can buy $100,000 worth of these. And they'll pay interest rates semi-annually as well. And interest rates are typically higher on these bonds. Plus, they can accumulate longer because it's 10 to 30 years. Then you have your floating rate notes, which are also short-term, similar to T-bills. Your floating rate notes, short-term assets that mature in 2 years. So anything from 1 to 2 years, or just a couple weeks, like a 4-week interval to 2 years, is considered short-term investment. And these FRNs they have a variable interest rate, so it'll change depending on what's going on in the economy. So right now they probably are going up as interest rates are going up here in October of 2022. And they pay interest 4 times a year, so it's a unique one because most of these don't pay that much, but these pay interest rates 4 times a year. And then your last one is a newer one to the Treasury securities, and that's Treasury inflation protected securities, or TIPS. And they're issued at 5, 10, or 30-year maturity dates. Interest rate is fixed, and it does pay semi-annual. But a good thing about TIPS is whenever the maturity date comes, they'll pay you the difference. So either if you got a discount, or if the value, just say the value decreases of the tips over time, they'll pay you the difference to the face value to make sure that adjusted to inflation too. So not just if it's $100 tips and it ends up being $100 10 years from now, they'll pay you the adjusted rate of inflation. So it could be 9 to 15% depending on how much inflation had occurred over that time frame. And there you can break these down too. There's a lot of different savings bonds, different savings rates, and graded bonds too, notes and bills. But bonds especially you can break these down even further, like savings bonds, EE, and all the different types of those kind of series. And those will have different ones. This is just a general overview of the main categories of the types of securities that the Treasury Department offers. So you can buy them direct from Treasury Direct on auction, and they'll hold different types. They'll hold different times for the different bonds. And some assets like savings bonds, some of the ones that I said you could break down, like the different series of savings bonds that you can just purchase directly. Like on Amazon, you can just purchase directly. The same thing with here, you can just buy them directly without having to go to auction. Investors can also buy Treasury securities indirectly through private secondary markets, like banks or other financial institutions that are certified brokers. Banks and security brokers can offer auctions or direct purchase of these securities. So it can be wise for some people to buy them because you can buy them at a discount and you become indirect owners of that bond. So you can find some good deals sometimes in the secondary market. Like people, just like with homes, people are trying to liquidate something. Then they might need to lower the price just to cash out because they need to use that cash to pay something in their real life. So it's good to check the secondary market sometimes because you can probably find a better deal in the secondary market than you can on the direct market. It's all about how much you want to invest in the time and stuff, though, and research. And this is just a screenshot I took just today of the different notes that they were offering, different T bills of upcoming auctions. So these are Treasury bills that they're offering here, and you can see the amount that they're offering and different announcement dates and auction dates and etc. Anyway, so Treasury securities are again a great way to invest some money that you don't want to put in savings because it's just not earning enough in savings accounts. It's extra money, especially if you're getting close to that retirement age that you want to put money away that's going to be a little more secure. It can give you a passive amount of income over time, and some of it can be inflation protected, and it'll earn a higher rate than your savings, so it can give you a decent livable income during that time of retirement. Or if you're just risk adverse, Treasury bonds are the way to go. It can help you build that conservative portfolio, balance out any money that you have invested in the stock market, and that way you can feel a little safer when you sleep at night. Hey, my name is Jack Warner, and part of the investing series is direct investments into the stock market, into index funds, mutual funds, and ETFs. And that's what we're going to cover in this video. So to start off with index funds, this is the most broad definition that we can come up with. An index fund or any kind of investment fund is an investment vehicle that will track a collection, or some people might even call it a basket full of collection of assets like stocks. So there's also investment funds for bonds, or investment funds for commodities, or investment funds for crypto assets, different things like that. Index funds can include hundreds and even thousands of stocks, and sometimes tens of thousands. It just depends on which fund you're using. But usually, most index funds aim around a few hundred. There are broad market index funds like the S&P 500, NASDAQ, Dow Jones, the Russell 2000s. You can even do international broad market index funds that will cover like all the London stocks or all the Chinese stocks or the Japanese stock market or even the whole entire world. There's industry specific funds that will focus on a particular industry like healthcare, utilities, technology, entertainment. You can even break that down even further. Obviously, you can break these categories down much further. You can do just technology. You can do just gaming indexes, or just software development companies, or communications companies, whatever you want to do. Then there's geographic funds. You can do U.S. based, European, African, all world. Or you can do index funds that track market cap or market capitalization. And what that means is It focuses on companies that have a certain um, they're a certain size. They have a ton of value, a lot of money into their not just their price of their stock, but their company controls a lot of the market. Microsoft, Apple, those companies are large cap or large capitalization companies. So you can invest in companies that are large cap indexes or mid cap indexes or even low cap indexes. And there's pros and cons to doing all three of those. So it just depends. Obviously, for large cap, you're going to get some high yield dividends. Your blue chip stocks are going to be around for a while, that have been around for a while, but probably not going to grow that quickly. Where low cap, you might get higher dividends and a lot more growth. So it just depends on which way you want to invest. So that's index funds, and you can invest in these very passive type of investment. Whereas mutual funds, a little bit more active investing. So that they are similar to index funds, the same thing basically, and that they are a collection of stocks that track predetermined categories. Mutual funds are actively managed though, whereas index funds are more passively managed, or really just like an AI controlling the type of investments that you're invested in. Mutual funds only trade once at the end of the day. So you invest into a pool of other funds from other investors. So it's say me, you, and 10,000 other people. We throw our money into a Vanguard or Fidelity mutual fund, and we hire a manager or maybe even a group of managers, of fund managers, and they will pick and choose what stocks or what industry or what category that they want to allocate our funds. So it's a pool of all of our funds together, and then they'll say, okay, well, let's invest 4% of this into technology, and let's buy some Netflix, and let's purchase some stocks and maybe the utility sector, whatever it is. And then I give you a report of this too. So the pros and cons of this, you're probably asking, why should I choose mutual funds if I can just do index funds? Mutual funds are a little bit more expensive because you're hiring a person or a team of people to do the work for you. They can be more rewarding though because they're actively being managed. And index funds are a little cheaper, but they might not earn as much as mutual funds. So it all depends on the balance of what you're willing to pay. Also, some mutual fund managers, some companies that you're invested with, they may even give you advice on top of their services. So you need to look into that if you're wanting to get into mutual funds. But just know mutual funds, a little bit more expensive, are going to cost a little bit more to be involved with. Index funds, small fee that you have to pay to be invested, but more passive investing. So that's index funds and mutual funds. So something completely different. Well, not totally different. I should say completely different. A little bit different in the fund world. It's been around since the 1990s, so it's kind of newer to the investment history. Are what we call exchange traded funds, or ETFs. Now these are different. I should say they're the same. They're very similar to mutual funds, passive index funds. They track categories or specific field, basket of assets, whatever you want to call it. But the biggest difference is ETFs can be traded on the market like stocks. So I can buy and sell 18 ETFs today, all in a matter of an hour if I wanted to. So I can buy and sell, buy and sell, buy and sell. I can't do that with mutual funds. That's the biggest difference. ETFs can track more specific and unique assets too, since they can be bought and sold and constantly are changing. The ETF market's so huge now. ETFs can track, they can have more specific, like commodity groups, currency. Mutual funds can too, but ETFs tend to be a little bit more specific or unique in their assets that they track. So commodity groups, currencies, crypto, bond, industries, or even a mixture of all those, real estate. There's so many other things they can track. ETFs do have lower fees and commission rates than mutual funds, but again, ETFs are going to be automated. That's going to be considered more passive. It depends on how many times you buy and sell too. Like if you're the one that's doing the buying and selling, then that's work that you have to do yourself, and that's the fees that you have to pay and all the commission fees that you might have to pay. But because you're not buying a particular or a singular stock company, then you don't have to worry about paying too many commission fees because it should be lower. So there's a great debate, should I be more of a passive investor in ETFs, index funds, or should I be more of an active investor uh, and help the active market out in mutual funds? And it's just, I say it's a balance of what you want and what you're looking for. Maybe you have both. Speaking of that, there are some strategies for investing in funds, whether that be ETFs, mutual funds, or index funds. Obviously, for mutual funds, you're not really thinking, you're not wanting to, you're paying somebody to do the strategy for you. So we can eliminate that. That's one strategy is to pay somebody else to do the strategies for you. So when you're involved in the mutual fund, they'll pick what strategy that the whole pool of investors are going to be following. So they can be more aggressive, they can focus on more tech, they can focus on international, whatever it is. But you're paying somebody. But if you're not and you want to do it yourself, there are some good strategies that you can learn from. One of the oldest ones, since you are a passive investor, if you are investing more in ETFs or index funds, you buy and hold or you set it and forget it. You purchase each year, you sit down 1 week, do some research, pick which index you want, or then you don't even have to do that. You just buy the whole entire index. You just purchase the whole broad market US index fund. You set it and you forget it. You put $1,000 each month and you just forget about it. Or you do more index focused. Maybe you know something more about communications industry and you want to pick the Internet of Things companies, any company that's connected like IBM or Microsoft. You want to pick more companies that are in the Internet of Things, software development, hardware development, whatever it is. So you're going to be more index focused, or maybe you're going to be more focused on agriculture companies or pharmaceutical companies. So you can do more index focused. You can diversify. So it's kind of the opposite of index focused strategy. You can diversify instead of doing a broad market, which that's diversification in itself. You can purchase and allocate different investment resources, money into different indexes. So you're going to put like 20% into tech indexes, or you're going to put 10% into international, 15% into commodities, maybe 5% into real estate. Whatever helps you that comfort level of diversification. Then you can do income investing through index funds. So you're going to choose indexes, and there's ones out there that track stocks or assets that deliver high yield dividends, which means they'll pay you every month or every 3 months or whatever, semi-annual. It just depends on the companies that are involved in that collection of investments. So some companies pay once a month, some companies pay quarterly, semi-annually, annually, whatever. But they'll if you're invested into a fund that tracks these kinds of stocks, then you're looking to get some passive income. You can do some dollar cost averaging, which is kind of like buy and hold, very similar. Dollar cost averaging means that you're going to pick an amount that you're going to invest in each month or each week or whatever time period you choose, and you continue to do that no matter what. And when the stock market goes down, you increase it. You increase the amount of investment. So let's just say for a whole year, I put in $100 per month into my dollar cost averaging index. I just do an S&P 500 broad. Let's take it even broader than that. I just do the total U.S. market, and I'm investing $100 each month. Stock market tanks like it's doing right now. I increase that to 200 per month, 300 per month. I start increasing it more so I can average out my loss and start gaining on it. And there's some great reports and studies done on dollar cost averaging and index funds and how it can help increase the value of your investments. And then you can look for growth potential mutual funds or growth stock mutual funds, whatever you want to call them. And here you're looking for companies that have high growth potential, high value potential. This is mostly you're focusing on index that track large cap or blue chip stocks. And so you can receive, can receive some dividends here and there, but usually growth stock companies are going to be more focused on expanding. So they're going to want to take that $20 stock price eventually make it $80. So they're focused. A lot of tech companies are in the growth category. And there's others too. But these are some of the more basic strategies that you can get started with today on your investing in index funds. Hey, my name is Jack, and in this video, I'm going to go over some of the main assets that we can start investing in today. And in this video, we're going to be covering the three main modern, traditional, and somewhat not traditional with crypto investing assets, and that's in stocks and bonds. So a little bit different from funds. So these are more individual assets. They're not a collection. You're banking on a private company or organization and its performance. So first of all, you might ask, where can I go to start investing in stocks or bonds or crypto? The first thing you can do if you're just unsure, or maybe you have a complex, this on two different spectrums here, sides of the spectrum. You can either be completely you just don't know where to begin, or you can be an expert investor and have been doing this for a long time, but have a complex situation where you just need somebody to help guide you. Either way, you can hire financial advisors, planners, wealth fund managers, mutual fund managers, stockbrokers, different things like that, different financial professionals that will help guide you through and pick the stocks and everything. And then you don't have to worry about it. Or you can do it yourself. You can use your bank. Not all banks. Some banks might have an investment branch or department, and you can usually use your bank to make investments. You can just call your bank up or talk to your bank like, hey, I want to open up an investing account, and then you can choose the stocks that you want to purchase there. There's also some great apps out there. Companies have made some awesome finance apps where you can move money to and start investing today. There's also some automated, similar to apps, there's also some automated robo investing programs, online programs too. It doesn't have to be, fancy application on your phone, but there are some companies that will do some automated robo investing, which means that some algorithm that you choose beforehand, preset settings, and then they'll take money from your bank or from whatever source of money that you have, and they'll move it into the investing program, whatever it might be. So, stocks. What exactly are stocks? And you might see the word shares. Stock shares are the same thing. They can be used interchangeably. Stocks or a share is basically, it's a very, very, very small piece of a company. Now, if you're a sole proprietor or if you just started your own business, you're the sole stock owner. There's one stock and you own it. So stocks can be really small. But in this case, in investing grade stocks, there are a ton of them out there. There's millions per company. So some companies have millions, if not some cases billions of available shares. So if you own one share of, say, Microsoft or Google, you own like 0.0001% of that company. So there are about 3,000 companies. Sometimes depends on which exchange you're looking at. There's over 3,000 companies in the U.S. that trade publicly on the stock market. Stocks in the company that can be held. There are, so the flip side of that, there are some companies that don't trade publicly on the stock market, and those stocks are held privately. Just like if you and a partner got together and wanted to open up a private business, both of you would, let's just say you did a 50-50 split, both of you own one share or maybe two shares or whatever it is, 50-50, and that can be traded publicly. So stocks are seen, if we look at the spectrum of conservative versus risky investments, stocks are seen more on the risky side. It doesn't mean they're like, oh my gosh, you're so risky, I'm going to lose all my money. It just means that the risk versus reward ratio is a little bit more, it's a larger spread. Risky investments because investors they're tying their money to the company. So if you buy Microsoft, I don't really have much say in how Microsoft functions or what could affect Microsoft's share price. But if I invest my money into Microsoft, I'm banking on them doing well. I want them to do well. If they do poorly, I do poorly. If they do great, I do great. So a lot of factors that we don't have control over. And some corporate stocks may pay dividends while others do not. It's completely up to them. So if you're looking for stocks that pay dividends, make sure you check their dividend yield to see if they even pay. You can even do a quick Google search. Does Google pay stock? Does Google pay dividends out of their stock? So some of the more well-known ones that are like high growth, they do not pay dividends. There are all types of stocks. Blue chip stocks are the more well-known companies, the ones that have been around a while, They've established themselves in the stock market. Then you got your mid cap ones, your medium level corporations, then your international and penny stocks that trade less than like $5 a share, all different types. And stock price is valued on numerous factors, but most importantly, its stock prices are going to go up and down just like any price of any product in the US economy. Supply and demand. How much how many shares do they have out there? How many people are demanding them? How many people are buying and selling them? There's a lot of people buying and selling Netflix stock in one day, then that price is going to fluctuate. If there's a ton of people selling it, that price might go down because people are trying to get out for whatever reason. If a company decides to, if Amazon's recently they split their stock, so they had, I don't know how many shares they had out there, but let's just say they had a million. It was way more than that. They had a million shares, and they wanted to make it 2 million shares, so they split their shares. More supply meant less price on the stock. So there's many different factors that we could break down even further with supply and demand. Another reason, supply and demand kind of ties into this too, but initial public offering is when a company first goes public on the stock market. Depending on their performance when they first go public can also set the tone of what their price, the trend in price that they're going to experience. Not necessarily every time. It'd be like a new sports team or any sports team. Um, their first game of the season. How are they going to play, and how is their value going to hold up throughout the season? Can kind of depend on that first game, on their performance in that first game. So similar to the stocks here, and then economic factors. Every stock during COVID, during March, April, June of 2020, just collapsed. All the values just went down because of a bunch of economic factors. That had nothing to do with supply and demand. It had not much to do with, well, it probably had to do with a lot of demand. People were selling a lot, but there was a bigger factor behind all that that caused these things to occur. So, what are some strategies you can use when investing in stocks? They're the two competing and kind of more popular and traditional stock investing strategies are growth and value. So, growth stocks, you're looking for stocks that are expanding quickly. You're looking for companies who are trying to take over, trying to edge out the competition. They most likely will not pay dividends. They're putting all that money back into their company so they can continue to expand. A lot of tech companies are like this, where they're trying to focus on growth. Then you have your value investing, where it requires a good bit of work, as for you as in the investor, where you are going to look for companies who are undervalued, companies that are probably well known, or at least um, you've heard of them before, and they might pay a dividend, but they are very wise, very efficient with their money. These are harder to find, so value investing is for those people that want to get into financial reports, start looking at P&E ratios, all that kind of stuff. Your stock bond ratio, so we'll talk about this again with our bond part of this lesson, but stock bond ratio is important to consider. How much do you want in stocks? How much do you want in bonds? Maybe you want to do an 80% stocks, 20% bond ratio of your invested money. And this will change as you get older too. So some people like 50-50 depending on their risk assessment. Invest in what you know. So pick companies that you know well. If you know the education industry really well, you're probably going to go pick education stocks that you think perform well. Or maybe you're in the fitness industry or the healthcare. You're going to start picking companies that you know well, that will perform well, that you understand. And so you want to invest in what you know and what you feel comfortable with. And right now, there's a current, it's the past 15, maybe 20 years, there's been a growing trend in ESG focused investing, and that's environment, social, and governance focused investing. Companies that treat their employees right, that treat the environment well, that take care of the environment, that have good CEO and management and leadership. So ESG focused investing is a new thing. You might want to look at high yield dividend investing. So you might want a steady income or some kind of passive income. High yield dividend investing, you're looking for companies that pay a pretty good dividend based on their stock. And then you have day trading, the riskier of these options, where you're trying to find companies that when or stocks that quickly trade and also can fluctuate in value very quickly. So you're buying right when the stock market opens at 9, you're buying 9:30. You're buying shares at $20 and hopefully selling them at the end of the day for $40. Definitely this can be a whole new lesson on itself. I'm not going to go over it too much, but definitely the more risky and probably the most emotionally draining of these strategies. Then you have your corporate bonds. We've talked about treasury bonds before. So corporate bonds, similar to treasury bonds, investors can loan money to a corporation. They can invest their loaning money to a corporation, and they earn that money back after the maturity date. So when that bond expires, which is usually very, very long term, like 10, 20, 30 years. And plus, they'll accrue any interest that comes with the bond. So bonds are considered more conservative than stocks because they take priority in getting paid back quicker. So if let's just say the company fails, it totally defaults, all their debt obligations have to get focused on first to get paid off. Bondholders will get paid rather than investors in stocks. So that is one thing to take in consideration when you decide to invest. Plus interest over stock investors. They are also considered longer term investments than stocks. So some stocks can be considered long term if you're not day trading anyway. And they're all types of investment bond grades that you can look at. So you have your triple A's, double A's, and your speculative or junk bonds. And what's important to note here is these higher rated bonds are going to be safer, like blue chip stocks, but they might not grow as much, or they might not pay as much in interest. Whereas your junk bonds are going to pay a higher interest because there's more risk. And some bonds pay interest every month, quarterly, semi-annual, or yearly. You just got to check with the bond that you're invested in. And usually at pretty low interest. So there are some good bond investing strategies, of course, just like stocks. You can buy and hold with passive investing. You just buy a bunch of bonds, hold them for a long time until they mature, and then earn that interest over time. You can swap right when that bond matures. You can swap it and buy another bond. So with that same money, you don't use any of the other money. You use the bond that you are invested in, or you can even swap it on the secondary market. You can sell your bond to somebody through a bond broker. Bond laddering just means like you want to ladder off your bonds depending on the maturity date. So maybe you buy a 5-year, 10-year, and a 15-year bond, and you use those interest rates and any reinvestment of dividends or interest, excuse me, into the next bond, and you keep doing that and using the money that you're earning from those different maturity dates. Reinvesting, of course, kind of the same thing. And then, of course, you have your stock and bond ratio that we talked about with the stocks. So lastly, covering cryptocurrency very quickly. I'm not going to get too far into this because I'm not an expert, but also cryptocurrency is considered the riskiest of these investments, and it's also more speculative. So crypto, like Bitcoin, you probably heard of that, is connected to the value perceived supply and demand from digital currency and digital assets. A lot of video games, a lot of online artwork is connected to crypto value. Crypto became popular after the 2008 recession because a lot of people didn't trust regular currency. So a new form of currency with Bitcoin was trying to become more popular. People were trying to find ways to create digital currency, thinking that's going to take over. It hasn't. You can find cryptocurrency investments through crypto exchanges, and they contain all types of cryptocurrency you can invest in today. So there's Bitcoin, Litecoin, Dogecoin, all types of different coins you can invest in, Ethereum or Ether. Crypto is considered riskier than stocks. That's because there's not any hard, tangible asset that crypto is connected to. It's all digital. It's all virtual. Whereas stock, if I buy a stock of Home Depot, I can go touch a Home Depot. That's going to be connected to actual goods and services. Where crypto, it's a little riskier. It fluctuates crazy amounts. But it does have more opportunity to grow because the internet, the online world is just expanding right now, especially since COVID. So crypto's not doing so hot. Nothing really is right now. But there is more opportunities for growth, especially I think in the video game industry. Crypto is still connected to the value of the dollar, so it hasn't replaced the dollar. There's no cryptocurrency that has totally replaced the dollar. You're still using our local currency, the US dollar, to invest into crypto. So definitely room to grow.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to Principles of Investing. I'm Gregg. I'm a senior investment strategist and trainer currently working for Personify. In lesson 1, we're going to talk about market cycles. Market cycles are critical to understand because they help investors know when it's the right time to buy and sell stocks. Over the short term, all stocks move up and down, and it's really hard to tell what it's going to do next. But over longer periods of time, the stock market moves in fairly predictable cycles. So if you understand how the market moves during these cycles, you can anticipate with a pretty good degree of accuracy what's going to happen next. I'll show you what I mean throughout this lesson. Before we go any further, let's cover the disclaimer. These lessons are for educational purposes only. Anything discussed is not to be considered a recommendation or solicitation to buy or sell any security. You are responsible for your own trading decisions. Always do your own research before investing in any securities. Please pause this video and read the rest of the disclaimer. It turns out that stocks move up and down together just like a school of fish. When the market is going up, almost all stocks go up with it. Well, why is that? It's because when the economy is expanding, most of the companies in the New York Stock Exchange, well, they're going to expand with it. Almost all the companies on the New York Stock Exchange are big, established companies, have been around a long time, and they have proven business models. And so as long as the economy is growing, which it generally does over time, well, the market will go up, and almost all stocks will go up with it. Likewise, when the market is going down over time in a bear market, well, almost all stocks will go down. In fact, over 95% of stocks will go down when the market is going down over a period of time. So that's important that you need to know. It turns out that when you buy a stock is just as important as which stock you buy, because over time, if you buy and sell at the wrong time, you can lose money regardless of which stock that you buy. So I'm going to show you a chart in just a moment of the Dow Jones Industrial Average, but you need to know what that is. It is an average of 30 big stocks that are on the New York Stock Exchange. Companies that you've heard of like United Health Group, Goldman Sachs, Home Depot, Microsoft, McDonald's, and so forth. You've heard of just about all these companies. They're all huge companies that have been around for a long time, and they have proven business models. So as the economy grows, almost all of these companies will grow with it, and their stock prices will go up over time. And likewise, when a bear market comes along, they'll all go down pretty much together. So here's the Dow Jones Industrial Average over time. This is a chart going back 15 years. It's currently August 2022. What we see is this bull market lasting 13 years or so. And we see the previous bear market. So there are some things that you need to see about this and need to know. The goal of investing is to stay invested throughout a bull market and then step aside before a bear market comes along where prices get hit really hard. I'm not concerned about the little losses that happen right there. Throughout a normal year in the stock market, stocks pull back maybe anywhere from 5 to 15% on any given year. Stocks don't go straight up. They bounce around. They go up and down and up and down. So I'm not too concerned about these little moves within a year, but I am concerned about a bear market where stocks will drop over a 1.5 to 3 year period as much as 50% or more. That's a really harrowing experience if you've ever gone through that. When the market goes down like that, we want to step aside for two reasons. First off, of course, is the financial loss. But even worse than that is the time that's wasted. If you had not sold your stocks somewhere up here at the top in 2007, and you had held on through this entire time, it would have taken you 6 years to get back to break even, all the way over here to 2013. So if you're in retirement or you just need the money, well, that's a long 6 years to wait. If you have to have the money right now, you may be forced to sell your stocks down here at lower prices, and you don't want to do that. So from the high in 2007, $100,000 would turn into $45,000 here at the low. And that again, I'm telling you, that's not a fun experience. You don't want to go through that. So I'm not concerned about the little fluctuations, but I want to avoid these big bear markets. And they come about once or sometimes twice a decade. Now, we really didn't get one at all from 2009 to 2021. Now, I'm going to talk about this in just a moment. I'm not counting that in my figures here. And the reason for that longest bull market in U.S. history, is because the government and the Federal Reserve pumped so much money into the economy that it kept going up over time, longer than it really should have. So what happened when the pandemic started in the spring of 2020, when they started to have the lockdowns and so forth, social isolation? The market tumbled 38% in a little over a month. It was like 5 or 6 weeks. And the government, of course, responded to that out of overdue caution, you might say, by dumping even more and more money into the economy, which later caused inflation in 2022 and 2021. When the Federal Reserve saw that, of course, it drove stock prices up for 2 years. But because of the inflation, they had to raise interest rates, and they had to stop the quantitative easing or the stimulus. In fact, they're starting to roll it back now. It's August 2022, and they're in the process of doing that. We've had several interest rate increases this year, and we're going to have more into next year. Well, that's really going to slow down the economy, and that's going to cause the market to drop further. The thing you need to know is that within certain boundaries, the Federal Reserve and the U.S. government controls where the stock market goes, and that's exactly what they're doing, even to the point of manipulation. They're putting so much money into the economy and into the markets by buying corporate bonds, which they've never done before. All of these things drove the market up to quite high prices, very high prices. And now we have to have a correction to make up for that. And that's going to be painful over the next couple years, just to be aware of that. So we need to understand more about how these bear markets work. In the last bear market, in the chart I just showed you, the 2008 bear market, the stock market fell 55% over about a year and a half. That's pretty typical. The previous bear market, the S&P 500 and the Dow Jones Industrial Average both dropped 45% over a little bit under 3 years, while the NASDAQ actually dropped 70% with the tech-heavy NASDAQ. Back in the crash of 29 and the Great Depression, stocks fell 90% over less than 3 years. Now, the economy was terrible throughout the 1930s, but the stock market stopped going down within 3 years. I have never seen a bear market last longer than 3 years. So what that means is, from the high that happened in late 2021, if you fast forward 3 years, it's probably going to be time to start buying into the market by then. That's just something to be aware of. That'll help you time the markets. Now, Depending on how high the market has gone, we have to correct for that. The reason why the market crashed in 1929, 90%, is because it had been so inflated and it was a much smaller U.S. economy at the time. In other words, it was a bigger bubble and it popped. So the bubble is popping now in 2022, and I would suspect we will see at least a 50% decline in the markets. That's my prediction, because what goes up too high must be corrected in equal measure. Let's go back to the chart for a second. So the high came in at over 35,000 on the Dow Jones Industrial Average. If we have a 50% pullback, where will that take stocks? It'll take us all the way down to about here, about 18,000. So what that means is, after only 8 months of being in this bear market, it's very likely that we have more to come, because most bear markets last at least a year and a half. The only reason this one only lasts a month was because, of course, the Federal Reserve came in and dumped a whole bunch of money into the economy. That's not happening right now. They're raising interest rates and slowing things down. So that means we'll probably have a normal bear market where stocks drop at least 50% over 1.5 to 3 years. That's a pretty normal prediction. There's nothing special going on about this particular bear market at this time. I know that because the government has dumped so much money into the economy, that the economy is holding out pretty well so far, but we have worse to come before it's all over. Just be aware of that. I hate to be the messenger of bad news, but the worst is yet to come. Okay. So here's what I want you to remember from this lesson. First off, over time, as we go through a bull market or a bear market, as stocks move up or down over months and years, over 95% of stocks will move in the same direction. So if the market is going up like it usually does, almost all stocks are moving in the same direction. And likewise when the market is going down, like it is right now. Also, bull markets last typically 5 to 8 years, and bear markets last a year and a half to 3 years on average. However, we have to watch the government and the Federal Reserve with how much they're stimulating the economy and how much Congress is spending to determine how that's going to affect the markets. After all these things happen, we watch how the market responds to what the government is doing. So the goal of investing is to stay in the market as long as the market is going up, which it does most of the time, and then sell before a bear market comes along. In future videos, I'm going to teach you the signs that we're near the bottom or that we're near the end of a bear market or at the beginning of a bear market. That helps you to time when it's time to buy and sell your stock, these cycles. So going back to the chart, if we had sold somewhere at the top of 2007, at the high there, and bought somewhere down here, we don't have to be exactly right. We don't have to time the market perfectly to make money. We just have to step aside so that we miss most of this sell-off. It's all we have to do to really take care of ourselves and protect our money when the market's going down like it is right now. It doesn't hurt to be completely out of the market and in cash for a couple years. Don't listen to your financial advisor when they say always stay in the market. That's if you want to be a buy and hold investor and you're willing to suffer through these painful pullbacks and wait 6 years for the market to come back, well, then you can follow that advice. But most people get scared off and sell at the bottom when they should be buying. It's better to sell at the top early and then get back in when you're sure the bear market is over, even if you wait all the way to 2010 or 2011 even. So that's what you need to know. We'll dive more into how to recognize when we're at the top and the bottom of the markets in future videos. Until then, good luck in your investing. Welcome to Principles of Investing. I'm Gregg Kilpack. In this video, lesson 2, we're going to talk more about market timing because it's such a critical aspect of investing and maximizing your profits. They say that close only counts in horseshoes and hand grenades. Well, it also counts in the stock market. Your timing doesn't have to be perfect when you buy and sell. You can be weeks or months or even years off and still do really well. The critical piece is that you need to sell your stocks before the market has big losses, and I'm going to show you how to do that. Now, in the long-term picture of the market, like you see in this long-term chart of the Dow Jones Industrial Average, remember, almost all stocks are doing what you see in this chart. So let's say that we knew that a bear market was coming, and it's 2006. So we decide to sell early. And in fact, we were quite a bit early, almost 2 years early. The market topped out in about September of 07. So if we had sold early, we would have left some of the profits on the table, and that's okay, but we would have avoided this 55% loss that happened over a year and a half. Let's say that we didn't see it coming, and the market made the high in 07. And now it's 2008 and the market's going down and we see that it's really weak. We could have sold out all our stocks and only had about a 20% loss from the high, maybe a 25% loss. You need to know that the crash, if it's coming, is going to happen in later stages of the bear market. Right here, the crash didn't come till about September, October of 08. Almost a full year after the high came in 2007 in the markets. So that's really what you need to be aware of. It takes a while for bear markets to develop until markets really get ramped up to the downside. What does that tell us for the current situation? Well, it's August 2022 right now, and the market topped out at the beginning of the year or the very end of last year. So we're 8 months into a new bear market. Everything that I know of tells me that we have more downside to go, perhaps a lot more. So if the previous 2 bear markets are any indication, and they both lost about 50% of value in the markets, that means the market is going to go down about 50% off of 36,000, which would be around 17,000 right there. This is one indication we know that the market probably has a lot more downside to go, especially since the Federal Reserve is slowing down the economy and aggressively raising interest rates. That's the key. We have more downside to go. So what do? Well, it's up to you. But I've already sold all of my stocks, and if I owned stocks today, I would still sell them all. But I can't make any recommendations to you what you should do with your money, but this is information to help you make your own decisions. Now, after the bear market happens, and we're nervous, we don't know where the bottom is. We didn't have to buy in the spring of 2009 and buy it at the exact bottom. We could have done it later in the year, or in 2010, or 2011, or 2012, and still done very, very well, and still held on for years and made 2, 3, 4 times profit. Again, the timing doesn't have to be perfect. The critical step here is to step aside when the market has danger. It has a lot of downside potential, like it does right now. And so we have to be especially careful. And then we can hold on to our cash value and buy back at much better prices. It's really a question of how much upside potential is there right now versus downside risk. And in the markets right now, with the Federal Reserve aggressively raising rates, there's a lot more downside potential than upside. To maximize profits, investors need to know three things. You need to know, first off, which stock to buy. And that's important because not all stocks go up the same amount. Some stocks will go up a relatively small amount, and other stocks will go up a lot more over time. If you buy at the right time, I like to buy growth stocks because the upside potential is great. But you have to limit your risk and not bet the farm on one stock, because sometimes crazy things happen with these little companies, little stocks, and so they can lose 50% overnight. So you got to be careful with that. But which stock you buy is important. When you buy and when you sell really determines if you're going to make a profit at all. Think about it. At the beginning of 2022, you could have bought any stock in the S&P 500, and here it is 8 months later, you probably would have lost money on any stock you buy. Because remember, all stocks are going down right now together. So buying and selling and when you do that is critical. And like I said, I think we still have a lot more downside potential to go. So let me show you an indicator now that's super easy, and it's free, and you can find it online. And it'll show you in picture format where we are in terms of prices, if they're high or they're low. Now what you do is you go to Google Images. When you go to Google, in the upper right-hand corner, all you do is click on Images, because we're going to look at a specific stock chart. We're going to look at a chart of the current PE ratio for the whole market, for the S&P 500. So we type this in. And when we do, we want to find a chart that is not a forward PE ratio like this one. That's the wrong chart. It's good to look at a historical PE ratio for the whole market, but that usually doesn't show current PE ratio. So that's also not the one I want to look for right now. That's another forward PE ratio, so that's wrong. Okay, this is a good one. That's the one we want to buy right or look at right there. The S&P 500 PE ratio, the Shiller PE ratio is a good one. So if we click on that, this is what we get. We're going to look at this. This is on longtermtrends.net. Now this is a, about 100-year chart for high and low stock prices for the whole market. So anytime the market goes above 50% of average value, you're in danger of a sell-off, of a bear market coming. Look at what happened. That's exactly what happened in the early 1920s. Stock prices got high and then they sold off and went back down to more normal values and levels. The average price or the mean is right there in the middle. The average PE ratio for the whole market over time is about 15. So anytime you're 50% below that, you're buying at a very deep discount. That's great. Anytime the market goes above 50%, which is a PE ratio above about 25, well, you know you're in danger. You got to be careful. One thing I want to show you from this chart is that you're going to notice two things over the last 30, 40 years in the market that's different from the chart before this spot right here. Number one, you see that the market has become more volatile. That means it goes up more and it goes down more. So the sell-offs are sharper and the up moves are sharper and longer over time. And that's what's happened in our current bull market, because the Federal Reserve is dumping lots of money in the economy and in the markets. They're manipulating this. So be aware of that. So now, anytime let's go just through the last 30 years or so. Okay, so now anytime the market is below the mean, this is a very long-term mean. So anytime the market is below 15 PE ratio, it's time to start slowly buying back into stocks. So let's say that I had $100,000. I might put $10,000 or $5,000 buying stocks that I want to buy every month for the next, year or so. You slowly get back in, and you'll very likely be buying very near the bottom and get very good prices for the long term. Now, when we see that any time that the market is over 100% on this PE ratio, well, we're in danger. Anytime the PE ratio is over 30, well, it's very likely stocks are going to pull back and have a nasty sell-off. And that's what has happened. Now, one thing that you need to know about this chart is that, like right here, that's 2008. Right there, after the crash happens, like it did in 2008, what you see is PE ratios spiking on the short term. Why does it do that? It's because stock prices have been hit down so hard, and then a lot of the companies don't even have any earnings, so they can't really calculate this PE ratio. So don't worry about that at the bottom. At the very bottom of the market, sometimes you get these spiky chart patterns. Don't worry about that. Just disregard when that happens. But then afterwards, you see that the PE ratios come way down. That's September 2010, January 10, 2011. Anywhere down here would have been a great time to start buying back into the markets. Again, your timing doesn't have to be perfect, but as long as we're on the lower end of prices, we're good. And it's okay, you just buy and hold. Let's say you bought right there with the PE ratio right around 16. That's long-term very good prices, but in fact, stocks went down a little bit further after that. Don't worry about it. Hold on to your stocks, because based on the big picture, you know that you've got good prices. So don't get scared out if suddenly your stocks go down. It's kind of like the stocks go from 50 to 10. Well, you know you're buying at a good price at 10. And then stocks, after you buy it, they go down to 8. On paper, you're down 20%, and in your account, you're down 20%. Don't worry about it. In the long term, you still bought at very good prices. Don't be afraid. It's going to go up over time. Just hold the course. Usually after a bear market happens, the market doesn't usually suddenly go straight up. It's choppy at the bottom, or it slowly goes back up. So don't worry if your timing isn't exactly right. Just buy into stocks. Be careful. Dip your foot in the pool. As long as things are still feeling comfortable, keep adding, keep buying. We're near the bottom. Stocks have already dropped heavily. You're good for the long term. Try not to worry about it. We all do, but don't worry about it, okay? It's going to be okay in the long term. And you know you're buying at really good prices. So how to find this current market PE ratio? You go to Google Images, and then you search for S&P PE ratio. If you want to look at the other one for long term, you can look at historical S&P PE ratio. But I would just type this in, S&P PE ratio, and find one like the Shiller index for the S&P 500, and just look at the PE ratio. And that does a really good job of helping you see when stocks are priced on the lower end, and it's time to start buying back into the markets. Even Warren Buffett was scared during the previous bear market, and he bought a little bit early before the low was put in. but he knows values, and he knows he was buying near the bottom. So he didn't get scared. He just bought and slowly bought, and he bought at very good prices long term, and now he's doing very well in his investments. One other thing I want to show you. Let's say that you don't sell. You're a buy and hold kind of person. Well, what most people do who don't know anything about these cycles is they're buy and hold. So they own stock. Stocks go down 20%. They go down more, they go down more. And then finally, somewhere down here, when they should start to be buying, they say, oh my gosh, I can't take any more losses. I got to get out of the markets. And they sell out of pain when they should be buying. It's much better to do it the other way, to sell high and buy low. But people don't know when the bear market is coming. That's what I'm trying to teach you. So if you can step aside, do it and buy back afterwards. But if you don't have the faith and you just hold on, for heaven's sake, don't sell at the bottom. If you're going to be a buy and hold person, then stay in the markets. If you miss and you don't sell and you get caught in the bear market, stay in for the long term. That's what your financial advisor will tell you anyway. Don't take a 50% loss and then sell. Either get out early or hold through the entire process. Okay, don't sell at the bottom just in time to see the market turn around and go up. I've seen a lot of people do that. In 2001, or early 2000 actually, I did the opposite. I was buying aggressively at the very end of the bull market, just as the bear market was beginning. That's the other mistake that investors typically make. So it's really good to know about these bear markets, to see when they're coming along, to know that inflation is going to cause the government, the Federal Reserve, to raise rates, and that will clearly bring down stock prices. So I hope that helps and that you've learned a lot from this lesson. In the next lesson, we're going to talk more about which stocks you want to buy and the different implications for the kinds of stocks that you buy. This is the third video for Principles of Investing. I'm Gregg Kilpack. In this video, once again, we're going to talk about market timing. Specifically, we want to answer the question, when is it safe for investors to buy back into the markets? How do you know that the bear market is over so that you can buy back and stocks will go up after you buy it? So I will share with you in this video the strategy I've developed that will help you to buy back at the right time when it's safe, where there's limited downside risk and a lot of upside potential. So the damage is done. Now, the thing is, at this time, the market may have already gone down by 50% or more. And so it's likely to be very scary to buy because, the market just took a big plunge. And now you're worried that, and everyone else is worried that it's going to go down further. But keep in mind that stocks always come back. The United States has always come back after a bear market. And you're getting stocks at really good prices. So even if they go down a little bit more after you enter and buy, this strategy will help you limit downside risk by entering at the right time. So we're looking at a chart right now of the Dow Jones Industrial Average. And again, that represents what the whole market is doing. Now, I want to show you an indicator that the professional money looks at, the most important indicator that I know of, and it's the 200-day moving average. And that's this purple line right here. The 200-day moving average shows you that when the market is in a major uptrend, you should see overall stocks will be trending above the 200-day moving average, just like you see at the beginning of the chart. It's well above the 200-day. And it's perfectly okay if in a pullback, like right here, that it pulls back briefly for a few days or a few weeks and then goes up again. So no big deal if it goes below it briefly. just like it did right here in December of last year. The market went down briefly below it and snapped back up and went on to new highs. Okay, great. Here's what you want to look for that will show you a bear market is potentially coming. When it goes down below the 200-day and it snaps back above it, but it quickly goes down below the 200-day and goes on to a new low. That's, by definition, lower highs and lower lows. That's a downtrend. And so if you're watching it, and let's say you still haven't sold your stocks, and it bounces back up and barely gets up to the 200-day and then quickly goes down below it, that's another sign we have trouble ahead. So that means by April of this year, you should have been out. It should be perfectly clear, especially with the Federal Reserve raising interest rates. It should be crystal clear that the market's going to be going down from here. Okay, that's what you need to know about the charts by looking at this. So when is it safe to get back in? Well, what you want to see is the stocks holding its value above the 200-day moving average. You'll notice that when the bear market starts, the stock market will go at or slightly above the 200-day moving average, like it's done there and there and there, and even right there in August. It'll go up slightly above the 200-day moving average and then quickly come back down. Until that stops happening, I do not want to own stocks. I do not want to buy them, not as a long-term investor. So the stock market made a higher high right there compared to right there in June of this year. Does that mean that we're in a new uptrend? It suggests that maybe we are, but I'm not at all convinced until we go above and stay above the 200-day moving average. So just because the markets have been up and bounced off since the since the June low that happened right there on June 17th, just below 30,000 on the Dow Jones Industrial Average, am I convinced we're in a new bull market? No, not for a second. Okay, even though we even have a bounce this week, no, I'm not convinced. So don't jump into the market for any long-term plays right now. It's not the right time. Let me show you what the right time looked like in the previous bear market. Now, this is going back to 2007. This is what a normal bull market should look like. Stocks go up, it pulls back. Look at that, didn't even pull back to the 200-day moving average. See that? It's the 200. That's the blue line that we see, smoothing out the data. Okay, so the market is quickly trending above and snaps back up after a pullback. I wouldn't even be concerned if it went to the 200-day or even below it for a little while, as long as it doesn't go much below it. So you look at this in let's see, that's July of 07. We snap below it for maybe a couple of weeks there, and it's bouncing around, and then it goes on to new highs. Okay, so let's look at it. This is how a bull market turned into a bear market. We've got the high right there, barely a little bit higher than this high. That's suggestive of trouble, but not a guarantee or anything. We go below the 200-day moving average right there. Doesn't mean anything yet. But when we see it snap above the 200-day and then quickly go back down, 200-day moving average was support in a bull market. Now it's resistance. As soon as it goes above the 200-day, sellers are jumping all over that, and they're pushing prices back down. And when it bounced back up here, they're pushing it down again. So right about here, by this time, it should be crystal clear we're in a bear market. And that would have put us around January of 2008. And let's look at 8 months after the high, which happened right there. that would put us around, let's see, around June of '08. So let's go to June of '08. We're still seeing lower highs and lower lows, so it should be crystal clear that we're in a downtrend, in a bear market. This is where we're getting exactly what is happening right now. We went on to a higher high there in May of '08. The highs were a little bit higher than the highs right there. So that kind of tricks people into believing that we're possibly in it. The bull market is returning, right? And that's exactly what's going on right now in 2022, here in September and late August. That we got a bounce in the markets and we went on to slightly higher swing highs. But this is how this played out. Stocks went to new lows. They bounced up a little bit. Economic conditions are deteriorating, and then, wow, there's the crash right there, where the market went from, this is the S&P 500, went from 1255, within a couple months, went down to 850. Wow, what a plunge. That's about 30% in a few weeks, or maybe 2 or 3 months there. And then it bounced just a slightly higher and went on to new lows, still making lower lows. And so it finally exhausted itself way down here in March of '09, way down here around 676 on the S&P 500. So it's down over 50%. 650 up to, 1,400, 1,500. That's over 50%. So this bear market lasted a year and a half. But like I said, some of them last as long as 3 years. So how do you know it's time to enter and buy again? Well, number one, you see sideways action and consolidation. So even after this plunge, it stays up for a few months. And then we see the 200-day moving average go above it, which is a good sign. And then when it goes down again, it stays above it, and the 200-day moving average is now support again. That's the thing you want to look for. So you can try your luck trying to buy somewhere down here. And if you had bought anywhere down here, really long term, you'd be just fine, right? But I want to buy when stocks are done making their down move. I want to buy on anywhere past this mark right here, right? So the way that I've decided is the best for most amateur investors is to start buying about 2.5 years after the high. That means you're either very close to the low or you've already passed the low and you're somewhere up here. So at the 2.5 year mark, that's when it's good to start to test the water. So let's say if you have $100,000, you might start putting in $5,000 to $10,000 a month and keep doing that. And as long as the market seems safe and the water feels good, you're testing the waters, you keep doing that. You keep putting $10,000 in a month. What that means is you're very likely to catch the bottom or be on the upside again. So you use the 200-day moving average as a marker to show you that stocks are in an uptrend again. That's the last thing to prove to you that the downtrend is over. But you can start testing the water anytime after about 2.5 years, and you're close to or on the other side of the bear market. So stocks will be climbing. So you can put in, if you have a $100,000 account, you could put in, say, $10,000 a month every month. And as long as things are going okay and you're not, losing much, it's okay if it goes down a little bit after you buy. But if it goes down too much, you can just hold off. I'd stay in. If I put in 20,000 and still had 80,000 to go, I'd stay in, but I want to be comfortable. I want to see stocks generally going up, not going down too much. And as long as that happens, just keep putting 10,000 a month. So your risk is limited as you get back into the markets. It's a real low risk, safe way to get into stocks. Now, if you're buying individual stocks with that $10,000 each month, I'd spread that out among different stocks that you want to be into. So if you want to be into 10 different stocks, you want to own 10 different stocks, you buy $1,000 worth each month of the 10 stocks that you want to own. If you want to put it all into 3 mutual funds, then you split it up evenly each month among those 3 mutual funds. But that's a real safe way to enter the market based on the most important indicator, the 200-day moving average, and the time frame that we know bear markets typically last, 1.5 years to 3 years. And so if you look at these two things and carefully enter the market after about 2.5 years after the high was put in, that's a pretty safe time to start easing back into the markets. It's a very safe time. If you can handle the risk and just jump back in, you can do that, but this is a safer way to do it. Now, let me show you one thing before we go. Based on the long-term picture, let's say you bought stocks right about here, right around 900 on the S&P 500. Well, that would have been an awesome place to buy right there. But if you had bought right there, look at how much further the market went down after you bought. It went all the way down another 220 points or so, right about there. So it would have gone down another maybe 25%. On the short term, it's very scary to see your account drop 25%, even though the big picture is you're really close to buying near the low. Where's 900? Right about there. Okay. And even if you had bought at 900, you would have made more than 4 times your money from where we are right now at 4,000. That's even after the dip. It would have been higher, 6 months ago. So what I'm saying is keep in mind the big picture. All you have to do is buy somewhere down here and you're in great shape, but preferably on the other side of the low. Any time from the low that happened in March of 2009, any time afterwards would have been golden. You could have bought into stocks and done very, very well during the ensuing bull market. So keep the big picture in mind and follow these 2 indicators as a way to safely and carefully get back into the market. And that'll help you not get scared out and sell out because the market went down after you bought it. So don't get scared out. Know that we're very close to the bottom and scale into the market, and you'll be safe by doing that. Okay, in the next videos, we're going to talk about which stocks to buy. We're going to talk about that and go into detail how to know which stocks to buy. Okay, until then, this will go a long way to help you to know when it's time to buy again. In the previous videos, we've talked about when it's the right time to buy and sell a stock, because that's a critical thing that you must get right if you want to make money in the stock market. You've got to buy at the right time, and you've got to sell at the right time. But you also need to know which stock should you buy. And to answer that question, it's largely dependent on how much risk you want to take, and then not taking too much risk on any one stock or type of stock. So let's talk about that. It turns out that the good thing about small cap stocks is also the bad thing about them, because the smaller the stock that you have, the more upward potential it has and the more money you could potentially make, but it has more potential for something wrong to happen so that you could lose money and lose more money. For example, a huge company like Walmart, Walmart is not going to go out of business overnight. Very, very unlikely. They've been around for decades, literally decades, and they keep growing, but they grow slowly. They've already gone through their huge growth phase in the past. When they were, a little company in the 1970s, they grew pretty fast. And they grew and grew until they became a giant company, a mega cap stock. And now you can only put so many Walmarts in every city until it's so saturated, there's just not that much room to grow. And so the bigger a company you have, generally, the slower they're going to grow. They're slow growers. Now, it depends on the type of industry that they're in. This is not entirely true with, say, tech, because tech being what it is, it can still grow very fast, even with large and mega cap stocks like Amazon and Apple. But in general, smaller cap stock companies have more potential to grow. On the other hand, they also have more potential problems because they're not established. Something bad could happen that could cause them to go bankrupt or potentially to get hit by a competitor and lose out. The less established you are, the more potential there is, but the more problems could come. And that's kind of the way it works. So in general, what I like to do is I like to choose more mid-cap and small-cap companies and spread out the risk among a bunch of different companies. But then I'll add some large and mega-cap stocks in the mix to add some stability to my portfolio. Now, how much risk you want to take depends on your own appetite for risk and what you can handle. But it's really nice to buy a small cap stock or a mid cap stock and then see it grow much faster than other companies generally do when the market's going up. For example, this is a mid cap stock, TCNNF right here. That's a cannabis company. And the cannabis industry is growing really fast as a new industry that's just been legalized in recent years. So in 1 year and 1 month, I made 4 times my money on TCNNF, True Leaf Cannabis. It was a great thing. It's wonderful to see your money grow that fast. And if you know how to manage your stocks right, you have to be able to get in and out even more often than the big market cycle of the bull market and the bear market. I'll teach you some other position management principles you need to keep an eye on. But in general, it's great to see your company grow that fast. On the other hand, bad things can happen. Like, do you see this stock, Amrin, AMRN? That's a pharmaceutical company. It has one product, a fish oil product. And it was about $25 a share a couple of years ago. And they lost a patents lawsuit that no one thought that they were going to lose. And overnight, the stock dropped 50% in value, and it's dropped since then. So it's now down about 75% or more from where it was 2 years ago. That's the kind of risk you take on stocks like this, the smaller cap stocks. And so what that means is you don't want to take too much risk on any one stock, but if you're buying at the right time, in terms of timing in the bull market cycle, well then these fast-growing stocks have so much more upward potential that I like to focus on them. So we'll talk more about that coming up in the next videos. But just in general, keep in mind that the smaller that they are, the stocks are, that the more potential they have, but also the more volatility. Even when the stock is still in an upward cycle and nothing, catastrophic happens like happened to Amrin, even then it's going to be more volatile. It might go up double and then drop by 30%. overnight and then go up again. It's just more volatility. And so in general, you do smaller positions in your portfolio, like maybe put 5% of your portfolio or even less on a company like that. If you have a really small portfolio, like you only have $5,000, then you might choose 4 or 5 small to mid cap stocks if you want to be aggressive. But if you have a lot of money, like over $100,000, it would make sense to do small cap and some mid cap and some large cap and maybe some mega caps in there too. You also might want to put some of your money in emerging markets as well as in different industries in the domestic market in the US. This is where it's important to diversify, but you don't want to diversify too much, or else you might as well just buy, the market averages and be a buy and hold person. If you diversify too much, you don't get the good returns that you want. If you don't diversify enough, you're taking too much risk. So there's definitely a balance there when it comes to diversification. You don't want too little. You don't want too much. You want it to be just right. Okay. So this is what you need to know in terms of stocks. Now let's look at some of these stocks to give you an idea. So first off, let's look at some of the giant stocks. By the way, today is September 21st, 2022. The Fed raised rates again today, and the market tanked. So let's look at Apple and kind of get an idea of the kind of movement you're going to get in a great big tech stock that's a giant tech stock. Okay. This is a 1-year chart for a tech stock, and even though it's a mega cap, you can see that it's gone all the way from 140 to 180, which is about a 25 to 30% increase over 3 months. Well, that's big. It's pretty big. And it also can go down that much as well, like it did. But overall, Apple is holding its value a lot better than many stocks out there. Why? Because they're an established company. Because even though the economy may get worse, they're still making money selling iPhones. They're just not selling as many. So sure, the stock price will go down, but it's not going to go down nearly as much. For example, so look at this. So Apple's down 150 from 180. That's not too bad, maybe 20% or so. Let's look at another stock like Twitter. Let's look at Twitter. Obviously a much smaller stock. Twitter topped out in 2021. Quite a bit earlier than other companies. And it's down 50% from the high, about 50% over the last year and a half. Let's look at Uber, obviously another smaller company compared to the mega caps. It topped out around 63 and it's now at 30. Again, about 55% drop. Now it's real easy to find what is the cap on your stock, how big it is. So let's go to Yahoo Finance, which is a free site. Let's click on Uber. And when you first click on the stock, you get this summary page right here. And there it is, market cap. 60 billion. So if we go back, you can see that 60 billion is a large cap, but it's not a mega cap, it's not mid cap, it's in the middle. So yes, it's a big company. Let's look at a smaller company. Let's find something else. Let's see how big it is. Let's look at Lyft by comparison. Lyft is only 5 billion in market capitalization. So it is much smaller than Uber. And of course, the price is much lower as well. So let's look at the kind of movement you get in this stock. Okay, lift, you can see it goes up higher, but also goes down higher, down more rather. So down in 2020, let's go to here. Let's go in late 2020, it was down at 22. And it tripled in 6 months. Wow. Great money to be made there. But then it's also true on the other side as well. It came back down and now it's at around 16, 15, 30, 40. So it's down about 75% from a year ago, year and a half ago. Yeah. So this is how you need to be aware of the risk you're taking if you're going to buy a stock like this. It's going to tell you how much risk you're taking, how much of your portfolio you want to enter to buy a stock like this. Now, for me, I might be okay buying, over half my portfolio in stocks like this. But again, I'm not going to do it in one stock. I'm going to do maybe 10 stocks, or depending on how much money I'm putting in each, maybe 3 to 5% in any one stock. So if something bad happens for one stock, it's not going to hurt me too bad. But if I have several of those and they triple, it's going to add up. And so that's really how you want to think of it. You want to spread out the risk among higher risk stocks, because in the long term, you'll make more money. Okay, so that's how you want to think about this. Now we're going to talk about other stocks, position management, when you want to get in, when you want to get out. So I'll talk about that, because even as an investor, you still need to pay attention to that, because it's not all just the market cycles. You also need to look at what's happening within the stock itself that might cause you to buy or sell, but it's not at the very beginning or end of the bull market. Okay, so we'll talk more about position management, and then I need to talk about money management as well. Money management is the most important thing, so that you don't do something dumb, take too much risk, and lose all your money. Kind of like the people who used to work at Enron, and their entire life savings was in Enron stock. So when the company went bankrupt, that put them in the poorhouse, because not only did they lose their job when the company went bankrupt, they lost their life savings, and you don't want that to happen to you. So we'll be talking about money management as well. In this video, I want to talk about position management, which means when you buy and sell your stock. Now, this is a little bit different from market timing, where we want to buy at the beginning of the bull market and then sell before the end of the bull market comes, before we lose too much in the bear market. This is a little bit different from that. This is based on individual stocks, because sometimes you want to sell your stock even though the market is still in a bull market phase. Now, one of the things you can look at is the fundamental picture about the company. Has something changed? Have they lost market share, or has a bad CEO been put in, or some bad news can be fundamental to the company's ability to make money. And if that happens, that might be a good reason to exit a stock, to sell a stock that you own. But you can tell, regardless of what the news is, you can tell on the stock chart if you need to sell, even if the whole market is still in a bull market phase. So let me show you what that looks like. Now, first off, we already know that we want to buy somewhere down here at the beginning of the bull market, after the carnage is over from the bear market. Anywhere down here or even later is fine. You could have bought in 2010 and done just fine and missed, the 55% sell-off that happened right here. There's nothing wrong with that. But let's say that the market is trending up, but your stock isn't. How do you know that it's time to get out? So let's look at that. This is American Express. And this is let's go to a daily chart here. You can see American Express is pretty volatile stock. One thing you can know is by checking the 50-day or 50-week moving average. Now, this is a daily chart. That purple line that you see there is the 50-day moving average. You can see that while a stock is in an uptrend and going up, for the most part, it's going to stay above the 50-day moving average. It's okay if it goes briefly below the 50-day moving average for even a few weeks or a month or two, as long as it doesn't go very far below it. It could go down like to this level, a little bit below it and stay there for a little while, right there around the 115 price level. And then as long as it snaps back up, you're okay. It's no big deal. And you can see that it does go briefly below it, no problem. But if the stock goes 20% or more below the highest price, and or it's below the 50-day moving average for very long, both of those are signs of trouble. Let me say that again. The stock stays below the 50-day moving average, below the purple line there, or it stays below 20% from the high. Now, let me show you why that's important. It's very normal throughout the year for the market to have a sell-off, usually comes in the spring. The saying is sell in May and go away. And this is a weekly chart, but you can see that the market in 2010 rallied right into April, to the end of April. And then it had its sell-off. It's normal for the stock market overall and most individual stocks to pull back between 5 and 15%. And usually it happens in the spring and summertime. And then it rallies again in the fall, usually in October. So this is a very typical pattern. Happened right here in 2010. How far did it pull back? Went from 11,200 down to 9,600. How much is that? That's about 12 to 14%. That's very normal, typical pattern. But then there's a low that happens sometime in the summer. It could happen anywhere from a few weeks to as much as 6 months after the high that happened in the springtime. So it will go down and then it'll rally in the fall. And that's exactly what happened. So as long as it only goes down 5 to 15%, you really shouldn't even sell your stocks. Just stay in and don't worry about it. They'll go up. And we see the same pattern happen in 2011. There's the end of April. We had a sell-off. We had a little rally into July, but then it sold off down here and made it lows in September. And the rally started around early October, right on time. Very, very typical pattern. Okay, and yes, it did go below the 50-day moving average, the purple line. No big deal. How far did the market pull back on this one? From 12.8 down to 10.7. That's a little bit more. That's closer to 20%. And that's okay, as long as it doesn't trend down from here. You're okay. You want to see it snap back up pretty quick after it drops 20%. So those are the main things that you want to look for. You want to look for the 50-day moving average and a sell-off more than 20% and staying more than 20% below the most recent high of the price of the stock or the market overall compared to itself. Okay, so that's really what you need to know. This helps you understand how the market typically moves and what's the difference between when you want to stay in because the bull market is still going on versus when you want to get out because the bear market's going on and you could lose a lot of money by staying in. Now notice one thing here. This is back in 2007. According to these rules that I've taught you, I wouldn't be too worried about it until, let's see, there's the high at 14. So around 12. Okay, right there, I'm starting to get nervous. It's still uptrend. This looks like a typical pullback, except for it only bounces up to the 50-day moving average, and it stays down below it all the way there from April of 08 all the way back to December. So it's been below the 50-day moving average for 4 months. That's a sign of trouble. Definitely. And you're never going to sell at the exact top. You're never going to buy at the exact bottom. But if you had sold somewhere over here in March or April or even June or July, even over here, you would have not sold at the exact high, but you would have missed the crash where the market went from about 12.6 to half that, to 6,600. So it's okay to get out. And if you're not sure, get out and get back in when it's safe. The market starts to trend above and trend up above the 50-day moving average here in 2009. Well, you know, it's safe to get back in the market. Also, there's something you look for. You look for the definition of an uptrend versus a downtrend. What's an uptrend? A swing high and then a swing low, and then a higher swing high right there, and just a little pullback, swing low right there, the lowest price. Swing high, the higher high is higher than this high, and this low, there's a higher low here, and a higher low here is higher than this. And the 50-day moving average is rising. That's all positive. And it's not a big deal that you only made a little higher high right there and an equal swing low right there. Doesn't mean much yet. But now we're getting to swing a lower low, a lower high up here, a lower low, and it's been below the 50-day moving average for several months. This all spells trouble. You got to get out and, save potential losses until it's safe to come back in. When's it safe to come back in? We got a big dip. We've got a lot of rallying there in early 2009. There's a swing low, and it quickly rallies from there. So now, by definition, we've got an uptrend, higher highs and higher lows. Okay, when you see that and you see it go above the 50-day moving average, these are the signs that help you know it's safe to enter and buy your stocks again. Okay. Now, this is actually a weekly chart, so each candle represents 1 week, but it still holds true. The 50-day or the 50-week moving average tells you it's safe to get back in, as well as the uptrend, and as well as bouncing high above the lows and trending up from there. Okay, that's what you need to know. So during the year, your stock pulls back 5 to 15, even 20%. It's no big deal. Stay in. And there's probably not a bear market coming until you see these other signs. Keep in mind, in your retirement account, it's real easy to sell all your stocks. It's not a taxable event as long as you don't pull your money out of your retirement account, like your IRA or your 401k. You're not going to get taxed on that. Now, if you do get, pull it out, you will be taxed. But just because you sold your stock and it goes to cash, you're not going to get taxed on that. You just leave it in the account. Maybe you put it in a money market or something until the bear market is over. And you might only, make 0.5% or 1% on your money, but that's a lot better than losing 30% of the value of your account in stocks that are going down. So that's what you need to know. These are some fail safes that help you know when it's time to get in and out of your stocks. And, if your individual stock, even though the market might be in a bull market, maybe your stock is having trouble and it's starting to, hit these warning signs like go below the 50-day moving average and dropping 20% or more and staying down below that for a long period of time, that's a pretty good sign. Even if the market is still in a bull market, that you need to sell your stock and check the news, see what's going on with your stock. Okay. Can a stock go into bankruptcy and lose a lot of value even though the rest of the market is going up? Sure, it can. So you need to check your stocks, I would say at least once a week for long-term investing. Just poke your head in, see what's going on. Take you probably 5 minutes. You see the stock's still doing okay, the market's still doing okay, no problem. Don't worry about it for another week. Most of the time, it's going to be no problem at all. Sometimes you're going to see trouble coming ahead, like you see through here, where it's below the 50-day and it's trending down. That's when you need to watch more closely, and probably every day to make sure you know what's going on, whether you should get in or get out of the stock, or stay in, or sell all your stocks maybe. So that's really what you need to know regarding position management for investing. Now, I've heard of some people say, if you have 8% losses on a stock, get out. That's too tight, really. You'll get stopped out every year just about on almost any stock for an 8% pullback. So I think that's not a good investment advice. Okay, in the next video, we're going to talk about money management, which means how much do you diversify? How much money do you put in any one stock? And that's very important. We'll talk about that in the next video. In this video, I want to talk about money management. In other words, diversification. That's really important because you don't want to put too much money on any one stock, because if that stock goes bankrupt, then you've lost everything. You need to spread out the risk. Now, as the saying goes, you don't want to put all your eggs in one basket. Now, there's such a thing as too much diversification as well as not enough. Now, if you don't have enough diversification, it means you're risking too much on any one stock or other security. Kind of like the Enron employees I told you about. When an Enron employee worked for the company and they had their entire life savings in stock options with the company, then when the company went bankrupt, not only did they lose their life savings, but they also lost their jobs. So they just about lost everything. On the other hand, if you have too much diversification, it means you've spread out the risk so much between different stocks that you're going to get very average returns, about the same as the overall market is getting. Now, that's actually okay because there's plenty of risk already in the market. And if you don't feel comfortable choosing individual stocks, then you can do passive investing. And that means buying symbol DIA that trades exactly like the Dow Jones Industrial Average. You can buy and sell that just like a stock, or symbol SPY that trades just like the S&P 500 composite index. So you can make more money simply by timing these index funds, these ETFs, if you buy and sell them at the right time, and you'll do much, much better than buy and hold investors. But personally, I like to buy small cap growth stocks, but you got to keep an eye on them because they go up big and they go down big. Let me show you what I mean. Now, this is TCNNF. This is a fast growing cannabis stock, one of the best ones in the industry right here in Florida. Now, I bought this down at $10 a share back in early 2020. And you can see that it's gone all the way up to over $50 a share in a little over a year. Now, I was able to sell it around $44 a share, something like that. And so I did really well on this investment, but I got out at the right time. It's since come back all the way down, even below where I bought it 2 years ago. So there's big volatility on these little stocks, up and down. Now, let me show you another stock. This is Ameren. Ameren is a pharmaceutical company. They have one drug. It's a fish oil drug that does really well to help people with heart disease and strokes and that sort of thing. So it started to take off with fast growth. And you can see that back in 2018, they went from about $3 a share. Within a few weeks, they were at 22. You could have had 7 times your money in a week. That's amazing. Okay. But the opposite happened to me because I bought it around $20 to $25 a share, somewhere up here, thinking it was going to keep growing fast. And the unthinkable happened. Something happened that no one thought was going to happen. They lost the patent to the generic companies. They lost the lawsuit. And in short order, the company dropped all the way down from over $20 a share in December 2019 to a few months later, and they're trading at 5. Ouch. So over that time, I lost like over half the value that I put in. Can't remember exactly what point I got out. But this just shows you that there's huge risk up and down in these kinds of stocks. Now, I don't care too much if I put the right amount of risk on a company like this and I knew to get out. I lost money on this trade. But in fact, some of these companies will do this, but the majority of them will go up 3, 4, 5, 10 times over the years or more. And so if you catch one of those real big winners, it's going to be awesome. Kind of like buying Microsoft early on. It just keeps making a lot of money for you. So I'm not too concerned because I didn't bet the farm on this one investment, on this one stock. So how much should you put on any one stock when you buy stocks? Well, if you have a large portfolio, let's say you have at least $100,000 in your retirement account, well, for the amount of money that you want to put on stocks, you want to put between 6 and 10% per stock. So generally, you're going to own between 12 and 20 stocks. Now, this is again, if you're choosing individual stocks. When you do that, you want to diversify, meaning you don't put all of those stocks to be tech stocks or pharmaceutical stocks or all small cap. If you do, it's going to be really a volatile ride. You want to have a balance of, small cap and large cap, some in the tech industry and some not, spread it around. Because if the entire tech industry goes bad, even though the rest of the economy is in a bull market, well, that would be bad. Okay, so you still want to diversify in terms of industry and in terms of size of the company. But in general, you can buy 12 to 20 stocks. Also, if you want to put this in mutual funds, don't put it all in one mutual fund. Put it in 2 or 3 at least. Okay. And like the financial advisors tell you, if you have over $100,000, you might put 70% in stocks, 20% in bonds or T-bills, other fixed income, and maybe 10% in cash, something like that. This is good diversification. Now, something I want to show you, if you have a retirement account in the United States, usually, and you're buying a mutual fund, usually they'll show you something like this. And what this is the type of style of investing, growth versus value, and the size, large, medium, or small cap companies, meaning capitalization. So in general, you want to know Growth stocks are more volatile in general than value stocks. They tend to go up more, but they also have big pullbacks. So you got to be able to stomach big pullbacks to hold on. Or you need to know when it's the right time to buy and sell, like I've taught you in the previous videos. Okay. But also, you need to be aware that these small cap companies that I like to buy have huge upward potential, but also the huge downside risk, like I've showed you. The bigger the company gets, the less volatile they get in general, but also the less upward potential that they have, just in general, generally speaking here. If you get a big company like a Walmart or Home Depot or something like that, they've already had huge growth. They can only grow so much bigger. You can only put so many Home Depot stores in any one city or in any one country. So at some point, their growth slows down. And that means the upward potential is less, but also they become less volatile. They become pretty steady, just like the overall economy. So just be aware of that, how much risk you're taking. All you need to do is go back and look at any stock over the long term and see how they did. Let's look at Walmart. So even a great big company like Walmart has had a lot of growth. Let's go to a 1-month chart so you can see it better. Okay, all those dividends in there. Walmart, let's go back. Walmart topped out at around $60 a share. And when the bear market came in 2008, they only dropped to 47. That's about a 15% drop. That's not bad at all, considering the rest of the market dropped 55%. Now, it's had some big tumbles along the way, even for a big company. Went from 87 down to 60. That's about a 25% drop right there. And even now, they're only down, let's see, they were up over 150, and now they're around 130. So they haven't dropped that much, less than 20% from the high. Not bad. But it still had pretty good growth over the years. So that kind of gives you an idea of how much risk you're taking when you buy Walmart. And you can do this with any stock. Let's go to Home Depot. I want to see how far it's climbed in the bull market and how far it fell during the last bear market. Let's go to the bear market in 2008. Looks pretty small going back. The high came around 40-ish to 42. And at the end of the bear market, which was right about here, it was at 20. Okay, so it went down 50%, about what the rest of the market did. But in fact, it's grown really well over the years. Hold on, let's zoom in here. Okay, so during this bull market, it's gone from 20 to 400. Wow, and it's already pulled back over 25% from over 400 from 415 down to under 300. So that's about 30%. Okay, that shows you how much risk you're taking when you buy this type of stock. And you see that there's plenty of upward potential, but also plenty of risk, even in a company that's a large cap company like this. Tech stocks are even bigger risk in general. More volatility, even for big cap, large cap stocks. Here's Microsoft. Microsoft, towards the end of the last bear market, was trading, I'll call it $20 a share, and went up to 350. Now it's down all the way down to 250. So it's down about a third, 25 to 30%, something like that. Okay, that gives you the idea how much risk you should be taking. Again, in general, you want to take about 6 to 10%, of the value of your account that you're going to put into stocks and spread it around between 12 and 20 stocks, depending on how much risk you want to take, or just buy the overall market like passive investing, symbol DIA or SPY, or for the NASDAQ, the Qs, symbol QQQ. Okay, that should help you understand how much risk you're taking when you place an investment. Now that I've shown you how to buy and sell at the right time, this should go a long way to help you make more money in the markets. And that is sincerely what I hope this will do for you, these lessons. If you have any questions, don't hesitate to shoot me an email. My email address is tradergregg@gmail.com. That's trader, TraderGreggk @gmail.com. I hope that helps. Everyone, this is Greg Kilpack signing off and wishing you very profitable returns in the stock market.
Hey, my name's Jack, and today in this lesson, I'm going to be going over how to create a financial plan and how to start getting on a budget, creating goals, and kind of making a purpose for your financial plan, for your strategies that you want to use to start getting ahead financially. So the roadmap for our financial plan that I recommend is the first step. I'm going to go through 8 different steps that you should plans that you should start looking into and researching and putting some work into in order to get ahead of your financial journey here. So the first one is get on a budget. And the second one, create an emergency fund. And some of these, they can tie in together. So really you could combine step 1 and 2, both of those things, into step 1. But definitely get on a budget. So you create a plan with your money, create an emergency fund to prepare for any emergencies. Step 3 here, plan to eliminate or limit debt. Step 4, start setting financial goals. Step 5, kind of with, again, another one of those steps where you can kind of combine depending on your lifestyle and where you're at in your financial situation. Set financial goals, invest for retirement. Step 6, begin paying off the home or collecting a sizable down payment for a house if you plan on buying. Step 7, grow wealth and invest outside of retirement. So we'll talk about things like investing in real estate and such. And step 8, talk with a financial planner or advisor. If you have all this and you're ready to go, but you just need that extra push or that extra step, that extra advice, you might need to consider talking to a professional about this. So I'm going to break down in this video, I'm going to break down all these steps in our roadmap to creating my financial plan. So first one, get on a budget, create a plan with your money. I put some other videos out about how to create a budget and different methods to use to start a budget. So make sure that whatever method you choose, you stick with it. But to start, if you just need somewhere to start, you need to write down everything you spend money on starting today and do this for an entire month. Or you can look at your expenses from last month and write those down. So you can print off your credit card statement or your bank statement, whatever you use to start tracking your expenses, whatever you use to spend money on or with or through. Make sure you have that account information so you can start. First part of any budgeting is tracking your expenses. So that's the first thing you need to do. The second step, create an emergency fund. So once you start getting that budget underway, you need to make sure you use this as a budget item. You need to start building an emergency fund. You're not going to touch this money. You're going to put it into a savings account that is very strict and limited because this is only for emergency purposes. So some examples of this, and I just put some random, not random, but just suggested amounts for each stage of life that we might find ourselves in. So us high schoolers, if you're 17, 18 years old, you might look to put $500 in. College students, it goes up a little bit. Single adult, you don't have a family, and then married, starting a family, somewhere around $2,000 to $5,000. This all depends though on your comfort level and how you want to, how much comfort you want to create for yourself, basically. This needs to be built upon later on. This is just what's known as a starter emergency fund, though. Later on, you need to start including 3 to 6 months of living expenses into this budget. Step 3, Plan to eliminate or limit debt. So the first part here is eliminate. We want to make sure we are not taking on any more consumer debt. So we're not going out and buying a car. We're not opening up another credit card line. We're not taking another line of credit from PayPal, whatever that is. Then we need to begin to start paying off that debt. So I've introduced different methods, such as a snowball method. Just to summarize what that is, you're starting with your smallest loan balance first and paying that off, and then you're moving up to your bigger ones. So you rank them from smallest to biggest balance. Or the avalanche method, where you're ranking your debts that you owe, the loans that you owe, from the highest interest rate to the lowest interest rate. Both of them are solid methods. Snowball is usually the more popular one because of the psychological effect of, dang, I checked off that smaller loan amount. I'm moved on to the next one. Where Avalanche is a little bit more for people who can handle the math and they don't need the emotional check. Plan 4, set financial goals. So whatever this might be, I show a picture here of a car, a house, bike. Tell you very different stages of life here. But set financial goals. If you want to start a business, you might need to get different. Your financial plan is going to look a little different than someone who's wanting just to buy a house, or someone that's wanting to move out of their parents' basement, or somebody that just needs a car, or someone that wants to travel more. All your goals are going to look a little different, and you need to start setting these out too, and quantify them first. Quantify them. So how much is it going to cost? How much time is it going to take to get there? Reasonable time. And start putting these from short, mid to long-term goals. Step 5, invest for retirement. And this kind of goes with your step 4, creating a financial plan. But you want to start investing for retirement. Most financial experts say aim for 10 to 15% regardless of your goal. Aim for 10 to 15% of your take-home pay to invest. In other ways we can get started through 401ks or other employment retirement plans. And you want to be able to max these out. Max all retirement plans, 403bs, 401ks, whatever, max them out. And of course, you have traditional IRAs or Roth IRAs. You want to make sure you're maxing those out too. Number 6, step 6 in our financial plan. Begin paying off your home if you have a home. If not, collect a sizable down payment. Most financial experts, they want to claim around 20% of the total cost of the house. So make sure you can get to 20%. If not, there's other ways too. I know it's really difficult nowadays to build up to that big payment. And if you can, of course, you want to put extra money per month. Even 50, you can put this in the calculators too online. If you look up mortgage calculator and put your mortgage in, and you just put in add extra payment, $50 or $100 per month. This can save so much on your interest rate and cut down the time it takes to get out of debt. Outside of retirement, so say you have your retirement maxed out, you have your goals set, you're budgeting, you're doing awesome. Now you can grow wealth and invest outside of retirement. And there's different ways. There's thousands of ways to do this. If retirement accounts are maxed out, there are other ways we can invest our money. Start building up your college fund for your children if you have them, or your own college fund. Maybe you want to go get your master's or PhD or something. Invest in an existing business or start your own business, or invest in other people's business ideas. There are all sorts of crowdfunding sources out there. Consider hiring a financial advisor. Invest in individual accounts for fun. So you want to make sure, though, that this is money that you can afford to lose. This is not retirement money. This isn't your emergency fund. This isn't your grocery budget. This is money that usually it's going to be less than 5% of your total investment money. So not even your income, just 5% of the money that you can afford to invest. Then take that percentage and something that you're okay with losing. And these would be considered taxable accounts, of course, outside of retirement. Invest in real estate and do some home flipping, rentals, Airbnbs, whatever. And the last step to help get our plan in motion, sometimes it's just that accountability factor that we need. Talk to a financial advisor or financial planner or wealth manager or financial consultant. There's so many different names they have. But if you Google that in your local area, you'll find a decent one. You definitely want to find one that has the heart of a teacher, that's gonna teach you what they're investing in and what their plan is for you and your money and your family's wealth, rather than just, oh, I'm gonna take a percentage of this and we're gonna make profit off of it. So those are the 8 steps to creating a financial plan. So I'm gonna go back through and show you all 8 steps just to review and so you can see the big picture. It's the 8 steps, the roadmap to get on my financial plan. And again, a lot of these are suggested in order. They're definitely, if you want to get on a good financial plan, these are a requirement. But in some of these, you can kind of switch the order, or you can merge them into one step if needed. But definitely the last part here, I would definitely want to make sure that we understand that talking to a financial planner or even a financial coach can help you kind of solidify these and put it into writing and start making steps in order for you to create a financial plan for your family and get started on that today and start making yourself financially free. Hey, my name is Jack Warner, and in this video series, this will be covering personal finance roadmap and structuring a personal finance plan. And it's kind of a summary of all the different other video series we've discussed and kind of putting it all together and putting it into action on how we can achieve financial freedom. So a lot of this will be review. You'll see some of this in other videos, and some of it might be new, but it is good it's basically pulling out of all the other video topics we've talked about, financial topics in the videos we talked about, and putting it all into one action plan. So the first thing we need to review is, how do we set goals? How can we identify problem areas in our, and it can be financial, that's what we're focusing on, but it can be other parts too, which finances usually play into. So you want to identify problem areas. Simple one, I'm in debt. How do I pay that off? Or I'm spending too much in this area. What can I do to stop that? Or I'm not making enough money. How can I make more? Then you want to define your objectives. So I'm identifying the problem, and the objectives will tie right into those problem areas. What do I want to accomplish? What objectives will help me? Even many objectives will help me achieve those solutions to solving those problems. And then you want to describe how working toward your goal will achieve objectives. And then finally, you want to visualize how this will look when you achieve it, before, during, and after. So what's it going to look like beforehand? What does your life look like now? How does some actions you're taking now can translate into during your achievements or during your work towards those goals or towards those objectives? And what sacrifices do you have to make? How does your lifestyle have to change? And then what's this going to look like after? Say I pay off debt. That's what I'm focusing on. Before my life, all my money's going to debt. During, I'm putting a lot of money. I'm trying to make extra money. I'm sacrificing in a lot of areas. Afterwards, all those areas I sacrificed, I can now start spending money on, or going back to not normal in a way that I'm spending more on debt, but I'm enabled now to spend money on other things, on other pursuits. So I've created a roadmap for basically an overview of how your roadmap should look, a template, so to speak, of how we should visualize and how we should plan out our financial plan. So first one's getting on a budget. I say that in every video, but that's the most important. We got to get on a budget. We have to understand our income. We have to understand what we're spending money on. We got to categorize that spending. The second one is to create an emergency fund, and this second step of the roadmap is creating an emergency fund that's considered a starter emergency fund. So it might just be a couple hundred or a couple $1,000s. In step 3, we need to plan to eliminate or limit debt. So we should be cutting out spending on debt on any lines of credit. We should start making plans to how am I going to pay off debt. And then we go to step 4, setting financial goals. So now that I've done these 3 things, which we might have already set a goal, and that's fine. Eliminate debt. Build an emergency fund. Those are great goals. But now we can start looking at long-term or mid-term goals. Like, I want to save for a house. I want to save for a car. I want to save for my kids' education, or whatever it might be. Or I just want to save for a trip. I want to save for something fun. It doesn't have to be something, essential. It can be something fun too. And step 5, start investing for retirement. And step 6, begin paying off home or collecting a sizable down payment, depending on which season of life you're in. Step 7, grow wealth and invest outside of retirement. So you can start investing in businesses, and keep in mind that these should be done in order. Most of these, I should say. Some of these you can probably switch around, but most of these should be done in order. So step 7, grow wealth and invest outside of retirement. Invest in a friend's business, invest in your own business. Start creating some side hustles and hobbies that you've always dreamt of or thought about. And then step 8, I'm going to cover this in a later video, but talk with a financial planner or advisor or financial coach. Because we can do all this by ourselves, but some of it can be a little difficult, especially if your financial situation or your lifestyle is a little bit more complex. Then a financial planner or financial coach or advisor might be beneficial. The next thing you should do is understand your tax situation. I feel like a lot of people will kind of forget this, and we have a whole video series about taxes and understanding it, income tax, capital gains tax, dividend tax, property tax, all that, sales tax. But you need to understand your tax situation because that will limit that's going to limit how much disposable income you have available. It's also important to understand your tax deduction and your tax credit and the different tax situations and laws and policies that change every year. I know it's annoying, but it's something we have to deal with, and it's something you need to be aware of when you are planning out your roadmap for taking control of your financial journey. And lastly, we need to make sure we're protecting ourselves. So we have an emergency fund, which is great. We're budgeting. We set up an emergency fund. We're protecting ourselves and we're protecting our family. But there's other steps we can do too. Make sure you have adequate insurance, and I don't mean just health insurance. I know I put a little health cross there, but make sure you have life insurance because if you're the chief income earner for your family, then you need to protect your dependents, the ones that aren't earning any income. That way, if you die and you have life insurance, then that will cover them. Disability insurance, if you're in a line of work where you can get hurt, you might need disability insurance. So make sure you have adequate insurance depending on your lifestyle and what you're doing to help protect your family. Auto insurance, obviously. Draft and create a will. Not enough people do this. It's kind of a forgotten thing. So a lot of people think, oh, I'm young, I'm in my 20s, I don't need one. If you're 18 and you're earning an income, or a better rule is if there's anybody depending on you for anything, even partially depending on you, you need to create a will because that's going to help if something were to happen to you. And I'm not saying something will, but it could. Life is crazy. You need to make sure you have a will set up so there's no confusion as to where your assets go and how you want things handled when you're no longer here on this earth. And you need to plan ahead, estate plan. This will be great to once you start building wealth. This will be great to how you can see how you want this wealth built, how you can protect your wealth, how you can lower your taxable income, and then how it can be distributed or however you want that to be donated or whatever it is, beyond a certain point. So this was just a video covering some personal finance roadmap. Other videos, there's going to be 3 other videos in this video series of your personal financial plan topic that we're going to cover a little bit more in detail. And again, a lot of this is going to be a review. Just make sure that you have a good plan and review these steps. Screenshot this, whatever, go over this video again. Just make sure you have these steps ingrained or written down somewhere into your journal or onto your calendar, whatever it is. That way you can stay focused and stay organized and you visualize this plan and get to work. Hey, my name is Jack Warner, and in this video, I'm going to be covering the importance of goal target setting. Part of any financial plan is identifying good goals and making objectives to meet those goals. So target setting is a part of that, and it's an important part of that because we want to make sure our goals are specific and measurable, and that there's a deadline to it as well. So just to review, we've talked about this in a couple other videos, but we want to be intentional when we're creating goals. So we want to write it down. We want to get somebody accountable. We want to put reminders up. We want to set checkpoints, all that. Good way to remember this. There's several other acronyms out there. I know people like acronyms, but this SMART method, having a specific goal, don't just say, I want to lose weight or I want to get out of debt. Be specific. I want to pay $10,000 off my credit card this year, or I want to lose 10 pounds, or I want to be able to do 100 push-ups, whatever it is. Be specific. Make it measurable. So I said 100 or 10, whatever it is. Make it measurable. Set up checkpoints if you need to. I want to do 10 push-ups by this month, 20 push-ups by 3 months, 50 push-ups by 6 months, and then 100 push-ups by a year. Make it attainable. 100 push-ups is pretty attainable. Don't say, I'm going to do 1,000 push-ups or I'm going to be a millionaire within a year. I'm not saying that's impossible. I'm just saying make it attainable to you. Make it relevant to you as well. Are you somebody that really needs to be doing 100 push-ups? Not everybody needs to do. I don't even know if I can do 100 push-ups right now. I'd be happy if I did 50 in a row. So make it relevant to your lifestyle. Do you need to make $100 million, or do you need to do a certain amount of whatever that activity might be? Make it relevant to you, to your lifestyle, to your family's lifestyle as well. And of course, time bound. Make it time sensitive. Put a deadline on it. I want to do this within a year. I want to do it, and you split it up in checkpoints. I want to do this by 3 months, quarterly, whatever it is. I want to get this done by 5 years. Make sure you put a time stamp on that goal. And part of those checkpoints is starting with smaller goals first. So a lot of people, this is one of the biggest problems in New Year's resolutions, actually, is people make these huge goals, these monumental, life-changing goals, and then within definitely by for sure by February, a lot of people are done but 100% of people, I wouldn't say 100%, but a vast majority of people by March are out. They're not doing this goal anymore. So create smaller goals first and work towards that bigger goal. So create a series of mini goals or checkpoints to a bigger goal that can be much more beneficial than just one significant long-term goal. So let's just say you're an overwhelming amount of debt, $100,000, which is not ridiculous because there's tons of people that are in this situation that I know. So $100,000 in debt. Don't say I'm going to pay this all off in 1 year. Start slow, start small. I want to get at least out of credit card debt. I'll keep my auto loan up for now because I need a car, but I'm going to at least get out of credit card debt by the end of the year. And that might be just $10,000. Start with small goals. Then next year, I'm going to focus on that auto loan. I'm going to get that done. So start small first. I have another example here. I said I want to have $1 million in net worth by the age of 35. Instead, what I should focus on, like that might be huge depending on your life, obviously, depends on your age. If you're 20 years old, that might be like a decent goal to put. But if you're 30 or something, that's not really attainable. I shouldn't say it's not attainable, but it can easily be attained. Just you have to save a ton. But start small first. Instead, I want to have $100,000 saved up. Just $100,000 saved wherever it is by the age 30 and be debt free. That's a good goal. Good, healthy goal. Now by age 31, I can increase that. Now that I'm debt free, I want to have $250,000 in investments, not just saved, but I want to have $250,000 of cash invested into the index funds or the stock market, whatever it might be. And finally, use a goal tracking sheet. I put worksheet, but it can be anything. And this is just one. The template I have here, I wrote out very quickly. You can easily find one of these online. There's apps for this. If you're hardcore and want to write it out, so be it. So this is just a template worksheet that I've worked up before. So I put my goal over here, my save for house. This is not my life. It's just ones I quickly just threw on this sheet here. But I have my goals over here: save for house, pay off debt. I have my target date: save for house. I want to have it done by 2 years, and that could be 20% of my down payment. October of 2023, I want to pay off all debt, and I prioritize these. So essential is I have to get it done. Not immediate need. It's something that I'm going to need in the future, but it doesn't require me buying it now. Like saving for a house, I have 2 years to do this. Whereas paying off debt, I didn't really specify what debt this was, but we can assume it's something serious because I put it in essential category. So it's something I need to pay off immediately, or I'll probably lose my car or something like that. Where are you putting the money? So I'm putting the save for a house in an investment cash. I'm not going to invest it. I'm just going to let it sit there and collect interest. Whereas the paying off debt money is going right to the debt payments. It's not sitting anywhere. And also record your progress. I like to use percentages. If you're not that type of person, put the cash amount and put it in fraction if you need to. So say I'm $10,000 in debt here, so 30%, that's $3,000. So I'm 3,000 out of $10,000 currently, and do this every month. Now I'm 4,000. You can see that progress. Some people they get real creative, and I think this is an awesome idea. And I'd probably love to do this. They'll have I've seen it for fundraisers, a bunch of things. They'll have something on their refrigerator or front door even, and they'll color it in. They'll color the whatever the house. Say it's a house they're saving up for. They'll color their house in, And so, like, if they're 50% done, the house will be colored 50% of the way. Pretty cool. So, if you want to visualize that and you're a creative person, and that way you can get the whole family involved too, and get some accountability, and you can see it. And you can show your savings per month or per whatever custom time period. Maybe you want to save once every 2 weeks, once every week, or whatever it is, and then any additional steps needed to accomplish this goal. So for this one, I put you might need to research the desired home location because this might be important towards how much money I'm spending. If it's a highly marketable and desirable location, I might need to save a little bit more. If it's not such a hot market, I might not have to save that much. On the other side here, find areas to save or earn more income to help pay off debt quicker. So again, this is just a suggested template. Either way, you should definitely have something tangible or non-tangible, but something that you can see and customize to help you track your goals and help you stay on target with your goals. Hey, my name is Jack Warner. In this video, we're going to be covering the significance of having an emergency fund to help reach our goals. In other videos in this video series, we've discussed the importance of an emergency fund, the two biggest being to help us pay for emergencies, but also to help secure our financial freedom. Part of this video, I'm going to show you and outline how important emergency funds are into helping us in our long-term goals and why we should add to the emergency fund, especially as we continue to progress towards our goals, as we add different things in our life, as we add different members of our family into our life. This is why we should continue to grow it and not just sit back on our started emergency fund. Also, how it impacts our goals. So just to review really quick, what is an emergency? The first thing we should do is create a starter emergency fund. If you're just starting out with your financial journey, you need to make sure you have an emergency fund. A starter one usually consists of maybe a few $100s, a couple $1,000s. Some experts just say, $1,000, $2,000. Put that in an account, leave it there. That's most likely going to be one of your first financial goals, and it's going to be your priority. Eventually, very soon, if you just started, you need to make sure you build this up. You need to make sure you build that emergency fund up to where it covers months of living expenses. So if something were to happen, there's a huge emergency in your life, medical, car crash, whatever, house burned down, lose your job, transition in your life, you need to make sure you're covering months of living expenses. And these are just essential expenses. We're not talking about your Netflix subscription or your Xbox Live membership or your extra going out to eat funds. We're just talking about essential spending only when it comes to the building up to these expenses. Now, 3 to 6 months is just suggested. Do what's comfortable to you. It should be at least 3, but you might want to plan out for 12 months. And I've seen some people do 24 months, and that's fine. This will increase. So let's just say that for my own personal life, when I was single, mine was just $10,000. That was my emergency fund. Over time, as I got married and as I added more things into my life, a dog, um, and just other assets, I've increased that several $1,000s as I've progressed in life. So make sure you're not just sitting, back when you're 21 years old and that's just going to be your emergency starter fund. You need to build on that. Some people who have 4 kids and a little bit bigger house than I do, or more cars or a business or whatever, they'll have $100,000 in their emergency fund just in case something happens. That way, there's no big upset in their lifestyle if something were to happen. Of course, you need to make it accessible, but you need to limit access too. So you need to make sure that when an emergency happens, you can withdraw funds immediately to help cover that cost. But also, you don't need to be accessing it all the time because you don't need to be worrying about it, hopefully, because emergencies don't happen very often. So, having an emergency fund is important because it helps us progress towards other goals. So, while we're working on other goals, paying off debt, building up savings for a house, whatever it is, emergency funds, think of it like an insurance plan, insurance policy. Emergency funds helps protect us when major life events or changes happen. So now I can continue progressing to pay off debt, to build up a cash payment for a car or 20% down payment on a house, or I can continue to build up towards retirement, invest in retirement, invest outside of retirement. And that way I can continue to progress or at least not backtrack on, so I don't have to pull money from other accounts. I don't have to stop investing in my retirement. I don't have to pull money from my kid's college fund because I have an emergency fund set up for emergencies. I don't have to pull money from our house payment. I don't have to refinance and get a HELOC to pay off, certain emergency, whatever it might happen. So it helps set up a healthy emergency fund, helps us continue to progress and at least not take a step back when it comes to reaching our goals. So here's a scenario. Lastly, I like to show visualize what this might look like. So in this scenario, a family has created three financial goals. They want to save 20% on down payment on a house. They want to pay off credit card debt in 1 year, and they want to save 50% for a new car. I put the amounts here. So let's just pretend they don't have an emergency fund. If they had no emergency fund and a medical crisis were to occur, and it can happen, were to occur to a family member, they would have to stop all goals. So they have to stop saving or investing into these goals. Or, worst case scenario, and this can happen, they might have to pull from these accounts. So say they have a savings account set up on this and they have $10,000 in it. They might have to pull all $10,000 out to help cover the cost of this medical expense. So if they had an emergency fund set up, though, say of $20,000, and they're making payments towards these, they're saving money and paying off credit card debt. They're making payments towards these goals. Now they can just pull from the emergency fund, and their progress on these goals has not stopped, or at least hasn't been negatively impacted by this. So this is why it's important to set up an emergency fund, and why it's critical to have a healthy amount in that fund so you can continue on with your life, but also continue on reaching your financial and lifestyle goals. Hey everyone, my name is Jack Warner, and this is the last video in the video series, My Personal Financial Plan. And in this video, we're going to be covering financial advice and really just building a financial team and how to use financial planners, financial advisors, any professional or guide that's in the financial services industry, and how we can use them to assist us in our own financial goals and financial life. So first of all, you need to determine, what areas, what services are you looking for. Sometimes you'll find financial firms, or businesses that cover all of these services. You got budgeting, investing, estate planning, taxes, education, insurance. You need to determine, what services you're looking for. Most of us might just be looking for investing. Some of us might just be looking for tax help. So that way we can figure out, do I need a wealth fund manager? Do I need a financial coach if it's education? Do I just need to talk to an accountant or maybe a CPA? Or estate planning, maybe I just need to talk to a lawyer, a tax lawyer, or some kind of estate planning lawyer. So, or I just need a whole team of those. I need all four of them. So it just depends on what services you're looking for and how you can determine, what exactly the service in the profession that you need to hire. So for investing, and it can be budgeting too. There's some apps out there that do both. Robo advisors are kind of a new thing. It's been around maybe 5 years, maybe before that too, probably about a decade. But a lot of the more modern technology has come out in the last 5 years for robo advising, and it's a great way just to get started. I think it's awesome to just to get a taste of what advice might look like, and how this can assist you in your budgeting and your financial planning and your investments. It's a great low cost option, very, very cheap. Usually, I think it's like a couple hundred a year total, maybe even less. It just depends. You do have to pay some kind of fee though, because it uses some kind of algorithm and programming. So it's all automated. There's algorithm to invest. Some of them are as simple as you sign up and you put all your financial information in, and then you choose, do I want to be conservative, 50/50, or aggressive? And that's all you choose. Some of them are a little bit more in depth than that, a little bit more advanced. You can choose and customize some options, but you don't get much customization. It's kind of a downside to it. You don't get to control some of the things that are invested, and some things they're doing with the money. There's even ones which is really cool. I think this is a great way to get started in investing with robo advising. Is I think Stash might be one of them, but you spend $1 and then they'll take 25 cents of that dollar and invest it. So if you go and buy coffee, they'll take 25% of it, or whatever it is, whatever the percentage you have set up, and they'll invest that for you, which is a cool way to kind of learn and get started. This is best if you're just starting out. Simple goals, simple financial situation. If you want to take a step further, you can do online only services. And this is medium cost option. It's going to cost a little bit, not just in fees, but also just to start. There will be a minimum balance that you'll need just to invest with. You'll get all the robo investing features. Plus, you'll get somebody, an expert, an advisor that you can talk with and go over your financial situation with. This can be full service. There's some great ones out there, some great online financial advising services and wealth fund management, whatever it might be. And there's some that have they're called discount advisors, and they might only offer certain features. They might meet with you once a month or once every 3 months, and they'll just discuss one little specific thing, and you can save money that way if you don't need all the other features and you just need a couple features. Many online financial advice services, they require a large investment, so you'll have to have a decent net worth for them to have your business, because they're looking for people that are a little bit more committed to it. So that's the only downside to it. Well, I guess two downsides: large initial investment plus medium cost option, so it can get a little pricey. The most expensive option is our just your traditional financial advisors or planners, and they're a little bit more expensive because they're doing more work, of course, and you're getting a little bit more out of it. They'll probably meet with you once a month and do it for several hours, and then you can stay in contact with them throughout the time that you're their client. So some advisors work on a flat rate only basis, so you can pay somebody $250 a month and they'll cover it. Or some of them usually work on a fee basis, and most of the industry standard is 1% of your gains, which can eat away at your return. So just keep that in mind. It's best if you have if you want to use one of these guys and one of these financial advisors or planners, it's best if you have a complex situation that requires a lot of experience. It requires someone who's been in that industry for a long time, and you need some specialized structuring. You got a lot of things going on. Maybe you have multiple investment homes, or you have a business. You got college funds. You got all this estate planning going on. This is probably who you need to talk to. And make sure you choose what's known as fiduciary advisors, because they're not so much as federally regulated, they're more state or local regulated, but they also answer to industry standards. And these kind of advisors have to serve what's best for you. They got to make decisions. They can't just like buy and sell a stock because it's going to make them money. They got to buy and sell stock looking out for their clients' interests first. And this can be regulated at the higher level too. The SEC has come down on some people who are acting in their own interest and then hurting their clients. So just know that fiduciary is what you're looking for when you are shopping around for financial advisors. And make sure, just a big tip on either online or physical traditional financial advisors or planners, make sure you do your research. A lot of them will have their profiles on uh, consumer advocacy groups or websites or whatever. There'll be Business Bureau protection sites or watchdog sites that you can look up the ratings for these financial advice companies, or even a specific financial advisor themselves. And you can look up client reviews. Just make sure you do your research before you give somebody your money, because when they're managing your money, you want to make sure that you trust them. Other options are financial coaches or financial counselors. So maybe you don't need a financial advisor, or maybe you just it's outside of your budget for right now. A coach and a counselor can be an awesome tool to use. Much cheaper. Still going to cost you some money. In some cases, there can be financial counselors that are funded by the state that you can get for free. And sometimes you can find online financial coaches and counselors that are just doing it for free. But they'll educate you and guide you in the right direction. They can educate you and hold you accountable to best financial practices. They can show you how to budget. They can walk you through your financial situation. They can help you get out of trouble. They can even give you some financial advice for investments, but they shouldn't. I can't say they cannot, because they can do whatever they want, but they shouldn't give you investment advice when it comes to hey, I'll take your money and I'll invest it. They can't control your investments, I should say. They can give you advice. Like I can give you advice. You should invest in index funds. And that's what a financial coach would say, but they can't take your money and invest it. So you have to understand that they're not registered investment planners or wealth fund managers or anything like that. They're not licensed by the state or any other, they could be licensed by some kind of private financial counseling group or whatever organization, but they're not registered or regulated by state or federal uh, laws or policies or anything like that. So just understand that financial coaches and counselors are great. They're awesome to get you in the right direction, to educate you, and just get you started. Really, if you're just not sure where to begin, start with a financial coach or financial counselor because they can help you. Get the right tools necessary that you need, the right education that you need to make steps in the right direction. So either one you choose, coach, advisor, robo advising, just make sure you do your research first. And this is a huge step in your financial plan because it'll start getting you on the right steps. You'll have a team created to hold you accountable, and this will help you reach your financial goals quicker. Hey, my name's Jack. In this video, we're going to be covering how insurance works and just the basic overview of it. We're not going to be breaking down to the complexities that insurance usually is tied to. We're doing in this video series, we're going to do a quick mini series of 4 videos, just breaking down the most common or most popular insurance. I shouldn't say popular and insurance in the same sentence. The most commonly used insurance types, and some of the concepts that you need to know so you can factor that into your financial budget. So, first of all, connecting it to finances, how do we look at insurance? And we need to look at it as risk management. So, how do we manage risk? If we are risk adverse people, then we need to make sure we need more insurance and we need more coverage and protections over certain assets and things that we value. If we're a little riskier and we like taking more risks, probably still need insurance, but might not need as much as insurance as somebody who's risk adverse. So regardless if you like risk or if you don't like risk, insurance is used to hedge against loss. That's the main purpose of it. And hedge in this phrase means to combat loss or to balance out a loss. So loss can be a financial loss. It could be if you own a business or something. It could be litigation, even if you don't own a business and you're just doing activities on your property. It can prevent unpronounced and unknowing litigation, any other kind of damages, injury to a person, loss of value of your property, whatever it might be. It helps protect against your assets. So if your asset value goes down, insurance is there to help you out. It helps protect wealth, of course, and policies. This can be frustrating. Insurance is a frustrating everything. Health insurance, car insurance, property, business. It's all extremely difficult, especially if you're dealing with a salesperson. It can give you a headache. But overall, once you have that established, it can give you a peace of mind. And we have to understand that insurance is a contract. It's an agreement between us, the insurer, and the insuring company, whatever it might be. So when you sign an insurance policy, you are agreeing to its terms, and vice versa. The company is agreeing to its terms. So it becomes contract law, which can be taken up into court. That way, they can make sure that these contracts are enforceable. Likewise, the insurance company agrees to cover the losses as agreed upon in the contract. And we need to make sure that because this is a contract, that means it's an agreement between 2 or more parties. We need to recognize insurance as a business model. So do that first. That'll help you. A lot of people kind of put like banks and insurance into different categories. Banks and insurance companies are businesses. We pay into the policies to protect us. That's a service or product that they are providing. They're giving us coverage for whatever, health, car, home, business, whatever. But the insurance companies have to make money. They have to profit in order to be a successful company. So we need to understand that that's how insurance companies work. They have to make money in order to profit, in order to stay in business. So though it's all well and good that they might say, oh, we care about people, we care about your property, we care about small businesses. That's awesome. But their bottom line is they have to profit. And some insurances are required by law depending on the state you live in. So the only bad thing about this can tighten our scope in the market of what we're looking for, because most in almost every state, I think there's a few states that aren't, but in almost every state, it's required by law to have auto insurance or some kind of degree of auto insurance. So then it really tightens down, what kind of insurance you can get. It kind of hurts the competition a little bit, and it gives us very little choice. So some need to knows with insurance, and we're going to be expanding on some of these points in later videos as well. But the premium you pay is your monthly cost of the policy. So if you hear an insurance agent or salesperson or financial advisor or whatever, they're talking about your monthly premiums. That's just the cost that you pay to be a member of that policy in order to be covered. If you don't pay your premiums, you don't get covered. Coverage is how much the company plans on covering and what they plan on covering. So if you're buying home insurance, then the company, the home insurance company, will plan on covering certain damages that could or could not may not occur, depends on the electives that you select. We'll cover the house and any damages that it might incur, and then how much they plan on covering it. So usually they cap it off at a limit. Co-payment is the percentage you pay and the percentage the insurance pays. This usually is tied with health insurance or maybe even dental insurance. So you pay a certain percentage. Usually you see like 80-20, 90-10, 60-40 splits, something like that. So you pay, all the way up to 20%, and the company covers the other 80% of each visit or each product or whatever it is that you're buying. Deductible is important because it's a set amount that you, as the insured person, has to pay before paying cash out of pocket, basically, before insurance can kick in. So if you have a high deductible, just know that you have to reach that deductible before insurance will even come in and help. So if you have a $5,000 health insurance policy deductible, the health insurance company won't help until you've paid that total $5,000. So the rest of it's going to be out of pocket. Policy limit. Policy limit, max coverage the insurance company will pay for. I mentioned that in the coverage too, and it might be mentioned in there, but health insurance, they might only cover $500,000 for that year. Car insurance, they might only cover $100,000. So make sure you understand, where is the policy limit, how much is capped off before you get involved with the policy that you may need more. You might have to spend more than what the limit is, and you can always change that, of course. The higher policy limit, usually the more expensive your premiums, and this kind of goes hand in hand here: premiums and deductibles. The higher premiums you pay, the lower deductible you have to pay, and vice versa. The higher deductible you have, the lower premium. So just understand the balances of how it works, how it generally works in the insurance policy market. Hey, my name's Jack, and this is part of our mini insurance video series. This lesson, we're going to focus on how insurance can be used as an investment. Bet you never thought those two words would go together. But insurance can be used kind of like an investment. I wouldn't say it's a full-on investment asset. You should definitely not look at it as such, but you can definitely, for many areas of your life or of your business life, you can use insurance as an investment, or at least as an asset. So can insurance be an asset instead of a liability? So let's look at some of these circumstances. Some insurances can protect the value of assets, which could be an asset in itself. So you might have business liability is a good one. Is a good use of this. If you run a business, either sole proprietor, it could be a small business or a multinational business, you might need professional business insurance in case something were to happen. If you made a product and it got somebody sick and they sued you, you could have product liability insurance, and it would cover the legal cost of that. Thus, the money going to insurance would be used there, like an emergency fund in a way, except a much bigger emergency fund. It'd be millions of dollars most likely. And then you could still funnel the rest of the revenue that your business is earning back into the business itself. So your business can still function normally over here while your insurance company is handling the fallout of whatever litigation that possibly might happen. So in a way, that can be seen as an asset in itself. Business insurance, of course, it helps mitigate natural business risk or certain things that might happen in your business along the way, and sometimes it's considered natural. In the course of business operations, in the course of the market, there are some things that might happen. An employee might get hurt. You might sell 1,000 products and 999 of them are perfect, and then one messes up and hurts somebody, or causes some kind of damage or injury to somebody. So you are protected there. And then we have whole life insurance that can be used to build up cash value. So kind of like a health savings account in a way, a little bit different. I would definitely recommend talking to a financial expert, your tax person, tax professional, and really researching whole life insurance. But there are some policies out there where you can invest some of your money and let it grow in that whole life policy. And that's an asset in itself. So insurance as an asset as well, insurance contributions can be tax benefits. So some insurance premiums and expenses can be used as tax write-offs or deductions or even tax credit to either lower your taxable income as a deduction or gain tax credits. Many health insurance, dental, medical coverage premiums, health savings account expenses, they can also be considered tax deductible, which means they can lower your taxable income. That means less money you owe the government. Now, of course, both of these instances, they have to be what's considered qualified expenses. So there has to be a record. It has to be in a list of what's qualified, and there's actually a lot. I've seen a health savings account you can spend on toothpaste and sunscreen, and that's qualified. So you're not too far out of the realm on some of the products that you can get. Some insurances for business and self-employed can have tax benefits as well. So if you are a self-employed person and if you have a professional business coverage policy, that could count. Just make sure you check with your accountant, especially if you run a business. You should hire an accountant. They'll save you so much money and headache in the long run. But that could count towards tax deduction. Wealth transfer. So this is more for life insurance. For whole life insurance, it's going to be a little bit different with term insurance. In fact, I won't even count in this. But some wealth transfers can occur. What a wealth transfer means is you are transferring a portion of your wealth. You don't have to be super wealthy for this to happen. You can do $10,000 if you wanted to, or even 5,000, and transfer it to someone else's name. If you wanted to transfer money to a dependent or to somebody that's a beneficiary on your policy, wealth transfers through insurance policies might be the way to go. So this only worked for some life insurance policies. And I would, again, like I keep saying, but make sure you have a tax attorney or financial expert help you out with this, some kind of CPA or tax lawyer, financial planner, anybody like that is qualified and certified to do this. You need to make sure you check in with them. Assets that are part of your life insurance policy can be transferred as a tax advantage to someone. So, say you have $100,000 in your life insurance policy and your cash-based whole life insurance, and you want to transfer a portion of that to a dependent because you want to make sure they're covered just in case you die or just in case maybe it's more money than you need. It could be something simple like that. You just wanted to transfer some of the wealth to them, and it can be even for tax reasons. It might be that it's not that much money in your policy, but you don't want the government taking that much. Well, they allow you to transfer it over to another policy, and you'll still have to pay taxes on it. It's not like you don't have to pay any taxes, but it'll lower the taxable income. And again, you need to check with an expert on this and how this works because it changes from state to state. You can even transfer some of your assets that are invested in outside of your life insurance policy into your policy to minimize tax exposure as well. So just like you can do it within, you can do it. Say I own a few stocks, a few index funds, and a few crypto bitcoins outside of my insurance policy. I could transfer some of that into my insurance policy, and whatever tax burden that those assets accumulate during the time of the policy, it'll be much lower than if it was outside of this policy. So again, check with your financial experts and your CPAs and all the accountants and tax lawyers to make sure that this is something that works for you. But definitely get it on your radar, and you can start thinking about this next time you talk to your tax professional. Hey, my name is Jack Warner. In this video, part of our mini series of insurance, we're going to be covering and breaking down the main types of insurance. Now, there's going to be a few that I miss out, I'm sure, but we're just going to be covering the most common types of insurance and what you need to be prepared for, what you need to watch out for, and different things you need to know about these insurances. The first one, the most common one, the most debated one, health insurance, which is the most frustrating one as well, out of all the different insurances. So health insurance, I put in quotes, covers most general medical coverages. Of course, if you're in the United States healthcare system and you've dealt with any of these general medical coverages, it is a pain to get your health insurance company. In most cases, if you have a great health insurance company, stick with them. But in most cases, it's very frustrating to get health insurance to cover certain things. It can take months of back and forth correspondence, receipts, etc. But health insurance, what it's meant for, is to covering the most basic stuff of coverages. Now, of course, you can amp that up and you can increase how much you pay towards your health insurance, and that can cover other things, more specialty things. It's the most expensive and confusing insurance. I don't know if you can catch the tone of my voice when I'm talking about this. Not federally required. It used to be under President Obama's part of his campaign with Obamacare. It was federally required. It might be again in the future. Now the precedent has been set. It is currently not federally required, but just be prepared that it could go back to being federally required in the future. In most cases, in most U.S.-based systems, it's employer-based. So employer-based insurances are usually the best, and this is because they have worked out a deal with health insurance companies so you can get the best benefits, the best pay, the best premiums, etc. And unfortunately, if you are employed, that's usually the best insurance that you can get. It doesn't have to be in all cases, but this makes it more difficult for people who are not employed, for people who are contractors, business owners, self-employed persons. Insurance is a little bit more difficult. And I just mentioned it here, difficult for self-employed and contractors to secure decent insurance is because the market is so crazy right now with health insurance. It's hard to get your own private insurance. Even if you are employed and you don't like your health insurance company that your employer uses, if you got outside coverage, it's difficult to find. Auto insurance required by most states. At least a portion of it. Doesn't have to be a full blanket auto insurance, but most coverages, at least a basic degree of auto insurance, is required by most states. There are certain electives that we're going to be covering in a different video, but different electives you can get with your auto insurance includes collision, uninsured motorist, or even underinsured motorist coverage, comprehensive coverage, which protects most of damages that probably will occur as you're driving, but won't cover things like if you got a flat tire or wear and tear on your vehicle, etc. You can also get rental car coverage if your car's in the shop or if your car is damaged. You can get a rental car, or at least a discount for a rental car. Repair work that needs to be done if it's something that's covered in insurance, emergencies, etc. Tow packages, I forgot to mention that. They can also. I had great car insurance one time. We paid $80 a month, I think it was $80 a month for this insurance, and we had to get a vehicle towed 7 times in 1 year. Didn't have to pay anything except for one time it went over the 100-mile limit or whatever it was. But every other time we didn't have to pay a single dime to get our vehicle towed, which was awesome. Life insurance. There are 2 main types of life insurance. I've kind of covered this in other videos, so I'm just going to go over the basics here and see which one's right for you. There's 2 types: whole life. That means the cash value insurance that should cover you until you die. So you can start it at 18 and it'll cover all the way until you die. So this is whole life insurance. You can move even assets into this insurance policy too. Versus term life, which a lot of people argue term life is better. Some people argue whole life is better. It's a great debate for sure. Term life insurance, you can get life coverage for periods of time. So for a certain term of your life, basically. You can get 10 years, 20-year coverage, 25-year coverage, 40 years. So what that means, if you were to die in that time frame, you'll be covered. After that time frame, your policy is expired. You no longer have to pay your premiums into that insurance, and they also will not cover you. So some people will say term life is a better way to go, because after that, 20 years from you being 25, or even if you started at 30 years old, you'll be 50 years old. So hopefully you've built up enough money by then in your own investments that you don't need term life, or you don't need whole life insurance to cover you in retirement or cover your family in case you die. Life insurance is the most selfless insurance because you won't receive any of it. You will not get a dime from it. Only your dependents, your beneficiaries, and so on, only them, those people will receive the benefits from the insurance. So just keep that in mind too. It's a great insurance to cover people who depend on your income. And it's a nice gift to leave behind, of course. Property insurance, blanket coverage for most property damage. I say most because it won't cover certain things. This can also cover damage to other persons or other property. So if someone's on your property and they trip and they sue you, you can be covered under this. Or that's a good example. Your tree on your property falls into the neighbor's yard. Your insurance can also help cover that. This is generally required to obtain business loans and mortgages. I haven't seen a case. There probably are some unconventional loans you could take out where you can get a mortgage or get a business loan without having property insurance. But that's uncommon. Most cases you'll need some kind of property coverage, property insurance in order to obtain a loan. Disability insurance. Disability protects your income. It's insurance just in case you get hurt on the job. You can receive a partial amount of your income, and this can range anywhere. It depends on your policy. I've seen 50% of your income, 60, 70, even 80% sometimes. I've seen some as good as 100%. They'll cover your your income completely while you get healthy. So you could be in the hospital, you could have gotten in a car wreck, things like that. You could be on maternity leave. So in the United States, it can cover 3 months of maternity leave, short term and long term. It's just the time frame really. These numbers can change, of course, depending on the policy. So short term insurance, disability insurance can cover 13 to 26 weeks, whereas long term can go anywhere from 6 months to a year. Of course, it depends on the case, it depends on the policy. All this can change. I've never seen long term insurance go further than a year, but it probably has happened. I just haven't seen a case where that has occurred. So great if you work in a job where the rate of you getting hurt is high. I would definitely recommend getting disability insurance, especially if you work outside. That would be an important thing to have. Business insurance, and I'm not going to break these down further, but business insurance, general liability is kind of an overall coverage, just basic things, property damages, someone gets hurt on your property. You get sick, stuff like that will be covered in this. Professional liability, just in case you get sued or your product messes up. Property insurance, of course, just in case your property floods or something happens to your assets, machines, equipment, cars, vehicles, whatever. And then product and service liability. So if you are, I always see this in personal training. If personal training clients get hurt while the personal trainer is watching over them, then they usually have to fill out some kind of service liability form first, of course. But once they have waived liability, it doesn't exactly exonerate the personal trainer. They can still come back and sue them. So the trainer needs their job to make an income. Service liability can help cover some of those legal damages just in case that were to occur. So again, just wrapping up, the insurance it helps protect. It's not meant to be used. It's not meant to be. In another video I mentioned it's meant to be, or it can be used as an asset, but it's not meant to be an asset. So make sure you understand, whatever insurance you get, that you understand the coverages, what you pay, is it worth it in the long run, of course, and how can it benefit you in your financial journey. Hey, my name is Jack Warner. This video we're going to be covering the ins and outs, the breakdowns of insurance policy, and the different types of coverages that you might find in the more common insurance policies. So in most insurance policy contracts, you'll see 5 segments, 5, maybe 6 sections in that contract. And it's definitely something you should look through or have a lawyer or tax professional or insurance and financial advisor, whoever, look through it with you. Lawyers are the best since it's contract law, and they know contract lawyer would know at least what to look for or what's missing. The first part is the declaration part, and this shows who's being insured, what's being insured, coverage limits, and the time period in which the coverage will be available for. The second section of the policy should be the agreement. Identifies specific coverages and how the insurance company will be liable and how they, they're part of the agreement, how will they cover certain things? What will happen when some of these specific coverages need to be compensated for. Exclusions, and this section goes over what will not be covered. And we see this as acts of God events. So something crazy like the most common example is property insurance. If you live in Kansas, you're most likely not going to have hurricane insurance. If a hurricane does occur in Kansas and your house gets wiped out, then your property's not going to be covered. Those are acts of God event where they can't cover every single thing. So it's understandable to a point. And there's even in Florida, a lot of I think you have to have. I think it's mandatory actually in some areas of Florida. I'm not sure the whole state, but you have to have hurricane insurance or some type of hurricane insurance. But I think you if you live on the beach or close to it, they exclude flood insurance because they just know it's going to happen. So they just exclude it. So yeah, make sure you go over exclusions and make sure you understand like what's not going to be covered in your policy. And the conditions, these are promises from both parties that they're going to uphold the contract. What you need to do as the insured person or insured a party if you're doing it for a business, that you pay your premiums, that you uphold any contracts, that you make sure that you do everything you can to represent the company in which is insuring you. In the conditions, they also outline the process the insurance company will take to collect evidence if needed and if requested. So, in case there is some type of insurance thing that occurs, your insurance company will reach out. You'll communicate with them. They'll send out somebody, whatever it is, your business, your home, your car. They'll send somebody to go check to make sure it actually happened. That way, you're not committing insurance fraud. And they'll also send somebody out there to quote to see how much the coverage might be. Definitions. So it doesn't happen. This is kind of optional. And sometimes insurance policies, they'll put a definition section and just kind of goes over all the different confusing terms that are listed and concepts that are listed in the contract in any insurance policy. And it can be very confusing. So it's good to look that up for sure. So coverage types. This is mostly going to be geared towards auto insurance, business insurance, and some property insurance or real estate insurance. These are different types of coverage that may occur. So liability is any bodily injury and property damage. And you can break this down even further too. The most common type, since many states require it for auto loans, and it doesn't have to be just auto loans either. You can have liability insurance on your business, liability insurance with your property, with your home, to make sure all property and bodily harm is covered just in case that does occur. Uninsured protections. It covers someone if it covers you if you have uninsured protection policy, whatever it might be. Sometimes it's called underinsured, so I get confused with those two terms, but uninsured or underinsured, depending on the state you live in. Uninsured protection policy will cover someone if they receive damages from an uninsured person. Most common example is auto. If you're driving down the highway, someone hits you, it's totally their fault, 100%, but they are not insured. Who's paying it? Since they are not insured, it's going to be hard for them to pay, right? It's unfair, yes, but you got to move forward. You can wait and get tied up in the legal system, and wait months to get paid, or you can go ahead and pay. I think it's like $20 extra or something like that, and have uninsured protection just in case that were to occur. Because you can always go back, so you can go ahead and get your car fixed or get your house fixed, whatever it might be, and then go back later and settle it out in the courts with the person who caused the damage. Comprehensive, this covers most damages to your property. It's like the most basic non-act of God stuff. So like hail damage is usually covered in this. Tree falling, not floods, but floods, flooding inside your home, like if your dishwasher leaked or something, some fire damage in your kitchen, stuff like that. That'll be covered in comprehensive, as well as in your car. Medical coverage, if someone is hurt on your property, whether it's your fault or not, you can be sued to make sure that you understand that medical insurance can help pay for your medical expenses as well as others. And in personal injury, very similar to medical expenses, but personal injury takes it a step further. So it covers your medical expenses and other expenses that are insured in case you are injured and cannot pay for other things. So this includes childcare, If so, if you need someone to help take care of your child, and you have to put them in daycare, you got to hire a babysitter or something like that because you are hurt and you are in the hospital, or you can no longer take care of your child because you're bed bound and you can't move. Then this won't cover that. Of course, if you are at the hospital, you can't work, so that's lost income. Personal injury can help with that as well. And lastly, what are some insurance policy limitations? Insurance policy, I've mentioned this in other videos. You can use it as an asset, you can use it as an investment vehicle for sure. But the biggest thing is it's a risk management tool. That's all it is. That's the main portion of insurance is you are protecting possible risk that might occur to you, to your health, to your family, to your loved ones, whoever it might be, and to your business and to your property. So you're protecting your assets, you're protecting the people around you. But where are the limitations at? So limitations occurred in covered events. What actually is covered versus what's not covered. Sometimes there's certain events and certain stipulations where the insurance policy might not cover. They'll limit it. Sometimes they'll put it in fine print that you really need to comb through to make sure you understand, what am I actually paying for? What am I actually paying this insurance policy for? Qualified expenses. So if the insurance company does kick in and they start paying for things, sometimes they'll say, okay, well, yes, we'll come help you. You've met your deductible, or all the prerequisites have been met, but we cannot pay for this thing. So you have to go through our provider. You have to go through our system, whatever it is. So make sure you understand and you look at the list of qualified expenses and the qualified providers that your insurance company is willing to work with. Make sure you also have evidence and documents. Is for anything, any kind of damage that occurs while you have an active policy. You need to make sure you have evidence and documents of everything. Receipts, contact information, communications, correspondence, pictures, videos, whatever. Evidence and document all types of stuff if a damage occurs or injury happens. So you have your side and you're able to submit this. It makes it much more streamlined for the insurance company to come in and say, okay, if you have a good insurance company, and I've had bad ones and good ones, they'll look at it and be like, all right, we'll have it covered. We'll be there right away and we'll fix it. Or sometimes they'll go ahead and send the cash. Out of pocket and deductibles being met can be frustrating as well, especially if they reset. So sometimes it's going to be extremely high. And you're just thinking, well, dang, I have to pay $6,000 just for the out of pocket, for or the deductible to be met, and I got to pay this much. So I'm not even going to contact the insurance company. And sometimes that's the best case because your premiums can go up if you keep using them more. So sometimes it's best just to settle it out in cash, even if you already have insurance. But that one time you don't do it, you don't have insurance, and a huge catastrophic event occurs, and you're not covered. That's going to hurt. That's going to set your whole personal financial life back. So, yes, it sucks. It's one of those necessary evil things. Hey everyone, my name's Jack Warner, and I'm a financial coach, also a financial education curriculum content developer or writer. Currently, I live in Brevard, North Carolina, but I'm originally from Georgia, and I taught personal finance and economics in high school for 6 years. And this is kind of where I've developed my love for personal finance, financial literacy, and consumer economics. Within about the last 2 years of my professional teaching, so year 5, year 6, it was during COVID, and I realized that more than just the teenagers I was teaching needed financial education. They needed to know financial literacy, basic concepts. I realized this because I was sitting there and teaching a class, several classes, and adults, their parents, these kids' parents were writing down notes, participating in activities, getting involved with the tasks and the projects that we were doing. And I had just asked two parents, like, hey, why are you so involved? And they're like, well, we were never taught this in school. And so my passion, my goal right now as a financial coach and a consultant with other coaches and advisors and other financial education organizations is to bring this curriculum to more and more people, is to help people realize that they can achieve financial freedom and teach that class that they wish they had in high school. So after my 6 year teaching, I traveled full time. My wife and I, we decided to travel and our dog. And I started picking up some more and more jobs. Just kind of, I wanted to have fun, wanted to explore a little bit of the country, the U.S., but I also wanted to um, shift jobs. Teaching as much fun as I had teaching personal finance, it wore me out. So in the process of the traveling, I started picking up more curriculum content writing jobs for finance and economics, and for about a year. And then at the end of our travels, I really started focusing on how I can help others with financial literacy. So I joined in with some other coaches. I joined in with some education programs. I joined in with financial advising organizations, credit unions, all different types of clients from all different industries, and was really wanting to build content for them. So during that process of building my own writing portfolio and helping people build videos or articles or educational posts or quizzes or whatever lessons, I started my own financial coaching business. Now I'm in the process of launching it, but at the same time, I want to go ahead and get that started. So I'm hoping that will be launched in 2023. But in the meantime, I need to do something. So I help people build curriculum. I try to volunteer my time, and I love even just random people, just assisting people for free right now with their financial journey. So I'll talk about how they can save on taxes, um, different income streams they can probably create. I help friends and family pick investments, get out of debt, different types of things, common sense things, but they just need someone like me. There's thousands of other people like me to help them through the basic steps to achieve their financial success. So currently, yeah, I do build financial curriculum for people. I do videos, I teach lessons, I help build quizzes and assessments, and I help all types of financial professionals like financial coaches, advisors. I'll consult on education for high school, different types of financial organizations. But I say all this, one of my biggest passions, whatever position or whatever title I have, one of my biggest passions in life is to help others achieve financial freedom and know that they can do it. Know that they're not going to be in a debt spiral forever, or that they're going to be stuck at this income forever, or should give them the tools, give them the knowledge necessary that they need, that person needs, or that family needs to invest in their future and secure their future. So I hope throughout this course we can accomplish this together. I'm teaching all types of topics, very, very broad videos covering several different topics. We'll go through money mindset, how you can change your behavioral economics, and different psychology of money topics so you can approach money in a healthy way and handle money in a healthy way. We'll talk about income, we'll talk about investing, we'll talk about debt management, credit scores, taxes, everything. Creating a budget will be a big point. In fact, that's like a theme of my videos. I almost always mention budgeting, I think, in every video. So you'll hear me say it a lot, and it's important. It's why I say it a lot, because I can't remind myself enough to make sure I'm budgeting. But throughout this course, I want to help you or your family walk through the steps to achieve financial freedom. Very basic steps. There's no quick way to do this. Sometimes you just got to put your foot down, put your head down, and start working. And these are the steps I teach. And I hope we can accomplish this together. And I hope you enjoy this as much as I do. Hey, my name is Jack Warner, and in this video series, I'm going to be covering how taxes work, how income taxes are calculated, what you can do to lower your taxable income, and we'll discuss other things like credit and deductions and property taxes and consumption tax. So this video, we're going to mostly focus on the grand scheme of taxes. Why do we even have taxes? How do they work? Where do they go? Etc. So the first thing I want to cover is why taxes. And some of you probably already know, like, the government taxes us, but what do they do with it after? Why do they tax us? Well, the first thing is the government needs money, and that when I say government in this video, I'm meaning everything from local, state to federal levels of government. They need money to function and pay for public goods and services. They got to pay for schools. They got to pay for our defense. They got to pay for law enforcement. So they need money, and taxes are the best way to get money It's actually one of the 95+%. We'll cover that later, but 95+% of their revenue comes from taxes. Taxes are the largest source of revenue, and other ways the government can get money is through fees, donations, customs, tariffs, which is another tax, so basically a tax, and some other sources. Government sell stuff too. They can sell like the national park sells parking pass or park passes. Um, Game and wildlife state agencies, they'll sell hunting licenses and stuff like that. Income tax, corporate tax, and Social Security Medicare tax make up about 95% of the government's revenue. So whenever you look at your pay stub and you see all the different things that were taken out, the four biggest ones, corporate tax won't be on your personal income tax, but these other ones will. You'll see those going to the government, being taken out by state and federal government. Whereas if you own a corporation, you'll get hit with the corporate tax too. So what does the government do with these taxes? Now that they have this money, what exactly do they do with it? And it's important to see. It's important to, and this is just the federal government, so you can get more transparency if you go to your local government or to your state government and see where they spend their money. But this is just I was easily able to find the data, and most of our taxes go to federal government functions. So when we see the breakdown of the programs that our government's spending, and this is just as of fiscal year 2022, this was the budget for 2022. We can look at the trillions and billions of dollars that goes to these programs. And we can also look at agencies. So I click on the agency tab. You can see the different agencies that are also spending the most money. So you have Health and Human Services, which just makes sense because Medicare, and Social Security, of course. And then you have your Treasury. A lot of that, a big chunk of that is the IRS and Department of Defense military programs and so on and so forth. So obviously they need money. The government needs money to hire people. They need money to buy goods and services to help these people do their jobs. So how does this work? How does the government start to use or to take our taxes? I guess we could say it that way, to put it bluntly. How can they take our money? Taxes are created by law. So Congress, it has to be passed by Congress. It can't be something the president makes up. So a lot of people will blame Trump or blame Obama or blame Biden or whatever, Bush, about the tax rates, but it's written in the Constitution. Anything to do with taxes, money, for instance, has to start in the House of Representatives. It's got to be passed by Congress. So taxes are created by the Congress, the legislation. So it could be, I should mention that it can also be created in your state house, and then they're enforced by government agencies. So they're enforced by things like the IRS. And speaking of the IRS, the Internal Revenue Service, they are the chief tax enforcement agency in the United States. They're the ones that can audit or investigate whether or not you paid enough in taxes. They're the ones that issue and confirm the tax return that you might receive. So they are the number one tax policy agency. Taxes are generally withheld. So we have a withheld program, especially if you're a W-2 employee. This means that throughout the year, until you get your tax return, the government's already withholding X amount of dollars from your paycheck. So you might get paid $3,000, but really get paid $2,500 because $500 is going to be taken out in taxes. And you get that money back whenever you do your tax returns. Doesn't seem like a good deal to me. If you're not a W-2 employee and you own a business, or you're a freelancer or a contractor or something like that, you have to pay back taxes during the tax season. So you'll owe taxes at the end of the year. And you can do this quarterly. There's different ways to do this. Of course, you need to talk to your accountant and make sure that they understand the tax situation. Everybody's different. And then we have consumption tax. So we have our withheld tax, our periodic tax, and our consumption tax. And consumption tax, all these are required by law. So all these different categories of taxes are created by federal, state, and local law. And they can, one state can be higher, one state can be lower, but everybody pays the same federal taxes. So consumption tax, or things called like sales tax, excise tax, property taxes, they are mandatory, but the good thing about those is you only have to pay them when you buy something. So you're not having to, the more you spend, the more taxes you pay, basically. That's consumption tax. Whereas no matter who you are, you have to pay income tax. No matter what you do, no matter what kind of money you spend, you have to pay income taxes. Hey, my name's Jack Warner, and in this video I'm covering the U.S. progressive tax system, how it works, why it's used, and how it can affect you. So jumping right into it, there are three main types of tax systems. The most used one is progressive. Some nations might use proportional. Very few use regressive on purpose or intentionally. Usually that's kind of a policy thing that accidentally affects lower income populations, but most modern nations use a progressive tax system. And what this means is that high income earners pay more taxes than lower income earners. So the more and more money you make, the more of the tax burden that you would share, that you would have. And the lower income people, mostly young people and people in between jobs or unemployed persons, they wouldn't have much of a tax burden. And the tax burden ranges anywhere from paying no taxes, of course, to 10% is like the lowest you can pay of your income, and all the way up to even 45, 50%. Now, a lot of Americans, we complain about our progressive tax system and our tax rate being so high, but in many nations, it's actually beneficial to live in the United States because there's many nations that their tax rates, their progressive tax systems, are 50, 55%, or even higher. So the proportional tax system, and there's a big push for this in America too. It hasn't gained too much popularity, but a lot of people, powerful people, are pushing this policy. So proportional tax, everyone pays the same rate of tax. This is sometimes known as what's called the flat tax rate. I've heard some people call it the fair tax rate. And so basically it sets the standard, everybody's got to pay 25%. And that's, I don't know what the percentage is in there in the proportional wing of political spectrum or whatever, but I don't know what the I know they've done some math. I read one book about it, but they pick a rate, whatever it is, 25%. Everybody pays 25% no matter what. There's no IRS needed for it. Sounds kind of nice actually when you put it that way. No IRS needed. Everybody just pays their 25%. That's it. Obviously, this comes with some problems, but we won't get into it for the sake of keeping this video short and not going down the boring rabbit hole of why proportional tax system or progressive tax system may or may not be better. Then we have a regressive tax system. And again, this isn't usually a nationwide policy. It's more of like a smaller minor policy issue. And this is when a larger proportion of taxes are paid by lower income earners, other earners than higher income earners. So things that are examples of regressive tax policies are public service fees, and some sales tax may fall into that category. So as of 2022, and I had to screenshot the IRS website for the new updated percentages because the IRS to help combat inflation, they fixed some percentages. This might be fixed again soon for 2023, who knows? But for as of 2022 in the United States, the progressive tax rate remains 37% for the top bracket. So if you're making more than 539,000 or more, and of course you got your married over here. So the left column is single, the right column is married couples filing jointly. So if you're making this much or this much, and you're paying 37% tax, I'm going to break this down to how this actually works. And then you can see how it goes down from here. So 35% for anybody over this amount. And then you have your married couples filing jointly. And then your lowest rate is 10% for single individuals. So that's if you're making 10,000, a little bit over 10,000, or if you're making 20,000 as a married couple. So if you're making less than this, if you're a student or something like that, or if you're between jobs or whatever it might be, then you don't have to pay any taxes. IRS does not want your money. Still file though, just in case. It's always good. It's always good just to file anyway. You would file for free, so there's nothing you got to pay. Just a little bit of time. It'd take you like 10 minutes probably. So how the progressive marginal tax rate works is that we have our tax rate. So for your whole entire income, as it goes up, you've got to pay more taxes. But it doesn't work quite like you think. So I'm going to use 22%. I feel like many Americans, the median income is like 55, 65,000 or something like that per household. So most Americans fall in the 22% tax bracket. And let's pretend that we make 89,075. So we're at the top. We'll just say 89,000. We're at the top of the 22% tax bracket. We're not paying 22% all on this. We first pay 12%. So we go down to this bracket. We're first paying 12% on the 41,000, and then 22% over the amount over 41,775. So we pay this much first plus 22% of the amount that's over 41,775. So let's see what that would be like for us if we were getting paid that much. So we have $89,000. That's our gross income. No taxes have been taken out. And we're just wanting to see real quick, how much money am I going to make? Or do I have to owe in taxes? So we have to subtract because it's money over 41,775. And we are 47,225 over. So now we have to see what's the 22% amount that we owe. So we turn that into a decimal, 0.22, and we're going to owe $10,389.50. So we add that into our 4,807 plus 4,807.50, and this is our total tax bill. $15,197 that we're going to owe the IRS. So that's going to make that $89,000. That's going to make our net income $73,803. Obviously, that was just a very, very, very standard math calculation there. There would be other things that could affect that. How was that money earned? It could be unearned versus earned, capital gains, all that plays in. This is just a very basic look, and I do need deductions or anything like that. But at least this person owes $15,000, maybe more, depends again on unearned versus earned income, et cetera, et cetera. But this person's going to owe around $73,000. Or I'm sorry, their net take-home pay for that year is going to be $73,000. And you can do this for each bracket too. So just know you're not getting paid you're not getting taxed the full 24%. I'm sorry, I keep saying getting paid. I wish it was like that. You're getting taxed the amount that's over the standard last bracket number. So just keep that in mind. A lot of people think like, dang, I got to pay 37% of all that. It's still a good bit of taxes. I'm not discounting that at all. You still got to pay a hefty amount of taxes, but it's not as bad as some countries. If you start looking around at some progressive countries and different things that you need to different categories of marginal tax rates that you would have to pay for your income currently, it is much higher in other countries. Of course, some of these countries, like Scandinavian countries, have better public goods and services, free college, free healthcare, etc. So you get what you pay for, I guess. Hey, my name is Jack Warner. In this video, part of our tax series, in this video I'm going to be covering personal taxes. So this is going to be covering more than just income tax, but some other taxes that you need to be aware of that can affect your consumption of different things, buying different properties, investing, all that. Different taxes that that you will eventually run into, because taxes are always around us. Almost everything we do is taxed. So you need to understand some personal taxes. So the biggest one, obviously, is the personal income tax. So the level of taxable income determines on your income tax rate. And in the other video, we covered the different progressive tax system, the different tax rates, the different brackets that you could fall in. So this depends. The level of your income depends on your tax rate, and this also depends on your taxable income. So there's a difference between earned income, and then that's taxed. But then there's levels of different taxable income, because there's some money that gets less taxed than other money that you might have earned or unearned. For instance, capital gains tax can sometimes be higher than your regular personal income tax. Or like an estate tax is much higher. If you've received an estate from inheritance or whatever, it can be a much higher tax than your personal income tax. And sometimes capital gains tax isn't that high. So it all depends on your taxable income rates. And I just got done talking about that, earned income versus unearned income. Earned income is usually lower. Generally speaking, earned income is going to experience a lower tax rate. Unearned income, so things like capital gains, dividends, stock sales, said capital gains already, and gifts, inheritance, whatever. That's going to be unearned income, and usually that's taxed a little bit higher than personal on average. It might not be the case for each person, but on average, unearned income is taxed higher. Your personal income is also affected by your filing status. So single, married, filing jointly, separate, head of household, etc. All that can you either lower your taxable income or increase your deductions, or whatever it might be. The number of dependents you have will also could increase, or could, I'm sorry, it could lower your taxable income. Capital gains tax, dividend tax, that's that unearned income I was talking about. And you have to make sure that you are understanding that the state that you live in will also charge an income tax, unless you live in a state that doesn't charge income tax. So you need to be aware of the federal tax rate as well as the state tax rate, because you're going to get taxed both ways. So another personal tax that you'll run into is sales tax. And this one's more common, and sometimes we forget about it, so we don't really budget into our mind. We see something that's at the grocery store, and it's like, oh, it's $9.99, but really it's $10.38 after fees and taxes and local taxes and state taxes and all the different things like that. And that only increased per item for the price of the item that you purchase. So state and local sales tax rates, these can increase. I've seen one before where the state was at 7% sales tax, and the local area, the county that we were in, was 2%. So it was a 9% sales tax on top of the item that we purchased. That was a lot. Generally, states with little to no income, it's kind of a balance here. States with little to no income tax will have higher sales tax, so they can counterbalance the money that they've lost out on the income tax. And states with higher, just generally speaking, this is not for every state, states with higher income taxes, state income taxes, will have lower sales tax. Sales taxes, they change depending on the type of product or service it might be. So any essential product or service, any essential good will be at a set base tax rate, and usually there's a ton of federal and state laws and local mandates that might that would dictate that and say, okay, it can fluctuate. Like food, those strawberries can only fluctuate so much, but the sales tax for those are going to still stay the same. Some states might just eliminate entirely for different things. Commercial goods and luxury goods are going to be taxed at a higher rate. And then we have our sin tax rates, so higher sales tax on goods and services that are not desirable, behaviors that the government doesn't find desirable or good, like tobacco and alcohol. Those are going to be taxed at a much higher rate. So we're going to see like 15%, 25% sales tax on those types of things. And that's nicknamed a sin tax, for obvious reasons there. And then you have your property tax. So whenever you buy property, it's called an ad valorem. You have to fill out all these forms and stuff, and this depends on state and local law as well. Tax rate is set based on the value of the property. This number is assessed by an elected or sometimes appointed tax assessor in your local government, and they will use what's known as the mill rate to come up with that ad valorem tax. The mill rate is a percentage of the dollar paid in taxes per $1,000 that was assessed in value. So you'll have to pay, if that mill rate's like 8, then you'll have to pay $8. Yeah, sorry, I'm saying this wrong. You have to pay taxes on 8% of whatever the $1,000 is, and it can only go up. Usually it goes up. Property tax levied on property equals the mill rate times taxable property value, and it's divided by 1,000 because that's how we get the mill rate. I'm sorry, that's how we get your ad valorem tax, property tax. And property taxes can be paid on real estate, commercial property, and land. These are they're three biggest ones. And they can also, depending on the state you live in, they can also get, taxes can be paid, property tax can get paid on boats, cars, RVs, etc. So just make sure you are aware of your state and local property taxes, because you might owe more than just the real estate, which is the most common one. Let's take a look at the different tax rates in your state, and you can see yours. And this data is as of January 2022. We can see all different tax rates here. So you have your low ones, like in North Dakota, 2.9%. The states that are in gray have no state income tax. In Washington and New Hampshire, they don't charge, which one was it? Washington doesn't charge capital gains income tax. No, I'm sorry, that's the only income tax they charge, is capital gains. In New Hampshire, they only charge interest on dividend income. But for personal income, for earned income, they don't charge anything. So there's a few states that don't charge any state income tax, and you have states like New York, New Jersey, California, and Hawaii that have a huge state income tax. And usually they have lower sales tax in those states. Not true all the time. If you've ever been to California, you'll see the tax bill is pretty hefty. So Californians are getting taxed like crazy. Hey, my name is Jack Warner, and this is a video part of our tax video series, lesson series. And in this video, I'm going to be covering how to calculate income tax. So thankfully, we don't live in the time of us having to go to the library and filling it out by hand and using calculators and stuff. Now there's so much software, tax software, and even free tax software, so something you don't even have to pay for, that we can do this almost within 15 minutes. Some of us can take a few hours depending on your tax situation. But if you're, let's just say the easiest one is if you're single and you've worked one job, you can get that done in probably 10, 20 minutes tops. And usually for free too, if you're not making more than like about 74,000, but we'll cover that in a later video. So how to calculate income tax. First of all, you'll need to gather some documents. So it's always important just to go ahead and get them. Get the ones that you need, that you know you're going to need. You might need some documents later on, and you can always go and get those too. But just gather and organize the information you need. Most important, you need your income. You need income documents. So your W-2, it's going to look different for everybody. 1099, CEG, your miscellaneous, your K-9 if you own a business, 1040 EZ if you know ES, EZ should be EZ form if you know you're going to be filling out something pretty quickly. Rental income, any other things like that. Investment income, you'll need that as well. That could be dividends, stock sales, retirement income if you're earning that, health savings accounts, whatever. Personal information, of course, you're going to need your social security number, date of birth, all your ID, identification information, bank account numbers as well, so you first of all you can pay your tax bill, but also that you can receive your tax refund if that's your case. Dependent information, so just like you'll need your information, if you have any dependents, you'll need the same information, but for each dependent. Or if you're doing it, if you are married and you're doing it for your spouse, you'll need the same exact information. Basically, a mirrored stats of your husband or wife's information as well, or your partner's information too. And you'll have to do their income the same way. All that stuff will go under your information, your account, I guess I should say, but you'll have to have your information and then your spouse's information. And then you'll need all of your expenses. So any expenses, any qualified expenses, receipts, self-employed purchases, financial records, statements, whatever. You'll need all those expenses, especially if you're self-employed or business. But you'll also need these expenses even if you're not self-employed. If you're a W-2 employee, if you've had to stuff that your company didn't cover and you had to spend for work, then you can have some qualified expenses, and make sure you keep tabs of that, keep records of that. And of course, any deductions, records, receipt, and there's different types of forms. 1098 forms, 1095A for your health insurance, at T or E, 1098 T and E for educational expenses, etc. And all of these are more customizable. You might not know you need them until you need to go get them. So, and all of them are available online, of course, for free. So some forms you need to know about. So I threw some forms on that last slide just for you to look over and start thinking about, but you might not necessarily need those. The ones I'm going to show you, most likely you'll see. So W-9 is one of the first tax forms you'll probably ever run into in your life. It's like this much you got to fill out basically. And that's just the withholding tax form you will need to know when you are hired. And then you have your W-2, and then your W-2 form is the taxable income that shows how much you were paid and how much was withheld, how much your employer withheld for taxes during the taxable period. The 1040 form is probably the easiest way to file for taxes. It's best for individuals who are single, who have no dependents, and only have one source of income. It doesn't mean that other people can't use it. It's just best for that, and it's very quick and easy. It's called the 1040 Easy form for a reason. 1099 forms. And this is like the W-2 for the freelance group, for the freelance and contractor groups. People. This form has many different types. There's a bunch of 1099. It's basically miscellaneous income, 1099 contract, 1099 miscellaneous, 1099 interest, a bunch of different things that cover the 1099 form. That the 1099 form covers. And it's good for business owners too, because they'll have to actually send the 1099 forms to their employees or to their contractors. Schedule C and K9. K9 is a tax form you fill out if you earn money from your business. Schedule C is the form that you'll fill out as well to show the IRS your profit and loss for the taxable period. And then your form 4868, you can file this form if you need to get an extension. And this extension could range from a month, 3 months, whatever. I've seen some people put it off for a year, which is incredible. It depends on your situation. If there was a death in the family or some drastic financial change that occurred in your life, then usually the IRS will allow for an extension. Or if you just need more time, sometimes they'll just give you an extra month. So let's look into this. How do we calculate this? Just using some software. So I'm not paid by TurboTax or anything like that, but I do like their calculator, and there's a bunch of tax lawyer has a calculator. You can look up even ones that aren't tax software companies. TurboTax, Intuit just happens to be a tax software company, but you can just Google different tax calculators and fill in your tax information to estimate. I should say it's not going to be spot on because there might be some different things that come up, but it'll be pretty close on if you want to estimate your taxes. This is great to do just to see how much of tax burden you're paying and to see how much taxes you might owe and get ready for that in your budget. So we're going to just make up some numbers here. Say I'm 40 years old. No one can claim me as my independent. How much money did you make from your job? We're just going to say $60,000 for this person. And then no unemployment. How much withheld? So this is already they put an average withholdings value. I'm just going to keep that the same. So we're going to already see that our refund is going to be $223. Not too bad. And that's just doing a standard deduction too. We didn't even do an itemized deduction. So we can see our taxable income, where our tax bracket is at $60,000. It puts us in the 22% tax bracket. And we can see a breakdown of all the different taxes here. I didn't put my state in yet, so they don't even know what the state income tax is. That's okay. We don't want to get too much into it, but you can go through here if you want to go after this video. You can go through here and put your different family members, child care stuff, other income you might have earned from your investments or whatever it might be. If you had education expenses, if you own a home, your interest you paid on that, if you made donations, if you put money away in retirement, let's just see what that does. Oh, I did it earlier, so 6,000. Oh wow! So if I put 6,000 away in my IRA, I get a little bit more money. This is a little bit high. We're gonna discuss why this is high. You kind of want it in a few $100s, but we'll discuss later in a later video why this might be a little high. And some other deductions we might need: alimony, medical expenses. If you own a business, of course, you'll fill out this stuff. And any other taxes that you paid. So if you paid quarterly taxes, you can put that on there. So that'll deduct the total amount that you owe since you've already paid it. Again, you can see the different rates here and different taxes that you owe. So that's how it works. Very simple, very easy. Of course, this is just a free estimated calculator version. So make sure that you actually get somebody to look over it and calculate your taxes to be a little more accurate than what just the free software has to offer. Hey, my name is Jack Warner. Part of our tax series is talking about credits and deductions. So in this video, we're going to be covering how you can limit your taxable income and what steps you can take to help your tax situation when it comes to the tax season. So jumping right into it, definitions, just to break down, a lot of us, we get confused and we intermingle the definitions of credit and deductions. So tax credits are kind of split, and you can actually categorize these and organize these in multiple different categories. The credits they can be either refundable or non-refundable, basically. So some credits can lower taxes you owe, while most other credits can give you a bigger refund. So whenever tax season comes along, you file your taxes, and a month later, or a month, 3 months, depending on the tax situation, you can get a bigger refund with certain tax credits. And there are some credits you can claim that will give you a refund even if you do not owe any taxes. So those are the kind of taxes you want. Even if you don't owe any taxes when it comes tax time and you're filing your taxes, some credits can give you money back. And we'll go over some of those today. Deductions, a little bit different. There are some similarities. So there are some non-refundable credits and deductions that are very, very similar. But deductions, they reduce the amount of taxable income that you have. So say you're making $100,000, but you're able to file some deductions, and it lowers your $100,000 income down to $80,000. So it lowers the amount you owe to the IRS because it can even drop you a certain tax bracket. It lowers the marginal tax rate you have to pay on any additional income that you might earn. So we're going to talk about the pros and cons of choosing credits or deductions and go over some examples in this video. So here's some tax credit examples, and these aren't there's thousands. They change every year. So these are just some of the more common ones that have been around a while. You can get family credits like child care, adoption credit, some income and savings credit like for your retirement contributions, credit for last year's tax if the government owes you money from then, or maybe you overpaid taxes last year or whatever it might be, credit for long-term unclaimed or undistributed capital gains tax. Homeowners, if you're a first-time home buyer, sometimes it hasn't been too great recently, but sometimes you can get something back there. Agriculture credit if you live on a farm, or if you have a house, even if you have a house that's in an agriculture area, sometimes you can get some tax credits there. Energy credits, and these differ from state to state too. So make sure you check with your state's policy. For example, I think it's Alaska. A lot of their citizens get a $2,000, $1,500, 2,000, maybe more than that actually, a couple $1,000 tax credit because of the oil that's being drilled in Alaska. Every citizen in Alaska does that, gets that credit. Energy credits, if you install solar panels, or if some states might have, like if you meet a certain threshold of energy usage, then you receive that credit. Electric vehicle credits, healthcare premium tax credits. So if you're paying premiums, or if you have expenses, then some credits can be claimed here. And then education expenses like lifetime learning credits, tuition, college expenses, stuff like that can also file. You can also file for tax credit help there. So what's the difference with tax deductions? Again, a lot of these are the same. We're going to go over basically the same categories, but what are some different deductions? And some of these are very similar. So you have work-related deductions that you can deduct from your income. So if you own a business, it's pretty easy. If you're self-employed or own a business, any business expense, or if you have to use personal items, for example, if you had to buy a computer for your work, that computer would be a deduction. I'm using my office right here. This office, the square footage of it, I don't know how big it is, let's just say 200 square foot. I would be able to claim that because I use this personal office just for work. So I can't have like a video game or a home theater and claim it as work. Like it has to be just for work. So I get to claim a percentage of this as as work. I'm also to be able to deduct that. And any employee expenses, if you're employed somewhere for a company, you can claim any expenses that you've incurred that the company has not compensated you for. You can also claim here. You can do itemized deductions, and this can vary greatly, and there's hundreds of these. Personal property real estate tax, charitable donations, and all of these have a limit as well. I think charitable donations, it's like $1,000, or maybe it's less than that. I think it's about $250 this year. Again, it changes every year, so you just got to check with the IRS site or your tax accountant professional, whoever that might be. You can claim gambling loss, interest expense on mortgages and student loans, business loans as well. Forgot to put that one in there. Education, student loan interest, teacher expenses if you're a teacher or if you're in the education field, work-related learning expenses. So if you were an employee somewhere and you had to go to a training and you had to use your gas or get food or get a hotel or even just pay for the seminar or workshop, whatever it was, the training experience, you can also claim that as a deduction. Healthcare, medical and dental, anything over the contribution or anything out of the ordinary, you can also claim. This gets pretty picky though, so make sure you check with your accountant. I am not a bookkeeper or a CPA or an accountant, so make sure you check with yours. Health savings contributions can also deduct your income. And investment related, so if you sold your home, IRA contributions, capital loss. If you sold your home, you can different investments you made in your house, you can also deduct from the home sale to lower how much income you had. Capital loss, different from capital gains. You buy and sell an asset. If you sell an asset and you do not profit and you lost money, you can claim that to deduct your income. So talk about itemized versus standard deduction. Itemized deduction is a little more painstaking than standard. Most Americans choose standard deduction because it's already listed on there. You don't have to prove anything. You don't need any paperwork. So deduction can be standard, itemized. For standard deductions, the numbers are already set for the next 2 years, so you can see the standard deduction if you're single. If you just choose standard, you get that deducted right away. You don't have to worry about anything. And you can see as it goes up when you're married, head of households, etc. Now, if you want to check the standard deduction, it's the easiest way, simple. You don't have to do any work. You just check it and you move on. If you want to itemize it, you should consider how what's in play here. What do you need? Itemizing takes longer, but it can save you a lot more money. So it's a better option, especially if you're self-employed, especially if you own a business. This is for you, or if you're a contract employee. Itemizing takes longer, but it can save you a lot more money if your deductions are, even if you estimate that they're going to be more than, let's just say we're single here, if they're going to be more than this amount, you might want to consider, like if you know it's going to be about $15,000 and you have the stats and the records and the receipts, etc., to back that up, definitely itemize it. But again, not a tax professional. Make sure you talk to a tax professional before you do anything like that. So credits versus deductions, or both. Which one's better? Which one's worse? And it all depends on your tax situation. It all depends on your personal finance and what's going on. So you can use both. You can use both credits and deductions, but you can never overlap. So the IRS will audit you quick if you do that. So for example, you can't claim the same health expense. So say you used $300 out of pocket to spend on some checkup or whatever it was, and you claim that as a tax credit, so you get $300 back or you get $150 back, whatever it is. You can't also use that to deduct your income. So you have to choose one or the other. And that usually most tax software will force you to choose one or the other. So you can't overlap. So just keep that in mind that you can use both. I can use my health savings credits, but I cannot use my health deductions, but I can use my retirement deductions to deduct my income, how much contributions I made, but I can't go and claim that on my credits. So refundable credits gives you money back at the end. Non-refundable credits work similar to tax deductions. There's some cases where they don't. Again, we're not going to get too much into that because that can be a 30-minute video just on how credits work. So refundable credits, and I'm saying this from a broad general standpoint by most financial planners and wealth fund managers, refundable credits are usually not the best option. I'm not saying they are not the good option. They might be the best option for you, but generally speaking, on average, they're not the best option. Tax experts say that deductions are a better way to go for a couple of reasons. So let's break these down. Remember, when you earn your it's just funny. It's comical for me to even say it, but this is just how our tax system works. Remember that the government withholds your income money. So when you get your tax refund, it's a refund. Not many people hear that or understand that. It's a refund of your money. So the government's taking your money, they do whatever they do with it, and then they give it back to you a year and a half later, in April or sometimes later on than that. So if you are owed too much money, this is not free money. I want to make sure this is clear to everybody. This is not free money. It was your money to begin with. The government withheld it, then used it interest free for over a year and a half, and then decided to give it back. Thank you to the 16th Amendment of the Constitution. So a lot of people forget about that. They think it's all this, they got $2,000 tax refund. That's not good. It should be lower. You kind of usually want it within $200 or $300. So deductions, you usually want to go with deductions if you can. It can lower your taxable income and get you into a lower tax bracket. You get to keep your money now and not owe as much as at the end. I mean, just imagine if you gave the government $3,000. So here you go, government. Here's $3,000. You don't have to pay any interest on it, but give it to me a year and a half later. No other situation in your life would that occur. You would usually try to get some kind of interest on it because they're using your money. So if you're receiving $2,000 to $3,000 in tax refund, the government is usually withholding too much. Again, check with your accountant, check with your tax professionals, but that usually is a red flag. Like you're getting way too much back. So you need to revisit your deduction forms and make sure to add on some more deductions so you can lower that. Hey, my name is Jack Warner. This video we'll be covering tax tools and resources. Very quick video that's going to help you be prepared, have some preparation, and have some resources available to you when it comes to doing taxes. So the first thing, the most probably one of the most important, and I hate saying this because the IRS gets so much hate, and it can be very confusing. But the IRS website is the best source to at least know the most recent updates when it comes to tax law and tax policy, and what's going to affect your income the most. The IRS website is the best. So it's going to be the most up to date legislation, and tax laws change every year. So if you need a quick reference check, or if you had a crazy uncle or a friend that thinks they know everything about taxes and finances, and they say something that seems off, check with the IRS website, see if it runs. They have PDFs for everything. All the forms are on there, all the free different resources and calculators and tools are on the IRS website. You can check that to make sure that your crazy uncle's not too crazy. So new for 2022, IRS has adjusted tax rates in different income brackets. So there was a new one. Now there's slight different change because of inflation. These are inflation adjusted tax rates, and you can check this site. We can look at it all together real quick just to see what's new for 2022 and going into 2023, we should say. So we can see the different changes here. So they've bumped up. I think it was about 7% change. A lot of it still stays the same, but some of it has changed. But you can see all the newest updates on this site. You can go back and look at it later. And then if you want to do taxes yourself instead of, because it's going to be pricey, tax preparation work can be expensive if you hire a professional. Do it yourself tax resources are great if your taxes are simple. I don't recommend them to two different types of people. Somebody who doesn't know anything about taxes or how income works, just go ahead and hire somebody. It'll save you stress, and it'll save you money really at the end. Also, anybody that, even if you are an expert in financial knowledge, you should definitely consider I'm sorry, if you're an expert but your financial stuff is just all over the place, it's complex, you should definitely consider hiring a tax professional to help you look through. And you can even do some of the stuff yourself and then have a tax professional like a CPA or accountant or a tax lawyer look over this stuff for you. So some of the more popular examples, and I don't get any money or anything or any endorsements with these companies. These are just some of the more popular ones, some of the more cheaper ones, maybe ones that have available resources out there, and some of the best services too. I've used all of these, so check them all out. TurboTax, TaxSlayer, libraries are great. There are some libraries, it depends on your library, of course. There are some libraries that will even have they'll have tax days where they'll have professionals there to kind of help you walk through your tax situation. They also have all the updated information the IRS has, and there's a ton of tax software. Some of them will have free tax software, some will have free tax tools, tax advice, etc. So make sure you check in with your local library. H&R Block, just another one of those tax software companies. And then the Tax Act is great because I think they work kind of both ways. They'll have tax professionals that'll help you for free. There's a qualification for it too, is a minimum income or maximum income. And they also have tax software. So it's different tax professionals you can use. Oh, and I forgot to mention that the Tax Act as well. They'll do your taxes for free. If I think it's like $73,000 right now as the cap. You can't make more than that. If you make under that, you can file your taxes for free. And I'm going to talk about that here in this slide too. So tax professionals. If you need a tax professional and you're looking around for one, you're shopping around. Accountants are great to start with. Certified public accountants, of course, because they have to get qualified by different national boards and recognition and training and all that. Tax lawyers, if you have a complex situation, if you own multiple businesses, or perhaps you have different assets in different states or even different countries, you might need to hire a tax lawyer. That's when you're getting pretty complicated, or if you have estate taxes to worry about. The Free File Alliance is part of the Tax Act as well. The Free File Alliance, for under $72,000 household income, you can file your taxes for free. So a lot of people can qualify for this. It's a great tool to use, so you don't have to worry about paying. It's not too much, but it's still a good bit that can cut into your budget. It's about $60 to $100+ sometimes. And then you can see your free file to do federal taxes as well. And you can see how where it's available. This is not going to be available until, what's that, November 17th? That's tomorrow. And you can see the different forms here that you can do. So just a quick video, just an overview of all the different tax tools and resources that are available, usually in your local area, if not somewhere close to you within a 2-hour drive, probably, that you can have access to, and just get help doing your taxes. This is the last video of our tax series, and in this video, we're going to be covering how taxes impact your personal finance plan and what you need to be aware of when you are budgeting or sitting down with your spouse or with your family and planning out your financial situation for that month or for that year or whatever it might be. So, first of all, we need to understand how taxes impact our budget, because that's probably the first place you're going to run into that's going to most impact your personal financial life. So the biggest thing you need to understand: gross versus net income. Gross income is your total income before taxes and deductions. So you might get paid, say I get paid $72,000 a year. That doesn't mean I take home $72,000, because I have to make health deductions and taxes come out, and a whole bunch of other deductions as well. So net income is what we're really looking for. This is income after taxes and other deductions, and this is why it's called take-home pay, because it's the money you get to bring home and put into your bank account or spend on whatever. So building up tax deductions is another important part when you are thinking about your budget. How can you set money aside to or not to spend or whatever, or to shift into different accounts, whatever it might be, to increase your tax deductions to lower your taxable income. So you want to use your income, your active income, what your main work, to invest in assets that earn income, but also lower tax deductions. So here's some examples. Home improvement projects. If you need to install a new air conditioning unit, that will not only help you keep cool and warm in the winter, cool in the summer, but it will also you're using that income, so you're putting that money aside. It will also lower your tax deductible. I'm sorry, increase your tax deductions while lowering your taxable income, and they'll offset eventually if you ever decide to sell your house or use your house for a business or whatever. Retirement investing, of course, health expenses, business investing, all these things will help you earn income in the long run and also lower your tax deductions. So there's just some ways. Again, talk to a tax professional if you decide to go these routes, or hire a financial advisor. They'll help you with some of the investing portions of it. And budgeting for taxes: when you are budgeting, you can only use your net income, your take-home pay. Don't use your gross income. Use your net take-home pay income, because that's the only money you're allowed to spend. So if you're not a W-2 employee, this is a very, very important note. Make sure you are setting money aside for taxes in a savings account somewhere. So just like you have an emergency fund and then like your daily expenses fund, and then maybe you want to go on a cool trip savings goal, that's great. Also put a savings account aside. If you are a contract employee or a freelance or a business, whatever, make sure if no taxes are being withheld, you need to budget. You need to put money aside for taxes when tax time comes, because if you don't do that, the government's going to come looking for it, and you're going to get audited, especially with these 90,000 or whatever it was, 70 something thousand new IRS agents. They're going to be cracking down the next couple of years. I think they're mostly targeting the whole COVID scam, the COVID relief fund scams, but don't let that distract you. Make sure you're prepared. So tax return, the good and the bad. Let's look at the pros first. So good thing is you're receiving extra money. It's not extra income. I hate using that word, but it's money that you didn't have at first, and now you have it again. It's money that you withheld. Actually, the government took it from you, and now they're deciding to be nice enough to give it back to you. That's how it should be worded. But it is extra income nonetheless, so we shouldn't discount that at all. We shouldn't put that as a slight. You are getting extra money, whether it's $800, whatever. And you can amend your tax situation throughout the year to increase this, or decrease it depending on your situation. And this is going to be at a certain limit. So you can amend your tax situation throughout the year. Things might change, so you might need some more money back for the next year whenever you file your taxes. Or if you want to be able to pay more taxes now, like, oh, I've just got a bump in my income, then you can change your tax situation there. So that's a good thing about tax returns. And the refund can force you to save money. So even though you have to pay I think if you look at it, basically you're giving an interest-free loan to the government, but I think it's like $50 to $60 you would pay if they gave you 2% interest or whatever it was. So you're paying a small fee to the government to kind of have them save the money for you. And this is, I don't like this one, but for anybody that has a really difficult time saving and they know that they are going to be spending, this might be a good option for you to just do the tax return, let the government save the money for you, and then you can get it back later on. The cons to this, the government's taking your money. That's the biggest thing to it, right? The government, in the power of the 16th Amendment and the IRS, they are taking your money, and that's not great. And a large tax refund means that you are giving an interest-free loan to the government for over a year, and they're using that money interest-free no matter what. And this also impacts your cash flow, and your income is impacted. So if you're getting a large refund at the end of the year, you could have used that money as cash flow to pay off your house or to pay off a bad credit card or to pay off a car or whatever it was. Or as your income's invested, you could have used it to help move. You could have used it to invest in a new property or to expand your business. So it's all different types of things you could have done with that money that the government took from you. So lastly, tax planning. The whole purpose of tax planning is to be as tax efficient as possible. It's not trying to find loopholes. It's not trying to find, those offshore accounts and move money like the Ozarks. You're not funneling any money anywhere, but you can be tax efficient and be prepared as possible. So some ways to do this, and again, I have to preface this by saying that you need to talk to a tax professional. First of all, I am not a tax professional or a CPA or anything like that or a financial advisor. So make sure that you are talking to someone who knows about this stuff. But some of the common ones that you can find for investing in tax shelters, which means you can get triple benefit taxes like income. It'll lower your income. Whenever you spend money on certain things, you might not have to pay taxes on it whenever you withdraw, things like that. So health savings account, real estate, business opportunities, retirement contributions. You can plan your expenditures so you can lower your taxable income. Gain loss harvesting is another important thing you can take a look at. And what this means is when you get a capital gains, like if you sell a stock and it made money, that's a capital gain. But let's just say you sold a stock and you profited $300. That same year, you lost $300 in another company, in another stock. So you sell it. That negative 300 does two things. First of all, it negates that profit. So that capital loss will zero out, basically, if that was the only two stocks you had. It'll zero out that gain, and it'll also be able to lower your taxable income. So you get two tax benefits for gain loss harvesting. And then timing. Sometimes you need to, and this is usually when you talk to a tax lawyer or some kind of tax professional attorney or whatever, when you need to execute some tax liabilities in different quarters, maybe months or even annual tax liabilities that might occur. Certain things like if you just purchased a business but you're making payments over the years or over the months, there might be certain benefits to making certain payments in one year versus another year. Or if you just bought a huge machine for your company or bought a huge building, you might want to make some payments or even hold off on some payments in one year and start making them the next year, whatever it is. Again, this is way above my tax knowledge, but I just know it's there, so be aware of that. And hopefully you'll think of it and be like, oh yeah, I can definitely move around some money so that I can go talk to a tax professional, put it on my radar to make sure I mention that thing, whatever it might be.